If you were to choose an undead and contract their abilities, which one would you pick? The Bone Dragon King, who can revive all things, the Bone Dragon Knight, who commands thousands, or an ordinary zombie, unrestricted by the laws of nature. At this moment, I hesitated as I looked at the Bone Dragon King and the Bone Dragon Knight, for contracting either of these undead would place me at the pinnacle of the world. Even the 3 great academies had already begun competing to recruit me, offering generous enrollment conditions. Yet, just as I wavered, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for binding to the ultimate zombie system. As long as you choose to contract the ordinary zombie, it can evolve into the bloodline of Jiangchen. However, when I saw the description of the Jiangchen bloodline, it sent a shiver down my spine. Jiangchen was formed from the resentment left after the great god Pangu separated heaven and earth, with his will becoming the heavenly Tao and his energy transforming into the 3 pure ones. Jiangchen, the first zombie in the universe, possesses an indestructible body and is not bound by the laws of nature. After reading this, my eyes widened in shock, and my mind felt as if it had exploded. The Jiangchen bloodline is terrifyingly powerful. Its abilities are practically godlike. While it's said that undead are immortal creatures, they can't truly be deathless, but Jiangchen can. Looking back at the Bone Dragon King and the Bone Dragon Knight, they suddenly seemed far less appealing. The next moment, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, I directly chose to contract the zombie. Simultaneously, 2 beams of light flew out from the magic circle, landing on me and the zombie, eventually transforming into 2 marks. At this moment, everyone was so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. No way, am I hallucinating? Wang Yu actually didn't contract an S-class undead and instead chose a C-class zombie. Isn't this just throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? God is fair, he gave him S-class talent but forgot to give him brains. Voices filled with doubt permeated the air. Yet I paid no attention to the crowd's mockery. With a thought, I entered my undead space. At this moment, the once emaciated and malnourished-looking zombie now stood a full 2 meters tall. Its originally sallow skin had transformed into a healthy wheat-like hue, with jet black hair cascading freely down to its waist. Its eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and the 4 prominent fangs no longer seemed out of place, but instead added a touch of eerie beauty. Jiangchen pays respects to his master. Sensing my consciousness, the Jiangchen zombie knelt on one knee. Simultaneously, a transparent panel appeared above Jiangchen's body. Race, Jiangchen. Talent, immortality unlocked, ghost communication locked, shapeshifting locked, telekinesis locked, teleportation locked, lightning control locked. I thought immortality was already the limit, but it turns out it was just the beginning. Jiangchen truly lives up to being the embodiment of Pangu's resentment. These abilities are absurdly numerous. Looking at Jiangchen's attributes, I was utterly stunned. A typical S-class undead might have 4 or 5 skills or talents at most, but Jiangchen's talents. The more I scrolled down, the more I lost count. And every single one of these abilities is incredibly powerful on its own. What kind of monstrous strength would it be when all these talents are combined? As I pondered curiously, a system notification suddenly rang in my ear. Mission: participate in the combat test to unlock the lightning control talent. Seeing this, I was stunned. As everyone knows, the power of thunder is the most yang and unyielding, a deadly nemesis to undead and demons. And now, an undead being was about to gain the ability to control thunder. How thrilling that would be. Couldn't help but feel excited. The combat test, which followed the contract ceremony, was the second assessment. Those with outstanding results would be admitted to one of the 3 top undead universities. Then, I withdrew my consciousness from the undead space. Below the awakening platform, a group of people slowly approached me, led by none other than Dean Qin of Qin City Undead University. Not long ago, he had personally pleaded with me to enroll at Qin City Undead University. Not only would all my tuition fees be waived, but all resources would also be unconditionally allocated to me. He even promised that I could receive guidance from a Starlight tier expert. However, Dean Qin no longer had the kind and amiable demeanor from before. His face was so dark it seemed about to drip with gloom, looking as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a dead fly. Wang Yu, I truly never expected you to make such a foolish decision, passing up the powerful Bone Dragon King and Bone Dragon Knight to choose a weak zombie. Principal Qin's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. Principal Qin, this zombie of mine is extraordinary, with a higher growth potential than both the Bone Dragon King and the Death Knight. As soon as I finished speaking, Principal Chin was so angry he laughed outright. Are you confused? Or do you take us all for fools? Wang Yu, don't say another word. I came here to announce that our previous agreement is now void. You, who are indentured to a C-ranked undead, are simply not qualified to be a special enrollment for our Chin City Undead University. Chapter 4. Are you going to fire me? You haven't even started school yet, and you've been tragically dropped out? Wang Yu really didn't expect to have such an encounter. A moment of caprice is fun, but the whole family is cremated. Is it still cool to be dropped out of school? You guys see how innocent he still is? Heh, it wasn't even his own doing to get to this point. If you chose an S-ranked undead, the president of the Undead University would hate to offer you up. So how could something like this happen? He couldn't grasp the opportunity to contract an S rank even if he was given it. Qing Shan and Tian Yun, if the two deans are still interested in Wang Yu, they can feel free to recruit him. From now on, Wang Yu has nothing to do with the Chin City Undead University. After Dean Qin finished speaking, he turned around and left. Our tuition at Castle Peak University is very high, so if Mr. Wang Yu can afford the tuition, we'd still welcome him. As long as you're willing to take tuition, you can also come to our Heavenly Luck University and be guaranteed equal treatment. After the presidents of the two private universities, Green Mountain and Heavenly Luck, finished speaking, they also returned to the VIP seats. The concessions that were offered when they were previously competing for Wang Yu are now not mentioned at all, because the current Wang Yu is not worthy. Young man, if you have no place to go in the future, then come to the army. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform with a straight posture stood in front of Wang Yu. He was also the only one of the VIPs who came to watch the ceremony who didn't feel disappointed. In the army, no one will mock you because of your undead. As long as you're strong enough, even if your contracted undead is just a skeleton warrior, you'll be respected. Wang Yu was silent for a moment. I will seriously consider it. I'm all here today. Think it over and come to me anytime. The military uniform looked deeply at Wang Yu and did not enter the crowd. The farce is over. The covenant ceremony continues. It wasn't until noon that everyone completed the deed. Chun Yuro was the only A-rank indentured servant. There are 35 B-class indentured servants. The rest all C-rank indentured servants. Below, there will be a battle strength test. As long as you can reach 200 damage to a mannequin, you will receive an invitation to the Undead University of Chin City. And within the University of the Undead, you will be able to learn more about the undead, receive cultivation resources, and become stronger quickly. I wish you all a good grade. As the words of the principal of the first school fell, a metal figure rose from the podium, still in the same orderly order as when the undead were contracted. Number 1, Chun Dongfeng. However, the words of the principal of the first school fell, but no one came to the stage. Chun Dongfeng, the principal called out with a frown. Headmaster, my skeleton warrior can only do 100 damage at most. Let's get the top achievers up on stage for the test straight away. I won't waste anyone's time. Below the podium, Chun Dongfeng shook his head awkwardly. He knew the skeleton warrior well, not to mention 200 damage, even 100 battle power was a struggle. The 3 wastes of the undead are not just words. In response, the principal of the first high school also nodded his head, as Chun Dongfeng's choice was not uncommon. C-ranked indentured servants from previous years almost never make it to the stage, unless there is no self-awareness. Next, Chun Yuro. After the principal's words fell, Chun Yuro walked up to the podium with a light step. The crowd also held their breath. As an A-class contractor, how much damage could Chun Yuro deal? Summon your undead and attack the test target with all your might. The principal of the first school reached out and pointed to the target on the podium. Chun Yuro didn't say anything, stretched out her hands, gathered her soul power, and her whole body glowed with a black light. In the next moment, there was a distortion in space, and Chun Yuro had transformed into a death messenger with a black cloak. Under the sunlight, the scythe's blade shone with a hauntingly cold light. Reaper of Death. Chun Yuro chanted and swung the death scythe in her hand. The scythe drew a semicircle in midair and slashed viciously on top of the Iron Man. Instantly, a set of numbers appeared above the monitor connected to the Iron Man. 402. Hiss, it actually broke through 400 battle power. Is this the strength of an A-class undead? It's truly terrifying. Who says you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw? Big School Flower Chun is strength and beauty together. If Chun Yuro chased me and asked me to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car, I would be willing to do it. More than double the Undead University's battle power value. Chun Euro, this battle power, we still have someone who can surpass it in this term? This time, Mo Euro has proven with her strength that she is no longer the second in a million years, but the deserved number one in the first middle school. Seeing Chun Euro's results, the stage was abuzz. Very good. The principal of the first school finally saw some smiles on his face. Chun Euro acted very plainly after lifting her transformation. Picking up a first is nothing to brag about. Number 3. Su Tsaikuin. After Chun Euro stepped down, the principal called out someone else's name. As a result, Su Tsaikuin did not take the stage either. And none of the C-rank undead contractors after number 3 were on stage. Still, C-rank undead shouldn't go up there and embarrass themselves. Wang Yu. Finally, the principal of the first middle school read out Wang Yu's name. Then, with barely a pause, the principal's voice rang out again. Next, Wu Yifun. Wait. The principal of the first middle school looked at Wang Yu. You have something? Headmaster. I want to conduct a test. Wang Yu said. You still test? Is that necessary? The principal of the first middle school did not understand why Wang Yu came up to disgrace himself. No. Is there a need to test you as a C-ranked undead? Isn't this a waste of everyone's time? Under the stage, many people felt that Wang Yu's move was too redundant. A C-class undead contractor is also qualified to conduct a battle strength test? Wang Yu looked indifferent. I am just exercising my rights. Whether someone else is on it or not is their business, I have to test it. If it wasn't for the sake of completing the mission, Wang Yu would have left a long time ago. Since you won't stop until you see the southern wall, you'll come up for the test. The principal of the first middle school said in a cold voice. Then, Wang Yu walked up to the podium in the contemptuous gaze of the crowd. Quest completed. Reward: Thunder Control. Quest release: Kill 100 bronze-ranked demons. Reward: Unlock the talent Plunder. Plunder. Creatures killed by you will be transformed into energy that grows your strength. Listening to the sound of the system's prompt ringing out, a large amount of memories surged in Wang Yu's mind. These memories contain the Thunder Supreme, and where to go next. It's done. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth. Summon your undead attack. The principal of the first school urged impatiently. Wang Yu silently operated his soul power to open the undead space. Boom! Wang Yu could feel the massive power integrating into himself and causing his body to undergo strange changes. His height reached 1.9 meters from 1.8 meters, his muscles bulging as if they were as hard as granite, and his hair insanely long hanging down to his waist, moving slightly with the wind. Boom! After his feet landed on the ground, the entire podium shook twice. What the hell? I'm not seeing things wrong. Is this really that yellow-faced, malnourished zombie? This is a zombie? This muscle mass is so big, it's like a bodybuilding instructor. Is this still one of the 3 ruined zombies? This aura feels stronger than even Chun Euro's ranked Deathbringer. The moment Wang Yu transformed into a shogun, everyone was dumbfounded. Whose zombie looks like this? Is this the feeling of undead merging? So strong. Now try how much attack power I have. Wang Yu pinched his hands and pointed at the Iron Man from afar. This scene rather froze everyone in their tracks. You're a zombie, you don't bite, you make hand seals? Just as the crowd questioned it, there was a click, and a purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and ruthlessly struck the test target. No, I saw an undead controlling lightning? The crowd only felt a blankness in their brains. 1036. A 4-digit number then appeared on the beta. Broken 1,000? Is this the kind of damage a C-rank undead can do? Undead and demon ranks are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starburst, and king. Each rank is further divided into 9 stars. Chapter 530 years? No, 3 minutes is enough. 1036? The principal of the first school rubbed his eyes fiercely and looked at the monitor once again. He was sure he was not mistaken. It really broke 1,000. A C-rank zombie's attack is even stronger than an A-rank necromancer. Even that genius from the Imperial capital who contracted an S-ranked undead this year only managed to deal more than 500 damage. That one of the most rigid and masculine thunder just now, right? Undead that can manipulate thunder are really too rare. No, I should say rare in the world. Looks like we really misunderstood him. Wang Yu's contracted zombie is really extraordinary. On the VIP seats, those knowledgeable big shots couldn't sit still. Wang Yu proved with his practical actions that the undead he contracted were very unusual and were more powerful than A-ranked undead and S-ranked undead. Why are your undead able to release lightning? The principal of the first middle school asked Wang Yu in shock. Isn't it reasonable for a zombie to release lightning? Wang Yu responded indifferently, lifted the fusion and turned to walk off the podium. The principal of the first school thought to himself, is this reasonable? Student Wang Yu, wait a moment. Seeing that Wang Yu was about to leave, the principal of the first middle school hurriedly called out. What else? What happened during the previous contract? The principal of the first school wanted to ease the previous awkwardness. That thing, Wang Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry. I will definitely remember it in my heart for the rest of my life. What is it about repaying kindness with kindness, and adults not seeing the smallest person's faults? It's all bull. Wang Yu has a small heart. Whoever treats him badly, he remembers it in his heart. The principal of the first middle school felt bad about the whole thing. I knew you'd be the best. C-ranked undead. More awesome than even a ranked undead. What do you call brother Yu? B called Yu Shen. After seeing Wang Yu's battle prowess, the crowd immediately gathered around to flatter him. He did not seek to become close friends with Wang Yu, but only hoped to leave a good impression. The damage broke 1,000, which meant that Wang Yu undead's quality was very high and had a great future ahead of him. Those of them who were indentured B rank and C rank could only look up to Wang Yu in the future. Wang Yu, I have a few questions about the undead. Shall we explore them tonight? I've got some new COS outfits. Can you help me see which one to choose? Earlier, the young girls who were afraid of getting involved with Wang Yu also came to Wang Yu's front, each one of them frowning. With that stance, they couldn't wait to eat Wang Yu. As long as Wang Yu nodded his head, they were willing to give everything. But is Wang Yu a dog? Throwing a bone and wagging his tail? Wang Yu frowned. Get lost. There is no shortage of these people who have fallen on hard times. It would be fine if these guys were quietly on the sidelines. Now, actually having the cheek to come up here, then he definitely wouldn't give them a good face. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself? No, 30 years is too long. 3 minutes is enough. However, in the face of Wang Yu's chiding, no one's face dared to show dissatisfaction and still accompanied with a smile, making way. Wang Yu, what exactly is the level of your undead? Unlike the fawning of the crowd, Chan Yuro only wanted to know the rank of Wang Yu's undead. I'm not sure what level, but it is a zombie. Wang Yu shrugged. As strong as Shogun was, he was still a zombie. Liar. The strength of this zombie of yours is already over S rank. Where can there be such a strong zombie? Chun Yuro obviously did not believe Wang Yu's words. It wasn't there before, but isn't it now? After saying that, Wang Yu rubbed shoulders with Chun Yuro and continued to walk towards the field. Where are you going? Not staying for the results. Chun Yuro looked at Wang Yu's back and asked, I don't care about the Qin City Undead University anymore. Wang Yu's tone, however, was relaxed. President Qin's attitude annoyed him so much that he began to hate the Qin City Undead University. And the task issued by the system was to behead 10 bronze-level demons, and it was difficult to complete this task by staying in the academy. Student Wang Yu, please wait a moment. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the crowd in a fiery hurry and stood in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. This silhouette was clearly the dean of Castle Peak University. Wang Yu frowned and walked in another direction. Mr. Wang Yu, I also have a few words to say to you. Unluckily, a silhouette also rushed out from the other side, and it was the president of Heavenly Luck University. What can I do for you too? Wang Yu didn't feel good about these two either. I would like to invite you to study at our academy, the president of Aoyama Undead University said with slight embarrassment. That's what I mean. The chancellor of the Celestial Luck Undead University concurred. Wang Yu directly shook his head. I have no money, no background, no strength, and no interest. Don't be in a hurry to reject it, fellow student Wang Yu. I admit that I was reckless just now and took much offense. Now I formally apologize to you. Saying that, the president of the Heavenly Luck Undead University actually bent down and apologized to Wang Yu. I apologize to you as well. The principal of Aoyama Undead followed suit and saluted Wang Yu. And the scene gave everyone around them a dumbfounded look. The two of them, in addition to the principal's name, themselves that were both diamond-level powerhouses. It was the Lord of Qin City who had to treat him with respect. Now you're actually apologizing to Wang Yu? What an honor this is. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. If apologizing is useful, what do you need the law for? Fellow student Wang Yu, I know that I just made you suffer. But this time, I am also full of sincerity. The president of Castle Peak University squeezed out a smile on his face. As long as you're willing to come, I'll waive all of your tuition and fees, and I'll give you $1 million a year in student aid. I, Sky Fortune University, will offer $2 million. The president of Heavenly Fortune University stepped across the line. I, Castle Peak University, will offer $3 million. The president of Castle Peak University was furious. $5 million, and considering that going to school alone is too boring, I can also arrange for you to be accompanied by 2 schoolmates. The president of the Heavenly Luck University came straight out with a killer. At these words, the crowd burst with envy. How many people can't earn $5 million in a lifetime? And also with a sister, it's really a godlike treatment. They all hated to agree for Wang Yu. 6 million. Our teachers at the academy are also charming. I can arrange for them to tutor you 1-on-1 inch. The president of Aoyama University gritted his teeth and added more chips. In order to make a name for the academy, they also put up a fight. Aren't the 2 deans being a bit hasty? Mr. Wang Yu is definitely going to prioritize our Qin City Undead University. Just at this time, Principal Qin, who was wearing square-framed glasses, also stepped out of the crowd calmly. He gently pushed his glasses and faced Wang Yu with a cordial smile. Student Wang Yu, you promised me before that you would become a special enrollment for our Undead University of Qin City. Enjoy the top treatment, you can get resources inclined, and there are diamond-level powerhouses dedicated to tutoring you. The presidents of the 2 universities, Castle Peak and Heavenly Luck, all changed their faces. You just expelled Wang Yu, and now you have the nerve to mention the special enrollment thing? There's this. Wang Yu then pulled out his ears. Principal Qin's gaze stared. Then he said warmly, of course, this is what we've talked about, and Principal Liu of the first middle school can testify as well. Principal Qin wouldn't be talking about the previous verbal agreement, would he? Isn't that just a fart? Also let you give a release. Wang Yu pinched his nose. Where did the stench come from again? Chapter 6. Wang Yu? General's son? You! Principal Qin was so angry that he was harboring a fire. How could he not see that Wang Yu was mocking himself? However, he was also at a disadvantage. It was indeed him who had just broken his promise first by not recruiting Wang Yu. But, doesn't this kid know how to give me a leg up? Young man, it's better not to be too exuberant. Wang Yu, I think you should think carefully about it afterward. No matter how talented you are, you need a lot of resources if you want to rise. Without the University of the Undead to support you, it will be difficult for you to grow. Qin Gang gazed at Wang Yu and said in a serious tone, I advise you not to get carried away. I can give you another chance to reorganize your language, whether you want to accept my invitation to come and study at the Undead University of Qin City or not. It's over. Principal Qin is angry. At this moment, everyone around felt that Principal Qin was like a volcano about to erupt. If Wang Yu dared to refuse, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a good time. Wang Yu also understood that Principal Qin's words were a warning and a threat. But, does he care? With the system added to his body, even without the school's cultivation, Wang Yu was not lacking in ways to enhance his strength. Other than that, when Wang Yu opened the plundering talent, the speed of that strength increase would definitely not be slowed down. There's nothing more to consider. I refuse to go to the Qin City Undead University. Wang Yu replied in a loud voice. As his voice rang out, the entire room was also instantly silent. Everyone subconsciously looked at Principal Qin. Only, his face was so black and purple that it was worse than eating a dead fly. Student Wang Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you apologize to Principal Qin? The first middle school principal's complexion instantly went cold. Although Wang Yu was a genius, he was too uneducated. Mr. Wang Yu, I think you can still consider our Castle Peak University. Heavenly Luck University isn't so bad. As long as you're willing to come, we can still negotiate. The presidents of the 2 universities, Qingshan and Tianyun, were overjoyed when they saw that Wang Yu and President Qin were in a stalemate and did not give up the opportunity to take advantage of the fire. Conditions at will? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. This time, he was a little bit more than that. Humph. I think you'd better save yourselves. Wang Yu won't choose any school other than the Qin City Undead University. and he can only attend the Qin City Undead University. Who is it? So awesome that you're giving Wang Yu a head start? The presidents of the two universities, Castle Peak and Heavenly Luck, frowned as they looked at them. Just then, the crowd at the back dispersed, and two figures walked out one after the other. The man in front looked to be in his 40s, handsome and majestic, dressed in a well-tailored black uniform, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Behind the man, followed by a teenager with a slight resemblance to the man, his chin slightly raised, his expression arrogant. Hiss! He's the vice commander of the Reaper Legion, Shiryamuro. It's actually a starburst-level powerhouse in person. The presidents of the two universities, Qingshan and Tianyun, sucked in a breath of cold air. Bai Yanlang, a starburst-level powerhouse who had walked out of Qin City, the deputy chief of one of the Great Xia's top 10 legions, the Reaper Legion, and his wife, the only daughter of the head of the Gu family, a prestigious family in the imperial capital. It could be said that this was a great man who would shake up the Great Xia when he stomped his foot. The teenager behind him is that heavenly pride of the imperial capital's Gu family, who has contracted an S-rank undead which Demon King, Gu Tianyuan. Someone who was well-informed could tell at a glance the teenager behind Bai Yanlang. Said to be the daughter of Bai Yanlang and the Gu family's palm, taking her mother's name. Wang Yu, you can't go anywhere but to Qinchang University. President Qin is still a dear friend of mine, and you must apologize to him now for how much you have offended him. Bai Yanlang looked down at Wang Yu in a condescending manner, almost commanding. On the contrary, Wang Yu pursed his lips the moment Bai Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan appeared, his eyes reddening as he stared at the two men in death. Vice Legionnaire Bai, your attitude isn't quite appropriate, is it? Wang Yu is not a warrior under your command after all, and has the right to make his own choices. The two presidents of Qingshan and Tianyun University also went out of their way in order to get Wang Yu's approval, and harden their hearts to say a few words of justice. The surrounding people also secretly nodded their heads. Bai Yanlang was indeed not qualified to order Wang Yu to do so. Bai Yanlang's eyes crossed and he reached out to point at Wang Yu. I'm his old man. Do you think it's appropriate for me to say that? What? Is Wang Yu the son of Bai Yanlang? Bai Yanlang's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Didn't you say that Wang Yu's family members are all dead and alone, and that he has been working and studying hard to finish his studies? You are not qualified to make decisions for me. I will not choose Qin City Undead University even if I die. Wang Yu's voice became a little hoarse. Shiryamuro's brow furrowed. Are you disobeying me? Bai Yanlang, 3 years ago we had no relationship. Your son Bai Yu is dead. Now my name is Wang Yu. Wang Yu's complexion gradually turned cold. This Shiryamuro is actually an otherworldly version of Chan Shimi, who never came back after leaving town on the pretext of hunting demons after his predecessor's mother became pregnant. The mother of the predecessor thought that Bai Yanlang had met an untimely end and was devastated, washing her face in tears every day, and after raising her predecessor to the age of 5, she finally died of depression. The predecessor became an orphan, living on the streets, snatching food from wild dogs, and leading a life without clothing or food. It wasn't until one day, after he inadvertently saw Shiroi Iwajuro's successful promotion to the position of vice commander of the Reaper Legion on television, that he was abruptly awakened. As it turned out, the man whose mother's soul was haunted by was not dead, but had simply abandoned them as mother and child, not to mention marrying the pearl of the imperial capital's powerful Gu family because of some means. So the young man, who had no one to turn to, traveled through a great deal of trouble to the imperial capital and found Shirai Yankuro. I found a dependence, but I didn't expect to enter hell. Shiraiwaro did not drive the teenager away, nor did he treat him as a son, nor as a human being. The former body entered the Gu family, but can only eat and live with the dog. Even the servants are not as good as is more Gu Tianyuan human favorites, suffered a lot of torture. From the beginning to the end, this Shirai Iwaro, the father, was a cold-eyed observer. In the end, when the 15-year-old teenager bitterly begged Bai Yanlang to spare himself and leave the Gu family, Bai Yanlang's reply, however, was cold. Unless you die, don't even think about leaving the Gu family. And so, unable to cope with the humiliation, the teenager chose to end his life by jumping into a lake. The body was casually dumped outside the city before Wang Yu had the chance to borrow it. In honor of the new students, Bai Yu changed his name to Wang Yu, returned to Qin City, fended for himself, and became a student at Qin City No. 1 High School. Wang Yu, Wang Yu. Bai Yanlang recited the name, anger burning in his eyes. You even changed to the same last name as that deadbeat? Chapter 7 Shogun's Might. Killing the Witch King in seconds. Wang Yu, how are you talking to Dad? Gu Tianyuan frowned and chided. Do you know what it means to have respect for elders and children? That's your dad, not mine. Neither the original body, nor the reborn Wang Yu had any good feelings towards Bai Yanlang, much less generate any goodwill. He abandoned his wife and son, and in order to curry favor with the pearl of the Gu family, he even abused his own son, which finally led to his predecessor being so humiliated that he threw himself into the river. Shiraiwaro is a complete and utter scumbag. If Wang Yu was a king-level contractor right now, he would definitely not hesitate to slap Bai Yanlang into dregs. Sinner, I really gave you face, Shirayamaro said and drew out the waistband of his pants. The movement is very silky. I don't know how many times Shiranuro has done this. Dad, let me do it. Without waiting for Bai Yanlang to make a move, Gu Tianyuan took the first step and stood in front of Bai Yanlang. He stared at Wang Yu dead in the face, a hideous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Something born of a mother but not raised by a mother. Let me teach you today what is called the respect of elders and children. Heh, you're worthy of teaching me? Wang Yu smiled coldly. Speaking of which, I am half a year older than you. Older than you. If you want to teach, I should also be the one to teach you what it means to honor the young and the old. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Gu Tianyuan's complexion was cold. How dare a thing that's not even as good as the dogs I keep bark at me, barking wildly. Wang Yu's attitude caused Gu Tianyuan to become furious. Once upon a time, Wang Yu was very humble in the Gu family, not even as good as a pet dog, and now he threatened to teach himself. It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. In the next moment, Gu Tianyuan's body erupted with powerful soul power, directly setting off a gale. Immediately afterward, he summoned his undead and began to fuse them. With a flash of black light, Gu Tianyuan then transformed into an undead that was about 2 meters tall, wearing a black cloak and holding a white bone staff. This is an aura that only S-class undead have. The Witch Demon King. It's the Witch King, worthy of being a genius from the imperial capital. The moment the Witch Demon King appeared, the entire room was in an uproar. Even some of the high school students who had just completed the contract were forced back by the powerful aura from the Witch Demon King. Since you want to devour the Lord, I'll have no choice but to obliterate you. Killing intent rose in Gu Tianyuan's heart as he raised the staff in his hand. Phew! A miserable green flame the size of a faceplate appeared out of nowhere and smashed into Wang Yu. This was the fire of the soul, which could burn one's flesh and soul, and was extremely sinister. For an indentured servant who had just completed the contract, staining it would be certain death. And the scene brought a frown. Where did Gu Tianyuan want to teach Wang Yu a lesson? Obviously, he wanted Wang Yu's little life. However, just when the soul fire was about to fall on Wang Yu had already transformed into a general. Then, swinging his sandbag-sized fist, he directly smashed that soul fire. S-class, nothing more than that. Wang Yu shook his head disdainfully. That fierce. Everyone was a bit shocked to see this scene. A punch to burst the soul fire. The defense of Wang Yu's zombie incarnation was too strong, right? You! After Gu Tianyuan transformed into a witch demon, his dead gray eyes were filled with consternation. One must know that the Witch Demon King's soul flame was something that even a silver-level contractor above bronze wouldn't dare to carry hard. He didn't think that the fatal blow he was aiming for would be neutralized just like that. Simply outrageous. That strong. On the side, Bai Yanlang also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Obviously, he was also shocked by the intensity of Wang Yu's undead. If he had seen Wang Yu's practical test before, he definitely wouldn't have let Gu Tianyuan make a move. Maybe he's resistant to spell-based attacks. Try a physical attack. After a brief moment of disorientation, Gu Tianyuan raised his staff again, and the ground shattered as more than a dozen white-boned skeleton warriors with bone swords came out of the ground. Undead summoning. A powerful Lich King can even summon an army of tens of thousands of undead. If Gu Tianyuan could become a starburst or king-level contractor, a single person would be equivalent to an army. Very terrifying. Just cannon fodder. As soon as Wang Yu pinched the spell with both hands, there was a flash of electricity and thunder in the sky. He, who can manipulate thunder? Bai Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan made horrified sounds in unison. Masculine thunder had always been the nemesis of undead and demons, and Wang Yu's undead could even manipulate it? Simply appalling. Shoo shoo shoo. In the blink of an eye, a dozen purple thunderbolts descended from the sky, instantly cleaving a dozen or so white-boned skeleton warriors into pieces. There was also a thunderbolt that fell towards the Witch King. No! Gu Tianyuan let out a terrified yell as his soul power exploded with full force, forming a translucent black shield in front of him. Click! The purple lightning tore through the shield and consumed a lot of it, turning from arm thick to thumb thick, but it still chopped Gu Tianyuan's body with black smoke continuously coming out. Tian Yuan. Bai Yanlong's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his soul power to help Gu Tianyuan resist the thunder power, which gave him some relief. But Gu Tianyuan could no longer maintain the state of undead fusion, and instead turned into his normal appearance. Seconds up, the people around them almost dropped their jaws in shock. In just one move, the S-Witch Demon King along with the summoned minions were all destroyed. Too fierce. Is this Wang Yu's true strength? Among the crowd, Chun Yuro was struck by lightning after seeing Wang Yu's incarnation of Shogun's great power. She could no longer imagine the gap between her and Wang Yu. Wow! Gu Tianyuan's face changed and he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Tian Yuan, how are you? Bai Yanlong's expression changed abruptly when he saw Gu Tianyuan coughing up blood. It's over. My Witch Demon King has suffered a heavy blow and can't be summoned again for the time being. Gu Tianyuan's face paled. What? Bai Yanlong's face steeply changed as he looked at Wang Yu and loudly scolded. You sinner! Look at what you've done! What has your brother been injured to? He's just a kid. How could you bear to lay your hands on him? It was obvious that Gu Tianyuan's injury had broken Bai Yanlong's heart. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. He is completely to blame for ending up like this. Wang Yu shook his head regretfully. If Bai Yanlang hadn't stepped in, Gu Tianyuan might have died. Sinner, you still dare to talk back. Bai Yanlang was enraged. Dad, you have to avenge me. Make sure you don't let him go. I want him to be 10 times worse off than me, 100 times worse off. Gu Tianyuan stared viciously at Wang Yu. If his eyes could kill, then Wang Yu would have died at least 100 times. Don't worry, son. I'll make him kneel in front of you and apologize. Bai Yanlong's complexion was cold as he took a step, and at the same time, a powerful aura surged towards Wang Yu like a mountain. Chapter 8, Wang Yu, I'll take care of it. The starburst level soul power was incomparably strong, and Wang Yu's face suddenly changed. He felt like a flat boat in a raging storm, with the possibility of shipwreck at any time. Stomp. He was forced back by the aura. Sinner, kneel down. Bai Yanlang let out a furious rebuke, his aura reaching its peak. Boom. Wang Yu felt like he was carrying a 1,000-pound weight on his body and struggling to move. However, Wang Yu still clenched his fists in death, refusing to give in. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, baring his face, and kept dripping onto the ground.
No se mischen.
Fine. Then I'll beat you until you give in. Bai Yanlang took a step towards Wang Yu, and the hand that was pinching his belt was rippling with veins. However, in the very next moment, a figure steeply appeared in front of Wang Yu. It was a middle-aged man in military uniform with an upright posture. With the appearance of this person, Wang Yu felt the pressure plummet. It was him. Wang Yu's heart fluttered. This is the same soldier who told Wang Yu that if he didn't have anywhere else to go to join the army. What does that mean? He's going to bail out Wang Yu? The appearance of the uniformed man rather stunned everyone. But again, the crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. This soldier's attire was only a general in the Qin City Defense Army. Instead, he was facing the deputy army chief of the hallowed Death God Legion. What kind of person can be stopped by an ordinary person? Even if the city lord came today, he wouldn't be able to protect Wang Yu. Lu Chongtan, are you going to stop me? Surprisingly, Shirayamaro knew the soldier. Aha! The middle-aged soldier known as Lu Chongtian nodded his head slightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. There was no fear shown at all because of Bai Yanlong's identity, status, or strength. I'm afraid this person has a great deal to offer. Wang Yu concluded that this soldier was bound to be no ordinary city defense army general. You! Bai Yanlang was first furious, but seemed to remember something and took a deep breath in an effort to calm down. You should know the relationship between me and Wang Yu. So this is my private business. You have no right to ask. Get out of my way. Wouldn't I be disgraced if you said let me? After Lu Chongtian dealt with Bai Yanlang, he turned to ask Wang Yu, what is your relationship? Wang Yu answered 2 words without thinking, hatred. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanlong's pupils shrunk. Little beast. Very good. Lu Changtian revealed a satisfied smile. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. So we are friends now. Lu Changtian stared at Bai Yanlang. When a friend is in trouble, I, Lu Changtian, cannot sit idly by. You! Bai Yanlang stretched out his hand, trembling, pointing at Lu Changtian, wanting to break out in curses. But the words could not come out of his mouth. Who the hell is Lu Changtian? Disliking the vice legionary of the Reaper Legion, the son-in-law of the Gu family, so much so that he couldn't even speak properly? Seeing this scene, the people around them were also confused. I didn't realize there was a reversal of events. Lu Changtian, don't you force me to fight you. After a long time, Bai Yanlang finally held his tongue. Come. I'd like to see how strong this relation of yours is. Starburst 4 stars or Starburst 5 stars. With this kind of strength as a deputy army chief, there's really no one else inside the Reaper. In the face of Bai Yanlang's threat, Lu Changtian disdained it. At the same time, Lu Changtian's body steeply erupted with an aura that targeted Bai Yanlang alone. Stomp. Bai Yanlang was struck by lightning and took many steps back one after another. Your cultivation level. Surprisingly, you've reached the Starburst 9 stars. It's fine if you know, I'll bail out Wang Yu. If you're not convinced, you can have Gu Shan come and talk to me personally. Shiranuro's cheeks flamed for a moment. Gu Shan was the Legion commander of the Death God Legion. And Lu Changtian clearly didn't put him in his eyes with these words. Go back and tell those old guys to wash their necks. The day I step into the kingdom will be the day to liquidate them. Lu Changtian's voice was incomparably cold and murderous, making Bai Yanlang feel like falling into an ice cave. He could sense that Lu Changtian had truly glimpsed the doorway to the king level. Lu Changtian, you can protect him for a moment, but you can't protect him for a lifetime. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yanlang landed his eyes on Wang Yu. Not daring to go toe-to-toe with Lu Changtian, he recorded the humiliation that Lu Changtian had brought to him on Wang Yu as well. He hated Wang Yu for making him lose face, and he hated Wang Yu for letting him suffer humiliation. Lu Changtian also looked deeply at Wang Yu and said slowly, I don't need to protect him for a lifetime, just for a moment's time. He can become an existence that you wouldn't dare to mess with. He had full confidence in Wang Yu. Just based on him? Gu Tianyuan acted unconvinced. A moment. Bai Yanlang laughed disdainfully as well. I'll give him 10, 20, 30 years, and it'll be hard for him to see my back. He looks at me like a frog in the bottom of a well looking at the sky. Obviously, he did not place Wang Yu in his eyes. He was a person from the past and deeply knew how hard it was to become a Starburst rank. Strength, talent, luck, and background are all missing. Took a lot for him to get to where he is today, too. Even more, Shirai Iwamuro has always been happy with his decision. If he hadn't chosen to hold on to the Gu family's thighs and instead chose to live with Wang Yu's mother, that mediocre woman, it was not even known if he could become a diamond-level powerhouse. Shirai Yankuro made this statement, but it was echoed by many. Indeed, if it was really that easy to rise, there wouldn't just be a dozen or so kings in the 200 million population of Great Xia. There are as many geniuses as there are people, countless, and how many of them can really rise to become the kings and lords of a party? What do you say? Lu Changtian didn't argue with Bai Yanlang, but asked Wang Yu. After a short silence, Wang Yu firmly replied, Bai Yanlang, within 10 years, I will definitely become an existence that you look up to and settle my grudge with you. His voice was not loud, but unmistakably firm. Wang Yu understands that things have come to this point. Each other has already made a deadly enmity. Whether he says these words or not, Bai Yanlang wants to get rid of him. Lu Changtian looked at Bai Yanlang with a smirk. Did you hear that? Good. I'm looking forward to the day you liquidate me. Bai Yanlang gave a meaningful smile, then turned around and left. Dad, who is he? Gu Tianyuan asked suspiciously. Go back. But Wang Yu, I said go back and talk. Bai Yanlang glanced coldly at Gu Tianyuan. Gu Tianyuan was stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen Shiranuro give himself such a look. Suddenly there was some trepidation. Yukin must live. I must wash away today's shame with my own hands. With a vicious glance at Wang Yu, Gu Tianyuan hurriedly followed Bai Yanlang. Gone. Looking at the figures of the two leaving, Wang Yu secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was still under a lot of pressure to face Shiroyamuro. Just a voice in his mind kept reminding him not to give in. Not to give in. Wang Yu, what are your plans next? Lu Changtian looked towards Wang Yu, looking forward to Wang Yu's answer. Wang Yu looked at the principals of the major colleges. As a result, the crowd's eyes hastily dodged. The relationship between Wang Yu and Bai Yanlang is already well known. It can be said that the situation is like fire and water, which is difficult to resolve. Lu Chongtian, as a Starburst 9-star powerhouse, could be unafraid of Bai Yanlang as well as the Gu family, but they couldn't. No matter how talented Wang Yu was, they wouldn't dare to recruit him. Give more money than you can take. Of course, it's to sharpen yourself and improve your strength. Wang Yu looked at Lu Chongtian. General Lu, I wonder if I can join the army? Wang Yu also knew his situation, and it seemed that this was the only way out. Sure. Lu Chongtian nodded gently. However, there is one thing I want to remind you: the military relies on strength to speak. You won't be given special treatment because of your talent. In the military, if you want to get the supplies to improve your strength, you rely on merit. Understood. Wang Yu nodded heavily. I am willing to join the army. I don't need special treatment. I just need to be able to kill demons. With the soon-to-be unlocked looting talent in place, Wang Yu believed that his strength would increase even faster on the battlefield. At those words, Lu Chongtian smiled. You do have a passion. Who the hell is Lu Chongtian? You seem to be afraid of him? A helicopter took off from Qin City. On the airplane, Gu Tianyuan clenched his fists and asked in disbelief. He is a madman. Even more so, because of something, he has a deadly enmity with the Gu family. Then the family didn't get rid of him? Gu Tianyuan was puzzled. Many of the people who had feuded with the Gu family had grass 2 meters high in their graves. Tried it and gave up after 2 Starburst-class powerhouses died. Starburst-level powerhouses have fallen. Gu Tianyuan was shocked beyond belief. Starburst powerhouses were strong enough to serve as the lord of a party city. That was a big person who ruled over millions of people. Cultivating one would require a great deal of effort, and the death of one would be a big event. Lu Chongtian is still at large after killing the Gu family's Starburst-level powerhouse? Gu Tianyuan couldn't believe this was true. The Gu family, as a powerful family in the imperial capital, was in control of the Death God's Legion and had countless strong men. So few people would dare to mess with them, much less suffer such a great loss. Bai Yanlang sighed helplessly and said feebly, if possible, the Gu family certainly won't stop there. However, Lu Chongtian used to serve as the vice commander of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, and his strength and background are not weak, so there is nothing the Gu family can do. Chapter 9. I have only one son. Tests of the Demon Hunters. A man that even the Gu family can't do anything about. After hearing Bai Yanlang's words, Gu Tianyuan fell silent. He truly realized how powerful Lu Chongtian was. But Wang Yu, thinking about the humiliation he had suffered in the academy, Gu Tianyuan clenched his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Don't worry. Daddy will help you out with this. When Wang Yu was mentioned, Bai Yanlang's eyes flashed with an icy color. Only if Wang Yu dies can I get out of this. Gu Tianyuan looked grim. You wouldn't be able to give up, would you? Bai Yanlang froze for a moment, then shook his head. Silly child. What are you talking about? How could you possibly not be able to part with it? What kind of thing is Wang Yu? In my heart, you are the only son I have. Saying that, Bai Yan petted Gu Tianyuan's head. However, he did not notice a flash of disgust in Gu Tianyuan's lowered eyes. Almost there. Up ahead is our destination for this trip. At noon, a military vehicle pulled into a military camp. Lu Chongtian looked out the window and said slowly, General Lu, this doesn't seem to be a camp for the City Defense Army? Wang Yu looked through the window of the car but did not spot the large flag of the City Defense Force. Even the sergeants who came and went were not in the common City Defense Army garb. That was a careful observation. It is indeed not the City Defense Force here, but the Demon Hunting Corps. Lu Chongtian gave Wang Yu a deep look. The Demon Hunters. Wang Yu's pupils snapped at his words. A city's defense force is generally divided into 2 types. The first is the City Defense Force. Usually large in number and varying in strength, they are primarily responsible for the defense of the city, policing, and other tasks. The second, on the other hand, is the elite of the army selected to form a combat establishment called the Demon Hunting Regiment. There's a lot of information about the townies circulating on the internet. There were many strong people within the Demon Suppression Corps. Silver level was only the threshold to join. The captains within each squad were at least gold level in strength, and there were even platinum level powerhouses. That's pretty scary. One should know that a silver-ranked powerhouse placed in the City Defense Army could serve as a centurion in command of 100 men. and the main duties of the Demon Hunting Corps are scouting, decapitation, sniping, and other missions with extremely high risk factors, directly fighting demons. To paraphrase Old Lee, the demon hunters played the elite. General Liu, you brought me to the Demon Hunting Corps. Could it be? Possibility came to Wang Yu's mind. I've watched you strike twice, and in terms of combat strength you are not in the least bit weaker than a silver-ranked contractor. With this kind of strength, it would be a waste of time to be thrown into the boot camp, so I would like to recommend you to join the Demon Hunting Regiment directly. Although the Lay Demon Hunting Regiment often fights demons and is very dangerous, there are also more chances to gain merit. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. Fighting demons, isn't that what he wants? Thanks for the promotion, General. Oh, don't thank me yet. Lu Changtian shook his head. I'm only offering you an opportunity. As to whether you can successfully join the Demon Hunting Corps and become a member of the Demon Hunting Squad, it will depend on whether you can pass the captain's test. Wang Yu's gaze flickered. Wanting to join the demon hunting troop was really not that easy. But he had confidence in his own strength. Within a short time, the military vehicle stopped at a wide playground. When Wang Yu and Lu Changshi got out of the car, they saw 4 figures standing in front of the car. The 4 people, both male and female, stood erect in their combat uniforms. Out of politeness, Wang Yu just swept a glance and quickly shifted his gaze. When the 4 saw Lu Changtian, they saluted at the same time. Gathered you all here to recommend a new member to you. Lu Changtian slightly sidestepped his body, giving way to Wang Yu. After hearing Lu Changtian's words, all 4 of them focused their eyes on Wang Yu. Wang Yu, these 4 are the members of the Demon Hunting Regiment's Dawn-Breaking Squad. Captain Qin Feng, Vice Captain Wu Lei, Team Member Zhou Yu, and Team Member Han Yi. While Lu Changtian introduced them, Wang Yu looked at them one by one. Captain Qin Feng had a cold face, tall stature, and powerful aura. Vice Captain Wu Lei, who was average in appearance, smiled amicably after feeling Wang Yu's gaze, and half of Zhou Yu's face was hidden under the windproof mask. But from her eyes, Wang Yu read out 4 words: "Please do not approach." Han Yi, on the other hand, was a pale-faced youth with sleepy eyes that looked listless. General, I wonder which team Wang Yu belonged to before? Qin Feng, the leader of the Dawnbreaker Squad, inquired about the situation. There is no team. His name is Wang Yu, a graduating senior from Qinchang No. 1 High School, and the contracted undead are zombie. Lu Changtian answered truthfully. What? Without any teams? Isn't that just a pure newbie? Just graduated from high school? Which means you just completed the contract ceremony. And the strength is just bronze 1 star. After hearing Lu Changtian's words, several members of the Dawnbreaker Squad were confused and couldn't help but make a shocked sound. General, could it be that Wang Yu has some special relationship with you? After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but inquire. He subconsciously treated Wang Yu as a relation. General, with all due respect, no matter what relationship Wang Yu has with you, you shouldn't directly allow Wang Yu to cross over the city guard's training to come directly to the Demon Suppression Corps. Wu Lei's warm face rarely showed a serious expression. The mission carried out by the Demon Hunting Corps is very dangerous and difficult. The chances of a child who graduated from high school surviving is less than 10%. You're not helping this child. You're hurting this child. You're all mistaken. Lu Changtian shook his head helplessly. Although I don't have a relationship with Wang Yu, I don't have a deep grudge either. Much less would I victimize him. I only brought him here because I think he is a buildable talent, and throwing him into the city guards will bury him. At these words, the crowd fell silent. The gaze towards Wang Yu was a little more suspicious. A teenager who contracted a zombie, one of the 3 wastes of the undead, and you're telling me that this is a viable talent? Are you kidding me? Qin Feng said, General, wouldn't such a genius be buried if he joined our Dawnbreaker Squad? How about? Enough. Lu Changtian interrupted Qin Feng. Aren't you just worried that Wang Yu isn't strong enough? To be honest, Wang Yu may not have been able to reach the level of an elite member, but he has definitely reached the standard for joining the Demon Hunting Corps as well. You guys could have tested Wang Yu according to the standard for recruiting standard new members. The words stopped here as Qin Feng said, if Wang Yu can pass our test, I will agree to him joining our Dawnbreaker Squad. Lu Changtian didn't directly agree, but looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what do you think? I am willing to undergo the test. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. From the conversation between the 2 sides, Wang Yu could tell that the Dawnbreaker Squad was very unusual. After all, not everyone could bargain with Lu Changtian. Joining the Dawnbreaker Squad would only be good for you, no harm. Old Wu, you test it. Qin Feng directly assigned the vice captain. Wu Lei smiled wistfully. The young man answered dryly, hey, but still too young to know the evils of the world. Today I'm going to give you a good lesson. Chapter 10. This world is crazy. Wang Yu is actually a thunderbolt Dharma king? Team Wu, I don't know what your assessment is? Wang Yu asked curiously. We don't look at talent in the military camp. We only look at strength. So, I'm going to see how strong you are, and your test will consist of holding out under my attacks for 5 minutes. Wu Lei spread his palms solemnly. Wang Yu nodded in understanding. And then? What then? If you can hold on for 5 minutes, it's considered that you've passed the examination. Wu Lei was somewhat speechless. This kid doesn't think it's easy to last 5 minutes under me. Does he? Really? Ignorant and fearless. On the side, Han Yi shook his head somewhat breathlessly. In the beginning, his silver 3-star strength had used all his strength to barely hold on for 5 minutes, and he had laid in bed for 2 days afterwards before getting out of bed. Wang Yu, a bronze 1-star who had just contracted the undead, still dared to ask then? Then it's just a matter of finding a hospital to stay in bed and recuperate. That, I didn't mean anything else. After noticing the strange gazes of the crowd, Wang Yu also realized that he had been abrupt and scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, let's not waste time. Let's get ready to start. After Wu Lei finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the middle of the playground. Wang Yu also walked over and stopped at a place more than 20 meters away from Wu Lei. Lu Chongtian, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, Han Yi and the others were standing outside the field, looking forward to Wang Yu's performance. Fuse your undead. As Wu Lei's words fell, the power of his soul erupted from his body, setting off a gust of wind. In the next moment, a black light burst out from Wu Lei's body. Roar! An angry growl sounded, and the black glow dissipated. Wang Yu fixed his eyes and saw that Wu Lei had disappeared, and in his place was a giant bear that was over 3 meters tall with white bones. In Wang Yu's mind, information about the undead that Wu Lei had transformed into also quickly surfaced. Bone Bear, be strength undead, specializes in strength and can communicate with the power of the earth to unleash powerful magic. And Wang Yu also felt an extremely strong oppressive force. He understood that even if he went all out, he was definitely not a match for Wu Lei. Don't be afraid. Even though I'm a silver 9-star, I only use my silver 5-star strength. Just then, the bone bear opened its mouth, and Wu Lei's voice came out. Before the voice fell, the aura on the bone bear's body weakened a great deal. This way I will be able to fight. Wang Yu felt the pressure plummet and regained his confidence. Please enlighten Captain Wu. Wang Yu took a deep breath and unleashed his soul power to communicate with the general, and a powerful force was integrated into Wang Yu's body. Boom! In an instant, Wang Yu completed the fusion. This guy of the undead is really a zombie? It's kind of cool after the fusion. Huh? Far away. Qin Feng, Zhou Yu and Han Yi, who saw Wang Yu transform for the first time, all had the same thought. It is well known that the undead are almost always ghastly, and after fusion transformations, humans can be hideous. At this time, Wang Yu, however, had long hair. His skin was a healthy wheat color. His muscles were well proportioned and powerful. His eyes were glowing, and those 4 slightly long fangs were not only not hideous, but also added a bit of a demonic feeling. This was by far the most handsome undead they had ever seen. Wang Yu was extremely fast, swift as the wind. In less than the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wu Lei, and with a fist blast, the air made an unbearable whimpering sound. The force of this punch was not bad. Wu Lei was shocked in his heart. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Wu Lei, as a silver 9-star powerhouse with rich combat experience and notable eyesight, immediately realized that with Wang Yu's punch, the attack should have reached the silver level. Roar! The white bone giant bear incarnated by Wu Lei let out a low roar and swung his pot-sized white bone bear paw to slap on Wang Yu's fist, coming hard against him. Boo! An invisible wave of air erupted with the two at the center, setting off a puff of smoke and dust, followed by the shogun incarnated by Wang Yu and the white bone giant bear incarnated by Wu Lei retreating one after another. Wang Yu took 3 steps back and Wu Lei took 2. It might seem like the power of the two sides did not match, but don't forget that Wang Yu's soul power level was only bronze 1-star. General, did Wang Yu really just contract the undead? Far away, Han Yi's eyes widened, long gone from his previous state of laziness. Wang Yu's performance really surprised him. Beside him, the pupils of Zhou Yu, whose face was hidden under a face mask, also flickered with unbelief. With just this move, she concluded that Wang Yu's power was not much weaker than hers. I saw it with my own eyes. Can it still be false? Lu Chongtian's face was also filled with emotion. Wang Yu's performance was too surprising to him. Not to mention that powerful thunder method, the power that erupted at this moment was already comparable to a silver 4-star. This kid, he's evil. Being the one involved, Wu Lei felt his arms sore and his bare paws numb. Everyone else was shocked at Wang Yu's strength, but he was even more shocked at the strength of Wang Yu's physique. He felt like he had just slapped that slap on a super strong alloy and was injured by the force of the recoil. Captain Wu, are you okay? Wang Yu vaguely noticed Wu Lei's unnaturalness and asked with concern. What are you talking about? I'm fine as can be. You didn't think it hurt me, did you? Wu Lei controlled the bone bear to shake its head and act disdainful. He didn't dare show any discomfort, because silver 9 stars suffered a loss under the hands of a bronze 1 star. If this was spread out, he couldn't afford to lose that person. It's hard. If he doesn't say, who knows? It seems that I was overthinking. A flash of embarrassment flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. But the punch you just threw was enough to have the power of a silver 4-star, very rare for your age. However, it's not even close to hurting me. If you only have this much strength, it won't be easy to last 5 minutes under me, Wu Lei said rather proudly. However, those in the know he's faking it. But Wang Yu didn't have the experience of fighting against a strong person, so he could believe it. He couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being a silver 9-star powerhouse. It's really powerful. Looks like I have to go all out. Facing Wu Lei, a silver 9-star powerhouse, Wang Yu felt that he could only take out his own crushing thunder technique in order to fight with one of them, right? Didn't you go all out just now? Wu Lei was surprised when he heard this. Please, a zombie undead is just a zombie undead. It's already outrageous to be this strong. Okay, go all out. I want to see how strong your undead really are. Out of the crowd, Wu Lei can't bow down to a newcomer. Wang Yu's hands formed a seal and his lips trembled. Is this going to use necromancy? Wu Lei, Qinfeng, Zhou Yu, Han Yi, and the others all had such thoughts. Don't say. A zombie that could release undead magic was also the first time the crowd had seen it. Rumble. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning and a thunderclap resounded through the heavens. Why is it thundering for a good reason? Wu Lei was being surprised when he suddenly glanced at Wang Yu, who was casting spells, and a thought arose in his mind. Crap, this thunder was summoned by Wang Yu? No way. It's a well-known fact that thunder is the nemesis of the undead. Click. Right at this moment, Wang Yu reached out and pointed his hand, and an arm-thick purple electric light split straight towards Wu Lei. Wu Lei's heart shook madly. Really? He can really control thunder. This world is so crazy. The undead actually became the Thunder Lord? Chapter 11 Wang Yu, Son of God? Bear Soul Asylum. Facing the rolling heavenly thunder, Wu Lei didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness and directly released the Bone Bear's strongest defense skill. Only the earth-colored earth power and the pitch-black power of the dead formed a shield in front of Bone Bear's body, as if it was an eggshell enveloping him. With the addition of this skill, his defense would get an extremely strong boost. Even if he cast this skill with his silver 5-star soul power, a silver 6-star attack wouldn't be able to break his defense. Click. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple thunder instantly crushed the shield, followed by the still thumb-thin thunder that didn't enter the Bone Bear's body. Then, electricity arcs flickered on the white bone giant bear incarnated by Wu Lei, and his torso couldn't help but tremble. Wu Lei was also a man, clenching his teeth and not letting out any screams. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the people outside the arena couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Everyone understood that Wu Lei should be in pain at this moment. But he doesn't say. General, where on earth did you find this freak? Han Yi couldn't help but ask in a small voice. The ability Wang Yu displayed at this time was truly astonishing. A bronze-level contractor had embarrassed Wu Lei so much? Isn't that a little too anticlimactic? As I said, Wang Yu was only a student in the first middle school before. Lu Chongtian smiled faintly. I see that your squad has been drifting a bit lately as well, so it's just time for Wang Yu to teach you a lesson. As soon as the words fell on this side, there was a rumbling sound of thunder that shook the sky, and a streak of purple lightning loomed. Gollum, Qinfeng, Zhou Yu, and Han Yi's faces were all unpleasant. If Wang Yu came at him like that again, would Wu Lei still be able to withstand it? Captain, I don't think there's any need for further testing anymore. Is there? Just as the crowd was worried, Wang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Instead of immediately descending the thunder spell, he stared at the white-boned giant bear incarnated by Wu Lei and asked. After a short silence, Wu Lei slowly spoke. Indeed, there is no need to proceed, I lost. Wu Lei's voice was filled with a strong sense of frustration. He unexpectedly gave up on Wang Yu's test directly. What? The vice captain conceded defeat. At the edge of the field, Han Yi had an incredulous look on his face. The thunder power released by Wang Yu is not weak. If old Wu wants to go next, he definitely has to go all out to do so, and according to the previous rules, using a power that exceeds the silver 5-star will be considered as old Wu's loss. On the side, Captain Qin Feng Su said, so, by directly admitting defeat, old Wu is still a bit more decent. If it wasn't for General Liu personally bringing Wang Yu here, I wouldn't have been able to believe that Wang Yu's true strength is only bronze 1-star no matter what. Zhou Yu's voice had changed quite a bit from before. It's like two pieces of old bark rubbing together, and it makes your ears sore. Han Yi said, Sister Yu, it's still your real voice that sounds good. That clip sound from before. I can't help but laugh when I hear it. Scram! Zhou Yu rolled her eyes widely, and at this point, both Wang Yu and Wu Lei also lifted their respective fusion states and came in front of the crowd. Captain Qin Feng stepped forward. Wang Yu, welcome to the Dawnbreaking Squad. I am Captain Qin Feng, Class B Undead Abomination Contractor, Soul Power Gold 2-star. A Gold 2-star? A flash of surprise flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. A Gold 2-star could be a principal in Qinchang No. 1 Middle School where he graduated. And in the Demon Hunters, it's just the captain. Sure enough, the Demon Hunters are all elites. Dawn Squad member Han Yi, Class A Undead Vengeful Soul Contractor Han Yi, Soul Power Silver 7 stars. Welcome. After Qin Feng, the youth with a pale face that looked very weak walked forward. So it is a ghost-type undead contractor, no wonder it looks so weak. Wang Yu drifted off. Humans would more or less inherit some of the traits of the undead after contracting them. The undead soul power of the Spectre class was very powerful, which was why Han Yi's body looked a bit weak. Even after turning on undead fusion, Han Yi's body would be completely spectral, immune to most physical attacks. Zhou Yu, Banshee, Silver 7 stars. Finally, the only woman in the group came up as well. This time, Zhou Yu likewise didn't deliberately hairpin, but said in her real voice, it's like two pieces of old bark rubbing together. And it became so because of the fusion of the Banshee. When the others finished their introductions, Wang Yu also opened his mouth slowly. Slightly shy. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Yu, a high school student who just graduated. My soul power is currently bronze 1-star. And my contracted undead is a C-rank undead zombie. Stop! Suddenly, Vice Captain Wu Lei interrupted Wang Yu. Wang Yu? Team Wu, what's wrong? You tell me who rated your undead as C-rank. I have 2 words to say to him, Wu Lei asked very depressed. To be able to summon thunder and to be able to burst out with an attack power comparable to that of a silver 7-star at bronze 1-star, and you're telling me it's a C-rank zombie? That's right. There's absolutely no way Wang Yu's undead could be C-ranked. Captain Qin Feng nodded with a grave expression on his face. I had once seen an S-ranked undead contractor during a contracting ceremony, and at that time, the attack power he erupted with was just close to silver rank. Although Han Yi and Zhou Yu didn't say much, they nodded with great approval. They also absolutely did not believe that Wang Yu's undead were C-grade zombies. It's true that Wang Yu's undead are not S-ranked. Lu Chongtian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. I think it should be S+ grade. General, is there this level? Wang Yu could not help but ask curiously. Lu Chongtian nodded his head affirmatively. There is such a level as S+, but it's just that it hasn't been announced to the public. And with my authority, I don't know if there's anyone who's actually been assessed at the level of S+. So mysterious? The crowd was stunned. Lu Chongtian was a general of the Empire, but there were actually things he couldn't touch. If you guys knew the other name for S+, it would make sense. Lu Chongtian took in the stunned expressions of the crowd and smiled faintly. What else is there to call it, General? Yes, don't sell yourself short. The crowd showed eagerness, and Wu Lei and Han Yi couldn't help but be curious and ask questions directly. After a slight contemplation, Lu Chongtian slowly uttered a name. Sequence of Gods. Hiss. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. God represents supremacy, overlooking all beings and omnipotence. So far, this level of existence was only legendary. However, everyone knew that if the Great Xia really gave birth to a deity, it would certainly be able to swat away the demons and return the world to a peaceful and prosperous world. Wang Yu realized that the gazes of Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, Han Yi and the others looking at him became hot and rolling, as if they were looking at rare treasures.
Chapter 12 Softrisse General bei Yan Lang.
Wang Yu's crisis. Captain, Lieutenant, and everyone else. I'm under a lot of pressure with you guys looking at me like that. Wang Yu's two hands were entangled together, somewhat nowhere to be found. Haha. I say you guys shouldn't put too much pressure on Wang Yu. Besides, this is just my personal thought, to really want to rate S+ grade is to be assessed in layers. Lu Changtian laughed. Right now, Wang Yu's identity is just a new member of your dawn-breaking squad. Next, you on the other hand, have to find ways to improve your tacit understanding with each other and quickly break in. You know, there's a lot more for you to do. Saying that, Lu Changtian's expression gradually became serious. Yes. Qin Feng nodded heavily. We will definitely train Wang Yu properly, so that he will become an elite warrior in a short period of time. Good. I'm looking forward to that day. Lu Changtian nodded in satisfaction, then left the training ground. Wang Yu, we're going to start formal training next. Are you ready? After Lu Changtian left, Qin Feng asked seriously. Captain, I don't want to train. I just want to go into battle and kill the enemy. Wang Yu replied seriously and earnestly. It was important to realize that the main reason he chose to join the army was because he could kill demons. He couldn't really handle it if he was actually trained for months at a time. Good boy with courage. Qin Feng appreciated. However, your request does not conflict with what we train for. As the most elite team in Qin City, our training goals have always been based on actual combat. So, our true training ground is in the ruins outside the city, where the demons are our whetstone. Qin Feng's voice gradually became agitated. That's just great. Wang Yu's eyes lit up and he said in a loud voice, I am always ready. Good. Then let's leave now and head outside the city to hunt demons. Half a day later, Imperial Capital. The helicopter landed on the tarmac of Gu's house. By Yanlang, Gu Tianyuan and his father and son had just stepped off the airplane, when they saw a charming and beautiful woman hurrying to the front of the father and son. To be exact, it came to Gu Tianyuan's body. The woman's eyes were filled with concern, and in her eyes there was only Gu Tianyuan. Shiranuro on the sidelines was like air. Tianyuan, show mommy. The beautiful woman looked Gu Tianyuan up and down, her eyes filled with heartache. Gu Tianyuan said, Mom, I'm already fine. It's just that my undead suffered a heavy blow, and I won't be able to summon them for a short period of time. The undead suffered a heavy wound. How could they be fine with such a serious injury? But don't worry. I've already spent $100 million and purchased a soul-nourishing grass to heal your injuries, the beautiful woman said with concern. Thanks, Mom. Gu Tianyuan grinned. At that moment, the beautiful woman finally landed her eyes on Bai Yanlang's body. Huma. Shiranuro was wearing a gentle smile. There was no doubt that this beautiful woman was the pearl of the imperial capital Gu family, Gu Yanran, and the most powerful woman in the imperial capital. Without Gu Yanyan, there would be no Bai Yanlang today. You're still laughing? I really don't understand why you still have the face to laugh. To Bai Yanlang's surprise, Gu Yanyan opened her mouth to chastise. His smile froze on his face. As a Starburst-level powerhouse, the deputy chief of the Death God Legion, one of the top 10 legions in Grand Xia, you can't even protect your son's safety? What are you doing? If I were you, why don't you just find a piece of tofu to crash into and a noodle to hang yourself? Gu Yanyan didn't show the slightest bit of scorn because of Bai Yanlang's identity, status, or strength. Huma, let me explain, Bai Yanlang said bitterly. First of all, I indeed did not expect that the undead contracted by that sinful bastard Wang Yu to be so powerful, instantly defeating and heavily injuring Tianyuan. Secondly, I really wanted to avenge Tianyuan. I even wanted to strike down that sinner Wang Yu. If it wasn't for Lu Changtian's meddling, I would have already succeeded. At the mention of this matter, Bai Yanlang's heart was also in a fury. I didn't expect an unexpected reunion 3 years later, but I was taught a lesson by Wang Yu. Don't tell me what happened. I only care about the outcome. What did you say about Tianyuan? What about Wang Yu? Gu Yanran questioned in a cold voice. This. Bai Yanlang was ashamed. In the end, Tianyuan was injured, and Wang Yu was taken away by Lu Changtian and got away with it. Having said that, Bai Yanlang no longer dared to look at Gu Yanran's aggressive gaze. Don't look at others before is a Starshine-level powerhouse, is also one of the 10 Army Corps Deputy Army Chief. In the Great Summer is also the premier big man, the scenery is infinite. But, in front of Gu Yanran, but he couldn't lift his head at all. Because, for him to be able to have today, he relied on Gu Yanyan's full support. Otherwise, he was still an unknown demon hunter in Qin City, an unnamed undead indentured servant. More than likely, he died long ago at the hands of the devil to make money. Haha. Shiranuro, you still know that the person who hurt my son is still at large, huh? Gu Yanran sneered. Then what are you still standing here for? Shouldn't you take the head of that sinner to make amends to my son? Saying that, Gu Yanran's complexion steeply turned cold, and the temperature in the air plummeted, as if it had come from the scorching heat to the deep fall. Hiss! Gu Tianyuan involuntarily shivered and clasped his hands over his shoulders. Mom! Don't be angry. In fact, this matter is not my father's fault. If you want to blame, you should also blame Lu Changtian. Otherwise Wang Yu would have already died. Moreover, on his way back, my dad also deployed his trusted and beloved men to Qin City, intending to secretly do away with Wang Yu. Really? Gu Yanyan looked at Bai Yanlang after hearing these words. Truly, it is estimated that in another half a day, we will be able to arrive at Qin City. Bai Yanlang nodded solemnly. It's your son on one side and your son on the other. Are you really willing to lay down a harsh hand? Gu Yanran asked again. Shiranuro suddenly laughed. Cold smile. Hehe, Wang Yu is also worthy of being my son? In my heart, there is only one son like Tianyuan. Back then, if it wasn't for Tianyuan begging me, letting me keep Wang Yu as a plaything, I would have long since wiped him out. At the mention of that year's events, Shiranuro felt a pang of regret. If he had known this, he should not have allowed Wang Yu to commit suicide by throwing himself into the river in the first place, but should have thrown him into a cage and fed him to those demonic pets bred by Gu Tianyuan. Count that you still have a bit of bearing. However, Wang Yu has joined the army after all. Your people must be careful and do not leave any loose ends in their work. Otherwise it will lead to no small amount of trouble. After a pause, Gu Yanyan added, After all, Lu Changtian is a madman, and no one knows what will happen if you piss him off. Bai Yanlang smiled faintly. Yanan, just wait for Wang Yu's death in peace. Those few henchmen, I haven't used them for a long time and won't leave any handles. Chapter 13. Practical Training. Full alert. Humph, if you can't even do this little thing well, I don't think you need to be the vice commander of the Death God Legion. Gu Yanran faintly snorted coldly. She's still bossy. However, Shiryamuro knew that the woman was not speaking in anger. She was truly capable of removing him from his position as the vice legionary of the Death Legion. Yan, don't worry. I'll make sure that this matter is done properly. He patted himself on the back. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred for Wang Yu to the extreme. This damned sinner almost killed old me. Tianyuan, let's go. Your grandpa hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you a lot. Gu Yanran doted on Gu Tianyuan's hand. The old man is out? On the side, surprise flashed in Bai Yanlong's eyes. Out. After a pause, Gu Yanyan added, This time, the old master's soul power has made great progress again, and is not far from the king realm. Great. Bai Yanlang gave an exhilarated wave of his fist. Doesn't that mean it won't be long before we can clean up Lu Changtian? The day the elder master breaks through to the king realm will be the day Lu Changtian does, and there's no way the Gu family's blood debt will be settled just like that. Gu Yanran's expression was icy cold. However, you must keep this matter quiet. When the old master successfully breaks through to the king realm, then we will ruthlessly clean up Lu Changtian, so that he doesn't have any chance of turning the tables. I understand. Bai Yanlang nodded solemnly. I'll go pay my respects to the old man. However, Gu Yanran, shook her head. You forget about it. When will you clean up your own affairs? When will you say it again? You should know that the old man favors Tianyuan. After saying that, Gu Yanyan gradually faded away with Gu Tianyuan. From the beginning to the end, she treated Shiranuro with a condescending, overlooking stance. Bai Yanlang is less like a husband in her eyes and more like a subordinate, and the kind that comes and goes as he is called. Bai Yanlang clenched his fists fiercely and looked at Gu Yanran's back, hatred flashing in his eyes. What's wrong with joining a family? Don't you have any human rights? Should dignity be trampled on? Gu Yanran, Gu family, one day, I, Bai Yanlang, will trample you all under my feet, and the humiliation that I have suffered all these years will be returned tenfold and 100-fold. Shirayamaro's teeth were gritted. Wang Yu, that dilapidated town in front of you is your training ground. Outside the ruined town dozens of miles away from Qin City. Qin Feng said to Wang Yu. What do I have to do? Wang Yu asked in disbelief. Kill all the demons in the town. Qin Feng replied in a deep voice. Kill them all? Wang Yu's expression steeply became serious. Woohoo! Right at this moment, a mournful wind sound blew past everyone's ears, and immediately after, a translucent silhouette silently appeared in front of Wang Yu's eyes. He was none other than Han Yi, who was disguised as an undead. Captain, the investigation is clear. There are around 120 bronze-level imps in the town, along with 3 silver-level brute force demons. Finally, Han Yi landed his gaze on Wang Yu. Captain, the number of demons is more than we predicted. Wang Yu alone may not be able to put all of these demons to death. And at this point, Captain Qin Feng also frowned slightly. Normally a dozen or 2 dozen demons in a town of this size would be about right. It was obvious that the number of demons in the middle of this town greatly exceeded their expectations. Can Wang Yu still deal with it? You have to know that the battlefield is not a dueling contest, and a little carelessness can kill you. And the levels of bronze, silver, gold, and platinum are still very much in fear of a sea of people. More than 100 demons swarming around. Even Qin Feng, a gold-level powerhouse, was a bit terrified. It's better to change places. Qin Feng thought like this. Captain, I want to try. Before Qin Feng could voice out his thoughts, Wang Yu unexpectedly volunteered to fight. Hearing Wang Yu's words, everyone was surprised. Wang Yu, it's true that your strength far exceeds that of your class, but there are more than 100 demons in here, and there are also 3 silver-level brute force demons, so it's hard to deal with them, Zhou Yu said in a harsh voice. But Wang Yu could feel the concern hidden in Zhou Yu's words. Wang Yu also heard out that Zhou Yu, in order to preserve his pride, only said difficult to deal with instead of impossible for you to defeat. Wang Yu, I think Zhou Yu has a point, we should train in a different place. Wu Lei thought that training was not a death sentence. There was really no need to die here. However, Wang Yu was already attracted by the more than 100 bronze-level demons here and couldn't move a step. Unlocking just 1 lightning mastery talent made his attack power comparable to a silver 6-star. What if he unlocked the plunder talent again? Wang Yu believed that his strength would be another surge. Besides, with Shogun's characteristics, he might not be unable to decimate all the demons in the town by himself. It just takes some time. I still want to give it a try, but don't worry, if I'm really no match, I'll be sure to withdraw quickly. Wang Yu showed persistence. Truly a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. Han Yi shook his head slightly. In his opinion, Wang Yu's decision was really no different from giving away his head. And Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu and the others made a burst of eye contact. Fine, then try. But let me warn you beforehand, your decision is a dangerous one. Even if I face so many demons, my life might be in danger. Qin Feng warned Wang Yu one last time. Thanks, Captain, don't worry. I'll never make unnecessary sacrifices. Wang Yu nodded heavily, then turned resolutely and walked towards the town. This kid's decision was a bit reckless, but this boldness is admirable. Looking at Wang Yu's distant back, Vice Captain Wu Lei suddenly smiled. Indeed, seeing him reminds me of myself back then, just as ignorant and fond of impulsiveness. After Qin Feng sighed, he commanded in a deep voice. Everyone lurk close. Zhou Yu is always ready with an anti-magic shield, and at the critical moment, put it on Wang Yu. Han Yi, you are a ghost-type undead that specializes in concealment and sneaking, so you will lurk in the shadows and appear when Wang Yu can't deal with the demons to help him fend them off. After a pause, Qin Feng looked at Wu Lei. As for the 2 of us, we are always ready to rush into the town and bring Wang Yu out. As the words fell, Qin Feng's body began to emit a black glow, and his entire body expanded as if it were a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he became a 4 or 5 meter tall horrifying creature with yellow-green skin, looking very similar to the Hulk, with the difference being a bald head, a dorsal fin on his back, and a pile of fat on his body. Abomination. B rank undead. Specialties, strength, defense. Chapter 14. Unlocking new talents. After the captain fused the undead, 2 more strands of soul power erupted. Vice Captain Wu Lei shifted into a white-boned giant bear about the same height as the abomination. The only female member of the team, Zhou Yu, on the other hand, turned into a semi-spiritual state similar to Han Yi's, her body somewhat illusory, her long silver hair falling to her waist, and her eyes, a pair of them, turning silver. Banshee, B rank undead. Specialties: necromancy, spirit magic. And at this point, Wang Yu had already fused the shogun and walked into the town, when a silent and desolate atmosphere spread out. The dilapidated houses were seen to be crumbling, some with roofs that had caved in, revealing empty frames. The streets, paved with debris and rubble, were overgrown with weeds, with the occasional hardy wildflower swaying in the wind, adding a faint touch of life to the desolation. Directly in front of Wang Yu was an ancient clock tower, with a huge hand resting at 4:25, as if time was frozen here as well. Knock knock. A low, melodious bell suddenly rang out. Wang Yu's pupils shrunk. He saw a single black shadow fly out of the bell tower and lunge at Wang Yu with a twist in the air. There were as many as 40 or 50 of them. The creatures were short and dark, but bore a pair of black fleshy wings that allowed them to fly. Their heads were slightly larger, with a pair of curved ram's horns protruding from the top of their heads, sharp and pointed. The scarlet gaze revealed cunning, cruelty, and greed. The wide mouth was open, revealing sharp fangs. Imp, lower-level demon. But the real strength is also enough to crush a C-rank undead contractor of the same level. The news related to it quickly surfaced in Wang Yu's mind, and at the same time, he quickly cupped his hands to seal. Dozens of imps have been alerted in an instant. Come on, we need to go faster. Outside the town, Qin Feng saw the demon that was like a black cloud at a glance and hurriedly spoke out. One must know that even if he were to face these imp attacks, he would have to avoid them. The others did not say a single word of nonsense, but ran towards Wang Yu with all their might. Even in Zhou Yu's mouth, from time to time, a sharp sound was emitted, and the power of the soul began to coalesce. She's brewing a magic shield. Rumble. But, in the very next moment, a sound of thunder shook heaven and earth. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Han Yi, and Zhou Yu were all stunned. They saw dozens of electric lights appear out of nowhere above the town, landing as if they were heavenly punishments. Ouch! In a terrified scream, those dozens of imps instantly turned into flying dust. The crowd couldn't help but stop and look at each other in disbelief. Gollum. Vice Captain Wu Lei swallowed hard. Wang Yu can actually release so much thunder at once? He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he opened such a big move when he tested against Wang Yu. I'm afraid there's not even a scrap of bone left, right? Too strong. You're the one who said he's gold level and I believe it. Han Yi smacked his lips. Wang Yu's gold is still rising. This attack that kills dozens of bronze-level demons in a second may not be possible for many gold-level undead contractors. Qin Feng shook his head with a grave expression. Unless it's an undead that specializes in wide-range attacks. Captain, what about us? Zhou Yu asked hoarsely. Just wait and see what happens. Qin Feng added. Maybe this kid can really kill all these demons by himself. When the crowd heard this, they also followed Qin Feng's advice. Kill one bronze-level demon. Quest completion progress. 45-100. Kill one bronze-level demon. Quest completion progress. 46-100. Kill one bronze-level demon. Quest completion progress. 47-100. Looking at the mission progress prompts that kept appearing, Wang Yu revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. Just one wave of swipes and it's nearly halfway done. Not far from unlocking the next skill. Woohoo! The sound of the battle directly alarmed the entire town. This time, from all directions, a single black shadow rose into the air. Heck, they were all bronze-level imps. But that's not all. There were also 3 demons that were about 5 meters tall and had the form of a monkey, but their entire body was covered in palm-sized black scales that attacked from 3 different directions. They were none other than 3 silver-level brute force demons specializing in strength and defense. Although not good at magic, the pure physical attacks were amazing. Leifa. Subconsciously, Wang Yu was repeating his old trick of using the power of thunder against the enemy. However, before the hand seals were formed, a feeling of emptiness surged through him, preventing him from continuing. Oh no, there wasn't enough soul power to support using the thunder spell again. Wang Yu's heart tightened. He's out of blue. After all, his soul power, which was only bronze 1 star, was not endless. Killing dozens of bronze-level imps in a single strike could already be considered a feat. But that's okay. I also know a little bit about boxing. Wang Yu simply gave up on using the thunder method and actually took the initiative to rush towards the oncoming imps. Captain. Wang Yu seems to be unable to release his skill. Outside the small town, everyone was watching Wang Yu's actions, and there was already a guess in his mind when he suddenly gave up and chose to fight with his bare hands when he was halfway through the execution. Prepare to rush in and rescue, and no, better wait. Qin Feng changed his mind just as he ordered it, because he saw that Wang Yu was ferocious even if he didn't cast a thunder spell. After charging into the camp formed by the imps, he actually punched out an imp with that astonishing power. As for Wang Yu, facing the imp's intensive attacks, he naturally couldn't dodge in time, so he simply didn't dodge at all. But the imp's attack was surprisingly unable to cause any substantial damage to Wang Yu. That sharp teeth and claws landed on Wang Yu's body, but it only splashed a series of sparks. Hiss! Wang Yu is not only powerful, his defense is also too terrifying. Hani sucked in a breath of cool air. It was as shocking as discovering a new continent. Humph, you guys are unaware of it. When I slapped Wang Yu's body with my all-out strike, it was like slapping on a super reinforced alloy, shaking my hand and making it numb. Do you think his defense is strong? I'm guessing that unless it's a gold-ranked attack, he'll be able to ignore it. Of course, I'm referring to physical type attacks, elemental type attacks, or mental type attacks. I'm not sure. In this regard, Vice Captain Wu Lei, who had once crossed paths with Wang Yu, had the most to say. What? The crowd looked at Wu Lei in shock. When they looked at Wang Yu, who was fighting in the town again, two words could not help but emerge in the hearts of the people. Pervert. Kill 1 bronze-level demon. Mission completion progress. 98-100. Kill 1 bronze-level demon. Quest completion progress. 99-100. Kill 1 bronze-level demon. Quest completion progress. 100-100. Wang Yu's fists were dense as if they were raining down, each punch taking away the life of a bronze-level imp. With his struggle, he finally managed to kill 100 bronze-level demons. Along with it, there was a system beep. Mission completed. Unlocked. Plunder. Chapter 15. Killing silver-level demons in seconds. Plunder. Creatures killed by you will be transformed into soul power to grow your strength. Quest release. Kill a gold-level demon. Reward. Physical metamorphosis once. Success. Wang Yu was elated in his heart. At the same time, he swung his fist and punched out a charging imp. Kill 1 bronze-ranked demon and gain 10 points of soul power. Wang Yu immediately felt a noticeable change in his body. A cool aura surged into his mind out of nowhere, instantly restoring some of his depleted soul power. Nice! Wang Yu was satisfied in his heart and then continued to strike. After killing 10 imps, his soul power had been regained. And there's a bit of a growth trend. In other words, I can still upgrade by killing demons? This discovery was somewhat surprising to Wang Yu. And at this point, a cracking sound rang out and a huge shadow enveloped Wang Yu. Wang Yu looked up and his gaze froze. Surprisingly, it was a brute force demon that leapt up and came above his head. The brute force demon's body was huge, like a small mountain. Its body was covered with thick scales that shone with a metallic luster in the sunlight. These scales were incredibly hard, as if they could withstand any attack. The brute force demon's face was ape-like, hideous and terrifying, with a pair of red eyes emitting a ferocious light. At that moment, its thick and powerful limbs curled together, ready to explode in a stone-cold blow. Good timing! Wang Yu looked at the brute force demon in front of him without the slightest fear in his heart. Although this brute force demon was strong, it gave him a feeling that it was not as good as Wu Lei, who had suppressed his strength before, and it was not as if he did not have the power to fight. At the same time, the brute force demon roared angrily and waved its huge fist with a whistling wind sound, smashing towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes stared and he quickly dodged sideways. The brute force demon's fist smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The ground was smashed out of a huge crater, and a circle of spiderweb-like cracks even appeared on the ground. One could imagine how strong the power of this punch should be. On the contrary, Wang Yu was as quiet as a virgin and moved like a rabbit, taking advantage of the gap between the attacks of the brute force demon. He quickly came to the side of the brute force demon, leaped in the air, and his leg was like a scythe kicking fiercely on the knee joint of the brute force demon. There was a click. Ebony ground scales shattered. Another click. The brute force demon's leg bones had unexpectedly undergone a bizarre deformation. Wang Yu's kick shattered the defense of the brute force demon and broke the brute force demon's bones? Outside the town, Hani sucked in a breath of cool air. He knew that Wang Yu's transformed zombie body was powerful, but it was still too unbelievable to compete with a brute force demon with a full point of physical defense in terms of hardness. I've been emphasizing that Wang Yu's body is too strong to be true. You're not listening at all. Vice Captain Wu Lei bristled. He had fought against Wang Yu, so he had the most to say. Roar! The leg bone was broken by the kick, and the brute force demon let out a roar of pain. It waved its hand and grabbed at Wang Yu. While at this moment, Wang Yu stomped hard on the brute force demon's knee and suddenly leapt up and lunged towards the brute force demon's eyes. The brute force demon sensed Wang Yu's intentions and hurriedly waved his arms to try to block him. However, Wang Yu's speed was extremely fast and he instantly arrived in front of the brute force demon's eyes and swung his fist towards the brute force demon's eyes. Boom! As the punch went down, dark green blood splashed. Wang Yu's punch had actually exploded the brute force demon's eyeball. Griffin! The brute force demon let out an agonizing roar, covering his eyes with one hand and waving the other hand frantically, wanting to tear Wang Yu apart. But, while its attacks were certainly powerful, they were no longer in order. Not to mention being dodged nimbly by Wang Yu, he also missed and smashed 3 or 4 imps into mush. Wang Yu took advantage of the brute force demon's agonizing struggle to attack again. He gathered the strength of his entire body, then punched the brute force demon hard in the head. The power of this punch was so great that the head of the brute force demon was slightly skewed, and then Wang Yu threw another powerful punch, and this time, with a fierce sound of bones breaking, the brute force demon's head surprisingly underwent a bizarre 360-degree rotation, and then with a flopping sound, it collapsed straight down. At the moment before his death, the only remaining eye of the brute force demon was still full of unbelief. It was actually solved by a human mole cricket with 3 punches and 1 kick. Watching the massive body of the brute force demon fall at his feet, Wang Yu did not have much joy in his heart, because the fight isn't over yet. Before he could have a chance to catch his breath, the other 2 brute force demons finally arrived and rushed up as well. These 2 brute force demons were similarly over 5 meters tall, their bodies covered in thick scales and exuding a powerful aura. At the same time, along with the 2 brute force demons, there were dozens of remaining imps that rushed up. These imps were smaller in size but extremely fast, and they let out sharp cries from their mouths as they lunged at Wang Yu. When Wang Yu saw this, he knew that he had to solve these enemies as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated on communicating the power of heaven and earth. A moment later, Wang Yu opened his eyes and a purple light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, deafening thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Click! A bucket-thick thunder instantly descended. This thunder was like a huge dragon, whistling and rushing towards those demons. A large number of demons instantly turned into flying dust under the thunder. The 2 brute force devils sensed the powerful force of the thunder, and they hastily stopped in their tracks, trying to dodge the thunder. But the speed of the thunder was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of them in an instant. As strong as a silver 5 or 6-star brute force demon, it still didn't last a second under the power of the thunder before turning into flying dust. The battle's over? Outside the small town, the crowd that had been trying to help Wang Yu at the critical moment were stunned. They've been waiting for the moment of truth, and they haven't waited for the moment of truth. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Old me has also been in the military for decades. I've seen a bewildering number of people and a whole lot of geniuses, but I've never seen Wang Yu like this. Hey! A newcomer who has just contracted and killed hundreds of demons in one breath. Bull! Hani staggered. Captain, I've heard that many S-class geniuses have appeared in the imperial capital this term. I wonder if Wang Yu can be stronger than them? Even though I'm not S-ranked, I don't think there's a need for S-ranks to come to the bumper. Wu Lei said. The general said that Wang Yu is a genius with S+ potential. His current battle power, you just say gold level, I believe it. Obviously, they had full confidence in Wang Yu. Let's go. Clean up the battlefield and see if there are any leaks. Qin Feng said and took the lead towards the town. However, when the people walked into the town, they found Wang Yu's eyes closed tightly. King! Hani opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Qin Feng covered it. Shh! Keep it down. Wang Yu seems to be making a breakthrough right now. Qin Feng guessed Wang Yu's situation. Breakthrough. The crowd was stunned. So suddenly, Chapter 16 Bronze 3 stars. New mission. It was also at this moment that a soul force surged steeply from Wang Yu's body. It couldn't be considered strong for Qin Feng and the others, but it was a solid level of Bronze 2 star, confirming what Qin Feng had guessed earlier. A breakthrough not long after the contract was made? I don't really understand. The corners of Han Yi's mouth twitched. One should know that for a normal person to raise their soul power is to constantly practice the soul hammering method, which needs to be done under a quiet environment. How can there be a person like Wang Yu who breaks through while fighting? But, in the very next moment, Han Yi's eyes almost didn't glaze over. This was because another soul fluctuation steeply erupted from Wang Yu's body. Bronze 3 stars now? Qin Feng, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu couldn't help but look at each other with dismay. You actually broke through 2 stars in a row? I can't understand it even more. Han Yi looked at Qin Feng. Captain, how can this be explained? How can I explain? I've never seen anything like this before, so how do you want me to explain it to you? All you need to know is that it's a good thing. Qin Feng hummed without any good humor. However, his eyes never left Wang Yu, and in his heart, he began to wonder what was going on. Not only Qin Feng, others also looked at Wang Yu as if he was looking at a rare treasure as well. After a long time, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and he saw a pair of gazes that seemed like they were trying to eat people. Captain, what are you guys? Wang Yu was a bit rushed. It's not like you're a beautiful woman, you don't deserve this kind of attention. Do you? Having broken through 2 levels in a row, you have truly opened the eyes of our big guys. Qin Feng marveled. I'm actually quite surprised. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. The increase in soul power brought about by dozens of bronze levels and 3 silver levels was also beyond Wang Yu's expectations. Crowd, don't you know if you can break through? Qin Feng clapped his hands. All right, the training about Wang Yu is over, and it's time to return to the camp and start the official mission. Han Yi smiled and nodded. This time, our Dawnbreaker squad has rested long enough, and if we don't move our muscles, it feels like we're going to rust. After returning to the camp, Han Yi, on the other hand, took Wang Yu to head to the dormitory, while Wu Lei and Zhou Yu left individually. Qin Feng, on the other hand, silently dialed a phone number. General, back, how did Wang Yu perform in this trial? How many demons did he kill? Did you show any fear on the battlefield? Lu Chongtian's voice rang on the other end of the phone, very interested in Wang Yu's situation. General, you may not believe it when I say it. This kid Wang Yu was simply born for war. He faced hundreds of imps and 3 silver-level demons alone. Not only did he show no fear, but instead showed great excitement. What's even more outrageous is that Wang Yu beheaded hundreds of demons all by himself. At the mention of Wang Yu, Qin Feng's voice sighed for a moment and gave Wang Yu a thumbs up in his heart. What? He's actually this strong. On the other end of the phone, Lu Chongtian's voice couldn't help but rise a few points, obviously shocked as well. He is simply strong. I've been in the army for decades, but this is the first time I've seen such a tough newcomer. I won't hide it from the general. It's the general who wasn't as raw as Wang Yu when he first joined the Dawnbreaker squad. With no one around, Qin Feng actually used Lu Chongtian's younger days to compare himself to Wang Yu. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Chongtian, the starburst-level powerhouse whose reputation shook the Great Xia, had once originated from the Dawnbreaker squad. Haha, you don't have to save face for me. This kid is much stronger than I was back then, that I know. Not only was Lu Chongtian not jealous, but he laughed freely. By the way, General, there is one more thing, and that is that after slaying the demon, Wang Yu's cultivation level has also broken through. A breakthrough in battle? I can't imagine reaching bronze 2-star so quickly. Not bad. That's genius. Lu Chongtian was a little surprised, but not much. General, Wang Yu didn't break through the bronze 2-star, but reached the bronze 3-star. What? 2 consecutive levels up. Electricity. Rao Lu Chongtian was shocked even though he had seen a lot of things. General, do you know what's going on here? No one else was present, and Qin Feng was curious. Just listen to the other end of the phone, Lu Chongtian murmured in a low voice. The fact that this happened proves that his undead spirit has also given him an ability to absorb, devour, seize, and such a TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the first time I've seen such a strong zombie. His talent is still above what I imagined. Not only will he be strong in battle, his growth rate will also be very fast. Lu Chongtian's eyesight was not something Qin Feng could compare to, and after a short period of shock, he guessed some possibilities. General, what next? You all have been resting for a long time. It's time to take on some missions and try to let Wang Yu grow up quickly. Yes. Qin Feng hung up the phone and walked towards the mission hall. The other side. After Wang Yu returned to his dormitory, he fell into a deep sleep. The events of the past 2 days had really given him a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. This sleep went straight into the next day, and he was woken up by Han Yi. Are we on a mission? Wang Yu asked in confusion. Hani nodded. Yes, but before we go on the mission, I'll take you to register your rank and receive your benefits. Hani smiled slightly. Welfare? Wang Yu didn't ask many questions, and after simply washing up, he followed Han Yi to the quartermaster's office. With Han Yi's help, Wang Yu officially registered as a member of the Dawnbreaker squad. Not long after, a set of ebony combat uniform was handed over to Wang Yu. This is a benefit that every member of the demon hunting troop can obtain. Don't look at it as just the lowest level combat suit, but it can also withstand a silver 9 stars full strength strike. The cost of construction is 500,000 daxia coins. Han Yi introduced Wang Yu. So expensive? Wang Yu's heart moved. 500,000 isn't a small number anymore. He was working as a temp on a work-study job before, and it was only $8 an hour. For Wang Yu, whose savings in his pocket never exceeded 4 digits, $500,000 was simply astronomical. Even many of the warriors who went to war didn't know how many battles they had to go through before they could have such a rich fortune. No wonder ordinary warriors want to enter the demon hunting corps so badly. Wang Yu sighed. It was also fortunate that it was with Lu Chongtian's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach heaven in a single step right now. Haha, the benefits of the demon hunting troop are not just these. As long as it is a demon you kill, with the power to dispose of it on your own, the materials obtained on your body can be sold directly to the troop. The purchase price is far more than the outside market. Moreover, the things you need can also be purchased directly from the demon hunting corps. For example, potions that can grow your soul power or higher-level combat uniforms, weapons, and so on, will all be available at the lowest market price, and even as your rank rises, the greater the discount you enjoy. As Hani explained, Wang Yu became more and more moved. I didn't realize that there were so many benefits to joining the military. Tick-tock. Just then, the communicator in Han Yi's hand rang. Glancing down, Han Yi said to Wang Yu, "Go change into your combat uniforms. We have a new mission. Meet at the training grounds in half an hour." Chapter 17: A shocking change, in danger. Half an hour later, Wang Yu changed into his brand new combat uniform and arrived at the training ground. Wang Yu's younger brother's face value soared when he wore this combat uniform. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. Wang Yu smiled faintly. "Everyone is handsome too. Well, since everyone is here, I'll talk about our mission this time." Qin Feng gently clapped his hands, causing everyone to fall their eyes on him. "We have a special mission this time. Because of the increasing scarcity of energy in the city, many people are having problems with electricity and water supply. So our mission this time is to head to an abandoned power station occupied by demons to retrieve a design drawing. There are 2 gold-ranked infernals known to be there, over a dozen silver-ranked minions, and hundreds of lesser demons." As Qin Feng's voice rang out, a look of gravity appeared on the faces of the crowd. It's a tough mission, indeed. Our mission this time isn't to decimate all the demons in the abandoned power station. So everyone chooses to avoid conflict with the demons as much as possible. Otherwise, we will be in deep trouble. Just then, 2 off-road jeeps came from a distance. Qin Feng looked away. "Let's go. Let's talk as we walk." The other side, Imperial Capital. Shiraiwaro also received a phone call. "Are you sure that bastard Wang Yu left the camp on a mission?" All right. I've memorized the abandoned power station. Keep a close eye on it for me, and report back to me in time should there be any changes." After hanging up the phone, a complex color came out of Bai Yanlang's eyes. But soon, the complex color disappeared and was replaced by determination. "They say a tiger can't kill a tiger. Wang Yu, don't blame me. Who let you get in my way? I was also forced by you. Don't worry, when I one day master the Gu family and become a high-powered king of Xia, I will take revenge for you." Shiranaru dialed a phone number with his heart in his mouth. "The target has already left the demon hunting corps camp. I will send you the detailed location later. Remember, cut off the routes and leave no survivors, and those who are related to it should not be spared." Half a day later, the car stopped on the moor. When Wang Yu got out of the car, he saw in the distance, tightly towering several large chimneys, like giants. "Up ahead is our destination. The road ahead is very rough. We can only go there on foot." Qin Feng came to Wang Yu's side at an unknown time. The others had brought their carry-on gear and were ready to go. As you get closer, the rolling factory buildings come into view. The rusted steel structure, mottled with age, was crawling with wild vines that stretched unchecked. The huge piece of machinery and equipment had long since ceased to roar and lay silent, dust thickly covering it. Some discarded parts and sundries, scattered on the ground, as if they were fragments of memories abandoned by time. At one time, it was a source of energy, with its silent dedication behind the lights of the city. Today, it is abandoned in the wilderness, alone to suffer the years. An imp hiding in the shadows. There were only a dozen or so imps, sporadically roaming the power station as if on patrol. These beasts don't like sunlight, so it shouldn't be too hard for us to sneak into the archives while we're at it and get to the drawings. Qin Feng had a map in his hand that clearly marked the location of the archive room. After comparing the two, he realized that the archives were not far away and that there were no imps watching over them. "Captain, I'll go," Hani volunteered. "My undead are of the spectral type, specializing in concealment, and as long as I'm careful I'll barely make any noise, making it hard to be detected." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng nodded. "You be careful." "Aha." Hani nodded firmly, then quietly left. After silently fusing the undead, he cautiously approached the archive room. After dodging a wave of imp inspections, Hani managed to sneak into the archive room. Phew! The crowd secretly breathed a sigh of relief that the task was halfway done. The next step was to wait for Han-yi to find the documents and safely evacuate, with the mission successfully completed. However, in the very next moment, everyone's hearts lifted. The crisis came suddenly. Phew! A wavering incendiary bomb fell steeply into the archive. The flames rose instantly. In the next moment, an eerie roar suddenly resounded around them. Immediately afterward, hundreds of demons emerged from all directions and surrounded the archive room. These demons come in many varieties and shapes. There were brute force demons like giants, covered in hard scales. Some of the demons were short, like dwarfs, but they moved quickly, holding sharp daggers in their hands, ready to launch sneak attacks. Other demons with winged imps hovered in the air, vigilantly looking for lurking enemies. "No good, we're getting shaded." Qin Feng's face instantly became gloomy. "Which mother grass?" The always good-tempered and very naive Wu Lei couldn't help but curse in a low voice. His eyes contained a fury as he surveyed the surroundings, looking for the person who had struck in the dark. "Captain, it's no good. More and more demons are surrounding us. Once they find Han-yi, I'm afraid it's going to be fatal." Wang Yu closely watched the demon's movements, and at this moment, his face changed. "Captain, Lieutenant, look, gold-level demons are coming over as well." Zhou Yu's dead gray eyes looked into the distance. Two demons, shrouded in flames, were approaching. They are like two huge balls of fire. Everywhere it passed, it was set ablaze, turning many abandoned factories into a sea of flames. At this moment, everyone's expression became serious. There were only two paths before them. One, back off for now, uncover the secret enemy, and then continue with the plan. In this way, Han-yi, who was on a mission, would become an outcast and be in danger. 2. Rush out to fight the demon and cover Han-yi's retreat. It's not just the hundreds of demons that you have to face with such a choice, but also the enemies that hide in the shadows. It's likely to be a belly-to-belly situation. "I've never betrayed my teammates before. How I brought you out. I'm going to bring you back. All of Dawn's squad, strike." Qin Feng roared as his body began to change. His muscles rapidly expanded and his skin turned green. In an instant, he turned into an abomination and landed in front of the archive room with a single jump, as if it were a wall, preventing the surrounding demons from approaching. Led by Qin Feng, Wang Yu, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu also turned on undead fusion. Chapter 18. Confronting a gold-level inferno demon. Boom! Incarnate abomination Qin Feng waved his huge fist and smashed 4 or 5 lesser demons away with a single punch. There were also a few imps that swung their sharp claws and clawed at Qin Feng's body. However, the abomination's skin was extremely tough, and the bronze-level imps were unable to do any damage to him with their attacks. Roar! Wu Lei turned into a white-boned giant bear and joined the battlefield. He was covered in white bones, and 2 soul fires danced in his eye sockets, looking terrifying. The white-boned giant bear was so powerful that its claws were able to easily claw through the demons' bodies. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar before charging across the group of demons, sending them flying one by one. Within moments, a large clearing was cleared on the other side. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, Zhou Yu, who was disguised as a banshee, also ended her chanting, and a mysterious magical aura emanated from her body. In the next moment, a translucent shield appeared on the bodies of Qin Feng, Wu Lei, and Wang Yu. This shield provides damage absorption for the crowd, drastically increasing their safety. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder gusts. Wang Yu immediately cast the Thunder Law after fusing the Shogun. In the next moment, dozens of thunderbolts were like heavenly punishments, splitting down immediately, and 20 to 30 demons were immediately turned into flying ashes. And in this case, there were 2 or 3 silver-level demons. Kill a bronze-level imp and gain 10 points of soul power. Kill a silver-level brute force demon and gain 100 points of soul power. However, there was not much joy on Wang Yu's face, because for demons that numbered in the hundreds, a few dozen less would have little effect on the overall battle. Waiting for the distant gold-level demons to join the fray would be no small crisis for them. Boom! Finally, the gold-level Inferno arrived on the battlefield. The Inferno demon's body was tall and mighty, burning with a blazing fire, as if it was a demon that came out of hell. Each step caused the ground to burn with blazing flames. Its eyes were like 2 burning fireballs, emitting a terrifying light. Wang Yu, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu's faces changed drastically. Only by truly facing the gold level could one realize how terrifying a gold-level demon really was. It's not even in the same ballpark as the silver level at all. Even the surrounding imps flew away from the battlefield in fear of being affected. Gold-level battles were no longer something they could intervene in. If you're not careful, you can still get hurt by mistake. Off! In the nick of time, Qin Feng's incarnation of Abomination rushed towards Inferno without hesitation. The two instantly collided together, emitting a deafening roar. Abomination swung his fist and slammed it hard into Inferno. The Inferno demon, on the other hand, opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a blazing flame. The flames collided with the fist, erupting into powerful energy fluctuations. Surprisingly, it was a no contest. However, Wang Yu frowned slightly. He noticed that the magic shield that Zhou Yu had attached to the Abomination shattered in an instant, and the Inferno's flames continued to scorch the Abomination's body, which already showed some signs of burns. Obviously, Qin Feng's power was able to fight against the gold-level Inferno demon, but the burning of the flames was not a small burden on Qin Feng. Qin Feng was now also clenching his teeth as he continued to fight against the Inferno demon. Not good. Another Inferno demon has come over. Before Wang Yu could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou Yu's piercing voice rang in his ears. When Wang Yu looked, he saw a figure riding a flame suddenly descend. It was none other than another gold-ranked Inferno. This time, it's up to us. The white-boned giant bear that Wu Lei had transformed into rushed towards the flame demon without hesitation. Magic shield. Magic dispel. Seeing this, Zhou Yu instantly cast 2 magic spells. Magic shield was enchanted to give protection to Wu Lei. Dispel magic is cast on Inferno demons, weakening the power of the flames on the opponent. If Zhou Yu was gold-ranked, the effect of casting these 2 magic spells would definitely be remarkable. Pity. She's only silver level. The flames around the Inferno demon had indeed been weakened a bit, yet it still easily destroyed the black shield on the white-boned giant bear, burning the white bones of the white-boned giant bear black. Roar! The power of the earth. Dark shield. Wu Lei also unleashed 2 magic spells in succession to strengthen himself and launched a fierce attack on the Inferno demon. Facing the full force of the Silver 9 stars and an undead that specialized in strength, Inferno didn't dare to be careless and swung his fist to resist. Boo! An invisible wave of air immediately rippled out centered on the two. It's too strong. A feeling of powerlessness surged in Wu Lei's heart, seemingly evenly matched, but he couldn't launch such an attack more than a few times. Boom! But, in the very next moment, a sudden change occurred. A muffled sound suddenly emanated from the Inferno's body, and then he actually took a few steps back. Captain! Wu Lei's first thought was that the captain had struck. After all, a battle of this level could only be fought by a gold-level powerhouse. However, upon seeing the figure that repelled the Inferno demon, the soul fire within the eye sockets of the white-boned giant bear danced crazily. Wang Yu! That's right. Standing beside him was Wang Yu, who had a straight posture and a cold face. Team Wu, are you okay? Wang Yu did not look sideways, still staring dead ahead at the Inferno demon. He deeply understood that the gap between himself and the gold level was not small, and the reason why the strike just now worked was entirely because Inferno was in a stalemate with the white-boned giant bear and neglected himself. I'm fine, your kid is more powerful than I thought, but you'd better hurry to the back. This flame is really powerful. It's not that easy to hold on to. After catching his breath, the first thing Wu Lei did was to get Wang Yu away from the battlefield. Team Wu, do I look like I'm not okay? Wang Yu asked rhetorically. It's the soul fire in the eye sockets of the white bone giant bear incarnated by Wu Lei pulsed again. Wang Yu at this time in the flames, unharmed. Even the long hair that hangs down to the waist are not burning or scorching traces. Simply than their own are damn from the ah. I had forgotten that your physical strength is even more perverse than your strength. Now that I can be sure, the strength of your body should have reached the gold level. Wu Lei thought to himself, Wang Yu is simply a freak. He also no longer objected to Wang Yu joining him in the fight against the gold-level Inferno Demon. Moreover, with Wang Yu joining him, his pressure was suddenly a lot less, and the two sides could barely fight against the Inferno Demon when they joined forces. But, as time passed, Wang Yu and Wu Lei's attacks were no longer so sharp. Even Wang Yu began to be affected by the temperature of the flames, feeling as if he was in the middle of a furnace, about to be melted. If this keeps up, I can't take it anymore. The heart of Wang Yu's kept sinking. At this moment, it's desperate. Chapter 19 Desperation. Captain, my mission is complete. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the archive room. It was Han Yi. He was also holding a silver safe in his arms. Just after seeing the battle outside, his entire body froze. Inside the archive room, he felt the ground shaking and the sound of explosions, and knew that there was most likely a battle going on outside. So he grabbed it, searched through the archives, and it took a lot of effort to find this dusty safe. Even without having time to open it, it rushed out. What he didn't expect was that the battle was far worse than he had imagined, and his teammates had fought the gold-level demons. Withdraw! Qin Feng saw Han Yi out of the corner of his eye, and then gave the order in a loud voice while, at the same time, trying to draw back. The other side, Wang Yu and Wu Lei also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Han Yi had come out meant that their mission had been accomplished, and there was no need to fight these demons to the death. Roar! Being a gold-level demon also possessed an IQ not weaker than that of a human. They also saw the intentions of the Dawnbreak Squad's crowd and immediately hissed. Their voices are a command to the demons around them. Those bronze-level imps that were afraid of suffering the repercussions, and the silver-level demons were as active as if they had been doped up, cutting off the back of the crowd. They're trying to get us all killed here. At this moment, the people of the Dawn-Breaking Squad all realized the problem, and the hope that had just been ignited was instantly snuffed out, and a heart sank to the bottom. 2 gold-level Inferno demons made it difficult for the Dawnbreak Squad to cope with them, and now there were hundreds of bronze-level demons with about 10 silver-level demons joining them, so what could be done? Humans! Bury them all here. The Inferno demon looked at the besieged crowd with great complacency. You humans have a saying. You! Qin Feng angrily rebuked. You guys think you've got us? Even if I die, I'll kill my way out. Qin Feng made a snap decision and decided to sacrifice himself to break the back for everyone. Captain! No way! Wu Lei roared. Wang Yu's brows tightened as his heart moved. At this moment, he already knew what Qin Feng was going to do. Burn the fire of your soul for a short time in exchange for great power. But once they did, both Qin Feng and the contracted undead abomination would be burned into flying dust. Captain, wait a little longer. I've been sending requests for help for a long time now. Zhou Yu also let out a sharp sound to stop Qin Feng from burning. It's too late. Sacrifice one of me, and several of you will live. 1 for 4. I'm making a bloody profit this wave. Qin Feng laughed bashfully. Life and death had long since ceased to matter in his heart. How you were brought out. I'll have to make you go back. Before the words fell, unstable fluctuations erupted from his body. This is the precursor to burning soul power. Team Qin and Team Wu, things haven't come to that. I still have a way, but it will take time. Right at this moment, Wang Yu's cold and stern voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the crowd. The crowd was stunned at the words. Qin Feng subconsciously wanted to ask, what can you do? Boom click. A thunderclap suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The bright electric light made heaven and earth white. Wang Yu had already communicated the power of heaven and earth to perform the thunder law again. Only, this time the power of thunder kept gathering in the sky and did not descend for a long time. This kid is brewing something big. A coldness suddenly rose in Qin Feng's heart. He felt a terrifying power in the thunderclouds. It was already enough to be a threat to the gold level. Stop him! The voices of the 2 gold-level Inferno demons also became low and cold. They obviously feel threatened as well. Even the bronze and silver level demons in the periphery couldn't help but tremble. The bodies of the imps that could fly gathered their wings uncontrollably and landed on the ground. Heavenly thunder had always been the nemesis of evil, undead creatures like demons and undead. Wang Yu's casting of the Thunder Law was also considered to be a professional counterpart, and it had an extremely strong suppression on them. We can't let them disturb Wang Yu. Qin Feng roared and immediately rushed towards Wang Yu. However, the Yen demon fighting against him was no fool, so would he let Qin Feng succeed? Swish! In the next moment, a large sword condensed by the power of endless flames slashed down with force. Damn! Qin Feng cursed. However, this strike was also an attack of the Inferno demon's full strength. He didn't dare to take it lightly, and hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The ground trembled as the flames soared to over 10 meters high, as if a wall of fire blocked Qin Feng's path to aid Wang Yu. Captain, you don't have to worry about it. I'm fighting for my life, but I can't let anyone disturb Wang Yu. Kill! Wu Lei roared, and the white bone giant bear roared, recklessly rushing towards the Inferno demon in front of it. This Inferno demon similarly condensed a large flame sword that was several meters long and slashed at the white bone giant bear. Mud! If you have the guts to get me killed, if you can't get me killed, we'll get you killed. Wu Lei roared. At the same time, he once again cast the skill to add to his body. Earthy yellow and black light intertwined. Magic shield. Dispel magic. In the rear, fluctuations of soul power erupted one after another from the demoness Zhou. In the nick of time, 2 dark magic spells were landed on Wu Lei and Yen Demon respectively, desperately protecting his teammates to weaken the enemy. A circle of shield once again appeared on the white bone giant bear's body, and the Inferno's aura weakened by 2 points. Click, click, click. Under the attack of the flaming sword, the magic shield granted by the Banshee was the first to collapse, followed by the shield attached by Wu Lei himself. The third crunching sound originated from the white bone giant bear itself. A white bone bear's paw, which was blackened by the flames, was hardened and shattered by this sword, and then the flaming long sword, in turn, ruthlessly slashed at the body of the white bone giant bear. Click, click, click. Several more ribs were cut off in quick succession. The white bone giant bear was cleaved far away by the sword and fell beyond the flame field. The undead body had suffered a heavy blow, and Wu Lei was unable to maintain his fusion state and transformed into his human form. Wu Lei was lying on the ground, staring with reddened eyes, staring at Inferno to death. Boo! In the next moment, the flaming long sword in the Inferno demon's hand also collapsed at this moment, turning into countless sparks. Grass. So what if it's gold level? Didn't it still not get me killed? A victor's smile appeared on Wu Lei's face. He made it. To an ordinary person, for a silver rank to carry a gold rank's all-out strike without dying was already a miracle. After all, there weren't many perverts of Wang Yu's kind who could cross over levels. Human, you're getting cocky too soon. How will you resist if I launch another attack? Inferno once again performed his skill and coalesced a long sword that shone with fire. Wu Lei's expression changed drastically, and a look of despair came out of his eyes. Chapter 20 Bronze 5-star. Wang Yu's first metamorphosis. If this attack landed, who else would be able to defend Wang Yu? Wu Lei was anxious. The Inferno's power was also beyond his expectations, surprisingly able to unleash 2 consecutive flame sword attacks without having to take a breather. If you want to hurt Wang Yu, first pass me. In the next moment, a figure suddenly came in front of Wang Yu, incomparably firm.
Han Yi.
Wang Yu's pupils shrunk slightly. He didn't expect this usually dangling youth to be so determined. And me! Accompanied by a raspy voice, Zhou Yu, the only female in the team, also showed a glimpse of a woman. She also stood in front of Wang Yu without any hesitation, to defend Wang Yu from the next attack. Moreover, both of them had seen the intensity of Yen Demon's previous attack, and the fact that they still dared to stand here at this moment meant that they would rather dedicate their lives in order to guard Wang Yu.
Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Han Yi, Shu Yue.
Wang Yu's mood was unsettled. In this moment, he experienced a spirit, an emotion. Swish! The flaming sword chopped down on his head. None of Zhou Yu or Han Yi chose to retreat, only to see the soul power on both of them explode with full force, and a dark glow surged out from both of them, intending to fight hard against the flaming sword. Even if you know you're not going to be defeated, you still have to show your sword. Boom, click. Suddenly, a thunderous sound that shook heaven and earth rang out. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a water tank fell from the sky like a hideous dragon with teeth and claws, ruthlessly pouncing on the gold-level inferno. I told you, we still have a chance. Wang Yu's voice leisurely resounded in the ears of the crowd. This thunder that fell from the sky was his doing. The inferno demon also sensed the danger descending. A flash of fear flashed in his pupils. It hastily gave up its intention of attacking Wang Yu and the others and swung the flame sword in its hand to slash at the thunderbolt that descended from the sky. Boo! The thunder instantly split the flaming greatsword into countless sparks, followed by the trend unabated into the inferno demon. A second later, the inferno steeply exploded into countless pieces. A gold-level demon dead? Although they had been mentally prepared, when this matter actually happened in front of the crowd still felt shocked. After all, this was a powerful enemy that even the gold-level powerhouse Qin Feng couldn't deal with, and Wang Yu's true strength is only 3 stars of bronze. No, it's no longer a bronze 3-star. Kill a gold-level demon and gain 10,000 points of soul power. After Wang Yu blasted the gold-level demon, the system's voice then sounded. Immediately afterward, his soul power began to grow in spurts. Bronze 4 stars. Bronze 5 star. It ended up staying at the peak level of bronze 5 stars. Wang Yu felt that he was only 1 step away from the bronze 6 stars, and was not far from breaking through. Worthy of being a gold-level demon, beheading one is equivalent to me beheading thousands of bronze level. Although the battle was tough, Wang Yu also had to say that it was really fragrant. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 physical metamorphosis. Detecting that the host is in the middle of a battle, the reward is officially issued at the end of the battle. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. It was quite humanized. But that took care of his worries. After all, it was now at a critical moment in the battle, and if he fell into a deep sleep because of the metamorphosis, it would be a disaster for the crowd. In the next moment, Wang Yu landed his sight on the gold-level inferno demon that was fighting, and his soul power was released once again. In the sky, the thunderclouds coalesced once again, and electric light was churning. Damn it, next time, I won't let you guys off the hook. The Yen devil who was battling Qin Feng instantly felt that the entire devil was bad when he saw this. After all, when Wang Yu had just killed the gold-level demon in seconds with his great display of power, it was a bystander and witnessed its own brother instantly turn into flying dust. To be reasonable, Wang Yu's attack, avoiding and not being able to escape, carrying and not being able to carry it really made the demon despair. Its good brother didn't even hold up against it, and it didn't have the confidence to face and attack that terrifying awe. And the only way to do so was to launch an attack on Wang Yu and cut him down after he had finished brewing. But, with Qin Feng in front of it, it was delusional for it to want to decapitate Wang Yu. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Inferno's mind. In the end, there was only one choice. That is, withdraw. Woohoo! A low roar emanated from its throat as it gathered the power of flames into a long sword, forcing Qin Feng back dozens of meters away with a single stroke before turning around and fleeing without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the ball of fiery light that the amazing demon had transformed into appeared more than a dozen miles away at an astonishing speed. As soon as those surrounding imps and silver-level demons saw that the main backbone had run away, they also scattered like birds and beasts and fled for their lives. This guy, he doesn't even want his old family anymore? Han Yi smacked his lips. These minions, it doesn't want to care. Zhou Yu was also speechless as he looked at the escaping demons. Just now, these demons were thinking of burying all of Dawnbreak Squad here, and in the blink of an eye, they hated to stretch out 2 more legs to escape. This transformation is not a quick one. Haha, Wang Yu, it's thanks to you that we managed to survive this time to turn the tide of battle. At that moment, Qin Feng also helped Wu Lei to walk over, a smile on his face after the robbery. Wu Lei's pale face also squeezed out a smile as he looked at Wang Yu and snorted. Wang Yu, well done. This time I wanted to take you to see the world, but I didn't expect everyone to be saved by you. A bronze rank killed a gold rank and made another gold-ranked demon flee. That's really something I've seen. Wu Lei's expression aside. Han Yi and Zhou Yu couldn't help but nod their heads as well. It's very insightful +1. I'm happy that everyone is surviving. Wang Yu smiled slightly. However, before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. The host is out of combat. Rewards are issued. Transformation begins. Before the voice fell, Wang Yu felt a wave of exhaustion and collapsed softly. Luckily, Han Yi was quick on his feet and hurriedly held Wang Yu up so that he didn't fall to the ground. Wang Yu, what's wrong with you? Han Yi called out loudly, but Wang Yu didn't respond. Seeing this, the others also immediately came to Wang Yu's side. It's fine, I should have consumed a lot, overdrawn my body and passed out briefly. Should be able to wake up later. After briefly checking Wang Yu's physical state, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yu's breathing and heartbeat were steady, not like something big was going on. That's good. The crowd also let out a sigh of relief. However, just then, a discordant sound rang out. Good? Where's the good? Chapter 21 Behind the Scenes Appearance. Crisis of Life and Death. Not good. Secretly tripping those cubs can't help but strike. When the people of the Dawnbreaker squad heard this, their complexions all became abnormally ugly. The little bit of joy from the robbery was instantly gone. Da 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 da. 3 footsteps sounded, and 3 figures surrounded the Dawnbreak squad's crowd from 3 directions in a closed circle. These 3 figures, all of them, were not human-looking, but had incarnated into undead forms. Directly in front of him was an undead riding a skeletal warhorse clad in black battle armor. Undead Knight, Class A. On the left was a 5-meter-tall, strangely ugly undead. It has the head of an abomination, the paws of a white-boned bear, and the body of an undead warhorse. It looked like multiple undead creatures stitched together. As its name suggests, stitching giants, a very peculiar B-rank zombie-like undead. On the right was an undead covered in a gray and black cloak, cupping a white-boned scepter in his hand. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. Class A undead, which demon? 3 gold-level undead contractors. Sneaking up on us? I really don't know what kind of deep grudge we have against each other. Feeling the aura that erupted from the 3 undead contractors, Captain Qin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. Once they moved, they would have no chance of winning. It was even very difficult to escape. You don't need to try to find out where we're from. In fact, our brothers didn't come here today for the purpose of all of you. Da-da-da-da. The undead knight steered his horse forward, and his hollow eye sockets swept through the crowd and finally landed on Wang Yu. The target of our trip is this teenager, and it has nothing to do with you. As long as you give him to our brothers, you can leave unharmed. The undead knight was direct in stating his intentions. What? To Wang Yu. A chill ran through the hearts of the Dawnbreak squad's crowd. What did Wang Yu offend you guys? Han Yi asked in a deep voice. That is none of your concern. The undead knight's reply remained indifferent. Wang Yu is already a member of the Demon Hunting Corps and is under the protection of the military. You won't have a good ending if you target Wang Yu. Leave now and I can pretend that nothing happened. Qin Feng had no choice but to pull on the military's background to offer protection to Wang Yu. Haha, military background? I'm so scared. The undead knight let out a mocking sound. I don't know how many people from the military I've killed. You can't bluff me with this identity. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. After 10 seconds, if you don't hand over Wang Yu, then none of you need to leave. The undead knight's voice grew colder and colder, and the killing intent in his final words simply could not be hidden anymore, making people feel chills in their hearts. Hey, a squad should be neat and tidy. You must choose to die with your teammates so that we can kill you all. The suture giant spoke in a conspiratorial manner, at the same time, sticking out its dark green tongue and licking its lips excitedly, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. What's to be done about this? The crowd of the Dawnbreaker squad looked at their captain, Qin Feng. Qin Feng was silent. Only the cold sound of timekeeping echoed through the field. 10, 9, 8, 7. I consider your grandma. Qin Feng roared, instantly fusing the undead and transforming into a 5-meter-tall abomination. He blasted his fist at the undead knight directly in front of him. Boom! No one had expected Qin Feng's sudden outburst, so the punch accurately blasted onto the undead knight's body, instantly sending him flying. Go! Qin Feng roared at the very front. The Dawn Squad crowd followed closely. Stop them! The undead knight quickly stood up and ordered in a hushed voice. In fact, before it gave the order, the suture giant and the witch demon moved at the same time. The witch demon raised her white bone staff and unleashed soul fire. The greenish soul flames were as dense as rain, enveloping everyone. The suture giant, on the other hand, lunged directly at Han Yi, Wang Yu, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and the others with open teeth and claws. The persimmon has to be soft. He knew that Qin Feng was difficult to deal with, so he wanted to take care of the squad members other than Qin Feng first. Han Yi cursed in a low voice. They did not have as strong a defense as Wang Yu, and had little resistance in front of such an attack. A gold-level attack might kill him in one round. A very rare look of determination and firmness appeared on Han Yi's cynical face. He unfolded his arms and released his soul power, shielding everyone behind him. Even if he died, he wouldn't abandon any of his teammates. These brutes, I won't let you get away with this easily. Wu Lei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glazed over. More than anything else, the mind was powerless. He had been heavily injured and wouldn't be able to fuse the undead again for a short while. At this point, his battle power wasn't even as good as the Silver 7-star Han Yi. However, even so, he still stood firmly in front of Wang Yu, fending off the next attack for him. Wu Lei used his actions to explain that he would die in front of Wang Yu even if he died. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, a magic shield appeared on Wang Yu, Wu Lei, Han Yi, and even Qin Feng, who was fighting against the undead knight in the distance. There was no doubt that this was the work of the demoness Zhou Yu. In times of crisis, everyone on the team unleashes as much power as they can. Zhou Yu. Suddenly, Wu Lei let out a gasp, because he realized that Zhou Yu was the only one without a magic shield on her body. There's only so much I can do. Zhou Yu smiled miserably. Using necromancy magic one after another, her soul power had been depleted, and she really didn't have the ability to cast another magic shield for herself. I wish you would go down for me. All live well for me. No doubt about it. The moment the attack descended, Zhou Yu would definitely be the first to die. But there was still no regret on her face. There was only relief. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the fire of death fell from the sky, and the suture giant's heavy fist fell like a meteor. However, a figure that was like a mountain eventually carried it all. It was Captain Qin Feng who arrived at the critical moment, blocking the death flames and repelling the suture giant. Captain! 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 Wu Lei, Han Yi, Zhou Yu, and the others all had shocked expressions on their faces. The old man's not down yet. I will not allow you to die before me. Qin Feng did not turn around, but said with his back to the crowd. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a deep friendship, it's so touching. The undead knight's appreciative voice suddenly turned cold. I'm a person who likes to help people, so I'll fulfill your wish and kill you first, then kill them. HSSSSSSS. The white bone warhorse stood up and hissed, suddenly launching an attack under the control of the Death Knight. The warhorse galloped with amazing speed. The distance of a dozen meters was instantaneous. The undead knight swung the white bone longsword in his hand and cut out a bright sword light. Swish! The sword light flickered, and Qin Feng fell with it. The massive body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was also at this moment that the crowd was able to see that Qin Feng's face, arms, chest, and abdomen all had obvious signs of being burned. Even more shocking was the huge dent in his chest, with an unknown number of broken ribs. Obviously, Qin Feng was also injured under the scorching fire of death. Defeating the suture giant came at a terrible cost to himself. At this moment, he collapsed on the ground, his large hand covering his abdomen, green blood still seeping out. The old wounds had not yet healed, and the undead knight's attack left hideous wounds on his body. Nowadays, I'm afraid Qin Feng is already at the end of his rope. Chapter 22. All hit hard, desperate situation. Seriously injured, Qin Feng was unable to maintain his undead fusion state and reverted to his human form. Still, the hideous wound on his abdomen was left behind, and bright red blood flowed from it, staining the ground. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out that you were already strong on the outside. Had I known that, I wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with you. Seeing that his strike worked, the undead knight also felt surprised, and then scoffed disdainfully. He had previously asked the crowd to hand over Wang Yu because he felt that the strength of the Dawnbreaker squad posed some threat to them and did not want to cause unnecessary casualties. And that's it. Had he known that the Dawn squad crowd was so unbearable, he wouldn't have wasted his words. Captain. With one hand, Zhou Yu yanked Qin Feng inside the defense shield constructed by Han Yi's soul force. What do I do? What do we do? Zhou Yu was a bit flustered. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she was afraid of her teammates dying with her. At this very moment, the situation is not encouraging. Brothers, I'm sorry. Qin Feng shook his head bitterly and said with a guilty face, I'm afraid I'll have to go back on my word, bringing it out for you guys but having no way to bring it back. As he spoke, His eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, and he didn't even dare to look at the surrounding members of Team Dawn. Captain, what are you talking about? Wu Lei grinned. As a member of the demon hunting troupe, which one of them doesn't have his head on the waistband of his pants? What we're doing is dancing on the edge of a blade, fighting the elite, and from the moment we left the camp, I've put life and death on the line. In a flash of decades in the military, the demons that died at my hands were 800 if not 1,000, and I've long since made enough money to die here. For death, Wu Lei was able to face it openly, very open-minded, without the slightest fear. Team Wu is right, when a man travels in all directions, where is not home? Where you die, where you are buried, where is home? I think this is good. Han Yi turned back around and smiled sagely. He was young, only in his 20s, and would have been in his prime, but at the moment he was facing death, but he was undaunted. I wouldn't feel scared anywhere with you guys around. At this point, Zhou Yu also spoke out. Tisk, TSK, it's wonderful. I'm all moved by you guys already. The Death Knight smacked his lips, then raised the long sword in his hand and laughed coldly. Want to be together, right? How can I let you guys have your way? When you die, I will definitely throw you in separate places, so that you will never be able to reunite. Kill! With his command, the witch demon behind him raised the white bone staff in his hand. The fire of death that covered the sky descended once again. Han Yi was a ghost-type undead, and the damage dealt to Han Yi by physical attacks would be greatly reduced, so it was much more effective for the witch demon to launch an attack. Zera. The fire of death burned instantly when it landed on the defense shield. Han Yi's brows were furrowed, and a pained look flashed in his eyes. He suffered no small amount of magical backlash. But he didn't give up on that either, still trying to hold on. Unconvinced. Not giving up. Didn't you eat? Pack him hard and hard for me. The undead knight couldn't help but berate the witch demon as soon as he saw that there was actually a stalemate. Okay, Brother Zhou. Witch demon replied in a deep voice. I said, don't call me Brother Zhou while we're on a mission. Call me boss. The undead knight chortled angrily. Isn't it because they don't dare to meet people with their real faces for fear of exposing their identities? I know, Brother Zhou, witch demon replied obediently. Undead knight, if you hadn't hurt your brain back when we fought together, I would have kicked you off the team. The undead knight cursed viciously. Hurry up and waste them for me. Not a single one of them should be left alive. Yes, the witch demon promised to recite a low incantation, and 2 seconds later, the staff in his hand was pointing remotely at Han Yi. Soul shock. Swish. A dark green pillar of light, as thick as an arm, detached from the white bone staff and instantly bombarded the defensive shield formed by the power of the soul. Click, click, click. The defensive shield that Han Yi had formed with his soul power could no longer hold out and was shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. With a bang, a light burst from Han Yi's body as well, and he was unable to maintain his undead state as he fell to the ground. He also struggled unwillingly a few times to get up, but he was too badly hurt to succeed. Don't make an indifferent struggle. Offer your souls and heads. Da-da-da-da. The hooves of the horse of white bones made a crisp sound as they stepped on the ground, approaching the crowd step by step. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. Not a chance. Dawn Squad will be a thing of the past after today. Everyone thought so. And also the enemy. Just the next moment, however, a sparse sound suddenly came to mind. The crowd opened their eyes again. It was then that Wang Yu actually stood up from the ground. Wang Yu, you're awake? Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Wang Yu nodded. I also didn't think that I would actually become like this after sleeping. After a pause, Wang Yu smiled faintly. Just now, you guys fought tooth and nail to guard me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Captain, let me finish what you didn't do. Let me take you home. Going home? Upon hearing these words from Wang Yu, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, Wu Lei, Han Yi, and the others all had a trance-like expression on their faces. Can we go back? You're actually awake? In the distance, the Death Knight was also stunned. I didn't expect Wang Yu to actually get back on his feet. You're the ones who should be lying down. As his eyes swept over the 3 undead-eyed figures, Wang Yu's voice was incomparably cold. His heart was filled with murderous intent. For the second time since coming to this world, he wanted to kill someone so badly. Wang Yu came to the front of the crowd and stared distantly at the undead contractors in the distance. Hehe, let us lie down? You do have a few strengths, but against the 3 of us, there's no way for you to turn the tables. Big talk.
D.
The undead knight's legs clamped together, and the white-bone warhorse under his crotch stood up, and after letting out a hiss, he suddenly launched a charge towards Wang Yu. The speed of the white-bone warhorse was extremely fast, a single prancing leap spanning a distance of dozens of meters as if it were an instant. "Get out of the way! It's the charge skill," Qin Feng roared lowly. He had experienced firsthand the power of the undead knight's strike, and with the abomination's powerful physique, he couldn't carry a single sword. How could Wang Yu resist this strike when he was only at the bronze level? The crowd only saw a flash of white light and the undead knight had arrived in front of Wang Yu. And he waved the white-bone long sword in his hand and slashed at Wang Yu's neck, wanting to cut off Wang Yu's head. Chapter 23, End of Metamorphosis, Beat Everything. Wang Yu. Zhou Yu let out a cry of shock and turned her head to the side, unable to bear to watch the scene of Wang Yu's decapitated head. Wang Yu, Wu Lei and Han Yi. They also let out a silent cry in their hearts, calling out Wang Yu's name. The two men clenched their fists in death. Fingernails pierced their palms without even realizing it, and blood flowed down their palms and fell to the ground. Wang Yu, however, silently fused Shogun, not flinching in the face of a strong enemy. However, the scene that the crowd imagined, where Wang Yu's blood was splattered, did not happen next. Instead, the white-bone longsword in the undead knight's hand slashed at Wang Yu's neck as if it had cut on top of a hard alloy, splashing a series of sparks. Subsequently, Wang Yu and the undead knight's silhouettes crossed, still standing intact. The undead knight, on the other hand, was a few dozen meters away, strangling the white-bone warhorse at his crotch. "How is that possible? How is that possible?" Incredulous cries of shock instantly followed. The ones who let out cries of surprise included the members of Dawn Squad, as well as the undead knight with his two partners behind him. Everyone was deeply aware of the power of the sword of the undead knight, but as a result, Wang Yu didn't even get his skin cut. "You're not hallucinating, are you?" "My turn." Wang Yu grinned, his expression incomparably cold. This physical metamorphosis had greatly enhanced his physique. In terms of defense, it was enough to be comparable to a platinum-level powerhouse. In terms of strength, he was already not the least bit weaker than a gold-level powerhouse. That was why he dared to face the undead knight head-on for the most part. Confidence comes from strength. In the next moment, Wang Yu suddenly exerted his strength and rushed towards the undead knight like an angry lion. Woohoo! He ran so fast that he brought up a gust of wind and dust flew under his feet. Fizzle. The undead knight did not show any weakness as it drove the skeleton horse to gallop towards Wang Yu. Battle intent burns. The undead knight unleashed another skill for himself between Mercedes. All of a sudden, ghostly green flames flared up on both it and the warhorse at its hip. The horse's hooves sounded like thunder, stamping out a ghostly green flaming footprint on the ground. Just at the moment when the two were about to collide, Wang Yu leaped high into the air. Charge. The undead knight, on the other hand, thrust his long sword out violently, the tip of the sword carrying the power of death towards Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu nimbly twisted his body in the air to avoid the ferocious strike. Immediately after that, he did something else crazy. He stretched out his powerful right hand like a steel vice and grabbed the undead knight's longsword with precision. "Seek your own death?" The undead knight was greatly puzzled in his mind. However, at the very next moment, Wang Yu twisted hard, and with his powerful strength, he actually yanked the undead knight off the horse hard. "He's even more powerful than even the abomination." The undead knights were confused. He didn't expect a teenager whose soul power fluctuated at the bronze level to be able to burst out with a power that was more terrifying than even the gold 3 stars, doing something that Qin Feng hadn't even managed to do. "Yes!" Qin Feng exclaimed excitedly. "Shoot the man first, capture the thief first." The reason why undead knights are powerful has a lot to do with their mounts. Losing your mount can be a big loss of combat power. He had had this idea before and acted on it, but the undead knight's strength, speed, and strength of attack were all above him, and he didn't make it and was heavily wounded by the undead knight's sword. "Wang Yu has gotten so much stronger?" Wu Lei and the others were also appalled. "Boss! Zhu!" Far away, the two gold-level undead contractors pressing the formation changed their complexion drastically when they saw this and were rushing this way. Puff! The undead knight fell to the ground, and before he could get up, a mournful cracking sound rang out, and Wang Yu's fists fell like rain. Each punch contained a tremendous amount of power, hitting the undead knight's armor with a dull thud. In an instant, He was bombarded with dozens of punches by Wang Yu. Cracks began to appear in that armor, and the ghostly green soul fire flickered under Wang Yu's attack. The undead knight attempted to counterattack with its bone claws, but Wang Yu easily avoided it before kicking the undead knight in the head. This kick was extremely powerful and directly sent the undead knight's head flying out, which arced through the air before turning into a ghostly green flame and disappearing. Wow. Skeletons and armor were scattered all over the place. The undead warhorse that had galloped beyond the battlefield collapsed into a pile of white bones with a mournful cry as well. Then, the items about the undead all disappeared, and a middle-aged man appeared where the undead knight had fallen, lying motionless on the ground. "Boss!" The suture giant let out a roar, and the sound echoed through the valley like thunder. It waved its huge arm and swept towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu saw the right moment and lunged forward, dodging a sideways roll when the giant's arm was about to sweep him. He then quickly came around behind the sewing giant and wrapped his hands around one of the giant's legs. Wang Yu took a deep breath and the muscles of his entire body bulged as he began to pull back with force. The huge body of the suture giant shook as it tried to stabilize itself, but Wang Yu's strength was simply too great. Wang Yu's feet plowed 2 deep furrows in the ground. His forehead veins bulged, and finally, he pulled out one of the suture giant's legs hard. The stitched giant lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Yu, on the other hand, unleashed his entire body strength to swing the suture giant up and slammed it heavily into the ground. Boom! Dust billowed as the suture giant's massive body slammed into the ground and a deep crater appeared. The sewing giant was also dazed from the fall. However, before he could come to his senses, the feeling of riding a roller coaster hit him again, and Wang Yu swung him up and slammed him to the other side. Boom, 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 and so on once, twice, 3 times. The ground trembled incessantly, as if it were an earthquake. Hiss! Wang Yu's sudden outburst of power is a bit too perverted, right? A gold-level powerhouse is like a chicken in front of him. Take it at will. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Han Yi, Zhou Yu and the others were stunned and could not close their mouths. Wang Yu's strength before and after his coma was simply a sea change. Click. Once again, the suture giant was thrown heavily to the ground, its massive body no longer able to maintain its unity, and was thrown apart. This gold-level contractor was also incapable of maintaining his fusion state and revealed his true form. It was a dark and fat figure, and at that moment, just like the undead knight, it was lying on the ground, motionless, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. While Wang Yu just glanced at the dead dog-like figure, he dropped his sight on the witch demon in the distance. The witch demon had stopped long ago at this point. Seeing the 2 teammates who were stronger than him being easily beaten up by Wang Yu, a wave of panic welled up in his heart. His dry hands began to wave in the air as he mouthed an ancient and evil incantation. As the incantation rang out, the ground around them began to shake, and a skeleton burrowed out of the ground. Undead summoning. These skeletons were holding worn-out weapons with ghostly blue flames burning in their eyes, and they were densely swarming towards Wang Yu. Immediately afterward, ghostly figures appeared in the sky, their bodies transparent and emitting creepy, shrill whistling sounds. There were also some rotting zombies crawling out from the dark corners around them, emitting a foul odor as they dragged their mutilated bodies step by step closer to Wang Yu. Chapter 24 Strength Surge, Bronze 9 stars. Worthy of being a gold-level witch demon, the summoned undead army is already taking shape. The downside is that it's a little weak. If the ones summoned were all undead like Death Knights, I would have turned and fled without hesitation. Wang Yu looked at the overwhelming army of undead, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He knew that this was the witch demon's dying breath. He slowly raised his hands, closed his eyes, and began to focus his mental powers. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky began to roll up violently, and a dazzling lightning bolt flashed through the clouds. The witch demon was shocked when he saw this scene, and he realized that Wang Yu was about to cast a powerful magic. The scene of Wang Yu summoning the heavenly thunder earlier could have left a deep impression on him. Escape! Not wanting to be used as a living target, the witch demon no longer hesitated and turned around to try to escape. His dry body turned into a black shadow and scurried towards the depths of darkness. However, Wang Yu would not let him escape easily. He snapped his eyes open, a thunderous gleam in them. Thunder! Only to see the lightning in the sky converge towards Wang Yu as if summoned. A huge thunder formed above Wang Yu's head. The thunder flashed with a piercing white light, and the air around him was ionized with a crackling sound. Wang Yu waved his hands, and that thunder was like an angry dragon blasting towards the direction where the witch demon had fled. The speed of the thunder was extremely fast, and it caught up with the witch demon in an instant. The witch demon only felt a powerful force coming from behind him, and he turned back in horror, but he only saw the dazzling thunder. The thunder struck the witch demon, and the powerful current instantly ran through his body. The dry body of the witch demon began to smoke as the black robes he was wearing were burned to ashes. His already parched skin began to crack under the effect of the thunder, and a ghostly green light continued to overflow from the cracks in his body. He struggled in agony, a desperate scream escaping his mouth. However, the power of the thunder did not stop there. He continued to wreak havoc within the witch demon's body, blasting all of the witch demon's bones to smithereens. As the last current flashed by, the witch demon's body completely turned into a pile of charcoal and scattered on the ground. As for those undead that had originally surged towards Wang Yu, the moment the witch demon was blasted to death, it was as if they had lost control, and they collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of white bones and dust. The witch demon is dead. Is really dead. He didn't have the luck of the undead knight with the suture giant. Under Wang Yu's thunderous and destructive strike, his undead and contractors were all cleaved into charcoal. Kill the golden 2-star witch demon and gain 12,000 points of soul power. Kill bronze 1-star zombie. Gain 10 points of soul power. Kill bronze 1-star skeleton warrior and gain 10 points of soul power. Killing. Slaying the undead also triggers the looting talent? Listening to the sudden system beep, Wang Yu was doubly surprised. Immediately afterward, there was an inward burst of ecstasy. Because in this instant, Wang Yu had gained close to 20,000 points of soul power. His cultivation instantly broke through the bronze 6-star mark and was still rising. Bronze 7 stars. Bronze 8 stars. Only after raising 3 levels in a row did Wang Yu's soul power stop rising. Another upgrade? Han Yi's jaw dropped. Just a fluke. Wang Yu scratched his head. Ha ha ha. What a fluke. Any more flukes and you'll be surpassing me. Wu Lei smiled in relief. They were all happy for Wang Yu as his strength increased. I really can't believe that we all survived. Qin Feng looked around, taking in the wretched battlefield, and sincerely sighed. Bullish. He gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. If it wasn't for Wang Yu this time, I'm afraid we'd all have to account for this place. Although he had made a determination to die before, Zhou Yu still sighed for a while after the robbery. There is another prerequisite for wanting to be defiant, and that is to be forced. Who wants to die if they can live? After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Wang Yu, however, slowly shook his head. In fact, it might also be me who dragged everyone down. If it wasn't for me, you guys probably wouldn't have encountered these guys. Wang Yu looked at the crowd with more or less guilt in his heart. When he underwent the metamorphosis before, he wasn't completely in slumber. He was able to receive news from the outside world. He just couldn't make a reply. He also heard the conversation between the two sides and guessed that this incident was 80% related to that white-eyed father who married into the Gu family. Why are they targeting you? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng still asked the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. Let's first determine if it's what I guessed. Wang Yu arrived in front of the undead knight and stepped his foot on the opponent's chest. I know you've woken up. Where exactly are you guys from? Wang Yu asked coldly. Smell. The undead knight did not pretend to be dead anymore and opened his eyes, staring at Wang Yu with a cold smile. You don't need to know who I was sent by. Just remember, if we fail, there will be even more terrifyingly strong people to deal with you until you are killed. Ha ha ha. I'll go to hell first and wait for your arrival. Between laughs, the Death Knight contractor's mouth unexpectedly overflowed with black blood, unexpectedly biting and bursting the poison hidden in his teeth. You have forced the death of the golden 4-star undead knight contractor and gained 14,000 points of soul power. Wang Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he looked towards the obese stitched giant contractor. Before he could approach or say anything, the suture giant contractor actually staggered to his feet. Trying to get information on me? In another life. The suture giant contractor revealed a mocking smile, followed by his head suddenly exploding like a watermelon under Wang Yu's gaze. This person was even more ruthless, and even directly detonated his soul power. You have forced the death of the gold 3-star suture giant contractor and gained 13,000 points of soul power. With a boing sound, a large amount of soul power surged out of Wang Yu's mind, instantly breaking through the confinement of the rank, allowing his soul power to reach bronze 9 stars. and it was at the limit of bronze 9 stars, ready to break through to become silver level at any time. The trail is all but broken? Qin Feng didn't expect a gold level powerhouse to commit suicide when he said he would, without the slightest bit of attachment. Unsurprisingly, my guess was correct. They are the dead soldiers that were bred to specialize in unseemly deeds. Wang Yu was not surprised. Instead, it reinforced the suspicion. Can you really guess who they are? Someone who can raise gold-level powerhouses as dead soldiers is definitely not weak and has to be very powerful. Wang Yu, how did you provoke such a person? The Dawn Squad crowd all acted worried. Wang Yu put a smile on his face and said, unsurprisingly, the person who wants to kill me should be the general of the Great Xia Ten Legions, the deputy leader of the Death God Legion, Bai Yen Lang. Who? General White. The crowd was stunned. Bai Yen Lang is a big man who went out of Qin City, and all kinds of news are reported all day long. Some scholars even suggested that Bai Yen Lang should be written into the history book of Qincheng, so that more people in Qincheng would remember this great man. Wang Yu smiled faintly. That's right. The one who wants to kill me and kill us is that pride of the people of Qin City, General Bai. But General Shiredo, no, why would Shirogane want to kill you? Chapter 25 The Aftermath. A major blow. That's a long story. Wang Yu slowly revealed his life. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and Han Yi were all dumbfounded. Even the injuries on his body felt lighter. Bai Yen Lang is really a white-eyed wolf. Luckily, I used to regard him as an idol, but now I think that all the years of my old man's admiration have been fed to the dogs. A tiger's venom still doesn't eat his son, but Bai Yen Lang, simply not human. The Dawn Squad crowd was stunned by the reality. Is there such a cruel father in this world? Shirogane was simply a father in vain. If you don't love it, you can't persecute it. Speaking of which, I'm the one who dragged everyone into being the way they are now. A guilty look appeared on Wang Yu's face. What's wrong with that? When you're a soldier fighting in a war, it's inevitable that you'll get bumps and bruises. This little injury is no big deal at all. Qin Feng grinned. Wu Lei said, the captain is right. Everyone is dancing on the blade, wandering on the edge of life and death. As long as they don't die, they are all considered minor injuries. Brothers, we all have today but not tomorrow. Living one more day is an awesome thing to have earned. Han Yi regained some of his strength at this point and stood up and walked over to Wang Yu, gently patting his shoulder. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, sighed very heartily. Wang Yu's talent is so high that it can be called shocking. It should be a treasure wherever it is placed. But as a result, his own family is stabbing him in the back, which really makes people angry and heartbroken. Tick-tock. Qin Feng's communicator suddenly emitted a sharp sound. It should be the arrival of the rescue unit. Qin Feng picked up his communicator and hurriedly replied, this is Qin Feng. Our location is... Not much longer. A dozen figures in combat fatigues made their way through the rubble to the crowd. From the badges they wore on their chests, Wang Yu recognized that these people belonged to the same Qin City Demon Hunting Regiment. The 3 squads were Thunder, Wind, and Rainstorm. Why are you guys in such a mess? The leader of the Thunder Squad frowned. It's a long story. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Take on missions that are as far as you can go. You're a veteran team member too, you should understand that. Not to mention the fact that you have a baby soldier with you. The leader of the Gale Squad glanced coldly at the crowd and said in a deep voice, Wang Feng, you're less of a yin and yang there. Who are you talking about being self-absorbed? Wu Lei retorted unhappily. The reason we ended up in this situation is entirely because we were shaded behind our backs. We were attacked by 2 gold levels, a dozen silver levels, and more than a few bronze levels. In the end, there were even 3 human traders who struck out at us. Humph. Let me just ask, what would happen to your Gale Squad if you faced so many strong enemies? What? The pupils of the Gale Squad leader and the members behind him shrunk violently. They didn't expect the Dawnbreaker Squad to actually encounter such a strong enemy. Old Wu, are you telling the truth? The Thunder Squad leader couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Wu Lei rolled his eyes. Do you think I have to lie to you guys? The battle recorder that we carry with us recorded everything. That's right. If you can't do what you say, you're going to get punched in the face. Han Yi rolled his eyes at the Gale Squad leader as he said this. There's no shortage of competition amongst the hunt. Gale and Dawn were also considered old rivals, which was why Captain Gale was sneering. After my investigation, there's a good chance that what Dawn's squad said is true. At that moment, the Storm Squad leader also made a solemn statement. Hiss. How they do it. The Storm Squad leader's words were authoritative and did not go unchallenged. In the next moment, everyone looked at the Dawnbreak Squad crowd with awe-inspiring gazes. Only, there was no one in the Dawn Squad to explain things to them. How are they doing? Camp Hospital outside the emergency room, Lu Changtian came striding in. Team Qin and Team Wu are seriously injured and are still in surgery. Han Yi is resting in the ward, and Sister Zhou Yu is taking care of it. Wang Yu replied in a low voice. Lu Changtian asked expressionlessly, "Who did it? Do you know?" "It's him." Wang Yu spat out 2 words. However, Lu Changtian read his meaning. "Can you be sure?" "It can be determined, but I have no proof. I don't need evidence to do my job." After Lu Changtian finished speaking, he turned around and left. "General, where are you going?" Looking at Lu Changtian's back, Wang Yu subconsciously asked. "I've never been a victim of harboring. And what person who hurts me doesn't pay the price?" Lu Changtian didn't stop walking, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the long corridor. Both Qin Feng and Wu Lei's surgeries lasted 10 hours. Both were bound like mummies when they were wheeled out of the emergency ward. Team Qin, Team Wu, you guys. Wang Yu didn't know what to ask for a moment. Qin Feng knew what Wang Yu wanted to ask and waved his hand without thinking. "Harm? It's fine. I just broke a few ribs and got a cut. Not a big problem. It's just that I have to lie in bed for 2 months." "Me too. Dozens of fractures all over my body. I'll be fine in 2 months. Consider it a vacation." Wu Lei also grinned. But the smile tugged at an unknown wounded spot, and the smile quickly turned into a grimace that showed his teeth. Team Qin, Team Wu, you're undead. Wang Yu remembered that both of them were knocked out of their undead fusion state. Normally the injuries of the undead must not be light. "My undead may have to sleep for a while." Wang Yu noticed that the luster in Wu Lei's eyes had obviously dimmed a few points when he said those words. "Sleep for a while. How long is that?" After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yu still asked out. "It could be a year and a half, it could be 3 years and 5 years, it could be longer, who knows?" Wu Lei pretended to be relaxed. "I can't believe I'm hurt so badly." Wang Yu was struck by lightning. Only undead who have suffered a major blow will heal by slumbering. However, in this era where all the people contracted undead, lacking the aid of undead, what was the difference between Wu Lei and a wasted person? Not to mention, he's a front-line combatant. The undead falling into slumber meant that Wu Lei's military career was coming to an end. That's a huge blow to a soldier. "Don't worry about me. I've had some savings over the years, enough to retire for the rest of my life." Wu Lei laughed. "After so many years of being on tenterhooks, I'm also tired. It's not bad to take this opportunity to retire on merit." Wang Yu knew that Wu Lei's words were comforting him. "Old Qin, why don't you say anything? What is the state of your undead now?" Wu Lei looked at Qin Feng, signaling him to digress. Qin Feng was silent for a moment before speaking. "I can only perceive a trace of a seeming connection, and its state is like a candle flame in the dark of night that could go out at any time." Chapter 26, The Cruel Elite Training Camp. Like a candle flame in the darkness, it could go out at any time. Wang Yu's pupils instantly contracted. This meant that Qin Feng undead was in a very bad state and was about to fall. As Qin Feng's words fell, there was a silence in the ward. Wu Lei opened his mouth, and the words of comfort reached his lips and swallowed back. After all, any words pale in the face of reality. For an indentured servant, the undead are their second life. When an undead falls, it takes the life of the indentured servant. This blow is not insignificant. In comparison, he was 100 times better than Qin Feng's state. After all, his undead had only fallen into a deep sleep that would awaken sooner or later. "Captain Qin." Wang Yu's voice was a bit hoarse. However, before he could finish his words, Qin Feng waved his hand. "It's nothing." Qin Feng laughed. "Actually, I've wanted to retire for a long time to spend time with my family. And by the way, my daughter still always complains that I don't have time for her. Well, now, isn't this the opportunity? Nothing I slip the bird with old Wu. Drinking tea, fishing. Boy day is nourishing when I think about it, with or without the undead." Wang Yu was even more silent after hearing this, because, when he talked to Zhou Yu in private, he had inadvertently learned that Captain Qin's wife and child had long since passed away in a demonic attack a few years ago. "Team Qin, Team Wu, you guys rest first. I'll come back to see you guys in a while." Leaving the hospital room, Wang Yu clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his heart almost about to turn into substance. He was tempted to kill, by Yanlang Gu Tianyuan and the Gu. There must be a way. There are many medicines that nourish the soul and work on the undead as well. I'm sure there's a way to make the soul fire of Team Qin's contracted undead burn brightly again. Let Team Wu's undead awaken from their slumber. Wang Yu took out his cell phone and opened the browser. However, the few messages that popped up on the homepage stunned him. In the early hours of this morning, 3 chemical factories under the Imperial Gu Group exploded, and the losses are conservatively estimated to be as high as at least $300 million. Shocked, after experts on site exploration speculation that Gu Group chemical plant explosion is not an equipment failure, it is likely to be man-made. Wang Yu's heart shook. There was an explosion at a factory owned by the Gu Group? It's definitely not a coincidence. Thinking of this, a figure emerged in Wang Yu's mind. Lu Changtian. He believed that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Lu Changtian. Subsequently, Wang Yu typed search information into his browser to find a way to be able to solve Qin Feng and Wu Lei. It's just that there are so many different opinions that no one can give an accurate answer. What are you boys doing here? I don't know how long it took, but there was a puzzled voice in my ear. Wang Yu looked and found a familiar figure walking from the distance. It was Lu Changtian. Moreover, Wang Yu also saw an undisguised look of exhaustion on Lu Changtian's face. General. Well, what's the situation with old Qin and old Wu now? Have they woken up? Lu Changtian asked in a deep voice. Wake up. Just. After a pause, Wang Yu took a deep breath. It's just that the situation is not optimistic. Captain Qin's undead suffered a heavy blow and is likely to fall. Captain Lu's situation is a little bit better, but the undead will also fall into a deep sleep. After listening to Wang Yu's account, Lu Changtian fell silent. It's so bad for both of them one after the other. General. I wonder what can be done to save Team Qin and Team Wu? Wang Yu looked at Lu Changtian expectantly. The answers on the internet were so varied that Wang Yu felt it would be more practical to ask what was the titan of the contractor world. Lu Changtian said, Wu Lei's case is relatively simple. As long as he keeps using potions that grow his soul power or nourishing it with strange treasures, he can speed up his awakening. Qin Feng's situation would be very special, and it would require the returning spirit herb to have any hope of revitalizing that would be vanishing undead of his. Return the spirit herb. Wang Yu finally saw a glimmer of hope. I wonder how I can get the returning spirit grass? It's hard. Lu Changtian said. The price of returning spirit grass on the black market is as high as 100 million dasha coins, and it still has a price. If you have the returning spirit grass is to ask for $150 million, I'm sure someone will buy it. Wang Yu secretly thought so expensive? $150 million? For Wang Yu, who had never had more than $5,000 in his pocket, this was an astronomical amount. If it was the old me, there was still some hope of using some doors to get it out. But now it's hard. It's hard. Lu Changtian said 2 hard times in a row, proving that it was really hard. Wang Yu was silent. Lu Changtian was many times stronger than him, and had once been the vice-captain of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, with immense power. Is there any hope for yourself when even he can't do what he can't do? I can't say it's hard as hell. I'm afraid it's impossible to reach the sky, because the returning spirit grass also has a special effect, which is to evolve one's undead. Although there's only a 1% chance, it's still enough to drive people crazy. You have to realize that there are still a lot of rich and powerful people in this world, and they won't skimp on a few $100 million for themselves or their children and grandchildren. Lu Changtian revealed the reason why the returning spirit grass was so precious. However, right now, you do have a chance to obtain the spirit returning grass. Lu Changtian turned his words to Wang Yu. Really? Wang Yu replied without hesitation. I'm willing to try. Wang Yu is not a rotten person, but he knows what it means to know what's going on. Qin Feng was perfectly capable of leaving, but only suffered a serious injury in order to protect him. Without the people of the Dawnbreaker squad laying down their lives to protect him, he wouldn't have been able to complete his metamorphosis at all, and even under the attack of the 3 gold-level contractors, his corpse would definitely be gone. This favor he could not repay. Qin Feng didn't help the wrong person. You kid is rather sentimental and righteous. Lu Changtian appreciated and added, in order to enhance the strength of the new generation, the Great Xia officials have organized an elite genius training camp for colleges, universities, and armies across the country to recruit elite genius youths under the age of 20. Anyone under the age of 19 weeks and with a soul power of 5 bronze stars or more could participate. The training camp lasts for 2 months, And if you can rank first and come out on top in the final assessment 2 months later, you'll be rewarded with a precious rejuvenating spirit grass, as well as a large amount of resources and money. Wang Yu listened intently and waited until Lu Changtian finished his speech and said without hesitation, "General, I want to participate in this elite genius training camp. Don't get carried away with the reward before you answer." Lu Changtian said gruffly and seriously, "It's not just the first time that the elite genius training camp has been held. The competition is extremely brutal, and the training methods are also very cruel. The elimination rate is as high as 80% of those who participate in each session, and of those 80%, at least 50% die and 20% suffer serious injuries." Chapter 27. Sorry, we're not from the same world. And the people who died were geniuses, too. There are even quite a few whose strength can be compared to the silver level. Lu Changtian solemnly reminded Wang Yu, "My comprehensive battle power should not be weaker than a gold-level contractor." Wang Yu had a record of having beheaded a gold-level contractor and spoke with confidence. "That's true, you should have no problem staying alive when you go to the elite genius training camp. But you can't take it lightly either." Lu Changtian added, "There are many sons and daughters of families and plutocrats who have been nurtured with all kinds of resources since they were young, and many of them have reached the standard of contracted undead in terms of physical quality and soul power at the age of 15 or 16. There are some changelings in the training camps that can compare to gold-level powerhouses before the age of 19. Early contract? Wang Yu's face revealed a look of dismay. It's the first time he's ever heard of such a thing. In order to make the population feel balanced, this matter is only circulated among a few. Also, not many people can meet the criteria for an early deed. Lu Changtian said with some regret. If you were born in a big family, you might have been able to make an early contract, and now your soul power might have become a true gold level. Pity. Wang Yu's growth rate was the only thing he had seen in his life. After just a few days of contracting, reaching bronze 9 stars was simply astounding. When he was as big as Wang Yu, he was far inferior to Wang Yu. "General, it's better to sign up for me." Wang Yu threw his voice and said, "Even if it's a mountain of Tao and a sea of learning, I must take this journey." Lu Changtian nodded gently. "Good. You go back and prepare first. I will help you enroll later." It was getting late and the sun was setting. There was a knock on Wang Yu's dormitory door. Opening the door, Wang Yu saw a young officer in military uniform standing outside the door. "Are you Wang Yu?" "It's me. General Lu asked me to give you this letter of recommendation and to send you to the station for the imperial capital." The young officer explained his intentions. "So fast." Wang Yu, on the other hand, was somewhat stunned. "Yes, the elite genius training camp that you signed up for. The enrollment has been going on for a while, and now there are still 3 days before the enrollment closes." The young officer glanced at the silver watch on his wrist. "Wang Yu, there will be a train departing to the imperial capital in 2 hours. You still have half an hour to get ready. I will send you to the station then." "Good." Wang Yu said no more and turned around and walked inside the dormitory. 10 minutes later, changing into a black tracksuit, he followed the young officer to the station. There are very few trains to the imperial capital. Again, because of the impromptu decision, Wang Yu took the military channel to get a hard seat. After getting on the train and finding a seat, Wang Yu realized that a lot of this train was filled with teenagers with luggage. For example, he was surrounded by teenage girls in front of and behind him, and from their remarks Wang Yu understood that they were all traveling to different parts of the country to pursue their studies. In this day and age, schools are also divided into 3 classes. The faculty varies from school to school. Actually, my parents and I say there are no trashy schools, only trashy indentured servants. As long as it's that, it's the same wherever you go to school. But they wouldn't listen. They had to spend millions of dollars a year in tuition to get me to go to the Cambridge University of the Dead. Diagonally opposite Wang Yu, the teenager wearing gold-rimmed glasses shook his head and sighed. Wang Yu just glanced at him and just managed to catch a flash of smugness in the teenager's eyes. I can see that. He's not laying low, he's showing off. However, $1 million a year in tuition is already the ceiling in college. 1 million dasha coins is not something an average person can afford. Imperial Cambridge. That's the ceiling of private universities. Classmate, I just happen to go to school in the imperial capital as well. Why don't we add a waiver and take care of each other? The 2 girls beside and directly across from Wang Yu had their eyes glowing at once. Needless to say, the spectacled man's braggadocio managed to get someone's attention, and someone chose to take the initiative. Yeah. The spectacled man volunteered to take them up on their offer, only not very enthusiastically. Wang Yu noticed that the man with the glasses always intentionally or unintentionally looked at the other young girl on Wang Yu's side when he was talking. The young girl was dressed in a simple white bear t-shirt, long straight black hair casually draped, fair skin, high nose, large eyes. Wang Yu felt a few similarities to the movie star Hoppa in his previous life. Compared to the young girl, the two girls who had taken the initiative were not even close. The young girl, on the other hand, looked down at a book about the undead as if she hadn't heard the man with the glasses. What you can't get is always in commotion, and the man with the glasses couldn't help but get a little anxious when he saw that the target of his heart wasn't moving. But he still knew his place well enough not to take the initiative to harass the girl who looked very much like Hot Fu, but instead looked at the silent Wang Yu. "Brother, I see that you should also be going to Imperial City for school, right? It's fate that we met. Why don't we leave a contact information, so that we can take care of each other in the future?" Wang Yu dropped his calm gaze on the man with glasses. "Ahem." The man with glasses coughed lightly and said, "I told my family that there are no wasteful undead, only wasteful contractors, and that it's the same wherever I study. But they wouldn't listen to me, and they insisted on taking $1 million a year in tuition fees, so that I could go to Cambridge University in the imperial capital." The man with the glasses found an opportunity to show off again. Wang Yu frowned slightly. "There's no need. I'm not like you guys, I don't go to school, I go to a training camp to train." Wang Yu felt that the name of the National Elite Genius Training Camp was too long and there was no need to say it. And he doesn't like to show off. Nowadays, he was long ago not on the same level as these teenage girls of a similar age, and was really not in the mood to show off. "Ah, for training camp?" The glasses guy froze for a moment. "So you didn't get into college and have joined the compact?" Wang Yu slightly closed his eyes, not bothering to answer the glasses man's words. "Cut. What are you so proud of? How good can someone be who can't even afford to go to college?" At first glance, it's indentured undead pulling crotch, with limited potential, and struggling to eat 4 dishes in his life. The man with the glasses skimmed his mouth in disdain, and his mind slandered. But his purpose had been accomplished. Wang Yu was just a stepping stone for him, and his real purpose was just that he didn't want to be too abrupt in asking for the contact information of the young girl beside Wang Yu. "This, classmate, I wonder if you..." The spectacled man looked at the young girl beside Wang Yu with a smile on his face. As long as the young girl was willing to give contact information, he was halfway there. And again, he also really couldn't find any reason that would make the young girl refuse. "I really don't see the need for it." "Why?" The man with the glasses froze. "She turned me down?" The young girl finally raised her head, formerly the man with the glasses. "Because we're not from the same world. I don't go to college in Imperial either. I'm going to Imperial for a training camp." Chapter 28. They are surprisingly all geniuses. It's a shame that such a beautiful girl is also going to boot camp, but a girl like that should be easy to chase, right? After all, the vast majority of people who go to boot camps are hoping to get a good job. The man with glasses was delighted in his heart. "It's okay. I'm an easygoing person. I don't care what kind of origin you have and what kind of person you will become in the future."
"Im sorry kare."
"You care." The man with glasses was first stunned. Then he laughed, thinking in his heart that this young girl was hating the rich and inferiority complex in front of me. And at this moment, the young girl turned her head to look at Wang Yu. "Hello, my name is Lin Zhu." Possibly feeling that her fate was the same, the young girl expressed a hint of goodwill towards Wang Yu. "Wang Yu." Wang Yu replied indifferently. Wang Yu noticed that the young girl squinted her eyes when she was looking at herself, and coupled with the fact that she was very close when she was looking down at the book before, he guessed that this young girl should have a high level of myopia. Humph. What a fish looking for a fish and a shrimp looking for a shrimp. Seeing that Lin Zhu did not take care of himself, but instead took the initiative to show affection with Wang Yu, the glasses man became furious and grunted in a conspiratorial manner. But this action of his drew no attention from anyone, but rather disgusted people. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the man with the glasses also felt bored. Solely shutting his mouth, the compartment all became quiet for a moment. There was no talk all night. In the early hours of the following morning, the train stopped at Imperial Station. Leaving the noisy, suffocating environment of the carriage, Wang Yu only felt a burst of refreshment, and his entire mood felt much better. Walking out of the station, Wang Yu saw a lot of people holding up signs and picking up the station. Imperial University of the Undead, Imperial University of Cambridge, Imperial College of Vocational Technology, Imperial College of Civil Engineering, All the major colleges have organized some people to come outside the station to welcome the new students who have enrolled this year. Crap! Elite Genius Training Camp came to pick up the station too. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out from Wang Yu's side. Wang Yu subconsciously looked over and saw that the man with glasses who sat diagonally across from him earlier was pointing at the place with the Elite Genius Training Camp banner and exclaiming, "Elite Genius Training Camp? What is this place? Which company is so powerful? What a big show, occupying such a big place, even bigger than the Imperial University, and the cars are driving into the station." The two young girls beside the man with glasses asked in surprise. "This isn't a training camp organized by a company. It's officially organized by our dasha. I've heard from my family that in order to join the training of the Elite Genius Training Camp, you can't be older than 19 years old, and your soul power has to reach the bronze 5-star. The man with the glasses said enviously. "Hiss! Isn't that all genius?" Both teenage girls were surprised. If it's not a genius, then it's quite a genius. Put in a city, one would have to be at the level of a high school scholar to hope to join. The glasses man's eyes were filled with anticipation. "If I can be allowed to join the Elite Genius Training Camp, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion." He prayed silently in his mind. Wang Yu is also looking this way. Suddenly, a young girl beside the man with glasses spotted Wang Yu. Who isn't envious? He's also going to join the training camp, only that his training camp is not even close to the Elite Genius Training Camp, right? The man with the glasses said, and his pupils snapped shut. Wang Yu came over. He didn't hear our conversation. Did he? "Come as you are, what can I do if I hear you?" Will he still dare to make a move against me? I'm at least a B-class undead contractor, so I'm not afraid of him. The man with the glasses forced himself to stay calm. But Wang Yu walked past the crowd as if he did not see them, heading straight for the banner of the Elite Genius Training Camp. In this moment, the brain of the man with glasses and the two young girls beside him went blank. The training camp that Wang Yu joined, it shouldn't be the Elite Genius Training Camp, right?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The man with the glasses shook his head. Why didn't he say anything if he did go to the Elite Genius Camp? He was most likely there to ask for directions. In the glasses man's opinion, there was no reason not to show off such a good opportunity to pretend. If he could join the Elite Genius Training Camp, he would surely let the whole carriage know about it. The man with glasses stared at Wang Yu's movements with a deadly stare. Only after Wang Yu took out an envelope from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to the staff. The staff immediately stood up with a kind smile on his face and reached out to invite Wang Yu to board the commercial vehicle behind him. The moment the doors opened, everyone could see the luxurious interior of the car. Wang Yu got in the car. The doors are closed. It took the man with the glasses and the two teenage girls beside him to come back to their senses. He, literally, got in the car. The camp he said he was attending wasn't to get training to get a job. It was to attend an elite genius camp. The two young girls lamented with regret. After the glasses man's explanation, they already knew what the Elite Genius Training Camp was. Had they known that Wang Yu was a genius of the Elite Genius Training Camp, they would have said anything to add Wang Yu's prestige or leave their contact information. A super genius. Isn't that much more fragrant than a B-ranked undead contractor's second son? He, surprisingly, is a super genius? The man with the glasses was struck by lightning at this point. He couldn't accept that a small person who couldn't even afford to go to a junior college in his eyes had transformed into a genius that he could only look up to. However, just in the next moment, a beautiful figure broke into the glasses man's eyes. He noticed that Lin Ju was squinting, looking for something. The opportunity to perform has come. The heart of the man with glasses was as if it had been resurrected from the dead. Damn. I can't believe I forgot my glasses at home. Lin Ju dragged his luggage, looking for it while breaking into pieces. She has very high myopia and can't distinguish between 6 relatives at 2 meters away, male and female at 5 meters away, and human and animal at 10 meters away. She couldn't even see what was written on the banner. Lin Ju, are you unable to find the training camp you're going to? The man with the glasses came to Lin Ju's body. Tell me your name and I'll take you there. The man with the glasses tried to make his voice soft and magnetic. Thank you then. Lin Ju said, I'm going to the Elite Genius Training Camp. Do you know where it is? No problem, it's just an Elite Genius Training Camp. Wait. The man with glasses was instantly stunned, followed by him looking at Lin Ju with a shocked gaze. What the hell? Lin Zhu was surprisingly a super genius who went to the elite genius training camp as well. He was confused. The world is crazy. Since when were there so many geniuses in the elite genius training camp, letting him run into two of them at once? Is it hard to find? Lin Zhu saw that the man with glasses didn't say anything and muttered suspiciously. Could it be that the pickup personnel from the elite genius training camp haven't arrived yet?
No, no.
The glasses man smiled awkwardly. You come with me, they're right over here. This time the man with the glasses took the initiative to distance himself from Lin Zhu, leading the way for him in front. Earlier, when Lin Zhu said that they were people from two worlds, he thought it was because Lin Zhu had low self-esteem and hated the rich. It was only now that he realized that Lin Zhu meant that he simply couldn't afford it. He didn't deserve to be friends with a super genius like Lin Zhu at all. Chapter 29 Cruel Training Camp. Meeting Gu Tianyuan again. After all this time, the clown is me? As he watched Lin Zhu being escorted to the car by the genius training camp's workforce, a bitter pang ran through the glasses man's heart. But after turning around, he became even more bitter. Because the two girls he talked to on the train had surprisingly disappeared as well. Where have you guys been? Didn't we say we'd eat together later and then I'd take you to school? The man with the glasses pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to one of them. As a result, a red exclamation mark immediately appeared in front of that message, and there was a prompt. The other person is not yet close friends with you. Grass. They must have seen me inviting members of the elite genius camp and deleted me. The man with the glasses was so depressed he wanted to vomit blood. It's rather like losing your wife and your army. You actually participated in the elite genius training camp as well? Seeing Lin Zhu get into the car and sit in the seat beside him, Wang Yu said with some surprise. Yes, what a coincidence. Lin Zhu smiled sweetly. The car then pulled away from the station. Since there were still 2 days before the official opening day of the training camp, Wang Yu was arranged to rest in a nearby hotel. Wang Yu didn't go anywhere in the past 2 days and stayed in the hotel to adjust himself. He'd experienced so much in the last few days, it was almost more exciting than the first few years he'd traveled here combined. Time rushes. 2 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Wang Yu again took a special car to the suburbs with Lin Zhu and 2 unknown young boys and girls. Along the way, those 2 young boys and girls started to close their eyes and rest their heads, looking like they didn't want to talk. But it was Wang Yu who talked to Lin Zhu for a few sentences. When he got off the car, Wang Yu saw the high iron gate and the fence that could not be seen at a glance. Worthy of being an official training camp, it's just powerful. This is the imperial capital. Even in the suburbs, it's still an inch of gold. At Wang Yu's side came Lin Zhu's voice. Today Lin Zhu wore a black-gray sweatshirt, her long hair tied into a ponytail, and a pair of black framed glasses on the bridge of her nose. Less youthful as a young girl and more sensible and beautiful. You few are trainees from Qin City, White City, High City, and Lin City, right? Just then, a middle-aged man in uniform walked up to the crowd. I'm Wang Zhong, the instructor in the training camp. Roll call will now begin, and those whose names are called, shout, present. Without waiting for the crowd to answer, Wang Zhong took out a list and said in a loud voice, Zhang Yang, 2, Qian Zhuan, 2, Wang Yu, 2, Lin Zhu, 2. The roll call ended and Wang Zhong closed the list. Instructor, are we allowed to enter the training camp now? The teenager called Zhang Yang asked curiously. He wondered what it was like behind the black iron door. Go in. Wang Zhong sneered. Don't think that you are official training camp members just because you came here. Before you walk into the camp, you will face an entrance test. Those who can pass the test will be able to enter the training camp. Those who cannot pass the test will be eliminated. Zhang Yang frowned. You'll be eliminated before you even enter the training camp? If you don't accept, you can leave now. Wang Zhong glanced coldly at Zhang Yang. That gaze sent chills down the spine. Wang Yu concluded that Wang Zhong must also be a strong person who had fought many battles and crawled out from the dead. The test is the test. I don't believe that I can't pass it with my bronze 7-star strength? Zhang Yang was slightly unconvinced in his heart, but he still did not dare to show it too obviously. All come with me. With the list in hand, Wang Zhong arrived at the large black door and said to a staff member at the door who was also wearing a black uniform, everyone has arrived. The staff member turned and opened a small door with his fingerprint. Who will enter first? In order, Zhang Yang is first. Wang Zhong said. Okay. Let me see how it is.
Zhang Yang walked in excitedly.
Then the little door closes. 5 minutes later, the staff member guarding the door looked puzzled. Zhang Yang is eliminated. Next. What? So soon to be eliminated? Chen Zhuan let out a gasp. One should know that Zhang Yang was a bronze 7-star soul power, which was 1 star higher than her rank. The test is also a real battle. If you don't go all out, you will only fail. Wang Zhong seriously reminded the crowd. Next, Chen Zhuan. Being named, Chen Zhuan reluctantly walked into the small black door. I wonder how long Chen Zhuan can hold out. Wang Yu heard Lin Zhu beside him muttering in a small voice. He noticed that Lin Zhu clutched the corner of his coat tightly with his hand. He should be nervous as well. Wang Yu was also curious and wondered what kind of test it was. But, in the very next moment, a commercial vehicle pulled in beyond the campground, and 4 teenagers stepped out of it. An instructor, dressed in a black uniform, took the initiative to step forward and bring the 4 over. Wang Yu actually, it's you. As the 4 approached, one of them let out a gasp. Gu Tianyuan? Wang Yu frowned. He recognized the person who gave the startled cry. Wang Yu, the one who injured you? Gu Tianyuan's voice immediately made Wang Yu the center of attention. The 3 people who were traveling with Gu Tianyuan unanimously landed their gazes on Wang Yu. At this moment, a teenager who looked slightly older than Gu Tianyuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, cousin. Gu Tianyuan nodded. He's that fellow Qin Cheng. It's just that I didn't expect that he had reached the bronze 5-star enrollment line, even though he clearly hadn't been indentured for a few days. Wang Yu said indifferently. If you can do it, what is so rare for me to do it? His words were 3 parts disdain and 7 parts contempt, ruthlessly mocking Gu Tianyuan. What class are you? And you deserve to be compared to me? Gu Tianyuan said angrily. You're just a wild seed that no one wants. Enough! Suddenly, a bellowing cry rang out. However, the one who berated Gu Tianyuan was not Wang Yu, not an instructor, but actually Gu Tianyuan's cousin. Idiot! Didn't you say that he was taken away by Lu Changtian? With Lu Changtian's strength and status, what's so difficult about helping Wang Yu reach the bronze 5-star? Yes. Gu Tianyuan shrunk his neck and instantly calmed down. It was obvious that he was in awe of this cousin. Wang Yu, right? I've heard of you and know what you did to my cousin. Long Tianao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Wang Yu dead-on. No one can be safe and sound after messing with the Gu family. No one can protect you here anymore. Wang Yu heard the threatening intent in Long Tianao's words, and it was clear that he would retrieve face for the Gu family. That's normal. The Gu family was also a big family in the imperial capital, powerful and with numerous vassals. The Long family is a dog raised by the Gu family. When Wang Yu hurt Gu Tianyuan in the first place, it was the same as hurting his master. And now that he had the chance, Long Tianao would of course take a breath for Gu Tianyuan and curry favor with the Gu family. Cousin, you've overlooked one thing. That is, it's not certain if Wang Yu can pass the examination. Gu Tianyuan looked Wang Yu up and down and laughed coldly. If he is unable to pass the examination, he is not even qualified to be our opponent. Chapter 30, How Can I Become Number 1? Against the gold-level examiner. That's right, if he can't even pass the test, he doesn't deserve to be my opponent.
Long Qianao nodded proudly.
Cousin, even if he manages to squeak through the examination, there's no way he can be your opponent. Gu Tianyuan said, You are an extremely rare early contracting the undead at the age of 15. And now your soul power is as high as silver 9 stars. Who in this training camp is qualified to be your opponent? The more Gu Tianyuan spoke, the louder his voice became, giving the impression that he was the same as if he was an early silver 9-star genius. After hearing Gu Tianyuan's words, many people's faces revealed a look of surprise. If what Gu Tianyuan said was true, then Long Tianao was really an amazing genius. There's a mountain outside of a man. As far as I know, there are still 2 people in this camp who can be my opponents. Long Tianao acted modestly and low-key. After a pause, Long Tianao added, However, Wang Yu should not be included in this list. The examination is a big hurdle. It's enough for him to drink a pot of water. Gu Tianyuan laughed coldly. Wang Yu, you must pass the test, or else I'll have a lot less fun in this training camp. Wang Yu was just about to reply with a sentence when he was interrupted. All right, if you have the energy to argue here, why don't you adjust your state and face the examination with all your might? Wang Zhong was actually reminding Wang Yu not to be overwhelmed by anger. After all, the information on Wang Yu's registration form was bronze 9 stars. Bronze 9 stars clashing with silver 9 stars was not a good choice. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze, and it was at this moment that the staff member in front of the door spoke again. Money is rigorously eliminated. Next. So you've been eliminated? Wang Yu was curious as to what the content of the assessment was. Wang Yu, it's your turn. Wang Chong reminded Wang Yu. Go Wang Yu. Lin Zhu waved her fist at Wang Yu, cheering him on. You too. Wang Yu gave a rare smile before walking inside the small door. Inside the small gate was a wide training ground. It's the size of a soccer field. And in the center of the field stood an undead with a gray robe shrouding his entire body and a white bone staff in his hand. Witch demon? No, technically, it's a witch demon contractor. Wang Yu recognized the identity of the other party. Moreover, from the soul fluctuations emanating from the other party, Wang Yu deduced that this witch demon contractor's level should be around the golden 4 stars, which was about the same strength as the witch demon contractor that he had killed before. Wang Yu, contracted undead zombie, bronze 9 stars, right? At that moment, the witch demon let out a hoarse voice. Yes. Wang Yu nodded. Good, as long as you can hold out for 10 minutes under the attack of the undead I summoned, you will be considered to have passed the test. If you can kill the undead I summoned, you will be rewarded with additional points. The witch demon examiner briefly introduced the rules of the examination. If there are no questions, the examination can begin. He made it clear enough that no one would normally find it problematic. But Wang Yu, however, is not normal. Examiner, I have a question. If I defeat you, what reward will I get? Or how many points? What? The witch demon examiner was stunned at his words. I didn't hear you wrong, did I? A bronze 9-star zombie undead indentured servant dared to speak so loudly? Who gave him the courage? Even an S-rank silver 9-star undead contractor standing in front of me wouldn't dare to say that. You're confident you can beat me? He asked back uncertainly. I want to try. Wang Yu replied seriously. Ha ha ha. Confident enough. I've served as an instructor for 2 terms, and it's the first time I've encountered someone threatening to defeat me. The witch demon instructor laughed. If you can last under me for 10 minutes, you will be considered to have passed the test. After 10 minutes, for every extra minute you hold out, you'll get 10 more points, up to a maximum of 200 points, and if you can beat me, then you'll get 500 points straight away. Only, so far, no student has made it this far in the entrance exam. By the way, I don't think you know how points work, do you? According to the previous rules, the number of points will determine your ranking. In the past, the first place winner of the training camp was the trainee with the most points. So it is. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. With that said, then he had a reason why he had to defeat the witch demon examiner. I'm ready, Wang Yu said solemnly. Turn on your undead. The witch examiner nodded, and at the same time, he raised the white bone staff in his hand. Bunches of dirt suddenly rose up from the training ground, extending arm after white bony arm. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bronze-level skeleton warriors came out of the ground. Wang Yu also completed the undead fusion at this time. Transformed into a shogun with a strong body and a sense of power. Wang Yu noticed that each of these white-bone skeleton warriors had an aura of about 5 stars of bronze, and even the weapons in their hands were not bone knives, but alloy battle knives that shone with a chilling light, and at a glance they were a lot stronger than the ordinary skeleton warriors. These skeleton soldiers, not too decent. Wang Yu staggered, who summoned skeleton soldiers with alloy weapons. The undead I summoned are rather special. They are all made by me through materials from our world, so there is no need to return to the undead world. It makes sense that I would make my own undead and use a weapon I made. The witch examiner explained briefly. Wang Yu secretly thought that it was worthy of being able to serve as an instructor at the training camp. A truly unique understanding of the undead. Not for the average indentured servant. Take the witch demon contractor that Wang Yu had once beheaded. His strength was definitely far less than this witch demon examiner in front of him. Your boy's a zombie, and he looks pretty immodest too. It's the first time I've seen one with such a high face value. The power is also strong. Before Wang Yu's words left his mouth, his person was like an arrow off the string, suddenly storming up. Phew! With just one step, Wang Yu crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. What speed! The witch demon examiner's pupils shrank and his heart pounded. The speed that Wang Yu was displaying now was not something that a bronze 9-star could explode out of. Even unusual ground silver 9-star undead didn't have this speed. Wang Yu's speed at this time was already enough to be comparable to that of a silver 9-star contractor of the Spectre class that excelled in speed. such as the Shadow Knight Cat and the Spectre Cheetah. Attack! The witch instructor raised the staff in her hand. The skeleton warriors were instructed to swing their alloy battle knives, forming a dense net of knives and indiscriminately launching attacks on Wang Yu. Although I can't keep up with your speed, I don't believe you can break through my defense. Unless, of course, you don't want to die. The witch demon examiner believed that Wang Yu would definitely hold off for a while. At the same time, he also calculated several retreat routes that Wang Yu might choose and secretly summoned dozens of ghosts to ambush him. Chapter 31, Witch Instructor's Mighty, Summoning Gold-Level Undead. The witch demon examiner thought of Wang Yu calculated the multiple retreat routes that Wang Yu would be able to choose. But the only thing he had not thought about was that Wang Yu actually did not retreat. Surprisingly, he had killed his way into the siege of skeleton warriors with a hard kill. Ding 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 ding. The alloy battle knife in the hands of the skeleton warrior slashed at Wang Yu's body, surprisingly splashing a series of sparks. Witch examiner? No, he was able to resist the attacks of the skeleton warrior? Is this something a bronze level can do? Wang Yu's zombie is a little too fierce, isn't it? Instead of throwing punches, Wang Yu chose to charge across the room as if he were an armored car. Wherever they passed, the skeleton warriors tumbled over, and some were directly knocked apart by Wang Yu, falling to the ground and scattering all over the place. Just like that, Wang Yu hardened himself and killed his way out of the skeleton warriors' blockade defense line, heading straight for the witch demon instructor. Pervert. The witch instructor mentally slurred and raised his staff. A huge shadow instantly enveloped Wang Yu. Wang Yu looked up and his gaze froze. That turned out to be an abomination, falling from the sky. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from the other party, it was surprisingly a gold-ranked undead as well. Gold-level witch demon that summons gold-level abominations. The gold standard of the witch instructor is still on the rise. Boom! The abomination landed heavily in front of the witch instructor, as if it were a wall, guarding the witch instructor firmly behind it. As soon as the abomination appeared, the entire training ground seemed to tremble. Its huge body was like a small hill, and its thick arms were several times thicker than an average person's waist. The muscles were as hard and thick as granite, and the texture of each muscle was clearly visible. Its eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light as it stared tightly at Wang Yu, and that gaze was filled with brutality. The witch demon instructor was no longer visible on Wang Yu. Kid, you're being too whimsical. You can't be an instructor here without a couple of skills. But to make me summon the abomination, you've lost in spite of yourself. According to the rules, you already get 200 points. The witch demon instructor's voice slowly entered Wang Yu's ears. Wang Yu heard from his words that the witch demon instructor thought that he had already secured a victory. But, so what if it's a gold-level abomination? He's also decimated stitching giants no weaker than the abomination. You wouldn't dare to come to the training camp without a couple of skills. 200 points won't satisfy my appetite. Wang Yu replied indifferently. What do you mean? Is it to continue the challenge? The witch instructor asked in dismay. I've summoned the abomination, and you want to challenge me. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Yes. I really don't know who gave you the courage to fight against the power of the gold level. The witch demon instructor did not know whether to say that Wang Yu was ignorant or fearless. Strength. Wang Yu replied 2 words calmly. Good. Then I'll see what strength you have. As the witch demon instructor's words fell, the abomination was the first to attack, and its huge paws stepped heavily on the ground, emitting a dull thud like the beating of war drums, and the ground of the entire training ground shook slightly with it. Then, like an out-of-control heavy truck, it surged towards Wang Yu. Every step that fell left a deep footprint on the ground. The moment it approached Wang Yu, the abomination waved its well-sized fist, which carried a whistling wind sound and smashed towards Wang Yu with a titanic momentum. There was no need to doubt the power of this punch. It could definitely leave a deep crater on the ground with ease. Wang Yu's figure was incredibly small compared to the 5-meter-tall abomination. He was like a tiny mole cricket standing in front of a giant, but his tiny body contained a terrifying power. In the face of this unstoppable punch from the abomination, Wang Yu did not have a trace of fear in his eyes, nor did he retreat and dodge. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, like an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth. The moment the abomination's fist was about to hit him, Wang Yu also violently swung out his own fist and met it towards the abomination's huge fist. Boom! A loud sound like thunder exploded in the training ground. The fists of the 2 men collided together fiercely, and a powerful air current spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. This air current was like a gale that swept up all the surrounding sand and dust, forming a small sandstorm. The ground under Wang Yu's feet could not withstand this huge impact, and a crack appeared, spreading in all directions like a spider's web. However, surprisingly, Wang Yu was unharmed in this hard-hitting confrontation. His body was like a solid fortress, steadily withstanding the abomination's attacks. Crap! His physical strength and power can actually go hard against the abomination. That's outrageous, isn't it? Witnessing this scene, the witch demon instructor was stunned. What a wave of shock Wang Yu had given him. Roar! Seeing that his attack was resisted by Wang Yu's thin body, the abomination roared in anger. The abomination was unwilling to be an even match with Wang Yu, and its red eyes burned with even more intense anger and humiliation. It opened that bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, and the sound waves vibrated in the air, causing one's eardrums to feel a tingling sensation. Immediately afterward, an ethereal green glow rose from the abomination's body as it unleashed its first skill, Power Increase. With the release of this skill, its already massive muscles began to swell even more violently, with veins like small snakes slithering and crawling across its muscles. Every muscle felt like it had been injected with new vigor, becoming harder and full of power. Its power had at least doubled at this moment. Before Wang Yu could react, there was another flash of light on the abomination's body, and it cast its second skill, Speed Enhancement. Its originally large and slightly clumsy body became agile with the addition of this skill. An increase in speed plus strength equals an increase in attack. It's like a 30 mph sedan suddenly crashing at 50 mph. The abomination's figure flickered in place and instantly disappeared in front of Wang Yu's eyes. Wang Yu's heart was startled. His senses were highly concentrated at this moment, and he was fully focused on the movements around him. Suddenly, he felt a powerful current of air coming from the side, and he knew that the abomination had launched a new round of attacks. Wang Yu quickly sidestepped and narrowly avoided the abomination's fist with a ghostly green glow. The punch grazed his shirt and brought up a gust of wind. Wang Yu quickly counterattacked before the abomination could retract his fist. He suddenly accelerated and rushed to the abomination's side like lightning. His right fist carried the sound of harsh wind and ruthlessly smashed into the joints of the abomination's knees, leaving a deep dent in the abomination's body. The abomination stumbled back as if it had lost its center of gravity. If you throw one punch, 100 punches will come. Wang Yu's punches landed on the abomination's body like rain. Each punch contained all of his strength, and each punch left deep indentations in the abomination's body. The abomination also tried to counterattack, however, its attacks gradually lost their pattern. Wang Yu, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as he seemed to have an invisible aura shrouding his body. Fierce. Bully. It pressed down on the gold-level undead who couldn't lift their heads. Chapter 32 One Punch. The abomination is on fire and still can't handle this kid? Is this really the combat power that a bronze 9-star can erupt? The witch demon examiner's heart set off shockwaves. Wang Yu is so raw that he is simply not human. Boom! Just then Wang Yu leapt through the air and landed a vicious elbow strike on Abomination's head, only to see that the Abomination's massive body shook for a moment, smashed and confused. I can't believe it. Can't handle you. The witch demon examiner held a breath in his heart. He raised the white bone staff in his hand and was about to unleash soul shock. However, before he could finish casting the spell, Wang Yu appeared in front of the witch demon examiner like a ghost. You! The witch demon examiner's pupils snapped. However, without waiting for him to finish his words, Wang Yu launched an attack, his fist like a meteor. Although the witch demon was also an undead with an entity, he specialized in magical attacks, and melee ability attacks were not his strong point. Wang Yu's punch, his eyes saw it and his brain thought of dodging, but his body's reaction speed could not keep up. Boo! In the next moment, he experienced the sensation of riding on clouds. Then there was Wang Yu's stormy attack. 1 minute later, the witch demon examiner was unexpectedly directly knocked out of his undead fusion state by Wang Yu, revealing a middle-aged man's face as he collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The abominable undead vanished into thin air and returned to the undead world. Those skeletal warriors with alloy battle knives stood frozen in place as if they had lost their souls. There were also some ghost-like undead that wandered aimlessly in place. Don't you sleep, examiner. You need to get up and announce the end of the test. Wang Yu immediately felt embarrassed. In the spacious conference room, Zhao Wuji, the elite genius training camp director, sat on the main seat. He was in military uniform, with a steely face and a regal gaze. In the lower position of his head sat the heads of the various departments in the training camp, not daring to look at Zhao Wuji at all, not even daring to breathe. Because Zhao Wuji wasn't just the camp commander of the training camp, he was also the Great Xia's highly decorated general and a powerful starburst-ranked powerhouse. 18 years old from the army, no support, only used 20 years on the shoulders of the general star, the town side, its strength, wrist are few people can compare. Anyone who signed up for camp this session excel? Zhao Wuji had just returned from the frontline battlefield, and there were many things that he didn't quite understand yet. The head of the enrollment office shivered and hurriedly replied, "General, we have three good seedlings in this class. The first one is Long Tian Ao from the Imperial Capital's Dragon family, a rare advanced contractee, contracted with an S-ranked undead turquoise bone dragon. And now in less than 3 years, his soul power has risen by more than a dozen levels, and he's now a silver 9-star. Just this is a good seedling?" Zhao Wuji bristled. After a family's children receive a large amount of resources to cultivate them after the contract, their cultivation progress is rapid, but their foundation is also unstable. When their cultivation reaches the later stages, the drawbacks become obvious. Among the dozen or so kings of the present-day Great Xia, not a single one of them was cultivated by a plutocracy, a powerful family, or a great clan. Zhao Wuji's words did not hide his contempt for the children of the great families. "I know that some of you must be unconvinced, thinking that stargaze is already the mainstay of the great summer. That's true, but I want to lay the foundation of a king for the truly talented. I want the people who come out of our training camp to be the pillars of prime," Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. "I didn't realize this new battalion commander was so ambitious. General, there's a second one." The head of the enrollment office wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead without a trace. "Say, the second-seeded player is named Han Dong from Winter Snow City and is also an early contractor, with the contracted undead being an S-ranked ice snow banshee. As old as Long Tian Ao, his soul power is only silver 6 stars. This girl Han Dong is also here." Zhao Wuji sniffed and revealed a surprised look. "The general knows Han Dong? She's my best friend's daughter. I even hugged her when she was small. Hey, if that Long Ao Tian fights against Han Dong, the one who will win in the end will be Han Dong. Can you believe it?" Mentioning the daughter of his late husband, Zhao Wuji's serious face showed a rare smile and spoke more with the crowd. It was like an old father, bragging about how great his family's kids were. "Ahem. General, it's Long Tian Ao," the head of admissions reminded awkwardly. "Regardless of whether it's Long Tian Ao or Long Ao Tian, the result will be the same. Han Dong can be more than one level stronger than the geniuses cultivated by those plutocrats and mansions, truly possessing the qualifications of a king." It was obvious that Zhao Wuji was extremely optimistic about Han Dong. The crowd also became serious and firmly memorized Han Dong's name, intending that when they had time in the future, they would be sure to pay special attention to this heaven's pride daughter that Zhao Wuji held in very high esteem. "Any more?" "There are a few more, only they're rather lame." The head of the admissions office named several people in succession, separately from different cities. Every one of them was an advanced contractor, a secret weapon of the great clans. The weakest of them possessed a silver-level strength, and when placed elsewhere, they were all geniuses of a party. Most people Zhao Wuji were disinterested after listening to the introduction, and only a few people asked a few more questions. "By the way, I remember that General Liu of Qin City also recommended someone to participate in the elite genius training camp, right? How is that teenager?" Zhao Wuji suddenly asked. "General, that teenager, it's too average. With General Liu's help, it only has the strength of a bronze 9-star. The head of the admissions office shook his head involuntarily at the mention of Wang Yu. Wang Yu would be fine in an average city, and on a local university he could be a fame-shattering heavenly pride. But within the talent-laden training camp, it's obliterated. Old Liu is really something too. I thought he had recommended me some extraordinary genius." Zhao Wuji shook his head and looked at the person sitting across from the head of the enrollment office again. "He is the head of the appraisal division. How's the entrance exam going?" "A third of the people have already completed the test, and those who have passed the test make up another third of that number." Da-da-da-da. Zhao Wuji listened thoughtfully, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop of the conference table. "How's the rating?" Of those who passed the test, only 2 reached grade B. The rest were grade C. The head of the examination service replied. Being able to last 10 minutes under an examiner is considered a C grade. Being able to last 20 minutes is a B grade. And being able to last 30 minutes is an A grade. No grade A's until now? Zhao Wuji shook his head. The trainees of this session of the elite genius training camp were even worse than he had imagined. The head of the appraisal was about to say something else when his expression changed abruptly. General, there's been an accident. Chapter 33. Are you a 2-week-old? What happened, panic? Zhao Wuji frowned and snapped in a deep voice. There was a candidate that defeated the examiner. The head of the examination office explained stiffly. Bang! Zhao Wuji slammed the table. It's really not as good as 1 term anymore. Even the standard of the examiners in the training camp can be lowered. How much can it cost to use a gold-level indentured servant? Zhao Wuji was furious and expressed strong dissatisfaction. That, General, the examiner in charge of the test in our training camp is still gold level. The head of the appraisal service replied stiffly. What? Zhao Wuji stood up violently. You mean to say that a candidate defeated a gold-level examiner? His eyes glared round like an angry lion. Yes, it is. What was the name of that candidate? No. Go over there. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with excitement. General, there are still some things that have not been reported. Wait until you get back. Zhao Wuji waved his hand impatiently, then walked out of the conference room in large strides and went straight to the examination room. The other side. Wang Yu guarded the witch demon examiner for half a day but found that the other party showed no signs of waking up. Nothing will go terribly wrong. I've already collected my strength. Gold level shouldn't be life-threatening. Wang Yu muttered. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, Wang Yu heard a footstep. He turned to look and saw a man, also dressed in examiner's garb, approaching from the distance. Wang Yu's first reaction was, is there a hidden test? If defeating 1 examiner got 500 points, how much could defeating 2? Wang Yu couldn't help but think. While Wang Yu was sizing up that examiner was also sizing up Wang Yu. He was in the surveillance room and saw what happened. He watched as Wang Yu, a bronze 9-star contractor, actually defeated a gold-ranked contractor head-on. It simply turned his outlook on life upside down. The matter of crossing the level of challenge was not something that hadn't happened in this place where geniuses gathered, but it was the first time he had seen a battle like bronze crossing strike gold, which had continuously crossed 2 large realms. Immediately, he reported the matter to the head of the examination office and was instructed to enter first and continue to conduct the examination in place of the injured examiner.
Wang Yku,
I know you're an examiner in the training camp. Good. I'm here to. I know you've come to put me to the test. Wang Yu replied seriously, but the comment gave the examiner a dry run. He was not trying to test Wang Yu, but was ordered to test the following candidates on behalf of the examiner that Wang Yu had defeated. Examiner. I'm ready. Shall the examination begin? Wang Yu replied in a deep voice, and in the next moment, his figure was like electricity, heading straight for the newly entered examiner. It's not. Who the hell said anything about testing you? The examiner's expression changed, but the situation was critical and there was no time to think. Further hesitation. It's about to get beat up. Undead fusion. The next moment, the examiner turned on fusion undead. Sizzle. With a flash of black light, an undead knight riding a white-boned skeleton warhorse and clad in black patterned battle armor appeared. The tall and eerie figure of the undead knight examiner was shrouded in an aura of darkness, and the white-boned warhorse at his hip had ghostly green flames burning in its eye sockets, occasionally emitting a hissing sound. It was different from the undead knights that Wang Yu had once fought against. This examiner's weapon was not a long sword, and in his hand, he clutched a huge lance, the blade of which flickered with an eerie light that could easily harvest the lives of the world. At the same time, the powerful soul of the gold level exploded in all directions with him at the center. Normal bronze-level contractors would have to inch forward under this aura, and silver-level contractors would have to become sluggish in their movements. However, Wang Yu, did not feel this way. The moment he transformed into an undead, the undead knight examiner immediately attacked. He forcefully clamped his horse's belly. The bone horse gave a long neigh and raised its front hooves, then rushed towards Wang Yu like an arrow off the string. The horse's hooves stepped on the ground with a dull sound, and each step seemed to step on the tip of one's heart. The undead knight examiner raised the huge lance high in the air, slicing through a cold light as it stabbed out violently towards Wang Yu. The shot contained such a powerful force that the air seemed to be torn apart by the force, emitting a sharp whistling sound. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, Wang Yu was not moved in the slightest. Just at the moment when the lance was about to slash at him, he bellowed out, and that voice echoed through the examination hall like a flood bell. He raised his right arm with great speed and met it with his own fist towards the lance. Wang Yu's action caused the undead knight examiner to let out a cold snort of disdain. Is a knight's lance comparable to an abomination's fist? You are really too much of a trustworthy person to do so. He saw the image of Wang Yu's hard-hitting battle against the abomination from the monitoring room. However, he did not think that Wang Yu could fight against himself. The warhorse coupled with his strength, the attack power of this shot was terrifying. It was the abomination that had to be poked a hole in front of his own face. Clang! There was a loud bang, as if it was a fierce collision of metal against metal, with sparks flying in all directions. The power of Wang Yu's punch was so great that it actually caused the unstoppable attack of the undead knight examiner to come to a hard stop. Wang Yu's body shook and returned to normal. This guy's power is stronger than I thought. And the defense is incredibly strong as well. The soul fire in the undead knight examiner's eye sockets danced wildly. Knowing that this strike of his was a gold-level combat suit that could pierce through, not even a single blood mark appeared on Wang Yu's fist. This is outrageous. I don't believe I can't do anything about a bronze-level candidate. Unconvinced, the undead knight examiner quickly adjusted his posture and utilized the horse's impulse to sweep his lance horizontally, wanting to cut Wang Yu off at the waist. Wang Yu's reaction was equally swift. He stomped the ground with both his feet and his whole body leapt up high, doing a backflip in the air, skillfully avoiding the sweep. But he didn't stop there. In the air he adjusted his posture and pounced towards the undead knight examiner like a raptor. His fists were clenched in his chest like two cannonballs about to be fired. The moment he approached the undead knight examiner, he struck out with both fists, one towards the undead knight examiner's face and the other towards his chest. The undead knight examiner hastily raised his arm to fend it off, and Wang Yu's fist slammed heavily on his arm with another dull crash. The impact caused the bone horse that the undead knight examiner was riding to shake a few times, and the undead knight examiner was shaken backward by the force. But the undead knight examiner, he quickly steadied himself. He waved the reins and made the bone horse turn around in place before charging towards Wang Yu once again. This time, he no longer simply relied on his speed, strength, and the lance itself to attack, but instead, he gathered the dark power in his body onto the lance in his hand. Broken gun. This shot was like a stone break, and its power was several times stronger than the previous attack. Chapter 34, Unique 1000 points. The power of this strike was very strong, and Wang Yu's face showed a rare look of concentration. He showed such a look for the first time since he stepped into the examination room. Then, Wang Yu reached out to the undead knight examiner. Rifa! Not thumbs up, not thumbs down. What do you mean, fingers together like a sword? The undead knight examiner was filled with confusion. Surrender isn't a hand gesture. Either. Boom click. An arm-thick purple thunder fell from the sky without warning, pointing directly at the undead knight examiner. Crap. This kid can even summon thunder. The undead knight examiner's pupils snapped together with a look of hell. It was well known that thunder was the nemesis of the undead, and now that there were actually undead that could control thunder, it was outrageous. But it also gave him a great sense of crisis. Immediately afterward, the long spear in his hand turned sharp and directly met the thunder. Bang! The pitch-black sharpness on the lance instantly shattered, and the purple thunder transformed into countless strands of tiny electric arcs as if they were small snakes roaming around the body of the undead knight examiner. The undead knight examiner and the warhorse underneath him simultaneously let out agonizing, eerie cries and stayed straight in place. This was still the result of Wang Yu's mercy, or else the undead knight examiner and the remaining warhorses would have been split into slag. I'm afraid. Good chance. With a brilliant light in his eyes, Wang Yu flew and instantly kicked the undead knight examiner to the ground, followed by a heavy stomp on top of his chest. Examiner. I defeated 2 examiners in a row. I wonder how many points I can add? Wang Yu asked in a condescending manner. Points? I'll give you hammer points. I'm not here to test you either. The undead knight examiner was so angry that he wanted to curse. Only the power of thunder was running amok on his body, causing his entire body to go numb, and he couldn't speak at all. That's enough, stop it. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Yu followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a straight posture wearing a military uniform, striding towards him. This person was none other than the general of the Grand Xia Empire, Zhao Wuji. 3 weeks. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. If you're not afraid to die, you can try. Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort and then released a powerful soul force. Boom! Wang Yu's eyes were in a trance, as if he himself was a flat boat on top of the sea. The waves were raging and rolling, and the flatboat could be smacked to pieces by the waves at any time. That majestic soul power gave Wang Yu a feeling of suffocation. Stomp. Wang Yu couldn't help but take a few steps backward, which made him feel better as the pressure plummeted. Zhao Wuji was surprised in his heart. Under the pressure of my soul, it only took a few steps backwards? What a strong resistance to pressure. One must know that he was a starburst-level superpower, the pressure he released could not be underestimated, and an ordinary gold-level contractor was afraid that he would have to kneel under his pressure, but Wang Yu did not. This performance is already comparable to a platinum-level contractor. No wonder you were able to crush 2 gold-level contractors. You kid has a couple of tricks up your sleeve. Such strength and performance at the bronze level. Old Lu is sending me a good seedling. Zhao Wuji asked indifferently, do you still want to fight now? Wang Yu shook his head and dryly lifted the undead fusion state, revealing a clear face. Hit the hammer. The uniformed man in front of him gave him the feeling that he was facing Lu Changtian, and that there was not a single possibility of victory. He wasn't a battle-hardened maniac, he just wanted the points. No more fighting, but these 2 heads should count for points, right? Wang Yu pointed at the 2 examiners on the ground. General, I. At that moment, the undead knight examiner recovered a bit and also lifted his fusion state, lying on his back with his hands propped up on the ground and a look of shame on his face. All right, don't condescend like a big girl. Even though you were defeated, didn't you also uncover a good seedling for our training camp? Zhao Wuji looked at the undead knight examiner and said. At those words, a look of gratitude appeared on the other party's face. Sure enough, it is a general. Wang Yu's heart fluttered and he became more certain of his previous guess. According to the rules of the Grand Xia, a starburst powerhouse was not necessarily a general, but a general must be at the starburst level.
Ta-da-da.
Just then, another dense and rapid footsteps sounded. Wang Yu saw several figures arrive in front of that general. These were men and women, some in military uniforms and others in the attire of training camp instructors. I can't believe I've startled a lot of people with my performance. Wang Yu was also surprised. I didn't realize that the small entry test had alarmed so many people. He thought to himself, it can't be. General Lu said that many of the training camp's trainees have gold-level strength. But what Wang Yu did not know was that Lu Changtian had told a small lie in order to give Wang Yu a heart of awe. There were simply no geniuses who had reached the gold level before entering the camp. It's rare enough to be gold ranked at the end of 2 months of training. Why are there 2 people down on the ground? After seeing the situation in the field, the head of the admissions office looked dismayed. Zhao Feng. No, I asked you to replace Li Chang for the examination. Why are you lying on the ground as well? The head of the appraisal office coldly looked at his right-hand man for a moment. So did everyone else. Director, I don't know anything. As soon as I came to the exam room, that kid said I was some kind of second weekly, and came up to me, and I ended up lying here. Zhao Feng, the examiner who had previously turned into an undead knight, was lying on the ground in tears. Good lord. Thwarting 2 gold-level powerhouses in a row? This teenager called Wang Yu is something. The crowd's eyes were glowing as they looked at Wang Yu. It's like looking at a rare treasure. One must know that compared to Wang Yu, the geniuses of the previous sessions were inferior to everything. To be able to defeat a gold-level powerhouse at 9 stars of bronze, Wang Yu had infinite possibilities in the future. Sun Chonglin, you're the head of the examination division, you handle this matter. The others disperse and go about their business. As the crowd froze, Zhao Wuji gave his orders in a deep voice. The others sniffed and immediately dispersed. By the way, don't miscalculate Wang Yu's points. He defeated 2 examiners and should have gotten 1,000 points. Zhao Wuji just raised his foot and dropped it again. General. Sun Chonglin showed hesitation. What, it's difficult? Zhao Wuji frowned and snapped. No one has taken 1,000 points in the entry assessment since the founding of the training camp. Sun Chonglin said, we didn't set up a score of 1,000 points before either. Moreover, he got 1,000 points just after joining the camp. The gap between him and the others is too great. So, Zhao Wuji nodded indistinctly, then pointed at Wang Yu. That's because none of us came before, but now that we're here, we have. After he finished speaking, he gently patted Sun Chonglin's shoulder. He defeated 2 examiners. Scoring 1,000 points seems reasonable to me. Do as I say. As for what other people think is even more unimportant, how many points they get means what kind of strength they have. The fact is supposed to be like this. Can't change it, just accept it. Chapter 35. Entering the camp. This, Sun Chonglin's face showed a difficult expression. What's with the worry that someone won't be able to take it? Zhao Wuji's expression was cold. This is an elite genius training camp. Not a food market, there is no room for bargaining. Here, what I say goes, and anyone who can't take it gets the hell out. Zhao Wuji left in large strides after he finished speaking. The heads of the other departments all gave Sun Chonglin a deep look, then silently followed Zhao Wuji and left together. Hey! Sun Chonglin sighed and then dropped his gaze on Wang Yu. You passed the examination. Now just pass through that door, and someone will handle the formalities for you to enter the camp. Sun Chonglin reached out and pointed to a 2-story building in the distance, and on the first floor there was a black iron door. Wang Yu knew that only after passing through that door would he be considered to have officially opened the training camp. Soul returning grass. I'm coming. Wang Yu did not forget the purpose of his trip, took a deep breath and took a big step forward. The other side. Wang Yu has been in there for more than 10 minutes. He shouldn't have passed the examination, right? Outside the camp. The look on Gu Tianyuan's face changed from a stance of watching a good show to one of intense worry. He was worried about Wang Yu passing the examination. It seems that we have really underestimated Wang Yu a bit. On the side, Long Tianao couldn't help but frown as well. As a son of a large family, he still had some knowledge of the contents of the past examinations. Although he didn't know exactly what the content of this examination was, it was definitely related to strength. The longer Wang Yu held on, the greater the possibility of passing the examination. Wang Yu. Just then, the staff in front of the iron gate suddenly spoke out. Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan and the others immediately pricked up their ears. Immediately afterward, the staff member's voice was heard continuing. Pass the test. Next, Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu sniffed, took a deep breath, and walked inside the black door. Wang Yu really passed the examination. Seeing Lin Zhu enter the door, and not seeing Wang Yu come out, Gu Tianyuan's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally died. Look at your little outburst, so what if he passes the test? Don't have too many ways to get him killed. Long Tianao whispered in a voice that only 2 people could hear. The elite genius training camp is not a pampered school. Those who come here for training need to go through harsh training, even more brutal than the battlefield. The casualty ratio is horrible. Wang Yu is also a human being, and as a human being, he will die. Cousin, I understand. Gu Tianyuan nodded heavily. In an instant, his heart already had several ways to get Wang Yu killed. When Wang Yu walked into the black door, a middle-aged man in uniform took the initiative to come forward to take Wang Yu through the various formalities. 10 minutes later, led by the middle-aged man, Wang Yu arrived at the dormitory. It's worth noting that the camp has good accommodation, single rooms. Subsequently, Wang Yu took out the training camp newcomer's instruction manual that he had just received and read it carefully and memorized it. 5:30 in the afternoon. Wang Yu left the dormitory and headed to the cafeteria. The newcomer's handbook says that meal times are at 7 a.m., 11 p.m., and 6 p.m. meals are an hour long, so you'll be hungry if you miss them. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had already been starving after his huge consumption after battling 2 gold-level powerhouses in a row. 10 minutes later, following the map in the newcomer's handbook, Wang Yu arrived at the cafeteria. Once he entered, Wang Yu realized that there were many young boys and girls who came early. Only the vast majority of them looked a little worse for wear. Some had band-aids on their faces, some had bandages on their bodies, and others were even on crutches. You can see from them how hard it is to join the camp. The cafeteria was noisy, and the newcomers who had passed the test talked most about their experiences in today's test. The examiner is simply trenchant. If it weren't for my abomination's thick skin, it would have been killed. Hiss, my arm still hurts now. I get the feeling that the examiners here are taking out their life's grievances on us. Aren't they? It's more or less personal. Hey, don't all get angry. I'll tell you guys something exciting. I heard that 2 of the examiners in charge of the test were punched into the hospital by one of the candidates. Hiss, really? Candidates can be that fierce? Bragging without a draft. Don't you believe me? It's absolutely true. I saw the examiner being carried to the ambulance with my own eyes. If someone is really this fierce, I, Ji Buchong, recognize him as my righteous father. Wang Yu. He didn't expect the matter of violently beating up the examiner to spread so quickly. Suddenly, Wang Yu spotted Gu Tianyuan's figure. At this time, Gu Tianyuan's face could no longer be seen as unruly and untamed, but rather, his nose was bruised and swollen, and his left eye was only left with a slit, so it was probably very difficult to see the person. Wang Yu, you're surprisingly fine. Gu Tianyuan also discovered Wang Yu and could not help but let out a soft cry. He was in such a sorry state, but Wang Yu acted like he was a nobody. It's like hell. Could it be that Wang Yu is really better than me? Gu Tianyuan thought in his heart, but was unwilling to accept this fact. If you're like this, just leave him alone for now. Don't worry, he won't be able to bounce around for long. Long Tianyao landed his hand on Gu Tianyuan's body and then brought Gu Tianyuan to the other side, position away from Wang Yu. He was worried that Gu Tianyuan would suffer another blow. Heh, just let you guys bounce around a bit more. When the training really starts, that's when you'll all die. Looking at the distant figures of Long Tianyao, Gu Tianyuan and the others, a cold color flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Of course, Wang Yu knew that these people wanted to target him. But why would Wang Yu not want to destroy them? Every time he saw Gu Tianyuan, Wang Yu's mind unconsciously conjured up the appearance of Qin Feng and Wu Lei lying on the hospital bed. Thinking back to the oppression I encountered in Chinatown 1. Even more so, there was a suppressed to the extreme emotion deep inside that wanted to explode, wanting to kill Gu Tianyuan, kill Bai Yanlang, and even exterminate the entire Gu family. Wang Yu knew that it was the predecessor's emotions buried deep within his heart that were stirring. 6 o'clock sharp. Officially open for dinner. Wang Yu sat down in the corner with his dinner plate. Teriyaki chicken thighs, braised pork ribs, broccoli, and cabbage. I can't say it's much more luxurious, but it's what you'd call sumptuous in these days of great reduction of supplies in the area of human activity. When Wang Yu was working and studying, he often just nibbled on steamed buns and ate pickles. However, before Wang Yu could enjoy his dinner, a soft voice rang out. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Wang Yu looked up and saw Lin Zhu standing at the table with a dinner plate. Wang Yu noticed a detail. That is, Lin Zhu's body didn't have any obvious injuries, and her expression was quite relaxed, meaning that she should have passed the examination rather easily. "You're the only one I know in this camp. We're the only two left in our group too." Lin Zhu and Wang Yu looked at each other and fell into a smile. "Sure." Wang Yu retracted his gaze and clipped a piece of sweet and sour pork and ate it. "Not bad, so much better than steamed buns and pickles." "Wang Yu, you seem to have quite a conflict with Long Tianyao and Gu Tianyuan?" After shallowly tasting a few bites of the meal, Lin Zhu hesitated and opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 36. Wang Yu first? I'm not convinced. Wang Yu lowered his head to eat, as if he didn't hear Lin Zhu's inquiry. "Don't get me wrong. I just heard some news from the cafeteria that came before you that might be unfavorable to you." Lin Zhu thought of something and hurriedly explained. "What news?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "I can tell that Gu Tianyuan's strength might not be as good as yours, but Long Tianao's strength is extraordinary." Lin Zhu pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose and whispered, "Long Tianao is one of the double kings of the training camp. His strength is extraordinary. You must be careful." "Huh?" Wang Yu wondered. "Didn't our training camp just start? How come a double king appeared?" "I heard them say that the evaluation is based on grades. The double kings are both people who got a grade in the examination, a full 200 points, much more than us." Lin Zhu sighed. "People like us are considered the best in a party city, but I didn't expect to be at the bottom of the elite training camp." After listening to Lin Zhu's explanation, Wang Yu slowly nodded his head. "So that's how the dual kings came to be. One is Long Tianao, and who's the other?" Lin Zhu didn't answer immediately, but after surveying the area, he fixed his gaze in one direction. "See that young girl with blue hair? Her name is Han Dong, and she's the other one who got an A-ranked king." Wang Yu looked over. Instead, all that could be seen was the back of a man with blue hair down to his waist. "Thanks for telling me so much. I will be careful." Wang Yu sincerely thanked. He could see that Lin Zhu was sitting here just to give himself a reminder. "But I can see that you didn't take my words to heart." Lin Zhu bristled. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. "Is it that obvious?" "Wang Yu, although we have all joined the training camp, there is still a huge gap in strength between each other. You have to remember the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kid yourself. You are still young. Your life has just begun. And there are infinite possibilities for the future. Lin Zhu couldn't help but advise Wang Yu. I will consider your suggestion. Wang Yu smiled faintly and continued to eat with his head down. 30 years is too long. 3 days was fine with him. At 7 o'clock sharp, supper time was over, and a low bugle call summoned all to the playground within the camp. Sun Chonglin, the person in charge of the examination office, stood in front of the crowd and said in a loud voice, "This time, a total of 312 people signed up to participate in the Elite Genius Training Camp, and 102 people passed the examination. Among them, 2 people withdrew from the camp on their own initiative because of their injuries and inability to take part in the training, and all of them had a total of 100 people in this session of the Elite Genius Training Camp. Only 100? That's brutal." The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It was important to know that those who were eliminated from the Elite Genius Training Camp were all geniuses on one side. Those who passed, you should not be complacent either, because those of you who stay will have to face even more brutal training, and it won't be long before you realize that this is not heaven, but hell. Sun Chonglin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Today is your only day of indulgence. Enjoy your lives again. After saying that, Sun Chonglin turned around and left. This concludes the welcome ceremony for the newlyweds. However, everyone's heart sank to the bottom instead of relaxing a little. What are you afraid of? Since I dared to come here, I didn't think of going back in one piece. If you don't succeed, you might as well die if you can't become a strong man. There were a lot of teenagers with a passion to raise their voices. What are they posting here? 2 camp instructors posted 2 sheets on the bulletin board before leaving. When the 2 left, the crowd rushed around. Phase 1 points rankings? The man in front of him read the first row of big words. So it's a points ranking? I'm curious as to who is the better of the 2 kings. In front of you, read it out. Long Tian'ao first or Han Dong comes out on top. The front of the room was surrounded, and the people at the back of the room could not see the names on the list at all, and could only be anxious. None of it. None of it. First place, it's him. Who is it? Grind it out, let me see. The people in the back rushed impatiently to the front and were confused. Wang? Who is Wang Yu? What makes him suppress the double kings and rank first? Crap? Won 1,000 points. Good guy, my damn straight good guy. Wang Yu is a full 800 points higher than second place, third place, and 1,000 points higher than me. This is still playing a hammer. I thought the highest rated got 200 points? Could it be that Wang Yu has a magical woman in his family? Swiped 1,000 points for him directly. Various voices of consternation rose. Wang Yu, the number 1 ranking Wang Yu, it can't be you, can it? At the back of the crowd, Lin Zhu was struck by lightning and slowly looked at Wang Yu, hoping to receive an affirmative answer. Wang Yu slowly nodded. It's all in the words. Really, you? Even though there was a guess in his heart, the moment he received the answer, Lin Zhu's heart couldn't help but contract violently. Wang Yu's figure became more and more magnificent in her heart. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhu was a bit embarrassed again. Just now she had advised Wang Yu not to provoke Long Tian'ao. Now she thought about how ridiculous it was. It was really a salty carrot. Who is Long Tian'ao in front of Wang Yu? Cousin, you learned a lot about the training camp before you came here. Does anyone get 1,000 points just for joining the camp? Among the crowd, Gu Tianyuan was also dumbfounded, blankly looking at Long Tian'ao. At this moment, Long Tian'ao was looking lost in thought. How can this be? Wang Yu, such a small and unknown person, actually surpassed me in the rankings and still left me far behind. Long Tian'ao's confidence suffered a severe blow. To know he has always regarded himself as high, thinking that he is in the 5th layer, Wang Yu is in the 1st layer, and he is not even worthy of giving him shoes. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Wang Yu was not just able to match him, he was able to leave him far behind, to the extent that he could not even see Wang Yu's back. I don't believe that even what I can't do, Wang Yu can do. He's only just been contracted not long ago. Even if he's an S-ranked undead, there's absolutely no way he can win 1st place and even more so, get 1,000 points. Long Tian'ao concluded his guess and then walked out of the crowd. Cousin, where are you going? Gu Tianyuan followed closely behind Long Tian'ao, shouting behind him. Long Tian'ao didn't look back. Go find the battalion commander and beg for a truth about what happened. Chapter 37 Lao Tzu is the sky. Going to the battalion commander? Cousin, are you serious? Gu Tianyuan hesitated. Training camps are like military camps, requiring absolute obedience. In other words, there is questioning to be endured. You can put up with the wimpiness, I can't. Long Tian'ao said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. I don't believe that someone can exceed my 800 points. After saying that, Long Tian'ao left with large strides. Gu Tianyuan looked at Long Tian'ao's fading figure and gritted his teeth or followed him. Let's go back to resting. At the back of the crowd, Wang Yu stretched his back and spoke with Lin Zhu and also left the training ground. Lin Zhu looked at Wang Yu's distant back and smiled helplessly. Thanks to the fact that I was worried about him before, it seems to be really redundant now. When they first met on the train, she had felt that Wang Yu was a little different from the others, and now she realized how different Wang Yu was. What Wang Yu did not know was that at the edge of the crowd, a pair of azure-colored eyes were also fixed on him. As he left, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. General, the matter of Wang Yu obtaining 1,000 points has indeed caused a great deal of repercussions, and many newcomers have expressed their dissatisfaction and gathered together, asking us to give a statement. Sun Chonglin, the head of the examination division, hurriedly came to Zhao Wuji's body and said with a serious expression, "Oh." Zhao Wuji briefly froze for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. These little guys are brave enough to actually have the guts to come to me for an argument? General, what's next? Sun Chonglin hesitated for a moment, but decided to seek Zhao Wuji's advice. What can I do? Cool it. Zhao Wuji smiled faintly. I see that they're a bit confused about who the big and small king is. Whoever has come to ask for an argument, put a soul power suppression bracelet on whoever it is, and then run 100 kilometers each. General, isn't this too cruel? The head of the examination office was a bit hesitant. Suppressing the soul power, these people are no different from ordinary people. Running 100 kilometers, even if they don't die, they have to lose half of their lives. It's to make it impossible for them to accomplish in order to achieve my goal. Zhao Wuji said flatly. I just want to kill their sharpness, to let them know that they have to pay a price for questioning. I want them to know that in the training camp, lousy is the sky, and what I say is not to be questioned. I don't eat that kind of thing in the academy. Zhao Wuji's voice was loud and cold and domineering. A shudder ran through Sun Chonglin at his words. He understood that Zhao Wuji was also using the opportunity to knock himself out, reminding him not to question. Yes, subordinate will do it now. Sun Chonglin's attitude also changed dramatically at this time. Full compliance. Late night, Wang Yu was awakened by a horn sound that resounded through the camp. What kind of evil wind is this pumping again? Wang Yu picked up his bedside watch and glanced at it. It was exactly 12 o'clock. However, without any hesitation, he also put on his clothes and hurriedly left the dormitory to run to the training ground. Along the way, he saw a lot of people who were in a similar state as himself, and even Wang Yu saw a dude who was still in a daze, so he wore a pair of underwear and ran wildly along the road. Upon arriving at the training ground, Wang Yu realized that quite a few people had already arrived. There were also two acquaintances, none other than Long Tian'ao and Gu Tianyuan. At this moment, they were lying on the ground in a sorry state. Their clothes had long been soaked through with sweat and were clinging to their bodies. The hair was also in locks, as if it had just been fished out of the water. What's going on here? Wang Yu muttered in a low voice. Hey, didn't you do it yourself? Right at this moment, a tall figure came up to Wang Yu and said somewhat gloatingly. And this teenager, Wang Yu also recognized. It was Ji Buchang who had called out, whoever can defeat the examiner will recognize whoever as his righteous father in the cafeteria. Tell me carefully how? Ji Buchang's words immediately attracted widespread attention from those around him. I heard that a group of them expressed their dissatisfaction over the points and went to the head of the training camp and made a big fuss, resulting in each of them getting a pair of bracelets that suppressed their soul power as well as a 100-kilometer run. Ji Buchang laughed. No, a few of them have only run 70 kilometers, and each of them is as tired as a dead dog? Hiss. It's too unreasonable to be punished so harshly without getting any said explanation, isn't it? After the surrounding people understood the circumstances of the matter, they couldn't help but suck in their cool breaths, thinking that the training camp style of doing things was too overbearing. Ji Buchang rolled his eyes. Do you think this is your home or a school? This is a training camp, practicing the rules and regulations of the military, preaching an absolute obedience. But we're just kids, the man defiantly argued. Here, there are no children, only warriors. At that moment, a magnificent figure came into the field and said in a deep voice. Wang Yu's pupils shrank. This person was none other than General Zhao Wuji, who he had a meeting with. As Zhao Wuji's voice rang out, the entire room fell silent. It is a warrior's duty to obey orders, and if you do not, I have the means to make you do so. Zhao Wuji's stern gaze swept over the crowd and said slowly. In this moment, people dare not breathe. And then, Zhao Wuji dropped his sight on the dozen or so people lying on the ground. Look at what you've become. All of you stand up for me. Long Tian'ao, Gu Tianyuan and the others' hearts tightened and they hurriedly stood up. There was even a flash of awe in their eyes. Wimped out. They are really wimpy. Zhao Wuji suppressing the power of the soul and asking them to run 100 kilometers was simply killing them. The reason why the others were so honest was because they had seen the miserable state of Long Tian'ao and Gu Tianyuan. Untie them. Zhao Wuji gave an order, and an instructor at the edge of the field immediately stepped forward and removed the bracelets. As the soul power reruns through their bodies once more, Long Tian'ao, Gu Tianyuan and the others were moved to cry a little. Aren't you and all of you curious as to why Wang Yu was able to get 1,000 points? Now I will tell you why. Now I'll tell you why. Zhao Wuji's gaze swept over the crowd once again before lingering on Wang Yu. Wang Yu, step forward. Wang Yu sniffed and without any hesitation took a big step out. Even he heard Ji Buchang's surprised voice. Dude, so you're Wang Yu. The moment Wang Yu stepped out of the crowd, he immediately became the center of attention. Everyone wanted to see what the genius who exceeded Long Tian'ao and Han Dong's 800 points looked like. After Wang Yu arrived in front of the people, Zhao Wuji shouted out 2 more names in a deep voice. Han Dong. Long Tian'ao stepped forward. Crowd? Question mark. This doesn't seem to be a simple introduction. Da-da-da-da. Han Dong took the lead and stepped out of the crowd, standing at Zhao Wuji's side. After a short hesitation, Long Tian'ao also came in front of the people. Zhao Wuji said, Han Dong, Long Tian'ao. The 2 of you team up against Wang Yu next. What?
No kidding.
When these words came out, the vast majority of the people in the arena revealed a look of dismay. It was important to realize that Han Dong and Long Tian'ao were able to get 200 points, proving that they had both lasted for half an hour under the attack of a gold-level powerhouse. This kind of strength is enough to be considered horrible for the cadets. No matter how strong Wang Yu was, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 people joining forces, right? Chapter 38. What zombie? Scooped up the bone dragon's brain? General, I alone am enough to deal with Wang Yu. Long Ao Tian glanced at Wang Yu and volunteered to fight. He didn't know how Wang Yu had gained 1,000 points, but he knew that Wang Yu had just contracted the undead not long ago, and there should be a limit to how strong he could be, right? You alone. Zhao Wuji sized up Long Tian'ao and shook his head disdainfully. You can't do it alone, 2 is still sloppy. Wang Yu had even defeated 2 gold-level powerhouses in one breath, so what qualifications did a kid who could barely get through a few moves with the gold level have to challenge Wang Yu on his own? Zhao Wuji had Han Dong join forces with Long Tian'ao just to visualize the gap between him and Wang Yu, thereby creating stress for the entire camp. After all, is it still called a training camp if there's no pressure? However, Long Tian'ao is the pride of heaven wherever he is placed. Where has he suffered such contempt? Zhao Wuji's words and gaze were like a knife stabbing him hard in the heart. Good. Look down on me, huh? I'll destroy this brat for you guys later, he thought indignantly, secretly clenching his fists. He was not stupid and knew that there was no benefit in arguing with Zhao Wuji, so he transferred all his hatred to Wang Yu. At this moment, his desire to kill Wang Yu had reached the extreme. Seeing Long Tian'ao's silence, Zhao Wuji said, Good. Since all of them have no opinions, let the competition begin. Wang Yu? It's not. I didn't say I agreed. Wang Yu, you have to work hard. How about if you win, I can give you another 200 points as a reward? Zhao Wuji asked Wang Yu with a smile. That's more or less the same. Wang Yu nodded slightly. 200 points is a lot. However, before he could make a sound, a strong soul force abruptly erupted, and with it came a coldness. Wang Yu looked over and it was Han Dong, the blue-haired girl who had been silent. At this time, she had already turned on undead fusion, and her body had changed dramatically. At this time, she was tall. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long hair fell behind her like a waterfall, fluttering gently with the wind. Her ice-blue eyes shone with a mysterious light, and she wore a white robe, the exquisite snowflake pattern on the robe adding to her noble and cold appearance. S-rank undead, Ice Banshee. Information related to it immediately surfaced in Wang Yu's mind. The Ice Banshee specializes in necromancy and ice magic. It was the most beautiful undead that Wang Yu had seen so far, and if he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to see the shadow of the undead at all. Roar! Suddenly, at the other end of the training ground, a turquoise-colored bone dragon roared with teeth and claws. Its body was massive and its skeleton consisted of mysterious green bones that glowed with an eerie light and contained deadly toxins. Turquoise bone dragon. It was none other than the undead transformed by Long Tian-ao. Originally, the bone dragon was an A-ranked undead, and after absorbing the poison, its grade was also greatly improved, with Daxia giving it an S-rank rating. The turquoise bone dragon opened its huge mouth and let out a roar, setting off a gale in the field as green poisonous gas gushed out from its large mouth, quickly filling the air and causing people to smell it. Many people's bodies unconsciously began to back away. It is important to realize that this poisonous gas is extremely corrosive and can quickly erode the enemy's body. Once hit by the gas, the enemy's skin will rapidly fester and his body will gradually lose strength. Kid, I don't suppose you want to fight the 2S-ranked undead in human form, do you? Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Yu's delayed movement and gave a reminder without any good reason. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. He still wants to die. Shogun. Fusion. Wang Yu let out a low cry in his heart as his soul power suddenly erupted. In the next moment, black light was unleashed on his body, as Wang Yu's incarnation of Shogun stood proudly like a heavenly god. Shogun was tall and lanky. His body was as if it was made of steel. His muscle lines were rigid and well-defined, and each muscle seemed to contain endless power. His face was cold and resolute, and his eyes revealed fearlessness. I thought how awesome Wang Yu's undead was, but you're telling me it's a zombie? It's different. Wang Yu's zombie looks so handsome. Even more handsome is also a zombie. The strongest known zombie-type undead is the A-class zombie bride. Wang Yu, this zombie, I'm afraid that a class or not. General Zhao actually let 2S ranks out to deal with Wang Yu. An A rank? It's too much of a fuss, isn't it? The moment Wang Yu's undead was displayed, there was first a moment of silence in the arena, followed by an uproar. Before Wang Yu did not fuse the undead, they thought that Wang Yu's undead must be a powerful undead that was not weak in S-class, but it turned out to be a zombie that was not even in a class, which was really too big of a difference. What can a tiny zombie do to compete with an ice banshee or a turquoise bone dragon? But, in the very next moment, the crowd closed their mouths again in unison. Because Wang Yu seemed to be moving his body to casually throw 2 punches. The air made a low breaking sound, and his fists cut a trail of residual shadows in the air. Wang Yu casually stomped his foot. The stone slab instantly split into pieces. The cracks spread rapidly in all directions like a spider's web. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to distort, emitting a deafening roar. Gulp! Seeing this scene, many people in the arena began to swallow their saliva. Wang Yu's speed and strength seemed a bit outrageous. Hey, this kid is a bit interesting. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up and he shouted, "The battle begins! The battle will not end until one side gets down. The rules for one are outrageous." The fight broke out instantly. The ice and snow banshee was the first to attack. A cold and icy aura erupted as she summoned countless ice spikes that shot towards Wang Yu like a rainstorm. This kind of attack, Wang Yu was confident in relying on Shogun's powerful physique to receive it. However, before figuring out his opponent's strength, Wang Yu still did not fight hard, but instead dodged the ice spikes' attacks without panicking. Ice spikes shot down to the ground in droves, stabbing deep holes in the stone floor, more terrifying than a rifle attack. Roar! The earth shook and splattered with smoke. The turquoise bone dragon incarnated by Long Tian-ao was also not willing to show weakness as it ran and pounced on Wang Yu. The power of the attack shouldn't be small, but the speed is too slow. Wang Yu dodged the turquoise bone dragon's attack with a sideways dodge. The turquoise bone dragon pounced and roared angrily as it once again turned around and charged at Wang Yu. Giving you face? With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Wang Yu saw the right moment and slammed his fist into the head of the turquoise bone dragon the moment it approached. Boom! Wang Yu's powerful force caused a dent to appear in the turquoise bone dragon's head instantly. The turquoise bone dragon opened its mouth and surprisingly passed into Long Tian-ao roaring in pain, staggering back a few steps. Holy! A zombie punched a bone dragon in the head? Seeing this scene, some people outside the arena let out a shocked sound. Many people also had a jaw-dropping moment. In everyone's mind, the turquoise bone dragon must be stronger than the zombie, and more than twice as strong. But the scene that was happening now turned their perceptions upside down. The zombies in the field seemed awfully strong. Is it possible to really accomplish the feat of taking on 2S classes single-handedly? Chapter 39 kicked in the jaw. Wang Yu did not know how much shock his strong performance had brought to the others. All he knew was that when one blow worked, he had to ride it out. Boom! He stomped his feet with force, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, as if he was a discharged cannonball, blasting towards the turquoise bone dragon. Chill, coalesce. Seeing this, the ice snow demoness reached out and pointed. The power of ice and snow gathered into a wall of ice across between Wang Yu and the turquoise bone dragon. Wang Yu took a big step forward and slammed his body directly into the ice wall. Only a loud bang was heard, and the ice wall instantly shattered, turning into countless pieces of ice scattered all over the ground. However, the figure of the turquoise bone dragon had already withdrawn back a distance of several dozen meters. Wang Yu flexed his knees and was about to pursue again. Revive! Soul of ice and snow! The ethereal voice of the ice and snow banshee resounded once again. Surprisingly, he summoned a group of ice-blue ghosts and pounced on Wang Yu. The ghosts darted through the air with incredible speed, emitting guttural, eerie shrieks. They surrounded Wang Yu, even using their hands to grab and their teeth to tear at him. However, after Wang Yu fused the generals, his body strength was amazing. That is, it was comparable to a diamond-level undead. How could it be injured by these bronze and silver-level undead?
Roll!
Wang Yu shouted angrily as if heavenly thunder had exploded. Immediately after, a purple arc of electricity was released from Wang Yu's body. You have slain the bronze-level Snow Spectre and gained 10 points of soul power. You have slain the silver-ranked Snow Spectre and gained 100 points of soul power. Thunder is the nemesis of the undead. The Snow Spectre contained the cold ice attribute, but it was still undead. In front of the raging thunder, they were torn apart like papier-mâché and turned into Wang Yu's experience value. As his soul power was replenished, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief in his body. Again, Wang Yu looked at the ice banshee provocatively. And at this moment, Han Dong, who was disguised as an ice and snow banshee, was dumbfounded. You can actually manipulate the power of thunder? Han Dong's heart is dripping blood. She had gone to great lengths to create so many snow specters, and now they were all gone. Undead manipulating thunder, isn't that a basic operation? Can't your undead? Wang Yu asked rhetorically with feigned surprise.
Han Dong.
Being asked back like this by Wang Yu, she was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Listen, is this human? Who's a proper undead that can manipulate thunder? Outside the arena, the crowd was emotional. Wang Yu was tantamount to opening a map cannon, not only mocking cold winter, but including all of them as well. This kid, he really owes a beating. Old me is almost at the king level, and I have to walk around when I encounter thunder, much less have the ability to manipulate it. Zhao Wuji's face was expressionless, and in his heart, he suddenly hoped that Han Dong and Long Tian Ao would fight for their breath and give Wang Yu something to look at. Looks like you can't summon unlimited snow specters either? Seeing that Han Dong did not continue to summon the undead, Wang Yu shook his head in disappointment. He was still looking to stimulate Han Dong and summon 2 more undead to brush up on his experience. However, the undisguised disappointment in Wang Yu's eyes was like a knife stabbing hard into Han Dong's heart. He's looking down on me? Han Dong was frantic inside. As a proud daughter of heaven, she had never been so offended. Ice seals heaven and earth. At this moment, Han Dong's heart was filled with boundless anger. She decided to throw her weight around and cast her strongest ice magic. She raised her hands high in the air, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds as countless huge ice cones descended from the sky and smashed towards Wang Yu. A little something. Seeing this, Wang Yu's figure quickly dodged, and none of the ice picks managed to hit him. However, instead, he was shocked to find that those ice cones scattered on the ground had emitted a shocking cold aura that instantly filled the entire arena. Within the cold air, Wang Yu's movements became sluggish, and his body was soon covered with a layer of white frost, which immediately condensed into ice crystals. Click, click, click. Thick ice armor coalesced on Wang Yu's body as if he was an ice sculpture, maintaining a running posture. This girl, Han Dong, is actually so attuned to the ice and snow banshee. Even the ice and snow banshee stunts can be performed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Han Dong's performance was quite a bit better than he had imagined, and he was strong enough to have a fight with an average gold-level powerhouse. Good. Let him be arrogant. Now he's under hard control, isn't he? Get him while he's sick. Get him. Those outside the arena shouted at the top of their lungs. In fact, there was no need for them to be reminded. Long Tianao had already launched his attack. The turquoise bone dragon took the opportunity to pounce on Wang Yu once again, those powerful hind limbs leaving deep footprints on the stone floor. It opened its large mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as knives, and was about to swallow Wang Yu in one gulp. There was no need to doubt the bite power of the turquoise bone dragon. With this bite, even a small car could be snapped in two. Chewing steel was as simple as eating potato chips. Wang Yu. Outside the arena, Lin Zhu, who was acquainted with Wang Yu, suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise, and his eyes were filled with a moving color. This was because she saw that the turquoise bone dragon had actually hung Wang Yu in its mouth. Click! The cold ice covering Wang Yu's body turned into broken ice and scattered all over the ground under the sharp teeth of the turquoise bone dragon. Isn't General Zhao going to stop it yet? If you don't make a move, Wang Yu is going to lose his head. Off-sight, Lin Zhu's heart was in his throat. They even inclined their heads, not daring to look at the next battle, because she was afraid to see the image of Wang Yu being bitten off. Crunch, crunch, a sound of bones straining came out, and the field suddenly became quiet. Roar! In the next moment, the turquoise bone dragon's angry roar spread throughout the entire field. There was something wrong with the voice? Lin Zhu subconsciously looked up and was stunned, only to see that the teeth of the turquoise bone dragon had chipped off several of its teeth, while Wang Yu stood unharmed in the huge mouth of the turquoise dragon. The turquoise poison that made people scared had no effect on it. What kind of body is this? Even the teeth of a bone dragon are taut? This zombie, it's ridiculously strong. After a short period of silence, the field erupted into a burst of gasps. And at this moment, Wang Yu also made a move, only to see his right foot lifting up and stomping violently. With a click, a crack immediately appeared on the turquoise bone dragon's jaw. Roar! The turquoise bone dragon roared, frantically throwing its head in an attempt to shake Wang Yu out of its mouth. But Wang Yu's hands were like iron pincers, holding onto the teeth of the turquoise bone dragon with a death grip, and his feet kept lifting and falling, each time with full strength. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the roar sounded, the turquoise bone dragon would have to suffer a heavy blow, and after several times, the turquoise bone dragon's physique could no longer withstand Wang Yu's attack, and its lower jaw was broken by Wang Yu's hard kick, falling to the ground. The turquoise bone dragon fell with it. Boo! Having suffered a heavy blow, Long Tianao could no longer maintain the undead fusion state, and with a flash of light, his true body was exposed in front of Wang Yu. You, don't come over here. Looking at Wang Yu, who was pressing step by step, Long Tianao completely panicked. Chapter 40: The Soul of the Strong. Undefeated will. I declare that the sparring match is over, and the winner is Wang Yu. Zhao Wuji's voice rang out abruptly. Wang Yu's footsteps lurched and stopped, with some regret in his heart. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Long Tianao, Zhao Wuji obviously wouldn't let him have his way. After all, as the highest leader of the training camp, it was impossible for Zhao Wuji to watch the trainees die in front of his eyes. Not to mention that the purpose of this competition was that he only wanted to let the trainees know of Wang Yu's power, not to provide Wang Yu with the opportunity to kill. I've still got the fight in me. At that moment, a clear and cold voice came from behind Wang Yu. Han Dong was not willing to give in and admit defeat. You've already seen the end of Long Tianao. How many moves do you think you can last under Wang Yu's attack? Zhao Wuji spoke in a cold voice. Han Dong was silent. Wang Yu's physical strength was perverse. She saw that if Wang Yu had not done it intentionally, it would not have been possible to be frozen at all. And Wang Yu's purpose of doing so was to lure Long Tianao onto the bait and then deal a devastating blow to the other party. Now that Long Tianao was defeated, what should Wang Yu do if he turned his head to attack himself? In an instant, Han Dong had an answer. There's no way to do it. If she was allowed to fight against Wang Yu alone, there was not the slightest possibility of gaining victory. Even holding on for a couple of hits doesn't mean much. It doesn't change anything about the final battle. Zhao Wuji's leisurely voice resounded once again, hitting Han Dong straight in the heart. Boo! In the next moment, the power of ice and snow dissipated, and Han Dong lifted his undead fusion state, his true body appearing in front of everyone. Her face was pale, her eyes lowered, and she said nothing. But in this moment, her silence was deafening instead. Everyone knew she was saying two words: admit defeat. That's the end of it? Two major S-class silver 9-star powerhouses actually failed to beat Wang Yu? When the dust settled, numerous cadets still had an inauthentic feeling. At the very beginning, no one was optimistic about Wang Yu, believing that there was only one possibility for Wang Yu to fail in a 1-on-2. As a result, Wang Yu ruthlessly slapped everyone in the face with his practical actions. He didn't just win, he won easily. What is strength? This is strength. The soul aura on Wang Yu's body seems to be only bronze 9 stars, crossing a big rank to defeat his opponent. I really don't know how he did it. They say zombies are weak. How do you explain hanging a bone dragon? Grass. If I had known that zombies were so strong, I wouldn't have contracted an abomination. Some were marveling, while others shook their heads and sighed in regret. Wang Yu, you are very good. There's some of the elegance of my youth. After the two medics carried Long Tian Ao down, Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Yu with unstinting appreciation. However, Wang Yu frowned. This sounds like he is praising him, but when you think about it, it is not that. It is obvious that General Zhao is taking the opportunity to praise himself. A Dasha general or a narcissist? I also asked General Zhao not to forget his previous promise. Wang Yu said, points are bigger than ever for him, because the one with the highest points was the first in the training camp, and only the first could get the soul-restoring grass as a reward. Don't worry. A mere 200 points. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Zhao Wuji waved his big hand, then swept his gaze icily over the crowd. You have seen Wang Yu's strength. Anyone who still questions it and feels that he is not qualified to receive 1,000 points can come up and challenge him. As long as you can beat him, I can give you 1,000 points as well. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but no one stepped forward to challenge. 1,000 points sounds tempting, but only if you can get it. Wang Yu's battle power was obvious to all, hammering silver 9-star S-rank contractors like their grandchildren. What were they to compare? Challenging Wang Yu, isn't that asking for trouble? Some people even recalled the rumors they had heard when they entered the camp, that a cadet in this term had punched the examiner into the hospital during the entrance examination. Before that, they thought it was outrageous and called it impossible. After seeing Wang Yu's performance, they felt as if there was nothing impossible. Since none of you have any objections, I'll take it that you approve of Wang Yu, and from now on, you're not allowed to bring up this matter again. Zhao Wuji saw that the crowd was silent and nodded in satisfaction. Who dares to look for trouble? That's no different than asking for death. The crowd belabored. Ahem. Zhao Wuji coughed lightly and straightened his throat before adding, the pre-training entertainment program is over, so let's start the official training next. Huh? Training just after 12. I'm falling apart all over from passing the test. I need to rest. As soon as Zhao Wuji's words came out, there was an outpouring of complaints. Zhao Wuji didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he showed a smile on his face. You want to take a rest, right? It's simple, whoever finishes the training first can go and rest. The cultivation content isn't difficult for you guys. It's just running 80 kilometers, and the top 10 will also be rewarded with 110 points. Just 80 kilometers? General Zhao, you should have said so. My undead is a shadow specter leopard. I can run through it in half an hour. Hey, my undead is a white bone rock eagle, and it's not slow. After hearing about the training, smiles once again appeared on people's faces. You guys seem happy? This training is too easy. Let alone 80 kilometers. Even 100 kilometers is a sprinkle. Hihi. Then you guys are rejoicing too early. Zhao Wuji smiled wistfully and snapped his fingers. Give them all bracelets that suppress their soul power. Da 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 da. Immediately, dozens of uniformed soldiers carrying a large pocket of handcuffs put them on the crowd. No, isn't that killing people? The people who had just clamored for the training to be easy were so anxious they were on the verge of tears. Without soul power, they couldn't fuse the undead, and without being able to fuse the undead, they were just an ordinary person with an average physique. Ordinary people running 80 kilometers, if they don't die, they'll have to take off their skin. Rest? Rest my ass. Being able to do it in tomorrow's time frame would be amazing. General, we're indentured servants, so exercising like this won't do much for our leveling up, will it? Yeah, I think we should learn about soul power, undead, and demon-related knowledge. We can't waste our time on meaningless things. It's true that it's not much use, but Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. Regarding knowledge related to soul power, undead, and demons, the school teachers teach better than the training camp. However, the training camp also exists not to teach you these things, but to sharpen your will and develop a king's heart. A truly strong person did not only have great strength, but also a strong will that was unattainable by ordinary people. Unyielding, undefeated, and unconquerable will is the root of our human race's ability to continue to this day despite the ravages of demonic invasions. Chapter 41. I, Jibachin, will take the first place. Undefeated will. Zhao Wuji's words instantly gave people a feeling of boiling blood, and their thoughts drifted to that era when wars were not resting. Demons have taken over 80% of the land in Daxia, and the human race is facing the crisis of extinction. If mankind had chosen to give in, admit defeat, and not resist at that time, I'm afraid that they would have long since become like the beasts that the demons keep in captivity, or even become extinct long ago. However, it is because of the tenacious will not to give in, not to admit defeat, not to lose, that the Daxia people were able to recapture most of the lost territories and allow the remnants of the human flame to survive to this day. See what 1, 2, 3 of you look like? Zhao Wuji got addicted to heckling, pointing at the noses of those complaining and cursing. Really, after a few days of eating a full meal and having a few days of peace and quiet, you think the world is at peace? You guys have really been living in comfort for a long time. You can have today because countless forefathers and countless warriors have exchanged their lives for it. They have suffered much more than you have. Countless forefathers have thrown away their heads and dedicated their lives, and one generation has fought 3 generations of wars in order to allow future generations to take the opportunity to recuperate and become stronger, rather than allowing you to mingle and wait for death. Moreover, I can tell you in advance that the good days of your generation are over. The more and more frequent the activities of demons on a large scale, this is the sign of a great war. Once the great war breaks out, no one can stay out of it. At that time, strength is the capital for you to live. Zhao Wuji's voice grew serious. From the past to the present, and even more so, depicting what will happen in the future. These words were like an invisible stone pressing on the hearts of the people. General, I was wrong. A teenager took a step and ran after bowing to Zhao Wuji. Isn't it just 80 kilometers? Even if I have to run to my death, I'll finish. You can't be ashamed of your forefathers' dedication, and more importantly, you must be able to stand up to your future self. Even if you can't become a superpower, you must at least have tried. One teenager after another ran. A teenager after all, blood is still hot. Zhao Wuji murmured softly in a voice only he could hear. In these men, he saw a reflection of himself with those who had fought in the beginning. Just those who were there in the beginning. Now I'm the only one left, right? Wang Yu, you are truly, deeply hidden. In the running crowd, Wang Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head to look, and it turned out to be Lin Zhu coming to his side. I've never hidden it. Wang Yu gave a rare smile. He had never suppressed and hidden himself until he entered the training camp, because he knew very well that if he wanted to be taken seriously and treated favorably, he had to show the appropriate strength. If he wanted to become the number 1 in the training camp, he would have to bring out the strength to crush all the heavenly pride. You're really not polite. Lin Zhu guffawed. However, Wang Yu's outspokenness made her feel quite good. In today's world, candor is a valuable character. Wang Yu. Suddenly, another voice entered Wang Yu's ears. He looked sideways and saw Han Dong, who was slightly white in color. Come over. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Don't worry. I'm not unconvinced. Coming to lay down harsh words with you about what's going on 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Han Dong could tell what Wang Yu had in mind at a glance. Wang Yu was stunned and thought in his heart, this is not right. In the novels, aren't those defeated heavenly prides all 7 disobedient and 8 indignant to get back at them? Seeing this, Han Dong guessed what Wang Yu was thinking again and shook his head helplessly. I'm still self-aware, your strength is indeed far above mine, and I'd be an idiot if I still put down any harsh words. After a pause, Han Dong continued, I'm looking for you because I hope to spar with you often in the future. Because of my status, when the people around me fight against me, they often have to give me the benefit of the doubt and don't dare to lay a heavy hand on me. Offering to be hammered? Wang Yu did not expect Han Dong to make such a request. Don't worry, the sparring between us is paid. The price is whatever you want. When the training camp is over, the settlement will be unified. Han Dong took the initiative and said, I agree. After a slight silence, Wang Yu nodded his head. Han Dong was so young and possessed silver 9-star strength. His identity must be extraordinary. Moreover, he still needed some potions and wonders to nourish the undead for Team Wu, so he could ask for them directly with Han Dong when the time came. Good. Then good luck taking first place in the 80-kilometer run. Receiving Wang Yu's reply, Han Dong's speed slowed down. 80 kilometers is a hurdle for her personal fitness level, and it is likely that she will not be able to complete it by unreasonably distributing her physical strength. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had no worries in this regard. After the zombie metamorphosed into a shogun, his body was also fed to a certain extent. He had once secretly tested that even without fusing the undead, his own power had reached the bronze level. With bronze-level strength, running a few dozen kilometers was still easy. Wang Yu, you go for it, I can't either. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhu also slowed down. Wang Yu nodded and silently moved forward. Cheer up. Don't fall behind. Get a top 10 finish and there are points to be had. Participants run while motivating themselves with substances. Points are money, and they can be used to exchange for supplies until the end of the training camp then. You know there are a lot of things in the training camp that can't be bought outside. Hey, in that case, I'll take the 100 points for first place. A teenager with a tall frame grinned. Ji Buochang. In the crowd, Wang Yu recognized the other party at a glance. Sure. His knowledge of the man was limited to his name. Where it came from, what the undead were, and what the soul power level was, he had no idea. Hey, that's 100 points. I still want it? All teenagers, no one's fooling anyone. You? Ji Buochang raised his eyebrows. I'm a 185 gym student. 9 seconds and 5/8 for 100 meters. 20 kilometers and 1 hour and 15 minutes. What are you going to compete with me? When Ji Buochang said this, the others shrunk their necks. What's the point of arguing then? That physique is beyond the average athlete. Big deal, you get the first one, I'll take the second. Those who were previously unconvinced were convinced. Rubbish. Ji Buochang smiled contemptuously and raised his chin slightly. He saw that behind him, there were Han Dong and Wang Yu, 2 indentured servants whose strength was far above his. So what if you're stronger than me? Everyone has had their soul power suppressed. It's my Ji Buochang's home turf next. Jibachin feels like standing up. What did you say? Take it easy. I'm not saying you're trash, but everyone is trash. Haha. Jibachin laughed and left. He deliberately showed the crowd a speed of 9 seconds 8.5 for 100 meters. In his opinion, first place was already in the bag, and a little more physical exertion and a little less would have little effect. Chapter 42 Special Treatment. Strength for Wang Yu. This guy has a foul mouth, but he's really fast. I'm afraid this first place in the 80 kilometers is really his. Being left far behind by Ji Buochang, the crowd was quite powerless. However, in the very next moment, a figure rushed out from the crowd. Wang Yu. He's so fierce too. Looking at the figure that came out of the crowd, no one expected it to be Wang Yu. And at this point, Jibachin also came back with a confident look back and was a bit dumbfounded by the results. He saw a figure catching up quickly as if it were an arrow out of a string. Wang Yu, he's too fierce too. Now the speed is also into 10 seconds, right? Jibachin was stunned. You know, sports take a lot of talent too. Just because the soul power is strong and the contracted undead are powerful doesn't mean that the individual is also very strong physically. No way, I've already faked it out. If Wang Yu takes first place, how will I be able to hang around in the training camp in the future? Jibachin clenched his teeth. It's just a matter of exerting all your strength to take first place.
Plus.
He also did not believe that Wang Yu could beat himself in terms of physical quality. Don't ask. Ask is the confidence of a sports student. Then, he once again mobilized all of his strength and suddenly fired. Surprisingly, the speed was another point faster. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In an instant, Ji Buochang had spanned a distance of 100 meters, and with the accumulated distance from before, it was 200 meters close to 300 meters. It was also physically extremely taxing for Jibachin. His skin turned red at a rate visible to the naked eye. Because of the power of the soul, the limits of the human body in this world were still higher than the blue star in Wang Yu's previous life. Take Jibachin for example, at this point, his speed definitely reached 9 seconds for 100 meters. Don't underestimate the difference of a fraction of a second. It's a pretty amazing boost. Pull him. I don't know who shouted. He was cheering Wang Yu up. Don't worry. I'll definitely pull him off. Ji Buochang responded silently in his mind. I've already gone all out. Can Wang Yu still surpass me? Jibachin subconsciously came back with a confident look. As a result, there was no sign of Wang Yu. Phew! I told you to pull the plug on him. Ji Buchang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis is lifted. However, when he returned his gaze to the front, he was abruptly startled. Gao! Ghosts! Only to see that Wang Yu's figure had appeared in front of Ji Buchang at an unknown time, and it kept widening the gap between him and him. Ji Buchang was all confused. Wang Yu's speed should have reached 8 seconds for 100 meters by now. Wang Yu is simply not human. Ji Buchang cursed in his heart. Wang Yu, do you have to split with me? Ji Buchang asked through gritted teeth. Wang Yu did not turn around. His voice slowly came out. I have no interest in splitting the winners and losers with you. I just want to get the first place. What? Ji Buchang was stunned. At first he thought that Wang Yu's words had a deep meaning, but then he thought, isn't it still necessary to share the victory with me? When he wanted to say something else, he realized that Wang Yu had already put a long distance between him and him. I haven't lost yet. Ji Buchang's eyes were red as he looked at Wang Yu's back. In the next moment, he roared with rage and ran with all his strength. Spurred on by Wang Yu, he actually ran into the 8-second mark for 100 meters as well. However, the good times didn't last long. Under such speed, Ji Buchang only lasted for a few dozen meters before his body was already overdrawn, and then he fell into a dog snatch and fell into a coma. Wang Yu really pulled off an explosion on Ji Buchang. I'm tired of saying the word bull. But nah, I'm not very educated. When the crowd at the back saw this scene, the only thing they could do was marvel. Wang Yu's figure also grew taller and taller in their hearts. Looking at Wang Yu's gaze, people's eyes unconsciously grew more in awe. Far away, Wang Yu noticed the situation behind him and slightly slowed down some speed, helplessly shaking his head. It's just a run. What are you playing with your life for? Wang Yu's physical quality, although he could not maintain the perverted speed of 100 meters in 7 seconds for a long time, but 80 kilometers in 2 hours was still not difficult. Looking at the time, not yet 3 o'clock, Wang Yu stretched and yawned back to the dormitory to sleep. The other side. Inside the conference room, Zhao Wuji was also notified. General, Wang Yu has completed his 80-kilometer training and returned to his dormitory to rest. The head of the examination division, Sun Chonglin, immediately reported the news he had just received to Zhao Wuji. 80 kilometers in about 2 hours? Can you do that now? Zhao Wuji asked Sun Chonglin. Upon hearing this, Sun Chonglin slowly nodded. Pretty much. Really? Zhao Wuji absently knocked on the table. It's a bit of a strain. Sun Chonglin's old face blushed. There are no outsiders, and no one will laugh at you if you tell the truth. Zhao Wuji suddenly laughed. Sun Chonglin smiled awkwardly. General-wise, my physical fitness is 8 seconds for 100 meters, and a long-distance run of 80 kilometers might be around 2 hours and 15 minutes. Zhao Wuji nodded. You're already pretty good if you can maintain this level. After all, you haven't reached the diamond level yet, and your body hasn't metamorphosed without being baptized by a large amount of the power of the dead. Sun Chonglin nodded and sighed. Although the power of the soul and the power of the dead subconsciously change the body of the contracted person, the physical strength that Wang Yu possesses at his current level is a bit perverted. Battle strength, physique undead, and everything else far exceeds that of his peers. It seems like there's a real possibility of a future king appearing in our training camp. The future king. Sun Chonglin's pupils shrunk. Quite shocked. General is so optimistic about Wang Yu? Zhao Wuji didn't answer this question and asked again. Has the demon shipment I wanted arrived? Arrived about 5 in the morning. That's good. Zhao Wuji instructed. Increase the difficulty of the original practical training by 1 level, and this golden 9-star demon is the final boss. Sun Chonglin had some hesitation when he heard this. General, isn't the difficulty of the golden 9 stars a bit too great? This level is no longer something a cadet can challenge, right? Zhao Wuji hummed. Can it be done without being more difficult? Besides, this golden 9-star demon is for people to see, not for people to challenge. Huh? Sun Chonglin was confused. You should know that the purpose of our training camp is to cultivate the will of the trainees. But you should know about Wang Yu's strength. He can definitely single-handedly take on the battle power of a gold 5-star demon, which means that the final level we set up before is almost no difficulty for Wang Yu. Zhao Wuji asked rhetorically. Without difficulty, where's the pressure? How can you sharpen your will without pressure? Then what's the point of Wang Yu being in our training camp? Sun Chonglin drifted off. So General transferred this golden 9-star demon here, specifically to give Wang Yu the upper strength. Chapter 43. Wang Yu slept comfortably and didn't get up until noon. Arriving at the cafeteria, he realized something was wrong. The number of people coming to dinner seems a bit low. Wang Yu noticed that there were only a scattering of about 10 people. Looking around for what? Is it looking for me? Just as Wang Yu was looking around, a playful voice rang out. Wang Yu turned around and saw Lin Zhu carrying a dinner plate, standing behind him. If you think it counts, then it counts. Wang Yu smiled graciously and sat down close by. Lin Zhu naturally sat across from him. However, Wang Yu realized that Lin Zhu had been staring at himself with a smirk. No, even if I am handsome, you don't have to look at me so strangely, right? Wang Yu said without a good breath. Narcissist. Lin Zhu rolled her eyes. I just thought it was funny. Am I funny? Wang Yu wondered. He sought to find out that he wasn't a funny man either. It's not you who's funny, it's Egyptian. What's he got to do with it? Lin Zhu explained. Ji Buchang originally had the strength to be in the top 3 in physical training, and even after you, becoming second place was very possible. But because of competing with you, it led to overdrawing his physical strength and directly passed out. When he woke up and realized that he was actually in the bottom one, he was all angry and cried, and approached the instructor to complain, hoping that he could be given another chance. Wang Yu bristled. I've said it all. I'm not trying to compete with him. I just wanted first place. It's him who got carried away and treated me as a competitor. Lin Zhu couldn't help but smile at his words. I've never seen such a stinker. By the way, after dinner later, are you going to challenge the practical level? Lin Zhu asked curiously. What is the actual battle level? The chopsticks in Wang Yu's hands lurched as he asked in confusion. So few people came to the cafeteria today. Mainly all of them chose to challenge the practical level. You didn't know? Lin Zhu looked at Wang Yu in consternation. I don't Rhoda. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I slept until noon and woke up and came to the cafeteria to eat. Wang Yu then realized that during the time he had been sleeping, something big had happened in the training camp. So you really don't know? I thought the masters all came out last. Lin Zhu was powerless to spit. What's Wang Yu up to? It's such a big deal not to know. The practical level, as the name suggests, is where the training camp trainees go into actual combat. A program that was only announced at 9 o'clock this morning. The actual battle level is divided into 9 levels. Each level is guarded by a powerful demon. Kill the guarding demon can challenge the next level and can also get points. 200 points for clearing the first level, 400 points for the second level, 600 points for the third level, 800 points for the fourth level, and by the time you get to the 5th level the points have almost doubled up to 1,500 points. 2,000 points on the 6th level, 2,500 points on the 7th level, 3,000 points on the 8th level, and a staggering 4,000 points on the 9th level. Lin Zhu snapped his fingers. Wang Yu noticed that Lin Zhu's eyes were glowing, as if he was a fortune hunter. But the bright people don't say anything. With such a large reward of points, he was also very greedy. Snap. Wang Yu slapped his chopsticks directly on the table. What's wrong? Lin Zhu was startled. It's fine not to eat this meal. Wang Yu said, I can't wait to try this practical level now. There's no rush. Where is the challenge so easy? I've heard from those who have challenged them that the strength of the demons in the first few levels ranges from silver 1 star to silver 9 stars. By the time we get to the 5th level, it's directly a gold level demon. It's simply not something that can be challenged. After a pause, Lin Zhu remembered something and said to Wang Yu, you shouldn't be considered a human. Wang Yu. You're not decent. Wang Yu. No good? Lin Zhu was greatly embarrassed. I would say that you shouldn't be within that bracket, and it's still very promising to challenge gold-level demons. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Wang Yu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Eat, eat. Lin Zhu buried his head and dried his rice. The rules adopted for the actual battle level is to fight yourself. You don't need to go robbing monsters. People are iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to fight? Lin Zhu took a bite of braised pork and put it in his mouth, squinting happily. It smells so good. Wang Yu. He discovered 2 traits of Lin Zhu, money grubbing and gluttony. After the meal, under Lin Zhu's leadership, Wang Yu arrived at the place where the actual combat level was located. This was a newly opened area that Wang Yu hadn't been to before. Said level is more like a gym, only that the trainees could not enter at will, and those who participated in the challenge had to sign up and register in advance. At this point, a large number of trainees had gathered outside the actual battle level. Almost everyone who could came. Wang Yu also saw that some people had bandages wrapped around their bodies, and there were hidden traces of blood on their bodies, so they were obviously injured when they broke through the barrier. The training ground is like a battlefield. Wang Yu realized that Zhao Wuji's words were not just words. He really dared to put the cadets to death. See that screen? It just keeps track of the points of everyone in our camp, and whoever comes in last will be eliminated by default after 7 days. Lin Zhu stretched out his slender fingers and pointed in a direction. Wang Yu also looked over and saw that a large screen was erected outside the actual battle level. Shown above is a simple table. The first column is rank, the second is name, and the third is points. Wang Yu noticed that the one in the first place was clearly Long Tian Ao, with current points of 2,200. In second place was Han Dong, who also had 2,200 current points. The third place was someone called Wang Jianghai, whom Wang Yu did not recognize, with 2,100 points. As for Wang Yu, he had searched for half a day and didn't see himself yet. Instead, he saw Gu Tianyuan, ranked 10th in points 2,100. Lin Zhu, on the other hand, was in 22nd place and had 2,000 points. No wonder they say that there are monsters within the elite genius training camp. It's true. To be able to stop at the 5th level, all of them are people who have defeated Silver 9-star demons. To have the strength at such an age, it's not weak, it's even very strong. Wang Yu did not treat others with contempt because of his great strength. Lin Zhu's seemingly soft and weak strength should not be underestimated. When placed in the Qin City Demon Hunting Corps, one could serve as a vice-captain. He. Surprised? Lin Zhu noticed the change in Wang Yu's eyes and laughed cheekily. You couldn't find yourself in front, right? Did you sleep and wake up to find that the sky has collapsed? Wang Yu shook his head. What's wrong with that? Falling behind is only temporary. It'll only be a matter of minutes when I get out and break in to catch up. What was the 5th level Wang Yu did not know. But it was very clear that if you broke through the first 4 levels you could easily take back the number 1 ranking. Chapter 44, Trespassing. Wang Yu, is he unable to find his ranking? You should look from the bottom up, and soon you'll find yourself. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yu frowned slightly, only to see Gu Tianyuan and Long Ao Tian coming through the crowd in front of Wang Yu surrounded by several people. Mentioning the rankings, Gu Tianyuan's face had an unconcealed look of triumph. Looking at Wang Yu's ranking of 87th, Gu Tianyuan only felt a wave of relief. After being pressurized by Wang Yu for so long, he felt that he had finally managed to get back the game. Shenanigans. Wang Yu hasn't challenged the actual battle level yet. He only needs to pass the 3rd level to surpass you. No, Wang Yu has 1,300 points now. If he passes the 3rd level, he'll be able to re-rank first. Before Wang Yu could say anything, Lin Zhu already couldn't help but hold out for Wang Yu. When she looked at Gu Tianyuan's two-timing face, she came to be angry, so she will dislike him first. The smile on Gu Tianyuan's face quickly tightened at these words. Humph, so what? My cousin's strength will soon make another breakthrough. And when that time comes, his strength will rise so much that he will definitely be able to pass the 6th and 7th levels of the test. Gu Tianyuan felt that he couldn't do it and immediately moved out Long Tian Ao. What? Lin Zhu's delicate body shook violently. Long Tian Ao is going to break through? One must know that a genius like Long Tian Ao, once he made a breakthrough, his strength would skyrocket. By that time, many of the instructors in the training camp might not be Long Tian Ao's match. Could Wang Yu still suppress the gold-level Long Tian Ao? Lin Zhu couldn't help but feel worried for Wang Yu. Wang Yu, getting a little advantage at the beginning is nothing. Only the one who laughs until the end is the king. Long Tian Ao laughed lightly. Remember what you said before? I think it fits my current state of mind. I don't see you as a rival. I'm just after number 1. Wang Yu could feel that Long Tian Ao was different from before. Not so frivolous anymore, much more mature. The blows he suffered before did not thwart Long Tian Ao, but instead made him grow. Moreover, the soul power is going to break through even more in terms of strength to give Long Tian Ao bottom. Good. Then let's see who can have the last laugh. Wang Yu smiled indifferently. It was also good that Long Tian Ao had the idea of competition so that he would have the chance to destroy Long Tian Ao. If it was like shrinking a turtle, he could not yet find an opportunity instead. When Long Tian Ao, Gu Tianyuan and their group left, Wang Yu also felt that it was about time. It's time for me to break in too. After saying that, Wang Yu directly walked to the registration desk and completed the enrollment. 10 minutes later, under the shouts of the training camp instructors, Wang Yu walked within the barrier. Cousin, Wang Yu went in. Gu Tianyuan looked at Wang Yu's back and clenched his fists. I saw it.
Long Qian awakted bashu.
Cousin, how many levels do you think Wang Yu can pass? Gu Tianyuan asked in a deep voice. Long Tian'ao didn't answer immediately, but thought carefully about Gu Tianyuan's question. After a long while, Long Tian'ao let out a long breath and said slowly, although we are mortal enemies with Wang Yu, I have to admit that this kid still has a few skills. I fought with him back then and realized that his physical strength was simply outrageous. It should have already reached the gold level, and his strength was surprisingly large, so I guess that his true battle power was at the gold level. So the first 4 levels shouldn't have any difficulty for Wang Yu. The 5th level is where the boss is already a gold level demon, but it's only a gold 1 star, so it's possible for Wang Yu to defeat it. Huh? Is he really that strong? Gu Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He did not expect Long Tian'ao to have such a high opinion of Wang Yu. Do you think Han Dong and I held back when we fought against Wang Yu? Long Tian'ao said in a deep voice. Not really. Wang Yu definitely possesses gold-level battle power. But, speaking here, Long Tian'ao's voice steeply lurched. But what? Gu Tianyuan pursued. However, the 5th level should already be Wang Yu's limit. According to the training camp's urbane nature, the 6th level should be a demon of around 3 stars of gold, several times stronger than 1 star of gold. Long Tian'ao continued, and demons can be more powerful than just having a strong physique. They also master magic. Wang Yu's strength is strong and his defense is high. 1 weakness magic or defense reduction magic and he's ruined. Facing a powerful demon, he can only be ravaged. Therefore, I conclude that he stops at the 6th level. After a moment of silence, Gu Tianyuan nodded. The 6th level? That's not unacceptable. This result, how is it better than saying that Wang Yu dry passes in 1 breath? Young dragon, if you break through to the gold level, how many levels can you break through? At that moment, someone beside Long Tian'ao asked curiously. Long Tian'ao smiled proudly. Before the 8 passes, I am fearless. 8 levels. I've heard people speculate that the demon at the 7th level is likely to be a diamond 5 star. Will young dragon be able to resist such a powerful existence as soon as he breaks through? Notice that young dragon said to stop before the 8 levels, which means that the 7th level can even be cleared, which means that young dragon's strength will exceed the golden 5 star. Hiss bull. Young dragon, please also accept my knee. The crowd around Long Aotian marveled and fawned. And at this point, Wang Yu had already arrived within the barrier. It was said to be a barrier, but instead it was like a stadium, with high walls on 3 sides and a tall black iron gate directly in front of Wang Yu. The gate did not open and Wang Yu did not know what was inside the iron gate. However, he could faintly hear an angry growl. Cadet name. At that moment, a voice rang out in the empty space, confirming Wang Yu's identity. Wang Yu. Wang Yu replied. Recognition passed. Will the cadet please stand in the center of the ring and fuse the undead? You recognize it by listening to a voice? Wang Yu arrived at the center of the field as requested and then fused Shogun. Boom! The abundant power flowed throughout his body once again, causing a heartfelt smile to appear on Wang Yu's face. Countdown is 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, the battle opens. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the sound of 1 falling, the closed iron door burst open. Immediately after that, Wang Yu saw a black figure that had reached a height of about 5 meters rushing out as if it was a runaway truck, with its hideous sharp horns, sharp teeth, and pitch-black scales. This was none other than a silver-class brute force demon. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with every step that the brute force demon took, and if it was an ordinary person standing here, I'm afraid that they would be shaken to the ground. But Wang Yu was not an ordinary person. Facing the ferocious brute force demon, he stepped forward with his right foot, like an arrow off the string, and took the initiative. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Yu's right fist ruthlessly smashed onto the brute force demon's head. Click! Only to see the brute force demon's head undergo a 360-degree rotation. Chapter 45, Yen Demon, Blade Demon. You have slain the silver 1-star brute force demon and gained 100 points of soul power. Successfully completed the kill. Wang Yu immediately received feedback that caused his soul power to grow 1 step closer to the silver level. It really isn't far from breaking through the silver rank, Wang Yu thought to himself. Wang Yu, the first level is cleared. Do you continue to challenge the second level? The brute force demon was killed by Wang Yu with a single punch, and immediately 5 or 6 white bone skeletons entered the field and carried the brute force demon down. At the same time, a voice rang out. Go on. Wang Yu replied without thinking. He wanted to see where his limits were, and if he could, then play through it. The countdown will now begin, and in 10 seconds, the second level of the challenge will open. 1987. The countdown goes off. Wang Yu stood tall and proud. His eyes were sharp, like a sharp sword about to be sheathed, and his long hair fluttered gently without wind. Boom! The black door opened again. The demon of the second level walks out. Blade Demon? Wang Yu looked at the other party and a name surfaced in his mind. Only the Blade Demon's body was tall and strong, with powerful muscles as if it were granite. Its skin took on an eerie dark gray color, as if it could absorb light, giving it a frosted texture. The arms were like 2 huge curved swords, flashing with an icy cold light. These 2 scimitar blades were incomparably sharp, flashing with a cold light. When the Blade Demon casually waved his arms, he could bring up a harsh wind sound, as if they were the scythes of the god of death. Human, I'm going to cut you into 8 pieces. While Wang Yu was sizing up the Blade Demon, the scarlet eyes of the Blade Demon were also sizing up Wang Yu, and after determining that Wang Yu's soul aura was only at the silver 9 stars, its mouth opened, revealing its sharp teeth, and it said in a hideous manner. Before the words fell, the Blade Demon immediately attacked. Swish! The Blade Demon's attacks were harsh and swift, moving like lightning, so fast that it was hard to see. Wang Yu studied about Blade Demons while he was in school. The speed of a silver-level Blade Demon could reach a staggering 100 meters in 2 seconds, and the sharp blades of their arms could easily cut through the defenses of a silver-level combat suit. Not even a silver-ranked weapon could engage the Blade Demon's arm for a few rounds, and the Blade Demon's attacks weren't considered weak amongst the demons. However, when he really faced it today, Wang Yu realized that the Blade Demon was not only fast and had sharp arms, but was also incredibly powerful. The Blade Demon was able to leave deep trace footprints on the ground with each step. Brush up. The Blade Demon was also very experienced in combat, fearing that Wang Yu would anticipate its attacks, continuously changing its position, making it difficult to catch its movements. However, in the face of such a swift attack from the Blade Demon, Wang Yu appeared exceptionally calm. His eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest bit of panic. When the Blade Demon rushed towards him with lightning speed, Wang Yu just flicked and easily avoided the Blade Demon's attack. His movements were light and graceful. How can it be? The Blade Demon was shocked in his heart. The strike that he had put in so much effort and was aiming for was so easily dodged. Wang Yu, took advantage of this opening and launched a counterattack without hesitation. His speed was equally astonishingly fast, and his fist was like a bolt of lightning as he ruthlessly smashed into the Blade Demon. The power of this punch was so great that it directly sent the Blade Demon flying. The Blade Demon tumbled through the air a few times before falling heavily to the ground. Wang Yu did not give the Blade Demon any chance to catch his breath as he quickly rushed forward and struck another backhanded blow. The power of this strike was even more astonishing, directly hitting the Blade Demon's heart location, directly penetrating the Blade Demon's chest and bursting the Blade Demon's heart. The Blade Demon let out a miserable scream, struggled for a few moments, and then never moved again. You have slain the silver 2-star Blade Demon and gained 120 points of soul power. Wang Yu drew out his fist and wiped off the blood on the Blade Demon's body before standing up straight and retreating a dozen meters away, waiting for the staff to clean up the battlefield. From the beginning to the end, there was not the slightest hint of complacency on his face, only calmness and composure. He knew that this was just the beginning and that there were stronger enemies behind him. The second level of the challenge is successful. Do you continue to challenge the third level? The instructor's voice sounded again, but Wang Yu heard a tremor in the other party's voice, as if shocked by his outburst. Go on. Wang Yu still replied indifferently. Beginning 10-second countdown, 1987. The instructor cuts the crap and just counts down. This time, before the iron door was even opened, Wang Yu felt the temperature in the field rise dramatically. It could be a demon related to fire. Wang Yu secretly guessed. Soon, the countdown is over. The iron door opens. Wang Yu then saw the third level of demons. This demon was only the size of a normal human, and its appearance was very peculiar. Its body took on a kind of human shape, but it had no skin, only a layer of burning flames like a burning skeleton. The flames around it took on a bizarre red color, like blood, and its flames were so hot that they could instantly melt solid alloys. Around the Inferno demon, the air was burning and twisted, and the entire space of the level was like a huge furnace. Inferno! Wang Yu similarly recognized the identity of this demon. I have to say, the camp put its heart and soul into this. Every demon possessed strength far beyond its class. But Wang Yu, however, was not intimidated by Yen Demon's aura. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the demon. Boom! The Inferno didn't attack as recklessly and actively as the Blade Demon. It was very steady, and after stepping out of the iron door, it immediately unleashed a powerful force of flames, directly turning the surrounding area within 100 meters into a sea of fire. This was exactly its natural ability, the flame field. The flames blazed and crackled. The sea of fire boiled, causing the temperature in the arena to rise dramatically, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, the sea of fire was also extremely hot and could easily melt alloys. Silver-level combat suits, if thrown into a sea of fire, would be incinerated into ashes within a few breaths. According to Inferno's idea was to close in on Wang Yu after opening the flame domain, compressing Wang Yu's range of movement, and then directly burn Wang Yu to death. However, in the very next moment, Wang Yu made a move that shocked it. Wang Yu, surprisingly, took the initiative to enter the sea of fire. Wang Yu did not have any hesitation and was resolute. This human is crazy? Who gave him the courage to do something so reckless? It was the gold-level undead contractors who captured me that called upon the undead, who specialize in the power of cold ice to suppress the flame field before they were able to get their hands on me. Inferno was a bit dazed. There was no power of ice and cold in Wang Yu's body, and even the undead that it recognized Wang Yu's incarnation from its appearance was just the lowest grade of zombie. But how dare he? Chapter 46A Time to Witness Miracles. The moment Wang Yu walked into the sea of fire, the flames around him were like loyal guards sensing an intruder and pounced on him. The blazing fire instantly engulfed Wang Yu, making it difficult to see his figure. That kid is really reckless. The flame of the Inferno demon is not an ordinary flame. It has a very amazing high temperature. Isn't he looking for death by entering on his own accord? Inside the monitoring room, a middle-aged instructor wearing a uniform looked grave. His sole power was a golden 2-star, but he didn't dare to let the Inferno demon's flames wrap and burn. The middle-aged officer turned his head to look at Sun Chonglin beside him and couldn't help but say, "Director, this teenager is a good seedling. If we don't stop it, there's a good chance that he'll be wasted by the Inferno demon. Do you remember how you got here?" Sun Chonglin didn't answer his question, but asked in return. The middle-aged instructor was stunned for a moment and replied seriously, "Originally, I wasn't selected to serve as the training camp's instructor, and I heard that one of the instructors had an accident and was injured, so I could only withdraw from the training camp helplessly. Therefore, the instructor's spot was extended downward by one, and it was my turn." Sun Chonglin nodded. "Not bad, you're honest." The middle-aged instructor was stunned. He wondered what this question had to do with saving Wang Yu or not. The middle-aged instructor could not help but remind, "Director, that Wang Yu, don't bother." Sun Chonglin waved his hand indifferently. "What? Such a good seedling." The middle-aged instructor felt pity. "Heh, you're worried about him?" Sun Chonglin smiled meaningfully. "I just think that Wang Yu's potential is high, and the purpose of our training camp is to discover geniuses and train pillars for Desya. You're right, and I haven't forgotten my mission, but..." After a pause, Sun Chonglin said, "You don't have to worry about this kid. It's just that if you're not okay, he won't be okay." "What? I'm a gold level." The middle-aged instructor was stunned. "Gold level is nothing." Sun Chonglin bristled. "Know why I asked you how you came to the training camp? Because that instructor who had an accident was the one who was punched into the hospital by Wang Yu." "Huh." The middle-aged instructor was stunned. He hadn't expected this to happen at all. Wang Yu is only bronze level, but the instructors are all gold level. But then he defeated the gold level. Old me has seen countless geniuses, and this outrageous one is still the first one. Sun Chonglin couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, he reached out and pointed to the monitor. "Time to witness the miracle." The middle-aged instructor sniffed and once again dropped his eyes on the monitor. He saw Wang Yu's figure break through the flames and appeared in front of Yen Demon, like a god reborn from the fire. A look of surprise and anger appeared in the eyes of the Inferno demon when he saw that Wang Yu had actually passed through the sea of fire unharmed. It opened its mouth and let out an angry growl before lunging at Wang Yu. At the same time, the power of the blazing flames transformed into a burning long sword, which was held in its hand with a fierce aura. But Wang Yu looked at the Inferno demon that lunged at him without the slightest panic in his eyes and appeared breezy. The moment the Inferno devil approached him, Wang Yu extended his hand. His movements were light and graceful, as if he were caressing a delicate flower. However, his hand contained a powerful force that directly pinched Inferno's neck. The Inferno demon let out a miserable scream as its body continued to struggle in Wang Yu's hands. However, Wang Yu's hand was like an iron clamp, tightly squeezing the Inferno's neck, making it unable to move. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with indifference, as if Yen Demon was just an insignificant existence in his eyes. Wang Yu slightly exerted his force, and only a crisp sound was heard as the Inferno's neck was pinched and broken by him. Inferno's body instantly lost its strength and fell to the ground. The flame on its body also gradually went out, as if it were a burned-out candle. Kill Silver 6-star Inferno Demon. Gain 160 points. That's the end of it? Inside the surveillance room, the middle-aged instructor was stunned. Or else? Sun Chonglin asked rhetorically. Past the 3rd level, shall we continue? Go on. The ethereal voice sounded again, and Wang Yu still replied affirmatively. And this time, as soon as his opponent came out, the temperature in the arena instantly dropped by a dozen degrees. Silver 9 stars. Ice Demon. Unlike the Inferno Demon, the Cold Demon's body was 3 meters tall, and its limbs were as thick and powerful as huge icicles. Sharp ice claws grew on his arms, each claw like a sharp blade. The Ice Demon trailed a long icy tail behind it, like a flexible whip. There was also a layer of crystal-clear ice armor covering the surface of the Ice Demon's body, like an impenetrable fortress. This layer of cold armor shimmered with a cold blue light, and each piece of cold armor had sharp edges that could easily cut through any object that came near it. Around the Ice Demon, the air was filled with an icy mist, which was the icy cold aura emanating from its body. This mist caused the temperature around them to drop drastically, making it seem as if they were in the middle of an icy sky. The Ice Collar. The Ice Demon was a bit similar to the Inferno Demon. Solid. Even if he was facing Wang Yu, a bronze 9-star human, he still planned to open his domain first to make himself invincible. However, with the previous experience of sparring, Wang Yu no longer sat back and waited for death, but took the initiative. Boom! His foot stomped heavily on the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks surfaced on the ground. In the next moment, Wang Yu arrived in front of the ice-cold demon and smashed his fist into the ice-cold demon's chest. Actively seeking death? A flash of disdain flashed across the eyes of the Ice Demon. This layer of cold ice battle armor on its body was no joke. It was comparable to a silver-grade battle knife made of alloy, sharpening iron like mud. In its view, Wang Yu's move was tantamount to sending itself under the knife of its own accord to be slaughtered. Boom! Click! There was a dull thud, followed by a crisp sound. With one punch, Wang Yu hardened his fist and shattered the cold ice demon's protective ice armor. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was unharmed. What a freak! The cold demon was horrified. A contractor with bronze 9-star soul power could easily break his defense? However, and that became its last thought. Boom! Wang Yu blasted out another punch, directly shattering the heart of the Ice Demon. Puff! The Ice Demon fell, dead on arrival. Wang Yu, however, did not give the cold Ice Demon more than a glance. Even without waiting for the instructor to ask, he took the initiative and said, "Next level. Are you sure? The 5th level is a gold-level demon." In the face of inquiries, Wang Yu's answer was still 2 words. Okay. Wang Yu experienced 3 battles within the arena and passed 3 levels in a row. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality only 10 minutes of time had passed. And most of that time was taken up by cleaning up the battlefield. Wang Yu almost always resolved the battle within 10 seconds. Cousin, Wang Yu has been in there for a while. How many levels do you think he has passed now? Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but ask. Long Tianao pondered seriously and replied in a serious and earnest manner. Analyzing from my experience, it's very likely that he'll pass the 2nd level and challenge the 3rd level. And of course there is the possibility of a challenging 4th level. Only, it's highly unlikely. Chapter 47 Thunder Gun. So fierce. Gu Tianyuan did not expect Long Tianao to have such a high opinion of Wang Yu. One must know that he had gone through a great deal of effort to get through the 3rd level, and by the 4th level he had even pulled out all his cards. I know you have a grudge against him, and he has a grudge against me. But hatred must not blind us, we must seriously face up to the strength of our opponents. Long Tianao said in a deep voice, Wang Yu's strength is even stronger than me. Even I can easily defeat those first 2 levels of demons. He can definitely do it even easier than me. Gu Tianyuan bristled. I know. And just then, there was a steep flash of light on the big screen. The rankings have been updated. Beyond the barrier, the crowd roared. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of pairs of eyes, in unison, landed on the big screen. When they saw the name in the first place, everyone's heart throbbed fiercely. First place, Wang Yu. Sure enough, it's him. Long Tianao had long guessed this result. But when it actually sat down, his heart still throbbed hard. Gu Tianyuan's expression was gloomy. There was anger and resignation in his eyes. Long Tianao had won a game with great difficulty, but he did not expect to be won back by Wang Yu so quickly. Wang Yu, you are truly damned. I should have known that even if you had thrown yourself into the river and died in the first place. I should have disassembled your body and thrown it into the river to feed the fish. Gu Tianyuan's heart thought this more than once. If he could travel through time, he would never leave anything to chance. The next moment, the points behind the rankings were refreshed. Points. 3,300. What? 3,003. A direct gap of 1,000 points. This is nifty. Wang Yu had 1,300 points before. If he wants to get 2,000 points, he has to beat the first 4 levels. It's only been a few minutes. Mud. Those demons didn't just come on and get carried off, did they? Thinking carefully, Wang Yu's strength once again refreshed people's cognition. Cousin, you're still too conservative. After seeing the points, Gu Tianyuan was silent for a moment and said faintly. Long Tianao, on the other hand, was as if he had lost his soul. Weak human, you want to challenge the great Serix? Within the barrier, Wang Yu's opponent took the stage. Wang Yu's opponent was a gold-ranked demon named Demon Serix. The burning demon Serix was huge, standing at 5 meters tall. Its skin took on a dark red color, as if it were a burning flame, emitting a blazing temperature. Serix's head was like a ferocious lion, and his blood-red eyes shone with a cruel light that could penetrate one's soul. Its mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs, each of which was as sharp as a sword, sending shivers down one's spine. The demon's limbs were thick and powerful, covered with hard scales as if they were made of steel, emitting a metallic luster. Its tail was like a huge python, swinging constantly, seemingly without force, but making a snapping sound like a long whip. It seems that the opponent this time is quite extraordinary. When Wang Yu first saw the burning demon Serix, he couldn't help but be shocked by its powerful aura as well. The burning demon could be interpreted as an advanced version of the Inferno demon, possessing the power of powerful flames along with amazing strength. Demon bloodline ranks are categorized as lower, middle, upper, etc. Inferno demons are only medium demons, while burning demons are upper demons. However, Wang Yu was not the least bit intimidated by the power of his opponent. Instead, the battle spirit was high. If I kill the burning demon, I'll be able to at least advance to silver rank, right? Looking at the burning demon, greed appeared in Wang Yu's eyes. Dare to show greed? Destroy. Humans. The burning demon Serix let out a deafening roar in annoyance, and then it violently swung its huge claws and lunged at Wang Yu. The claws carried great power and blazing flames, as if they could burn everything to ashes. Wang Yu nimbly dodged sideways to avoid Sarua's attack. Crackle! He quickly cast his thunder technique, and blue arcs of electricity suddenly flashed between his hands. Wang Yu gathered the power of Thunder Law in his hand and then violently threw it at Serix. The shining thunder was like a chain, instantly striking Serix with a loud bang. Serix growled angrily as he was struck by lightning, which split his skin. Wang Yu's attack did not make it cower in fear, but instead provoked its ferocity. The flames on its body became even more vigorous, instantly sweeping across the entire field. I'm going to tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Serix attacked again as it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fiery flame. The flame was like a huge dragon that lunged at Wang Yu. Seeing this, Wang Yu concentrated on the power of the Thunder Law. Countless electric arcs flashed around Wang Yu's body, and at this moment, it was as if he was a god controlling thunder. Click! He violently rushed towards Syrinx, the power of thunder gathering in his hands like a spear of heavenly punishment, stabbing at Syrinx. How can he be so powerful? Syrinx sensed Wang Yu's powerful force and tried to dodge, but Wang Yu's speed was too fast for it to dodge. Lightning instantly penetrated Sarua's body with a loud bang. Syrinx's body shuddered for a moment, then slowly collapsed. The great Syrinx just died at the hands of a mole. The battle ended so quickly that even the burning demon himself was not expecting it. Golem killed the gold level in seconds? Inside the surveillance room, after the group of instructors saw Wang Yu decapitate the gold-level burning demon Syrinx, a wide-eyed man stared at him. They couldn't believe their eyes that Wang Yu was so powerful that he even killed a gold-level demon just by saying so. This Wang Yu is really powerful. Even veteran gold-ranked contractors may not be able to decimate gold-ranked demons as easily as he does. Not to mention the others, I can't. A gold-level instructor shook his head. And did you guys notice that after beheading the burning demon, Wang Yu didn't turn red in the face and didn't gasp for breath? This is something that still has power left. Where the hell are his limits? Many gold-level contractors were thinking that if they were to face such an attack, they might not be able to deal with it easily either. Unconsciously, they had a few more points of recognition and admiration in their hearts for Wang Yu. This kid, good seed. The light in Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Slay the golden one-star burning demon and gain 11,000 points of soul power. The prompt sounded. Wang Yu's soul power began to skyrocket. Wang Yu closed his eyes and concentrated on the changes in his body, channeling his soul power into himself. His soul power level began to rise. Chapter 48 Silver Level. A difficult opponent. Phew. With Wang Yu as the center, a strong soul force abruptly erupted and swept across the entire field, setting off a strong wind. Breakthrough. No one in the surveillance room is weak. Each one of them was a gold-level contractor, comparable to the elite of the human race. As people from the past, it was also natural for them to see Wang Yu's current physical state. Not bad. That's a breakthrough to become a silver level. Zhao Wuji smiled in satisfaction. In fact, after seeing Wang Yu's talent, he secretly contacted Lu Changtian. After his repeated requests, Lu Changtian swore that he had definitely not given Wang Yu any help above resources. In other words, Wang Yu was able to get to this point entirely by his own efforts. And Zhao Wuji also knew one more important thing, and that was that it hadn't been long since Wang Yu had just completed the contract. Normally, at Wang Yu's age, not being an advanced contractor, it would require a large amount of medicines and exotic treasures piled up in order to reach a bronze 5-star soul power in such a short period of time. But Wang Yu didn't. So this showed that Wang Yu's undead still had abilities that others could not imagine. Picked up a treasure. Zhao Wuji's heart was happy. And no, this kid. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's pupils shrunk violently as he stared at the screen dead-on. General, what's wrong? Zhao Wuji's actions immediately caught the attention of the people around him and instantly became tense. Is there some kind of situation with Wang Yu? And I'm going to stop him now? Sun Chonglin's mind moved and he immediately asked. Don't move. Zhao Wuji immediately waved his hand to stop it. This kid is so good right now. I really didn't expect that he would be able to make consecutive breakthroughs. What continuous breakthrough? The crowd was stunned at the words, and then they were shocked. Through the monitor they saw that Wang Yu's body once again erupted with a strong soul power, stirring up a puff of smoke. To actually reach Silver 2-star all of a sudden? It's outrageous. I haven't seen anything like this in decades of living. Silver 2 stars now? Inside the level, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the soul power within his body, he couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Silver 2 stars. Don't look at the fact that Bronze 9 stars was only 3 levels away from Silver 2 stars, however, the small 3 levels made a world of difference. Wang Yu's soul power at this moment was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than before. His soul power becoming stronger also meant that he could gather more thunder, and his battle power soared. Now I'm more confident about playing through. Wang Yu clenched his fists and whispered confidently. In the next moment, Wang Yu suddenly frowned. Are there any staff members here? Grab this burning demon's body and carry it away. Upon this statement, one of the instructors in the monitoring room who had fused a witch demon whispered and shattered his mouth, controlling a few skeletons across the room and carrying the dead burning demon off the field. Wang Yu, congratulations on passing the 5th level of the test. Will you continue the challenge? Go on. Wang Yu thought to himself, How can I stop before I pass? Begin preparations. Inside the surveillance room, Wang Yu has continued the challenge. Now I don't care if Wang Yu can break through the 6th level. Instead I want to know, how many moves can a gold-level shadow demon last under Wang Yu? A 3-star gold upper-level demon, who is also good at hiding and escaping. Even if you can't beat Wang Yu, dodging is not a big problem, right? I estimate that it can still last for a dozen rounds. Numerous instructors speculated curiously. The black gate opens. The field became dark for a moment. The shadow demon came out and brought with it a swath of shadows. The shadow demon's appearance was extremely bizarre, with a head that looked like a twisted vortex of darkness, and deep, hollow eyes that flashed with a bizarre purple light that seemed to be able to ingest one's soul, causing one to feel a bone-chilling chill the moment they laid eyes on it. The shadow demon's limbs were long and slender, like tentacles that could stretch and twist at will. These tentacle-like limbs were covered with sharp barbs, each of which shone with a cold light, as if they were the sharpest weapons that could easily pierce through any object. Rather a somewhat tricky fellow. Wang Yu's brows were tightly locked and his face showed a grave expression. The greatest strength of the shadow demon is that it can hide in the shadows. It is able to blend in perfectly with the shadows around it, making it hard to notice its presence. Either the shadow of an object or the earth can be its hiding place. When it was hidden in shadow, it was as if it had disappeared, with no scent or sound, leaving one defenseless. It can travel freely through the shadows, appearing instantly at the enemy's side and launching a surprise attack. This ability made the shadow demon an extremely dangerous opponent, giving the shadow demon the strength to decimate opponents across levels. I smell Saru on you. You killed Saru, didn't you? The shadow demon let out a hoarse voice to inquire about Wang Yu. Wang Yu was stunned. I didn't realize that shadow demons had such a keen sense of smell. You don't say anything. Is that a tacit admission? It seems that I'll have to use my full strength to deal with you. The shadow demon's voice fell and instantly disappeared into place, blending into the surrounding shadows. Wang Yu immediately raised his guard as his eyes quickly scanned through his surroundings, trying to find traces of the shadow demon. However, the shadow demon was extremely well hidden, leaving no traces behind. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt a powerful force coming from behind him. He quickly dodged sideways, only to see a black tentacle slice through where he had just stood, bringing up a sharp gust of wind. Snap! The tentacles were like long whips, leaving a deep trail on the ground. But, seeing that the shadow demon missed with one strike, it immediately hid in the shadows once again, preparing to launch its next attack. So weird. Wang Yu knew that he had to find a way to find out where the shadow demon was hiding, otherwise he would remain passive. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the sense and energy fluctuations around him. But there was nothing. Shadow Demon's natural ability is not that easy to crack. If the Shadow Demon did not initiate the attack, it would be difficult for Wang Yu to discover it at all. In that case, let you attack. After a short period of pondering, Wang Yu thought of a way to deal with it. He would use his body as bait for the Shadow Demon to attack. When the Shadow Demon attacked, that was also when he counterattacked. Winning or losing is only a matter of moments. Boom! In the next moment, as if he was aware of it, Wang Yu threw a punch towards the void in front of him. The result naturally fell flat. Then it must be here. Wang Yu's gaze turned and he kicked out with a mournful cracking sound. There's no doubt that the kick fell short as well. Even because of the excessive force, Wang Yu discovered an unstable center of gravity and his body had a tendency to lose balance. Swish! It was also at this moment that a pitch-black tentacle appeared, as if it was a long whip, and viciously lashed at the back of Wang Yu's head. Chapter 49 Battle Strength surprises the crowd. Powerful darkness surged like a tidal wave, and a nightmare-like figure slowly emerged. It was the Shadow Demon, which had the form of a giant octopus and exuded a chillingly evil aura. The Shadow Demon's huge body twisted and turned, its tentacles waving in the air like long whips, emitting haunting air-breaking sounds. The speed of that tentacle was extremely fast, leaving a blurry black shadow in the air to kill Wang Yu in one blow. However, Wang Yu was as if he did not notice. Snap! The tentacle viciously smacked the back of Wang Yu's head with a dull thud. However, what surprised the Shadow Demon was that Wang Yu was unharmed. Excessively, not even a single hair fell out. The Shadow Demon was stunned. It completely did not expect its attacks to be useless against Wang Yu. It was important to realize that its attacks were so severe that it was the average gold-level combat suit that would be smashed in an instant. Here's your chance. After enduring the shadow demon's attack, Wang Yu quickly reacted. His hand reached out like lightning and grabbed the shadow demon's tentacle. The tentacle struggled violently in his hand, but Wang Yu's strength was immense, holding the tentacle tightly so that the shadow demon could not break free. A grim smile also appeared on Wang Yu's face. Now it's my turn to attack. Despicable human. It wasn't until this moment that the shadow demon realized that he had been tricked. It roared angrily and tried to break free from Wang Yu's bonds, but to no avail. And at this moment, Wang Yu grabbed the tentacle with one hand while launching an attack. His fists slammed into the shadow demon like meteors, each punch containing a tremendous amount of power. The shadow demon was beaten back, its body constantly trembling. Obviously, Wang Yu's punches weren't easy to take. Mean, mean, mean. The shadow demon kept cursing angrily. It was very clear that if it continued like this, there was absolutely no benefit. It had to find a way to get rid of Wang Yu's attack, otherwise it would face destruction. However, Wang Yu's strength was simply too strong, and he was simply unable to break free from the deadly clutches on his strikes. Since I can't break free, I don't want it. So, the shadow demon made a difficult decision. It chose to break off its tentacles. With a loud bang, the shadow demon's tentacles were ripped off hard by itself. A large amount of dark aura surged out from the break, instantly enveloping Wang Yu. Enjoy my gift to you. The shadow demon let out a hideous laugh. This dark mist effect possessed a debilitating effect, with strength, speed, and even defense, all decaying. No good. Wang Yu immediately felt the changes in his body after being enveloped by the dark aura. His strength was rapidly decaying, his speed became sluggish as a result, all aspects of his body functions were weakening, and even Wang Yu felt that his body's defense was decaying. Arrogant, huh? Weren't you brave just now? The shadow demon was overjoyed at the sight, and it thought it had finally found its chance for certain death. Immediately, the attack was launched with full force. The shadow demon's tentacles also danced again. This time, the tips of the tentacles flashed with a black light and shot at Wang Yu like sharp arrows, so fast that it was difficult to dodge. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, several tentacles stabbed at Wang Yu's body almost in no particular order. However, to the shadow demon's disappointment, the image it had imagined of skin splitting open and blood pouring out did not appear. Although Wang Yu's body defense was weakened, its attack still failed to break Wang Yu's defense. How? How is this possible? The shadow demon was very confused as to why this human in front of him, who only had silver 2-star soul power, could possess such a terrifying defense. He's inhuman. What undead could be so sick? Boom! Just as the shadow demon was horrified, a large, strong, and powerful hand pierced into its chest, clicking and crushing its heart. Puff! The shadow demon fell to the ground helplessly. Kill a gold 3-star shadow demon and gain 1,300 points of soul power. Looking at the corpse of the shadow demon, Wang Yu said indifferently, "Your weakening magic is very powerful. If it was 10 times more powerful, it would be able to do some damage to me." As the words fell, the soul power within Wang Yu's body began to surge once again. Hiss! The shadow demon is dead too? Inside the surveillance room, after a short silence, the many instructors unanimously sucked in cool air. I'm tired of saying the word bull, but other than that term, I really don't know what to use to describe this moment. An instructor shook his head in admiration. Very impressive indeed. Even though I'm a gold 3-star contractor, it's not an easy task to defeat this shadow 3-star demon. The other instructor said seriously. Come on now. It's not that I'm tearing you down. 90% of your abominable undead will lose against shadow demons, whose weak magic is the nemesis of purely physical attacking undead demons. Sun Chonglin rolled his eyes. Director, you don't have to tear down the stage like that, do you? The instructor who was named scratched his head awkwardly. But after Wang Yu was hit by the weakness magic, the strength of his body can still stand up to the shadow demon's all-out attack. Isn't that a bit too perverse?
Finetoft.
With the comparison, the crowd realized Wang Yu's terror. Swish, swish, swish. In unison, everyone's eyes fell on the magnificent figure in the surveillance room. Zhao Wuji hadn't said anything and always had his back to the crowd, looking at the monitor screen, not knowing what he was thinking. Very sick indeed. After a long time, Zhao Wuji finally nodded. I was paying close attention the entire time, and Wang Yu didn't use any soul power to release his skills during the battle, which means that he relied on his physical strength in his battle with the shadow demon. To be able to stand up to a shadow demon attack without even losing a single hair, this proves his defense, which must have reached the platinum level. His fists don't even dare to resist the demons of gold. I'm afraid that his attack power is far above the average gold level, Zhao Wuji said with a complicated voice. It had to be said that Wang Yu's strength had once again refreshed his knowledge. Platinum defense, gold strength, and battle. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, two words couldn't help but emerge in the hearts of the crowd. Pervert. However, Zhao Wuji hadn't finished his words. After being hit by the debilitating magic, Wang Yu's shadow demon's all-out attack still didn't break Wang Yu's defenses, which proves that Wang Yu's defenses hadn't fallen to the gold level. In other words, I'm afraid that his physical defense is close to the peak of the platinum level. There was also the fact that the power had not fallen to the gold level. After all, Wang Yu only used one punch to penetrate the shadow demon's defense. Chapter 53 Stars of Silver. That's just sick enough. Wang Yu's zombie undead is definitely the strongest I've ever seen. Inside the surveillance room, the crowd's jaws dropped. Yes, Wang Yu's zombie undead is indeed strong beyond words. Whoever thinks that his undead are ordinary C-ranked undead is very wrong. Even Wang Yu's zombie undead is the strongest zombie-type undead so far. It's stronger than many S-ranked undead. Zhao Wuji gave his review. Stronger than even S-ranked undead. Wouldn't that be the legendary S+ ranked undead? Sun Chonglin's pupils shrunk and he let out a soft cry. Zhao Wuji glanced at Sun Chonglin. Don't talk nonsense. Where is an S+ ranked undead so easily rated? So far, I've heard that there are only a few of them in Daxia, and the only two that I know of are the codenames, the King of Eternity and the Lord of Souls. Strength that far exceeds that of its peers, or even crosses the level of the challenge, is only the basis for rating S+ ranked undead, but it's not the entire criteria. Growth potential is also important. Once I've seen many outstanding undead that were great in the early stages, but had no growth potential in the later stages, and ended up stopping at the platinum and diamond levels. Can't Wang Yu be graded as S+ even though he's so outstanding? The crowd had serious expressions. Once an S+ rank grows up, it's not just the top pillar of Daxia anymore. It's the wealth of all mankind, and it must be treated with caution. Zhao Wuji swept a glance at the crowd and said in a deep voice, General, it seems like Wang Yu is about to break through again. Suddenly, someone noticed the anomaly and pointed at the screen in alarm. Zhao Wuji and the others simultaneously landed their gazes on the screen, only to see the soul power erupting from Wang Yu's body, curling the dust to form a vortex. Fruity. Wang Yu has advanced again. Zhao Wuji's heart shook. Looking at it this way, Wang Yu's growth potential is also very strong. Maybe there really is a possibility of becoming S+ rank. Zhao Wuji decided to observe and watch again, and if Wang Yu could still show such a rapid growth rate, he would report Wang Yu's information and let those old guys identify the identification. Beyond the level. The 4th level has been passed. Why hasn't Wang Yu come out yet? He won't be able to continue the challenge, right? Gu Tianyuan's eyes looked in the direction of the barrier, filled with impatience and panic. He was really afraid that Wang Yu would keep challenging him. As I said, Wang Yu possesses gold-level battle power. If he can be careful, passing the 6th level won't be too much of a problem. Beside Gu Tianyuan's body, Long Tianao acted in an indifferent manner. Cousin, I really don't want him to pass the 6th level. After hearing Long Tianao's words, Gu Tianyuan's face was filled with resignation. It's like XX, you can't resist, so you have to accept it. But, as I said, the 6th level is already his limit. Moreover, it won't be long before I break through to the gold level. And by then I'll break Wang Yu's record and surpass him by far, so that he won't even be able to see my back. Saying that, Long Tianao lifted up his chest, his face showing arrogance. It's still you, cousin. Gu Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. If it wasn't for you, cousin, I still don't know what I would have been bullied into by that sinful bastard Wang Yu. After we leave the camp, I'll be sure to tell my mom about all the help you gave me at the camp, and I'll be sure to repay you. Tianyuan, our family doesn't talk about two families, what repayment or not. As your cousin, can I still stand by and watch you being bullied? Long Tianao said with a straight face. Cousin is right. Gu Tianyuan's heart moved. However, before Gu Tianyuan could be moved, he heard Long Tianao say, but I do need some exotic treasures and potions to quickly boost my soul power, and it would be nice to have medicines that can raise my undead grade. It caused me to be moved for nothing. Gu Tianyuan slandered in his heart. If you want money, Just say so. What's with the emotional card? You're A and you want to make a name for yourself? Swish. Just then, there was a flash of light on the large screen outside the level. The rankings are updated again. Without hesitation, all eyes fell on it again. There was no surprise in the first place, it was still Wang Yu, to which people can still remain flat. However, after seeing the points, the crowd could no longer remain calm. Holy crap! 7,800 points? I'm not blind, am I? Jesus Christ, how did 7,800 points do that? It's all damn near enough to buy my life. There were cries of alarm. None of them could be phased. 200 points for the first level, 400 points for the second level, 600 points for the third level. In the crowd, Lin Zhu broke his fingers and carefully calculated. A few moments later, she finally figured it out. Passing the sixth level rewards 2,000 points, exactly 7,800 points. Lin Zhu's small mouth opened slightly. According to everyone's speculation, the sixth level's town demon is most likely to be a gold 3-star A. She had thought that Wang Yu was strong, but she had not thought that Wang Yu was this strong. Could it be that the rumors from when we first joined the camp were true? Holy! When we first joined the camp, there was a rumor that a freshman had injured the examiner and entered the hospital during the camp's entrance examination. It can't be true, can it? On the other side of the crowd, there was a tall teenager who had likewise thought of something. He is none other than Ji Buchang. He even thought of the time when he had made a high-profile statement in front of the crowd, saying that if someone could really achieve such a feat, he would willingly recognize the other party as his righteous father. Now that I think about it, it's a little shameful, but it's not bad. I don't mind. I just don't know if Wang Yuk does. He jumbled his thoughts. Cousin, didn't you say that Wang Yu's limit was the 5th level? Now he's even past the 6th level. Gu Tianyuan was somewhat annoyed, and there was a deeply hidden reproach in his tone. Being questioned, Long Tianao's eyes flickered and his face couldn't hang on. Previously, he did swear and assert with great certainty that Wang Yu stopped at the 6th level. As a result, now that Wang Yu had passed, wasn't this a slap in his face? It was my miscalculation. Wang Yu's insidiousness still exceeded my expectations. Wang Yu should still have hidden undercards that we don't know about. However, after the bottom card is used up, what else will he take to continue breaking through? Long Tianao asserted again. He got through the 6th level by fluke, count him lucky, but this must be his limit. He definitely couldn't pass the 7th level. I estimate that the level of the demon in the 7th level is at least at gold level 5, and its strength has thrown off Wang Yu by an unknown number of streets. In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming will be destroyed. Long Tianao was confident. When Gu Tianyuan heard this, he thought in his heart that it had better be so. The other side, inside the level, a boing sound emanated from Wang Yu's body. His soul level broke through and his aura began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of 3 silver stars. Chapter 51. As long as you don't die, it's all just a scratch. In the end, Wang Yu's breath still did not break through to the silver 4 stars. Sure enough, after becoming a silver rank, the amount of soul power needed to make a breakthrough, on the other hand, is very high. It seems that if you want to improve quickly, you'll need to kill even more powerful undead to do so. Wang Yu thought in his heart. But his thoughts would definitely be extremely speechless if Zhao Wuji, Sun Chonglin, and the others knew about it. After all, he had only been indentured for a few days, and he had reached the silver 3-star level. Isn't that enough? If it was on Long Tianao, Han Dong, and others, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Okay? I'm going to continue the challenge. Wang Yu waited for a while, and when he saw that no one was asking, he took the initiative and said aloud, "Huh? Good." Only then did the instructor in the monitoring room return to his senses, and hurriedly controlled a few skeleton warriors to bring down the shadow demon's corpse. This time, no one advised Wang Yu to think carefully. The black iron door opened again. The next powerful demon makes its appearance. Suddenly, a burst of heavy footsteps came from far and near, each step exploding on the ground like muffled thunder. Immediately after, a demon with a huge figure slowly crossed the black iron door and appeared in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu's pupils shrunk violently, for at the time of this demon's appearance, the tall black iron gate looked a little short. Of course, it wasn't that the iron gate was short, but the demon was simply too tall. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, his body loomed like a huge mountain peak. Its skin took on a deep, dark red color, as if it had been scorched by the fires of hell for a long time, emitting an eerie glow. The demon's head was like a huge beast, with two long curved horns sticking out from both sides of its forehead, glistening with a metallic luster, and Wang Yu had no doubt that these two sharp horns had the ability to easily pierce through an armored vehicle. A human brat is going to challenge me? Who gave you the courage? The demon's eyes were like two burning flames, with red light pulsating in them, revealing endless evil and cruelty, and his mouth was wide and hideous, with sharp teeth interlaced like jagged teeth, making people shudder. Red Rock Demon. Wang Yu identified the demon's race. The Red Rock Demon's skin was as hard as iron, and ordinary weapons couldn't even leave the slightest trace on it. Even sharp alloy weapons could only provoke some faint sparks on his skin. Moreover, the red skin on this demon's body also possessed a strong resistance to magic. Simply put, the Red Rock Demon would have trouble breaking through its defenses with either physical or magical attacks. Rather a difficult fellow. Wang Yu's face also showed a rare look of gravity. If he had faced another demon, Wang Yu might have been able to maintain his confidence. However, the Red Rock Demon's abilities were very similar to his, both possessing great strength as well as terrifying defense. Could be said that facing the Red Rock Demon, Wang Yu had no advantage to speak of. But having stood, there was no retreat to be made. Wang Yu slightly flexed his body and prepared to fire. Just then, the examiner's voice rang out from within the arena. Wang Yu, if you can't cope with it, admit defeat of your own accord, and someone will terminate the fight at that time. The examiner's voice echoed through the empty field, full of concern and worry. However, Wang Yu did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He stared tightly at the Red Rock Demon and snapped. Phew! Wang Yu was like an arrow off the string, pulling himself up and heading straight for the Red Rock Demon's face. The only way to know if you can beat it is to beat it. To fight me close? Who gave you that confidence? The Red Rock Demon sneered disdainfully in his heart and swung his fist to meet the attack. Boom! In the next moment, the two fists heavily bombarded together, surprisingly making a dull collision sound. The Red Rock Demon's huge body was unexpectedly shaken back a hard step. Don't look at it as just one step. It meant that Wang Yu had the power to challenge him. His skinny body actually contains such terrifying power. The Red Rock Demon had to square up to Wang Yu as an opponent. And at that moment, Wang Yu landed on the ground and launched another attack. The Red Rock Demon didn't dare to be careless, concentrating and going all out to deal with it. Don't look at Wang Yu's very small size compared to the demon's, but his strength and defense were not weak. The figure was even very athletic, like a nimble cheetah. He quickly rushed towards the Red Rock Demon. His fists clenched and slammed into the demon with a whistling wind. The Red Rock Demon, on the other hand, was undaunted as it waved its huge fist to meet Wang Yu's attack. When their fists collided, there was a dull thud, as if two mountain peaks were colliding. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to tremble, and a deep crack appeared on the ground. The attack fell short again, and Wang Yu was not discouraged in the slightest. At times he attacked the demon's head, at times he attacked the demon's legs, constantly changing the angle and manner of attack, trying to find the Red Rock Demon's weakness. The Red Rock Demon, on the other hand, relied on its huge body and powerful strength to resist Wang Yu's attacks again and again, rather like a seamless and large coincidence in the middle. His fists were like huge hammers. Each swing carried a powerful force, causing Wang Yu to have to deal with it carefully. Gradually, as the battle continued, some injuries appeared on both Wang Yu and the demon's bodies. Wang Yu's face was grazed by the demon's fist, leaving a deep bloody scar. His arm was also scratched by the demon's claws, and blood continued to trickle down. The Red Rock Demon was not much better. His body had several dents made by Wang Yu's attack, and black blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and neither Wang Yu nor the Red Rock Demon had the slightest intention of retreating. Human, you are playing with fire. The regenerative ability of the undead can't be compared to demons. Seeing that Wang Yu was injured, the demon revealed a hideous smile as it thought it would be the victor. After all, the recovery ability of demons was definitely not comparable to that of undead. Yeah. A weird smile suddenly appeared on Wang Yu's face. What do you mean? Red flames danced within the Red Rock Demon's pupils. Intuition tells it that something bad is about to happen. I'm afraid. However, just in the next moment, it realized that it had underestimated Wang Yu's life recovery power. Only to see, Wang Yu's body's soul power erupted, and within a short time, his injuries were restored as before. How? How can an undead possess such a powerful recovery ability? The Red Rock Demon was stunned. The ability that Wang Yu was now displaying had already overturned its perception. It's still bleeding from its own wounds. How can an undead be more powerful than its recovery? Just outrageous. Am I badly hurt? As long as they don't die, they're all just scrapes. Wang Yu sneered in his heart. Immortality, and indestructibility were just the basic abilities of the shogun. What's it worth to recover from some injuries? Chapter 52. Space Talent. What a sick recovery ability. He still has such an undercurrent? Inside the monitoring room, the many instructors' jaws dropped. Undead creatures, despite being called undead, are actually hardly immortal. After a body suffers damage, it often takes a great deal of time to slumber before recovering as before. There had also never been anyone who could do what Wang Yu did, recovering at an astonishing speed while fighting. Unexpected. Really unexpected. Zhao Wuji shook his head. I thought I already had enough understanding of Wang Yu, but I didn't expect him to do something beyond our expectations again. Good Lord. I've had my eyes open today. So there are still undead that can be like this. Zhao Wuji's words did not hide his appreciation for Wang Yu. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Rewarded if there is merit. Punished if there has always been Zhao Wuji's style of behavior. Wang Yu's performance was there for all to see, and praising him in any words did not feel excessive. It's a pity that Wang Yu was unearthed by Lu Changtian. Zhao Wuji felt some regret again. What a great seedling for an heir. How come Lu Changtian got there first? The battle continues within the level. Only as time went on, the Red Rock Demon's situation got tougher and tougher. Many wounds appeared on its huge body, and there were even some serious places where the bones were dented, obviously having suffered a heavy blow. And the Red Rock Demon's proud recovery ability was somewhat stretched at this time. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was in a state that was more than 100 times better than it looked. The damage that the Red Rock Demon had inflicted on him before had all been recovered. He was able to utilize his peak battle power with every punch and every kick. Soon, the Red Rock Demon then showed decadence. Under Wang Yu's attack, it began to retreat. With the first step, there is a second step, and then there are countless steps. Boom, boom, boom. The Red Rock Demon kept retreating, and the injuries on its body made it more and more powerless. The strength and speed all began to weaken drastically, and gradually it could no longer keep up with Wang Yu's speed. Finally, Wang Yu broke through the Red Rock Demon's blockade and used the Red Rock Demon's body as a stepping stone to leap above the Red Rock Demon's head. Drink! In the next moment, Wang Yu made enough strength to step down heavily with one foot, ruthlessly stepping on the top of the Red Rock Demon's head. Boom! As this foot fell, the skin of the Red Rock Demon opened up, its bones made clicking sounds, and under the effect of the terrifying force, the top of the Red Rock Demon's foot was not even within the ground. Wang Yu's kick also contained a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. An arc of electricity was like a spiritual snake, spreading all over the Red Rock Demon's body. Aha! The Red Rock Demon tried to struggle, but the power of the thunder had paralyzed its entire body, and the only thing it could do was let out a heartbreaking roar. This roaring didn't last long before it stopped. At the same time, it was also announcing the complete fall of the unrivaled Golden 5-Star Demon. Slay the Golden 5-Star Red Rock Demon and gain 15,000 soul points. The beep sounded. Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bent over, breathing heavily.
No surprises.
He easily broke through to the Silver 4-Star and reached the Peak Realm not far from the 5-Star. However, Wang Yu did not show much happiness. Fighting continuously was a great drain on his own spirit and strength. And this kind of depletion couldn't be compensated for by an increase in soul power. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared level 7. May I continue? Unconsciously, the attitude of the instructor monitoring the barrier towards Wang Yu had changed drastically. The word please is enough to say it all. In the hearts of the instructors, Wang Yu was no longer a trainee, but a strong man. A strong man with strength above them, worthy of their respect. Wang Yu's intention is to suspend the challenge. He felt mentally and physically exhausted, but it's not giving up. Anyway, there was no time limit for this challenge. As long as it was during the training camp, he could have waited until he was well refreshed. However, without waiting for him to finish his words, the system's beep sounded again. Mission release. Break your limits. With a bang, continue to challenge all the remaining levels and clear them. Reward. Unlock the space talent. Another mission. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. If you have the space talent, will you be able to open any door and teleport through space? Or even directly create spatial rifts to attack the enemy? Wang Yu thought excitedly in his heart. Thunder manipulation talent and plundering talent so that he can be used endlessly, strength by leaps and bounds, combat power far beyond the same level, if there is another space talent. Wang Yu believed that after awakening his spatial talent, his strength would again grow substantially. Perhaps by that time, I will possess the strength to fight with a platinum-level powerhouse. Wang Yu thought to himself, I'll continue the challenge. Wang Yu changed his mind and replied in a deep voice. Though he was tired now, it wasn't impossible to hold on. For the sake of his spatial talent, he decided to take a shot. The demon in the 8th level has the strength of a golden 7-star. Under Zhao Wuji's authorization, the instructor reminded Wang Yu. If it was someone else, Zhao Wuji ignored it. But it was so hard to find such a good seedling like Wang Yu. He still couldn't bear to see Wang Yu meet an untimely end. I've thought it over. Keep up the challenge. Wang Yu replied in a loud voice. At the same time, he was also very clear that he could only win the next battle and he had to win. General. Wang Yu insists on continuing the challenge. Inside the monitoring room, the instructor looked at Zhao Wuji with a grave expression. The crowd could see Wang Yu's tired side when he was beheading the gold 5-star demon. The crowd agreed that Wang Yu had reached his limit. Perhaps, he wants to see how strong the golden 7 stars really are. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji whispered, It doesn't matter. If he's in danger, I'll step in. Let him prepare. The countdown is over. A depressing aura filled the air from within the iron door, as if a pair of invisible hands had tightened their grip on Wang Yu's throat. Wang Yu took a deep breath and realized how powerful this demon was. A moment later, a dark shadow only slowly flapped its wings and flew out. The demon's size was small, and at first glance it might even give the illusion that it wasn't that scary. However, when you look at it closely, you realize that it exudes a chilling aura. Its body was covered with a layer of black scales, which were like hard armor, and a pair of demonic wings on its back. These wings were wide and powerful, and they were covered with complex patterns like ancient magical runes. However, it's the face that gets the most attention. It was a face that resembled a human's, with a short, sharp horn growing from its brow. Chapter 53, Breaking the Illusion. Black Scale Demon. Wang Yu's heart was slightly shaken. He recognized the demon's race at once, because the Black Scale Demons are a powerful and mysterious demonic race. Despite their relatively small size, their strength and defense is nothing less than that of an abomination of the same level. However, what was truly intimidating about the Black Scale Demons was not the strength of their physical bodies, but their unrivaled spiritual power. This terrifying mental power allowed the Black Scale Demon to easily create all sorts of realistic illusions, trapping the enemy in them and making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. Many people have lost themselves in these visions and ended up dying horribly. According to the information Wang Yu had learned, among the several great demon kings currently invading Blue Star, there was one from the Black Scale Demon clan. This meant that the Black Scale Demon had an extremely high status in the demonic community, surpassing the general upper-level demon race. Wait, he also has golden pupils. What truly moved Wang Yu was that this Black Scale Demon in front of him actually possessed a pair of unique black vertical pupils. These eyes represented that the Black Scale Demon in front of him was a descendant of the Demon King, and his strength was even farther beyond that of an ordinary Black Scale Demon. At this moment, Wang Yu could not help but sigh. Originally, I thought that with my current strength I would be able to sweep through the entire training camp, but I did not expect that every opponent I encountered after passing the 5th level would be so strong. Wang Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. No matter how powerful the enemy in front of him was, he was going to overcome, and he had to. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Yu suddenly exerted his strength, and his figure rushed towards the Black Scale Demon like lightning. He knew that the first to strike was the strongest and the last to suffer, and that only by taking the initiative could he master the battlefield. His power cascaded into the ground like a torrent, causing the stone slabs underneath his feet to split apart, displaying his amazing strength. Sensing Wang Yu's threat, the Black Scale Demon let out a long, sharp whistle and spread its fleshy wings without fear, lunging at Wang Yu head-on. The two sides instantly collided together, making a loud sound, and a circle of invisible ripples spread in all directions with them as the center. Wang Yu's fist and the scales of the Black Scale Demon collided with each other, sparks flying everywhere. The scales of the Black Scale Demon were incredibly hard, and Wang Yu's attacks were surprisingly unable to easily break through its defense. At the same time, Wang Yu also saw a look of surprise in the eyes of the black-scaled demon. Obviously, the other party also did not expect Wang Yu's defense to be so strong. Go on! Wang Yu was undeterred by the fact that one strike did not separate the winner from the loser, because this is in line with the strength of the Demon King's descendants. He was convinced that if he kept fighting, he would always find an opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged a dozen rounds. Each encounter was hard to distinguish between a winner and a loser, and the flags were equal. As long as I can hold on, victory will surely be mine. Despite failing to win for the time being, Wang Yu was not impatient. He was well aware that he had a strong physique and amazing recovery ability, which was his true advantage. The black-scaled demon chose to fight him in close quarters and was actually at a disadvantage. As time went on, Wang Yu's advantage became more and more significant. The scale armor on the black-scaled demon's body had been broken in many places from Wang Yu's violent punches and was already injured. Ow! The black-scaled demon let out a strange shriek and gave up a frontal hard fight, instead utilizing its fleshy wings and flexible body to constantly dodge Wang Yu's attacks. It sometimes hovered in the air, and sometimes suddenly swooped down to launch a surprise attack on Wang Yu. The speed of the black-scaled demon caught Wang Yu a little off guard. Starting to play tricks? A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and while the black-scaled demon was once again swooping down from the air, he activated the power of thunder, and his entire body erupted with dazzling electric light, instantly enveloping the black-scaled demon. Click, click, click. In an instant, the black-scaled demon was split open by the thunder, and its wounds took on a charred black color. Boom! Wang Yu concentrated his entire body strength and leapt up like a cannonball, lunging towards the black-scaled demon's fleshy wings. The black-scaled demon sensed Wang Yu's intentions and tried to dodge, but it had already suffered heavy injuries and was simply unable to dodge in time. Wang Yu merged his palms like swords and ruthlessly chopped on top of the black-scaled demon's fleshy wings with a crisp sound. The black-scaled demon's fleshy wings were torn apart by Wang Yu, and blood splattered everywhere. The black-scaled demon let out a pained roar, its eyes filled with anger. However, Wang Yu did not give it any chance to catch its breath as he waved his arm once again and unleashed a fatal strike on the black-scaled demon. This time, Wang Yu's attack accurately struck the black-scaled demon's vital points, ruthlessly chopping off the black-scaled demon's head. The hot blood splashed high as a fountain. The black-scaled demon's body lost control and fell heavily to the ground, not moving again. Finally, it settled. Wang Yu breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally defeated the enemy. But soon he frowned again. Why didn't I get a hint from the system this time? What about soul power feedback? Could it be that guy didn't die? Wang Yu's heart jolted as he looked at the corpse of the black-scaled demon in horror. It was then that the amazing thing happened. The black-scaled demon's body unexpectedly began to tremble, then slowly struggled to stand up. Impossible! Wang Yu's eyes widened with shock. Demons were certainly tenacious, but even so, it was impossible for them to be reborn even after being decapitated. Based on the knowledge taught at the college, Wang Yu learned, only a king-level demon king could have his head chopped off without dying. There were some demon kings with perverted life force, and if they wanted to kill them, they even had to divide their bodies into many parts and suppress them separately, after a long time before they could do so. But Wang Yu's opponent was clearly only at the gold level. Wang Yu only felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet and go straight to his head. His shirt was drenched in sweat at once. Oops, I fell into the illusion. Until this moment, in the face of this bizarre scenario that was completely beyond common sense, Wang Yu suddenly realized that he had long been deeply trapped in the illusionary trap laid by the black-scaled demon. General, the situation is not good. Wang Yu seems to have fallen into an illusion. In the monitoring room, the mood of the crowd became extremely tense. They watched as Wang Yu surged from side to side in the center of the field, his fists as fierce as thunder, but it was just a one-man show for him. No matter how powerful his attacks were, they couldn't have any effect on the black-scaled demon in the distance. Even worse, from the beginning to the end, the black-scaled demon stood still without making the slightest movement, only watching Wang Yu's every move indifferently. Zhao Wuji frowned and said, "It looks like he has indeed fallen into an illusion and is already deep in it, making it difficult to extricate himself. At this rate, I'm afraid that his physical strength will be quite depleted. If you can't break free from the illusion, It's only a matter of time before you fail. Someone couldn't help but suggest, should we pause this battle then? Chapter 54 Illusions, all of them. Zhao Wuji shook his head in the negative. No need. This guy Wang Yu has had smooth sailing all the way through, and his self-confidence is extremely inflated. If the black scale demon was able to teach him a lesson this time and make him suffer a bit, that wouldn't be a bad thing. It's just the right time to make him realize that this training camp of ours is also very difficult. Therefore, Zhao Wuji didn't intend to immediately intervene in this battle. Yes, the instructor of that name didn't say anything more and continued to stare at the monitor screen. Swish! Right at this moment, Wang Yu saw the black-scaled demon that had lost its head suddenly attacking himself. Its body sped like a black lightning bolt, and that speed was so fast that it was mind-boggling. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from it, as if it was going to tear apart the entire space. This aura was just too astonishing and made people shudder. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, Wang Yu reacted instinctively. He was ready to swing back, but changed his mind in an instant. Not only that, he closed his eyes and stood still, waiting for the black-scaled demon's attack to come. Wang Yu could clearly hear the sound of strong winds whistling. That was the sound of the air currents brought up by the black-scaled demon as it rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. He could even feel those sharp claws rapidly approaching, stabbing straight into his chest. However, despite the fact that he knew that this strike could have fatal consequences, Wang Yu remained calm and composed. He didn't flinch or hide in the slightest, just silently endured what was coming. However, when the black-scaled demon's attack finally landed on Wang Yu, the image of blood splattering did not appear. On the contrary, Wang Yu stood unharmed as if nothing had happened. His clothes didn't even have a single tear, as if the attack just now had no effect on him. Sure enough, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes revealing a hint of relief. The surroundings were still the environment he was familiar with, nothing had changed. The black-scaled demon, on the other hand, stood silently not far away, its golden pupils flickering with surprise. Sure enough, I've been fighting my own fantasized enemy. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Just a moment ago, he had gained insight into the truth of it all. As a matter of fact, everything that had happened had developed according to the direction of the battle that he had envisioned beforehand. However, the black-scaled demon skillfully utilized its powerful spiritual power to present these scenes one by one in front of Wang Yu, allowing Wang Yu to be immersed in the scene and become addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. Human, you really do surprise me greatly. At this moment, the black-scaled demon finally broke the silence, its voice low and hoarse, carrying the majesty of a superior. I originally thought that you would exhaust your strength in this endless illusion and eventually die, but I didn't expect you to be able to break free from it so quickly. I also didn't expect that your ability to fabricate illusions would be so powerful, unknowingly allowing me to fall into them. Wang Yu had to admit that the black-scaled demon's ability was indeed very strong. And at this time, the black-scaled demon was also thinking of a response. It had previously attempted to make Wang Yu become engrossed in his surroundings and die silently. However, this ploy clearly failed to succeed. The black-scaled demon knew that if it couldn't win by trickery, then the only way was to attack with its own body. At the moment, the air was filled with tension, as if the tranquility before a storm had been broken in an instant. Powerful spiritual energy emanated from the black-scaled demon like a raging tide, and Wang Yu only felt an invisible pressure coming over him. Immediately after, a shocking scene occurred as Wang Yu saw the black-scaled demon's figure like a ghost, instantly splitting into dozens of black-scaled demons. The black-scaled demon can still create a doppelganger? Wang Yu's eyes widened as a trace of shock surged in his heart. He had never seen such a bizarre ability before, and dozens of black-scaled demons appeared at the same time, causing him to instantly fall into a passive position. However, Wang Yu was by no means an idle person. He quickly adjusted his mindset and prepared for this tough battle. The dozens of black-scaled demons did not give Wang Yu much time to think. They attacked almost simultaneously. Only to see these black-scaled demons flapping their wings and waving their sharp claws. They came at Wang Yu like a rainstorm. Wang Yu's scalp could not help but tingle a little as he looked at the overwhelming attacks. He knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait, he had to take the initiative. Wang Yu's figure flashed and rushed towards one of the black-scaled demons like lightning. The fist blasted out with a thunderous force. However, to his surprise, his attack fell short. That black-scaled demon's figure became illusory the moment his attack was about to hit, as if it had never appeared. Fake? And just at the moment when Wang Yu's attack fell short, a black-scaled demon on his side seized the opportunity and violently swung out a claw. Wang Yu was simply too late to react and could only slightly sidestep with his instincts. But even so, that black-scaled demon's attack still knocked Wang Yu backwards. Wang Yu gritted his teeth as a surge of anger surged in his heart. He didn't expect the black-scaled demon's attacks to be so bizarre that he couldn't defend himself. Wang Yu quickly turned around and once again attacked the black-scaled demon that had inflicted damage on him. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. However, when his attack was about to hit his opponent, he realized that that black-scaled demon had also turned into a shadow. Turned out to be fake again? Wang Yu was stunned. This ability to be false and real is just too tricky. He didn't know which one was the real black-scale demon and which one was an illusory shadow. This uncertainty made his attacks clueless, while the black-scaled demon was able to take advantage of the situation to continuously launch attacks. It seems that I've fallen into an illusion again. Only this time, it's even harder to break. Wang Yu stopped his attack and started to defend, at the same time trying to find out the pattern of these black-scale devils and find the true essence. After a moment, Wang Yu gave up the idea of capturing the black-scale demon's true body with his eyes. At times like these, it's the eyes that deceive you instead. Dozens of black-scaled demon figures dazzled and distracted Wang Yu. Instead of that, why don't you just stop reading? Wang Yu remembered the method he used when dealing with the shadow demon. Since it was difficult to find each other's traces, it would be better to take a back seat. In the next moment, he abruptly closed his eyes. In an instant, Wang Yu was attacked a dozen times in a row. Fortunately, Wang Yu's body defense was extremely strong, comparable to that of a platinum-level powerhouse, and there would not be too much damage in a short period of time. And Wang Yu didn't take a beating for nothing. Found you. The dozen or so attacks also allowed Wang Yu to determine the direction of the attack. His eyes were still closed, but his fists were like windmills, blasting out one after another. Chapter 55: The Curse of the Devil King. What you see may not be true, and sometimes the eyes can be a hindrance to judgment instead. At this moment, Wang Yu deeply realized the meaning of these words. He found that when he let go of his reliance on sight and instead relied on his inner intuition, he was able to make more accurate judgments instead. Bang, bang, bang. Before, when Wang Yu opened his eyes, he was unable to attack the black-scaled demon. After he closed his eyes, his fists kept smashing into the black-scaled demon like a blistering wind. Each punch carried a powerful wind and landed heavily on the black-scaled demon's body, making a dull sound. This was the first time Wang Yu had successfully hit the black-scaled demon since the two sides exchanged blows, and a trace of joy surged in his heart. However, he didn't stop his attack, but continued to launch a fierce assault. Wang Yu knew that facing the powerful black-scaled demon, once he was given a chance to catch his breath, he might lose the opportunity to win. Thus, he went all out, attacking like a raging storm, not giving the black-scaled demon the slightest power to fight back. Although the black-scaled demon was powerful, it was still inferior compared to Wang Yu's physique and strength, and it gradually lost its strength under Wang Yu's attacks like a raging storm. The increasing number of injuries caused its movements to become sluggish, and its attacks became more and more feeble. Finally, under Wang Yu's final blow, the black-scaled demon fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Wang Yu stood in place, gasping for air, looking at the fallen black-scaled demon. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the black-scaled demon's body was covered in dents all over his body. His scales appeared to be broken in large numbers all over his body, and his breathing was weak, already on the verge of death. However, in the face of death, the black-scaled demon didn't show any fear. Instead, it was very frank. A silver-level soul power, yet able to burst out with a battle power far beyond that of a normal gold level. The human race has actually appeared such an amazing heavenly pride. Unfortunately, you met me. It's also fortunate that you've met me. Ha ha ha. One eye of the black-scaled demon had been hit by Wang Yu's punch and was no longer able to open, while a golden light flickered within the other eye. You seek death. Wang Yu had a bad feeling, but again, he didn't know what the problem was. On the spur of the moment, he immediately attacked, arriving in front of the black-scaled demon with an arrow step, and broke the black-scaled demon's neck with a kick. However, at this very moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within the black-scaled demon's body. The force was as violent as a volcanic eruption, instantly sending Wang Yu flying out. Wang Yu tumbled in the air, barely stabilizing his body, but his heart was filled with vigilance. At this moment, a golden eye steeply appeared not far away. The moment this golden eye appeared, Wang Yu felt that space was blocked, and at that moment, the only thing he could move was his mind. His eyes widened in horror as he looked into those golden eyes as if he had seen the end of the world coming. This golden eye exuded an endless pressure, making Wang Yu feel that his soul was going to be crushed. He struggled desperately, but his body was completely immobilized. And in the depths of those golden eyes, there seemed to be a mysterious power brewing, ready to unleash a fatal strike on Wang Yu. Right at this moment, a radiance as bright as gold shot out from the eyes and straight into Wang Yu's body. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the mysterious golden eyes quietly turned into nothingness. Is it over? Wang Yu really smelled death at that moment. As a result, the golden eyes did not cause any damage to him. Is it also an illusion? Wang Yu thought like this. However, just in the next moment, his face changed abruptly. It doesn't end there. Not good. Zhao Wuji's alarmed voice came from the monitoring room. Before the crowd could react, Zhao Wuji had already disappeared into the surveillance room. Something's wrong. The examiners in the monitoring room also looked serious. They were all well aware that General Zhao had truly been on the battlefield, and to make General Zhao's expression change drastically, something heavenly must have happened. Although Wang Yu had managed to kill the black-scaled demon, the golden light emitted from that weird eye had disappeared into his body like a maggot attached to his bones. Despite his attempts to expel it with the power of his soul, he was never able to do anything about it. What exactly is this golden energy? Wang Yu's heart was filled with doubts and uneasiness. However, in the very next moment, Wang Yu suddenly felt a blur before his eyes as a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Fixing his eyes, the visitor was actually Zhao Wuji. Only Zhao Wuji looked at the corpse on the ground with a gloomy face and said in a heavy tone, "Unfortunately, I'm still a step too late." Wang Yu hurriedly saluted Zhao Wuji and inquired, "General, what brings you here?" Zhao Wuji replied in a deep voice, "I know what you want to ask me." Then, he shifted his gaze to Wang Yu and said slowly, "There should be an extra mysterious energy in your body, right?" "Aha." Wang Yu nodded. Zhao Wuji added, "You've been hit by a curse." Hearing these words, Wang Yu's heart shook violently. Curses, that was an extremely sinister and vicious skill. Some curses can make a person's level regress, some will make a person never be able to break through, and some will make a person sick and bedridden. Curses are varied and incredibly complex with different effects, but being cursed is never a good thing. Zhao Wuji's face grew more and more gloomy, as if it was shrouded in an inextricable layer of haze, as he continued, "I also didn't expect this demon to be so bizarre, actually being able to trigger the power of the Demon King's bloodline within his body at the gold level to unleash a curse on you. Let me see what kind of curse you've been hit with." After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, Wang Yu suddenly felt a soul power that was so powerful that it came towards him like a mountain. However, surprisingly, Wang Yu did not feel the slightest bit of hostility from this force, so he decided not to resist. After a while, Zhao Wuji angrily stomped his foot, only to hear a click. The ground under his feet appeared a circle of cracks like a spider web. "Damn it!" he roared. Wang Yu asked cautiously, "General, is my current situation bad?" Zhao Wuji didn't answer the question directly, but only said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, this curse won't cause your cultivation to regress, nor will it weaken your body, nor will it have any negative effects on your lifespan." Hearing this, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew that things might not be that simple. "And what is unfortunate?" Wang Yu pursued the question as he knew that there must be more to Zhao Wuji's words. Sure enough, Zhao Wuji continued, "Unfortunately, when you want to break through the big grades of gold, platinum, and diamond, it will be much more difficult. Moreover, as your realm rises, it will become more and more difficult to break through." Chapter 56. Wang Yu is ruined. Wang Yu couldn't help but freeze when he heard this and muttered, "This is it. So, there is no need to be afraid." After all, he possessed the predatory talent, and it was not difficult for him to make a breakthrough, and the district's minor curse would not affect his strength in the slightest. So he followed up with a not-so-sure, "Really?" Zhao Wuji nodded in affirmation and explained that he had probed Wang Yu's body no less than 100 times in a split second, and there was absolutely no room for error. Then, he told Wang Yu that if he wanted to break this curse, he had to eliminate the source of the black-scale demon's bloodline, that is, to behead that black-scale demon king. Wang Yu listened to silence. Kill the Demon King? It's a no-brainer. Even though he had a plug-in, he didn't know when he would be able to become a king-level existence, let alone to decapitate a long-famous and ancient Demon King. Seeing Wang Yu glowering, Zhao Wuji mistakenly thought that he was discouraged due to the despair he felt. Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Yu and was silent for a while before he suddenly reached out his large hand and gently patted Wang Yu's shoulder. Don't be discouraged, child. You're just having a harder time making a breakthrough. But it's not impossible to make a breakthrough. Don't worry. I'll help you in any way I can. He did not elaborate on how he could help Wang Yu, but just these words already made Wang Yu feel a wave of warmth and strength. Wang Yu gently nodded his head in appreciation. General. Wang Yu raised his head and looked firmly at Zhao Wuji. Feel free to say anything. Zhao Wuji replied gently. I want to continue the challenge. Wang Yu's voice was low and firm. Hearing these words, Zhao Wuji was slightly stunned. Then a look of appreciation appeared on his face and he nodded heavily. Good! He seemed to be very satisfied with Wang Yu's determination and courage. However, you've just experienced a fierce battle. Your physical strength and spiritual energy are both greatly depleted. So rest for a moment and recover your condition first. Zhao Wuji said with concern. After saying that, he turned around and took big strides towards the outside of the barrier. However, just the moment he turned around, a deep feeling of regret flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he felt sorry for Wang Yu's plight. What a great seedling. Pity. One must know that with this curse in place, it would become increasingly difficult to break through, and if the black-scaled Demon King did not die, Wang Yu was afraid that he would not be able to break through to the diamond grade in his lifetime. Although the diamond level is outstanding and rare, for Wang Yu, this is far from his limit. Originally a supreme talent who was about to become a pillar of the Great Summer, but could only be reduced to an ordinary elite indentured servant. This gap was really too great. General Wang Yu he's really wasted. When Zhao Wuji returned to the monitoring room, some of the department heads hesitated and still couldn't help but ask. Zhao Wuji didn't answer directly, but nodded in silence. This silent gesture, however, was like a big stone pressing hard on the hearts of the crowd. Wang Yu should have had unlimited possibilities. Fate always seems to like to joke. Let him carry a heavy burden. Without this curse, Wang Yu would have become an invincible existence, and his name would have been inscribed in the long river of history, becoming a legendary figure that people would admire. But for now, he could only struggle in the limited space and strive for a higher realm. It makes one wonder why fate plays such a trick on people. Perhaps, this is the helplessness of life. Time passed by, and the crowd waited in silence. Finally, Wang Yu's voice broke the silence. I'm rested. I can start. His tone was firm, ready to face any challenge. The crowd's gazes immediately focused on Zhao Wuji, anticipating his instructions. Sun Chonglin looked hesitant and reminded, General, this last demon has the peak strength of the Golden 9 Stars. He was worried about whether Wang Yu would be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. Zhao Wuji's complexion became very complicated as he slowly said, Originally, I wanted to be the one to use this demon to suppress Wang Yu, so that he would know what it means to have a high heaven and put pressure on him. He had originally planned to utilize this final hurdle to test and sharpen Wang Yu. But now, his heart was filled with contradictions. But now I'm very much hoping that the boy will get through this. Or how good it would have been if I hadn't set up this level in the first place, so that he could have passed all the levels perfectly, and it would have been a way to leave a strong mark on his trip to the training camp. Zhao Wuji's voice revealed a hint of remorse and regret. He realized that he might have set too high a difficulty for Wang Yu, and now instead hoped that he would overcome the difficulties and succeed. At this moment, the crowd fell into silence. They sensed Zhao Wuji's inner entanglement and anticipation, and at the same time, they also sweated over Wang Yu's fate. Let him challenge. In the end, Zhao Wuji clapped his hands and gave the order. As the iron door opened, a huge figure gradually appeared in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu instantly recognized that this demon belonged to an ancient race, the Night Demons. The Night Demon's appearance is extremely hideous and horrifying. It was over 5 meters tall, with a huge and strong body, like a black iron tower. Its skin took on a deep inky black color, just like the endless night, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The light within the barrier fell on the Night Demon's body, and surprisingly, it was all strangely absorbed. It had a pair of curved black horns on its head, like 2 matte daggers. The horns are more than just decoration. They are a symbol of their power. It is said that through their horns, Night demons can manipulate the night into a weapon. It also had a pair of huge black wings on its back, which were covered with sharp bone spikes. And when these wings were unfolded, they were able to cover the sky and give people an inescapable sense of oppression. The opponents are really stronger than one another. Wang Yu licked the corner of his mouth excitedly. Interesting. Powerful opponents represent the ability to provide a great deal of soul power. But his heart didn't dare to have the slightest contempt. The nightmare is also very powerful, able to manipulate the power of darkness into powerful weapons and attacks. Also capable of casting dark magic to plunge people into fear, despair, and chaos. Night Demon. General, this bottom card of yours is too strong, isn't it? When Night Demon came out, the instructors in the monitoring room were nonplussed. This sense of oppression on the Night Demon was also too strong. Zhao Wuji said indifferently, because when I transferred the Night Demon to the training camp before, I said that this demon is for them to see, not for them to challenge, and is used to create a sense of oppression. General. Just then, a uniformed soldier came into the surveillance room. What is it? Zhao Wuji frowned. Lord Commander-in-Chief is here. What? Zhao Wuji was startled. I'll go greet them. He lifted his foot and was about to greet it. The next moment, however, a voice came into the monitoring room. There's no need to bother, old man is already here. Chapter 57 Zhao Wuji's Guilt. As the old voice came, Zhao Wuji's heart was startled and he hurriedly looked up, only to see a line of people dressed in neat military uniforms, with a solemn look, walked into the monitoring room. Their steps were firm and strong, and their eyes revealed an invisible pressure. Surrounded by this group of people, an old man in military uniform stood out. His hair was white and his face was covered with deep and shallow wrinkles, as if the years had left their mark on him. However, despite the old face, the old man's eyes were shining with majesty and dominance. This old man was clearly not an ordinary general, and the aura that emanated from him made people not help but be in awe of him. Upon closer inspection, one can notice 5 dazzling golden general stars set on the old man's shoulders. That's the mark of a 5-star general. In the entire Great Summer Kingdom, there was only one person who possessed such a rank, and that was the great Summer King Dongfang Wuji, who had once guarded a city, saved 300,000 people, and killed 2 demon kings all by himself. Today, he is the commander-in-chief of the military department, a position of great esteem. In the face of such an illustrious figure, even an unruly person like Zhao Wuji wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He was well aware of the prestige and power of this great Summer King, and at the same time, Dongfang Wuji was the person he respected the most. Therefore, upon seeing Dongfang Wuji, he immediately shifted his gaze to the side so as not to be seen as disrespectful. Zhao Wuji. The old man came here uninvited. You shouldn't be blaming me, right? The old man looked at Zhao Wuji and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Wuji wouldn't dare. Zhao Wuji replied in a deep voice. Is it that you won't, or you don't dare? Dongfang Wuji asked again. Zhao Wuji said, both. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Wuji suddenly laughed, a bright and loud laugh that could penetrate the clouds. His gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at Zhao Wuji, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. You don't have to be too nervous either. Old me came here today because I heard that you have discovered a very good seedling that is likely to be ranked as S+. So I couldn't help but come to see what's so outstanding about it. Dongfang Wuji said in a breezy manner. Chief Commander Ambassador is really well informed. Zhao Wuji shook his head with a bitter smile. He secretly marveled in his heart that the broadness of this chief commander's ears was beyond imagination. He hadn't even made a thorough report and informed himself yet, but he didn't expect that news would reach the ears of this big man with his hands in the air. You should know how important an S+ ranked Heaven's Pride is to us, so you should also forgive old me for coming uninvited, right? Dongfang Wuji asked smilingly, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Zhao Wuji hastily nodded his head and said, of course, it's our honor for the chief commander to come personally. He was well aware of the importance of S+ grade celestial pride to the Grand Xia. They were the hope of the future, the pillars of the heavens that held up the Grand Xia. Therefore, he was not surprised by the concern and attention of the commander-in-chief's ambassador. Do I dare not forgive? Zhao Wuji smiled helplessly, a bitter expression on his face. Who dares to say a word of no in front of you? He was well aware of the gap between himself and the powerful being in front of him, and did not dare to easily go against the other party's wishes. Dongfang Wuji gently patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Young people should not be resentful. Don't worry, if Wang Yu really has S+ grade qualifications, you deserve a lot of credit for discovering him." Hearing these words, Zhao Wuji secretly sighed in his heart. If it was before, Zhao Wuji would definitely be happy. So much credit for unearthing an optimist. No less than winning a major battle. However, the situation at the moment was completely different. Wang Yu had been struck by the curse, and even though he had rated an S+ grade qualification, he had already lost his future. This meant that a supreme genius might sink, and Zhao Wuji felt deep regret and regret. Chief Commander Ambassador. Look, Wang Yu he is challenging the barrier right now. Zhao Wuji stepped aside, revealing the monitor. The screen showed that Wang Yu was confronting the night demon. Oh! Dongfang Wuji smiled faintly, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I would like to see how extraordinary Wang Yu is. He stared at the monitor with interest, expecting a surprise from Wang Yu. Subsequently, Dongfang Wuji landed his gaze on the monitor. His eyes were instantly captivated, as if they were pulled by a powerful force that he couldn't move away from. Zhao Wuji noticed a surprised expression on Dongfang Wuji's pale face. One must know that Dongfang Wuji was an invincible powerhouse who had experienced countless great scenes. However, at this moment he was shocked by the image in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, that demon is a golden 9-star night demon, right? At that moment, Dongfang Wuji asked without turning his head. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, but it was more of an affirmation of his judgment. Yes, Zhao Wuji replied. Wang Yu's performance was outstanding, and he hardened himself from the 1st level to the 9th level in one go. He continued, moreover, Wang Yu is now only a silver 3-star. No, just now he has already broken through to a silver 4-star, and more importantly, when he just entered the barrier, he was only a bronze 9-star soul power. As Wang Yu managed to kill the black scale demon, he gained feedback from his soul power, causing his own soul power level to break through once again. This achievement was amazing and showed Wang Yu's amazing potential and strength. What? When Dongfang Wuji heard this news, his face instantly became very shocked. His body shook violently, and his eyes were wide open, somewhat unable to believe his ears. 1,000 times true, Zhao Wuji said with a serious face and raised his right hand to solemnly swear. Commander-in-Chief, we all saw it with our own eyes, and there's nothing wrong with what General Zhao said. The other instructors chimed in. We're able to provide playback. The instructor who had been in charge of the surveillance said he could provide evidence to prove it. Good, good, good. Dongfang Wuji excitedly clapped his hands and laughed happily. I have seen countless people in my life, but I have never seen such a genius. Even for the S+ grade prides that have been identified, none of them can match Wang Yu. He spoke excitedly, speaking extremely highly of Wang Yu. Even when the old man was as big as him, he was far inferior. Dongfang Wuji was overwhelmed with emotion, an expression of relief and pride on his face. At this moment, he was as passionate as if he was 10 years younger. It was evident that his appreciation and anticipation for Wang Yu was overflowing, a true free flow. However, while Dongfang Wuji was in a happy mood, Zhao Wuji felt heavy inside, filled with self-blame and guilt. He believed that he was the culprit that caused Wang Yu to suffer from the curse of the Black Scale Demon. Chapter 58, Destroying Darkness with Thunder. Commander-in-Chief. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath as he tried to confess his faults to Dongfang Wuji. Right at this moment, Dongfang Wuji interrupted. Don't be in a hurry to talk first. The battle has already begun. I'm very curious. Just how long can Wang Yu hold out under the fierce attack of the Golden 9-Star Night Demon? Hearing these words, even though Zhao Wuji had 1,000 words in his heart, it was difficult to speak at this moment. Since that was the case, let's wait for Wang Yu to lose the battle before finding a chance to explain everything. At this point, the battle within the level was imminent. Phew! The Night Demon was the first to attack as it swung its huge wings, bringing up a gust of wind as it lunged at Wang Yu. This gale also carried an endless dark power that was suffocating. The Night Demon was the upper bloodline in the Demon Clan. The strength of its battle power far exceeded that of its peers, and its attack power was something that platinum-level powerhouses wouldn't dare to fight against. Although Wang Yu had a platinum-level body, he did not want to easily try what it was like to be hit by this powerful force, so he chose to dodge sideways. However, Wang Yu's character wouldn't just play passive defense. Just the moment he dodged, he also launched an attack, only to see his fist blast out like a meteor, carrying an unrivaled aura. The Night Demon's reaction was extremely fast as it blocked Wang Yu's attack with its huge arm before letting out a roar and lunging at Wang Yu once again. Wang Yu did not panic because his attack was blocked. He remained calm. He constantly dodged the Night Demon's attacks, while also seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged blows a dozen times. Each exchange of hands was accompanied by violent energy fluctuations and booming sounds, and the entire space trembled as cracks appeared on the ground, or footprints of varying depths. Yes, a hard encounter with a golden 9-star demon actually doesn't lose the slightest bit of ground. It seems that old me still underestimated his strength. Inside the monitoring room, Dongfang Wuji praised without mincing words. And the moment Dongfang Wuji's words came out, the crowd was bursting with envy. Without a doubt, to be able to receive such appreciation from Dongfang Wuji, that proved that Wang Yu's talent was truly amazing. Zhao Wuji knew Dongfang Wuji very well. He was well aware that in today's young generation, there had not been anyone before Wang Yu who had been praised so much by Dongfang Wuji. And when a person could be regarded so favorably by Dongfang Wuji, it also meant that his future was worthy of the words promising future. But the better Wang Yu's performance, the more heartache Zhao Wuji felt. Boom! Just then, in the gap between one of the Night Demon's attacks, Wang Yu leapt up and his fist was like a thunderbolt as he blasted towards the Night Demon's eyes. The Night Demon sensed Wang Yu's attack. It quickly closed its eyes and blocked Wang Yu's attack with its huge arm. Although Wang Yu's attack was unsuccessful, he did not give up. Hundreds of encounters had already given Wang Yu a deep understanding of the strength of the Night Demon. Speed, power, explosiveness, etc. have all been understood clearly. Time to fight back, Wang Yu muttered to himself in his mind, and as soon as his figure landed on the ground, he immediately adjusted his posture and attacked the Night Demon once again. This time, his fist carried a powerful force that directly broke through the Night Demon's defense and struck the Night Demon's abdomen. The Night Demon ate the pain and let out a roar as it waved its huge arm to smash at Wang Yu. Woohoo! With the added power of anger, the power of the Night Demon's strike not only didn't weaken, but became even more terrifying. The fist compressed the air and made a mournful sound. Seeing this, Wang Yu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he instantly knew that he could not carry it hard, nimbly avoiding the Night Demon's attack before launching an attack on the Night Demon once again. He was getting faster and faster, and his punches were becoming more and more violent. The Night Demon began to feel some strain as it had to go all out to deal with Wang Yu's attacks. Wang Yu took the opportunity to seize the chance and continuously launched a fierce attack on the Night Demon. The Night Demon was gradually at a disadvantage and was beaten back by Wang Yu. In the end, Wang Yu's punch struck the Night Demon's head heavily, surprisingly breaking one of the black sharp horns on top of the Night Demon's head hard. And then, like a sandbag, the Night Demon flew backwards a long way before landing heavily on the ground. I'm not mistaken, am I? The Night Demon is going to lose? This is a golden 9-star demon, a dozen or so minor ranks higher than Wang Yu. Upon seeing this scene, the instructors were nonplussed. In particular, Zhao Wuji's words were still lingering in the ears of the crowd. The 9th level is for the trainees to see, not for them to challenge. Zhao Wuji's purpose of setting up the 9th level was to put pressure on the trainees and motivate them, but as a result, it seems like it's also to give away experience. This brat. Essence light exploded in Zhao Wuji's eyes. It had to be said that Wang Yu's performance once again exceeded his expectations. Nice. Beautiful. Sharp insight, precise control, swift thinking, accurate judgment, decisive action. Wuji This Wang Yu is very uncomplicated. Wang Yu's speed and strength are right in the middle with the Night Demon. Yet he is showing ease of movement everywhere. A crushing stance. This young man is not simple. All the crowd knew was crippling bull. Instead, Dongfang Wuji gave Wang Yu a detailed evaluation. Worthy of being the only 5-star general of the Grand Xia Empire and the commander-in-chief of the military department, the strength of this analytical ability was also breathtaking. Wang Yu's performance is even better than I imagined. I'm very satisfied with this child. The light in Dongfang Wuji's eyes flickered endlessly. The scene changed and Wang Yu had already bullied his way closer to the Night Demon. During the sparring match, Wang Yu sensed that the Night Demon's wings were vital to him. If the Night Demon's wings could be destroyed, then its speed was bound to drop drastically. Thus, Wang Yu changed his attack target on the spur of the moment, turning his palms into sharp blades and slashing viciously towards the night demon's wings. Click! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the air as the night demon's wings suffered from Wang Yu's heavy blow and let out a pained roar. A deep and long wound appeared on its wing, and bright red blood gushed out in a steady stream, dripping onto the ground. "Human, you are asking for death!" The night demon roared angrily. "Eternal night descends!" The night demon became more and more furious and violent due to its injuries. It desperately unleashed powerful dark magic. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in darkness, unable to reach out as if the night had descended. Wang Yu's sight was completely lost. His ears were dead silent, and his sense of smell was lost. It was as if the entire space was imprisoned. Worse still, being in this pitch-black field, Wang Yu felt his body gradually becoming weak and powerless. This is the terror of the Night Demon clan. He knew deep down that if he continued to be attacked by the Night Demon's dark magic, he would lose his fighting ability. Then with thunder, I will destroy the darkness. Chapter 59 Passage. Shatter the darkness with thunder. When Wang Yu's low voice rang out, the night demon hidden in the darkness of the night visibly froze for a moment. What nonsense is that human boy talking about? He can summon thunder? It was known to all humans and demons that thunder was the natural nemesis of demons and undead, with mutually exclusive attributes. What's with the bragging? Summoning thunder? Why don't you just say summon the god of the dead? The night demon slandered in his mind that Wang Yu was playing a trick. However, in the very next moment, the night demon was confused. A deafening thunderclap rang out beyond the barrier, as if it were going to rip the entire world apart. Immediately afterward, a purple thunder as thick as a giant python slashed down from the sky like a raging dragon, carrying endless might and destructive power that ruthlessly tore through the dome of the barrier. This thunder was like the wrath of the heavens, carrying an endless pressure that made people not help but feel in awe. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the entire venue, making the originally eerie atmosphere instantly brighten up. Under the illumination of this thunder, countless electric snakes danced wildly, densely spreading in the air like a spider's web, emitting a palpitating light. As if they were given life, they kept twisting and spreading in all directions, crushing the blackness summoned by the night demon in a matter of moments. The night demon's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. How could he not have expected that Wang Yu would really be able to summon such a powerful power of thunder? At this moment, he finally realized that he had underestimated this young man, and that his strength far exceeded his imagination. Perception, strength, and smell. All the senses returned to Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and after adjusting to the light, he finally saw the situation in the field, only to see that many hideous wounds appeared on the night demon's body, deep enough to be seen on the bone. Its skin was also blown apart by the thunderbolt, and black blood continued to flow out. One of the most serious injuries was located on his right arm. The entire arm was blown to pieces, leaving only a bloody broken arm. "It's me who won." Wang Yu gasped for air and sweat slid down his forehead, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. This battle was one of his toughest. Soul power, physical strength, and energy were almost exhausted, but it was worth it, and in the end it was a victory over a formidable foe. The night demon tremblingly stretched out his only remaining hand and pointed it at Wang Yu remotely, as if he wanted to say something. However, its voice came to an abrupt end before it could even be uttered. The night demon's body collapsed with a loud thud and fell heavily to the ground. It was not until this moment that Wang Yu realized that a huge hole had appeared at the top of the night demon's head, from which blood gushed out. The hole went through the night demon's head. It turned out that the thunder summoned by Wang Yu not only tore through the darkness, but also directly pierced through the body of the night demon, giving it a fatal blow. Winning. I'm tired of saying the term bull. What is heavenly pride? This is it. Wang Yu's battle experience has already set all the records of our Grand Xia, right? In this moment, a cheer went up in the monitoring room. After a short period of shock, Sun Chonglin's face revealed a look of embarrassment. "General, it seems that the pressure you have set is still not strong enough. Wang Yu has really accomplished the feat of challenging the Golden 9 Stars." Sun Chonglin's voice was also filled with awe. Wang Yu's performance had really surprised him. Zhao Wuji smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. Knowing that this Golden 9-Star demon, his plan was for people to see, he did not expect Wang Yu to actually kill this demon. "This kid, what a damn good one," Zhao Wuji muttered. his eyes flashing with excitement. He looked at Wang Yu on the screen and his heart was filled with relief. Wang Yu's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he manage to defeat the Golden 9-Star Demon, he also set a new record. Snapped! Just then, a clear and loud applause suddenly rang out. The applause caught everyone's attention. The crowd turned their heads to see who was applauding. They were surprised to find that the person applauding was actually the commander-in-chief of the Grand Xia's military department, Dongfang Wuji. He carries 5 shining general stars on his shoulders, emphasizing his noble status and eminence. Wonderful, just wonderful. Dongfang Wuji seemed to be completely oblivious to the gazes of the people around him. His eyes always staring tightly at the screen, appreciation flashing in his eyes. He didn't hide his admiration for the battle. A silver 4-star actually managed to kill a gold 9-star night demon. Such a feat is truly amazing. I can't remember how long it's been since I've seen such a wonderful young man. Hearing Dongfang Wuji's praise, the crowd was shocked. After all, it wasn't easy to get the approval of this commander-in-chief of the military department. Commander-in-chief. Zhao Wuji, who was on the side, hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He felt that it was time to confess to Dongfang Wuji about Wang Yu's true situation, though he knew it could cause some trouble. Zhao Wuji, I know what you want to say. Isn't it that you want to ask for credit? Don't worry, the benefits that should be given to you, Zhao Wuji. Old me won't give you a single dime less. Dongfang Wuji laughed out loud. You may not know enough about S+ ranked demons. Wang Yu can definitely be ranked at the S+ level. Even more so, Wang Yu was more talented than the Lord of Souls and the Eternal King. The future achievements will most likely be above the old man. This is a truly good seedling to cultivate. I've decided to give him the highest grade of resource cultivation. Zhao Wuji was ranked as a general, but he was unable to determine Wang Yu's rank. And Dongfang Wuji casually decided that Wang Yu was S+ grade and gave the topmost cultivation conditions. The gap between the two is unspeakable. What? Future accomplishments may be above the chief commander. When Dongfang Wuji said this, everyone was struck by lightning. One must know that in the Great Xia, there were not 2 people whose accomplishments were above that of the chief commander. 2 here means really only 2 people. Puff! With a muffled sound, Zhao Wuji's knees hit the floor heavily, his face becoming more and more ugly, his heart filled with guilt and self-blame. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head deeply in repentance for his transgressions. Zhao Wuji, what are you doing? Dongfang Wuji had experienced countless great storms, but he was still confused when faced with this sudden scene in front of him. He had never imagined that this always composed subordinate would act so abnormally. Chapter 60. Controlling the Power of Space. Commander-in-Chief, I'm guilty. Zhao Wuji's voice carried endless remorse and self-reproach, and his body trembled slightly, showing the extreme uneasiness within him. At the moment, it was as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds, each word so heavy that it was suffocating. Stand up and talk. What's going on? Dongfang Wuji's expression became serious, his eyes sharp as eagles as he stared closely at Zhao Wuji, trying to find an answer from his words and actions. Commander-in-Chief, I'd better say it on my knees. Zhao Wuji still kept his head down, not daring to raise his head to look directly into Dongfang Wuji's eyes. He felt that this was the only way to express his deep realization of his mistake and his remorse. However, Dongfang Wuji did not accept his request, and his tone became harsh and firm. I said stand up. His words resounded throughout the room like thunder, and his unquestionable tone forced Zhao Wuji to obey the order. Although there was still resistance in his heart, Zhao Wuji's body couldn't help but stand up and straighten his spine to face Dongfang Wuji. Speak. Dongfang Wuji spat out only one word. Chief Commander Envoy, Wang Yu, he had an accident in the previous sparring match. I'm afraid that it will have a very great impact on the future. Zhao Wuji said carefully. What kind of accident? Dongfang Wuji asked, frowning. He's been hit by the curse of the black-scaled demon. From now on, I'm afraid that Wang Yu's breakthrough will be extremely difficult. Unless he kills the black-scaled demon king, it will be hard for him to return to normal. Zhao Wuji stiffly described what he had just experienced. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Dongfang Wuji also fell into a short silence. He believed that Zhao Wuji wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, so he didn't need to consider the authenticity of this matter, and all he needed to consider was how to solve the problem. In this moment, everyone in the monitoring room felt that time passed very slowly. They didn't know what decision Dongfang Wuji would make, and they didn't dare to easily disturb his thinking. A moment later, Dongfang Wuji let out a long breath. It could be seen that he was also feeling depressed in his heart and needed the simple way to soothe it. "I'll check on the little guy before I decide." Dongfang Wuji slowly stood up and said. At this moment, he sounded somewhat old and tired in his voice. After saying that, he left the monitoring room with the crowd following closely behind. They knew that this decision was about Wang Yu's future. Slaying the Golden 9-Star Night Demon, you gain 19,000 points of soul power. Pass all levels. Reward: Space Talent Mastery. Beep after beep. First, Wang Yu's soul power began to grow crazily. In the blink of an eye, his soul power broke through to silver 5 stars. However, this was only the beginning. As time passed, his soul power continued to soar, and after a few moments, it reached silver 6 stars. But that's not the most shocking thing. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt as if his body had broken free from some kind of bondage, and a brand new kind of power surged to his heart. He found himself with a deeper understanding and sense of space. Could this be the legendary power of spatial control? Wang Yu was secretly surprised in his heart. His eyes shone silver as if they could penetrate all obstacles. Through this newly acquired power, he could clearly see the spatial nodes around him. With a single blow, it could easily slice through space and create spatial cracks. That's a powerful ability. Wang Yu took a deep breath and felt the powerful force. If he had mastered this ability before, dealing with the night demon would have been much easier. Ta-da-da. Just then, a sharp, powerful footstep came from the distance. The sound came from far and near, gradually becoming clearly audible. Wang Yu's heart tightened slightly when he heard the footsteps, and he subconsciously turned around, his gaze looking towards the direction from which the footsteps came, only to see a group of people in military uniforms and extraordinary temperament striding towards the direction he was in. Their steps were neatly organized, and each step carried a sense of determination and majesty. Walking at the front was a tall, kindly-faced old man. His eyes were deep and bright, revealing an unspeakable wisdom. The old man was also wearing a military uniform, but what made Wang Yu pay attention was that the epaulets on the old man's shoulders actually had 5 general stars on them. 5-star general. Wang Yu was surprised to find that great General Zhao Wujizhao had also obediently followed behind this old man. This surprised Wang Yu as he had never seen Zhao Wuji treat anyone so respectfully. Then what exactly is the identity of this old man? Wang Yu's heart was filled with doubts and curiosity. Wang Yu stood still and watched the old man approach step by step. His mood became more and more tense, but he still tried to maintain his composure. The old man walked up to Wang Yu, stopped and was looking at him with a warm smile on his face, as if it was a warm sunshine in spring. "Don't be nervous, little one. Introduce yourself. My name is Dongfang Wuji." Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the old man in front of him. Oriental Wuji. The name rings out like thunder. He is a legendary figure of Daxia, known as the existence of the sea pin. His wisdom and tactics had helped the empire through numerous crises, and his name was widely spread among the people. Only, in order for the Daxia Empire to protect the Sea Defender, the public's knowledge of Dongfang Wuji was limited to his name and deeds, and very few people knew what he looked like. Wang Yu did not expect that he had actually met this big shot today. Facing such a legendary figure, Wang Yu could not help but feel some excitement and awe. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down, then saluted Dongfang Wuji. "Greetings, General. Young man, you are very good. In you old man sees the shadow of his youth." Dongfang Wuji still appreciated Wang Yu. However, Zhao Wuji and the others had an odd moment in their hearts. It's not. Didn't the commander-in-chief say before that Wang Yu's was even better than when he was young? How is it now said to be as good as when he was young? Turns out that Lord Commander-in-Chief also loves vanity. "Thanks for the compliment, General," Wang Yu replied in an unassuming manner. "I heard Zhao Wuji say that you've encountered something. I wonder if I can take a look?" Dongfang Wuji asked directly to the point. Yes, Wang Yu understood. Dongfang Wuji should be talking about the curse. If Dongfang Wuji had a way to solve it, it would be a good thing. Good. Dongfang Wuji nodded, and then released his soul force to land on Wang Yu's body. In the next moment, Wang Yu saw Dongfang Wuji frowning. Chapter 61. The general frowns, life and death are uncertain. The general's brow furrowed. Wang Yu's heart sank. However, in a flash of thought, he understood the reason for this. It must be related to that mysterious curse. You're the most powerful zombie undead contractee I've ever seen. Excellent. Dongfang Wuji's expression quickly tightened and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Go young people. He raised his hand and patted Wang Yu's shoulder lightly, leaving behind a word of encouragement before turning to leave. Zhao Wuji and the others' hearts sank. Dongfang Wuji did not mention the treatment given to Wang Yu, which meant that Wang Yu's situation was not optimistic. Wang Yu, you actually broke through 9 barriers in one breath. It really amazes me. Zhao Wuji's originally serious face squeezed out a smile with difficulty. You can return to your residence to rest first. Okay. After the figures of Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji and the rest of the crowd disappeared, Wang Yu also took a step towards the outside of the barrier. Oh my god. Wang Yu has already broken through the 8th level. Outside the barrier, a gasp erupted from the crowd, everyone staring at the electronic displays in disbelief. Since the big screen was updated once every 10 minutes, the results of Wang Yu's 9th level had not been updated yet. How strong must the demons of the 8th level be? Wang Yu's current achievement is something I wouldn't dare to think about while dreaming. Someone murmured, his tone filled with admiration and awe. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the barrier was exceptionally warm. Everyone was shocked by Wang Yu's amazing performance. Long Tianao's face became extremely gloomy, as if it could drip water. He stared intently at the electronic display, anger and jealousy glinting in his eyes. First place, Wang Yu. Points, 12,300. This number stung in Long Tianao's eyes, making him feel incredibly frustrated. How does a cheap bastard deserve such a good grade? However, what they didn't realize was that Wang Yu's results for the last level hadn't been updated for the time being. And if they knew the truth, they feared that they would be even more shocked. Cousin, didn't you say? Beside Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but open his mouth. But before he could finish his words, Long Tianao glared at him fiercely. The coldness and warning in his eyes caused Gu Tianyuan to immediately close his mouth, and the words that came to his lips were swallowed back hard. I admit that my previous prediction produced a mistake. Wang Yu's strength, time and time again, exceeded my expectations, but I dare not say about the other levels. The 9th level is bound to be guarded by a golden 9-star demon, and this kind of strength is definitely not something that Wang Yu can fight against. Long Tianao looked at the large screen in front of him and said with a grave expression. His eyes revealed a trace of determination. He was convinced that his judgment could not be wrong, and even though several of his previous predictions were disproved by the facts, he still stood by his opinion. Long Tianao took a deep breath and continued, "Trust me one more time." There was a hint of pleading in his voice, as if he hoped people would trust him again. However, Gu Tianyuan silently listened to Long Tianao's words and muttered in his heart. He used to be confident in Long Tianao's predictions, but as time passed, he realized that Long Tianao's predictions were not always accurate. Especially when facing an opponent like Wang Yu, Long Tianao's predictions seemed a bit weak. Although he didn't say it on his lips, inwardly he no longer fully trusted Long Tianao's words. Right at this moment, a sudden cry of surprise rang out from the entire venue. People turned their gazes to the location of the barrier's exit, only to see a familiar figure appear there. Wang Yu! It's Wang Yu! People chanted Wang Yu's name with excitement. At this moment, Wang Yu was like a star in the limelight. Wang Yu's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene, and many people rushed forward to congratulate and honor him. There were even some female cadets who made secret glances at him. Wang Yu, however, was unmoved as he indifferently walked through the crowd and straight to Lin Zhu's side. Wang Yu, you really? Although Lin Zhu was full of confidence in Wang Yu's achievement still surprised her, and facing Wang Yu, she was completely at a loss as to what to say. Genius? It was too pale to use genius to describe Wang Yu. Let's go, Wang Yu said simply before turning around and leaving. What's the goddamned point? If you didn't know, you'd think he'd beaten the level. Gu Tianyuan could not help but feel a sour taste in his heart when he saw that Wang Yu was like a star in the crowd. Although he pretended not to care on the surface, he was filled with envy and jealousy inside. The once Wang Yu was nothing but an insignificant little person in his eyes, but now he had become the center of attention, a celestial pride that he even had to look up to. This huge contrast was hard for him to accept. Be arrogant, show off. It won't be long before I break through to the gold level, and then I'll be able to overtake him. Long Tianao's heart still had a glimmer of hope. He clenched his fists tightly and stared firmly at the screen, constantly telling himself in his heart that he must surpass Wang Yu. However, right at that moment, the rankings on the big screen suddenly updated again. At first, no one paid special attention, but soon someone noticed something unusual. Surprised cries began to come from the crowd. "You guys, look at the scoreboard. Wang Yu's points have unexpectedly risen again and have reached a staggering 16,300 points." All eyes were drawn to the screen. Heavens, what does such a high number of points mean? Does it mean that Wang Yu directly beat the level? The other man's eyes widened with disbelief. 16,300 points. That's just horrible as hell. The crowd instantly boiled over with murmurs and gasps. Wang Yu's outstanding performance once again triggered a gasp from the crowd. Successful clearance in one go. This kind of strength is simply appalling. Pass, pass. Gu Tianyuan's entire body froze, as if he had suffered a lightning strike. How is it possible? Long Tianao's face became incomparably pale, and his body trembled slightly. In this moment, he was almost broken inside. Originally, he still held a hint of fantasy, expecting that after he broke through to the gold level, he would be able to beat all the levels, thus suppressing Wang Yu. However, when he witnessed Wang use such a high number of points, the last bit of extravagant hope in his heart was completely dashed. He truly felt that he really seemed to have no hope of surpassing Wang Yu. The other side, in the conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive that people almost suffocated, as if the air had frozen. Dongfang Wuxie was sitting on the main seat, his expression as stoic as ice, radiating an invisible pressure. Zhao Wuji, Sun Chonglin, and the rest of the crowd all stood at the lower head position, all of them silent, not even daring to take a breath. AI! It was only after a long time that Dongfang Wuji let out a low sigh, like a heavy hammer falling on everyone's heart. Chapter 62. Wang Yu's Grinding Stone. Chief Commander, you should have seen Wang Yu's situation. Is there any good way to solve it? Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with a hopeful light and asked with a hint of urgency. Dongfang Wuji first slowly shook his head, then gently nodded his head with a complex expression. See, that child does have the curse of the black scale demon inside him. If the curse isn't removed, I'm afraid that if this child wants to make a breakthrough in the future, it will be exceptionally difficult, and the diamond level will already be his limit. Dongfang Wuji's voice was filled with deep regret and helpless sighs. Wang Yu's performance, he had seen it with his own eyes, and if everything developed normally, his future achievements would be amazing. Dongfang Wuji had once said that Wang Yu was likely to achieve above him. This was not just talk. Then how do we lift the curse? Zhao Wuji's heart tightened as he nervously looked at Dongfang Wuji, hoping to get a hint of a turnaround from him. Dongfang Wuji said, "Didn't you already have the answer?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was instantly struck by lightning. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. At this moment, the last vestige of fantasy in his heart was extinguished. Other than beheading the black-scaled Demon King, is there no other chance? Zhao Wuji asked unwillingly, his voice appearing a bit hoarse. No more. Dongfang Wuji sighed heavily. Old me knows that you are in a stirring mood at the moment, but please calm down. The bloodline power of the Demon Clan is extremely mysterious and powerful, and with the curse planted by the blood of the Demon King, the only way to solve it is to start from the root, and killing the black-scaled Demon King is the only way to solve it. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the crowd sank. Slaying the black-scaled Demon King, how easy is that? The black-scaled Demon King had been wreaking havoc on Blue Star for 100 years, and at least 3 generations had suffered greatly from it. If it could be easily eradicated, why would it have been delayed until now? AI? But that kid Wang Yu, he's really a rare and good seedling. Zhao Wuji said with a heart full of guilt. If he could have been more alert at that time, he might have been able to avoid this tragedy. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji looked at Dongfang Wuji with firm eyes. Chief Commander Envoy, I've decided to resign from my position as the Elite Genius Training Battalion Commander. His voice was calm and determined. Dongfang Wuji frowned slightly, seemingly guessing something, and asked, could it be that they are going to find the black-scaled Demon King? Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, Chief Commander. I can't just watch the boy Wang Yu get buried like this. He should have had a broader horizon. Dongfang Wuji sighed, understanding Zhao Wuji's concern for Wang Yu, but still reminded, General Zhao, you have to think clearly. The black-scale Demon King's whereabouts are erratic. Where are you going to look for it? Besides, even if you find him, what's the point? Don't forget that you're only at the Starburst 9 Stars realm now, and have yet to break through to the King realm. To face the black-scaled Demon King with such strength was tantamount to asking for death. Even if you become a king-level contractor in the future, it will be difficult for you to compete with the black-scale Demon King for a very long time. General Zhao, think twice before you act. Zhao Wuji's decision shocked and worried everyone present, and they spoke out to dissuade him. Zhao Wuji silently clenched his fists, and the expression on his face became serious. As a general, he was in a high position of power, but at this moment, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. When Dongfang Wuji saw Zhao Wuji gradually calming down, he solemnly promised, "You shouldn't be in a hurry either. The old man promises you that he'll immediately issue an order to go all out to find the black-scaled Demon King's trail and try to kill him." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji gratefully clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Chief Commander. You don't have to thank me. The old man is doing this not only to help you, but also for the benefit of the entire Grand Xia." Dongfang Wuji reached out his hand and gently patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder, saying, "Wang Yu is a very outstanding young man. He has great potential and has the potential to become an important pillar of the Grand Xia in the future. I can't stand by and watch him just fade into mediocrity. However, the black-scaled Demon King is very cunning. It is not easy to kill him. We need time and patience. I just hope that everything is still not too late. Cannot affect Wang Yu's growth." Speaking of this, Dongfang Wuji's eyes became a bit mesmerized and seemed to be in deep thought. Zhao Wuji was well aware of the difficulties involved. The black-scaled Demon King's strength was powerful and his movements were secretive, so it was by no means easy to find and decapitate him. However, he was still grateful for Dongfang Wuji's promise, and at the same time held a glimmer of hope for the future. Because Dongfang Wuji was also the only hope for him and for Wang Yu. He really didn't know what to do if he didn't look up to Dongfang Wuji. "Chief Commander Envoy, then what level of resources should we give to Wang Yu?" Zhao Wuji asked again. He remembered that previously, Dongfang Wuji had said that Wang Yu should be nurtured with the topmost resources. But at that time, Dongfang Wuji did not understand what was happening to Wang Yu. As for what Dongfang Wuji was thinking right now, he couldn't guess. Then it depends on Wang Yu's personal ability, whatever level of rating he can get. Give him whatever level of resources he can get. After thinking for a while, Dongfang Wuji made a decision. Zhao Wuji understood that Dongfang Wuji's previous words about giving Wang Yu the topmost resources no longer counted. But this couldn't be blamed on Dongfang Wuji. After all, he didn't know the specifics of Wang Yu before and was only judging by his talent and potential. And now, although Wang Yu's performance was outstanding, his future prospects were slim, and he had not reached a level that would satisfy Dongfang Wuji. Therefore, Dongfang Wuji still handled this matter according to his usual principles. "Oi, what a pity," Zhao Wuji sighed in his heart. Originally, that kid Wang Yu had already had the possibility of ascending to heaven, but he didn't expect to fall to mortal dust. "General Zhao, Chief Commander, I don't know what other orders you have?" Zhao Wuji's heart tightened. "Orders can't be talked about, but there is one thing that the old man would like to discuss with you," Dongfang Wuji said. Zhao Wuji's heart stirred, and he hurriedly asked respectfully, "Chief Commander, please speak." Dongfang Wuji slowly said, "Although Wang Yu's future is greatly restricted, no one knows what level he can reach. But the present moment is considered extraordinary and cannot be wasted." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that Dongfang Wuji had other ideas? Sure enough, he only heard Dongfang Wuji continue, "I want to use Wang Yu as a whetstone to sharpen a person." At those words, Zhao Wuji's heart shook and he blurted out, "Who?" Dongfang Wuji smiled faintly and looked at Zhao Wuji, his tone calm. "Eternal King." Chapter 63, The Eternal King is Coming. The Eternal King? When Zhao Wuji heard this name, his pupils contracted violently and an incredible shock surged in his heart. Even though he didn't have a clear idea of the Eternal King's exact strength, he was well aware of what it meant to be rated as an S+ grade absolute heavenly pride. In a huge country like Xia, there were only a handful of talents with such a talent that could be counted on one's fingers. And at this moment, Dongfang Wuji even proposed to let Wang Yu become the whetstone of this peerless heavenly pride, which was really beyond his imagination. Dongfang Wuji seemed to have detected the doubts and incomprehension in Zhao Wuji's eyes, but he didn't rush to offer an explanation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the people around him, his eyes revealing an unspoken innuendo. Those instructors immediately understood his meaning and rose to take their leave. "Chief Commanding Officer, we will retire." They understood that the information regarding the identity of the S+ grade Jedi Pride was classified and was not in the realm of what they could know. Sometimes it's better for their safety to know less. With the departure of the instructors, only Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji remained in the conference room. Dongfang Wuji took a deep breath and slowly spoke. General Zhao, have you ever heard of the Eternal King? Zhao Wuji nodded and replied with a serious expression. I've heard about it. It's said that it's a mysterious and powerful existence that's known as the future king. Dongfang Wuji smiled faintly and continued. Not bad. The King of Eternity is a 1 in a million wunderkind, possessing unrivaled talent and potential. His appearance represents the fact that our great Xia will inevitably produce one more pillar of the heavens. Zhao Wuji listened and nodded with a grave expression on his face. Regarding the future achievements and potential of the S+ ranked prides, he never doubted it. Right at this moment, Dongfang Wuji slowly spoke again. The Eternal King's age is similar to Wang Yu's, and he has just recently broken through to the gold level, and then he killed a demon that was 9 stars of gold and was carrying the bloodline of a demon king, causing his self-confidence to explode. At this moment, it was just the right time to use Wang Yu to knock him around a bit and make him realize that even an S+ ranked heavenly pride would be surpassed by others if he didn't work hard. To let him know that S+ level heavenly pride isn't an invincible existence. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji said, but is such a sparring match too unfair for Wang Yu? After all, one is a gold level and the other is only a silver level. The difference between the two is too great. Zhao Wuji, you should be clear that there is never absolute fairness to speak of in this world. Dongfang Wuji said with a bashful face. Moreover, you are also clear about Wang Yu's current situation. If he can become the Eternal King's whetstone, perhaps for him, this will be the most glorious moment of his life. When he grows old, he can still recall this experience. In Dongfang Wuji's subconscious mind, there was no place for Wang Yu at the peak of the future Great Xia. Having once competed with an S+ grade heavenly pride was already the greatest fortune in Wang Yu's life. Only after a long time did Zhao Wuji slowly open his mouth, a hint of helplessness and compromise in his tone. I wonder what your plans are, Lord Commander-in-Chief? Or perhaps you wish for me to do something? A smile appeared on Dongfang Wuji's face, as if he had already had a plan. It's actually very simple. The old man plans to have the Eternal King parachuted directly into the elite genius training camp, so that he can go head-to-head with Wang Yu. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji instantly understood why Dongfang Wuji was looking for him to discuss this matter. Then when exactly is the time set? Zhao Wuji pursued. Dongfang Wuji replied after a little thought. Since the decision has been made, there is no need to delay. It just so happens that the Eternal King is in the imperial capital and will be able to come to the training camp tomorrow. In addition, the old man will send a few more powerful demons to fill the gap in the barrier. Good. Zhao Wuji nodded. Dongfang Wuji added, once the Eternal King has cleared the 9 levels, let's push forward with the next training element right away. Zhao Wuji was stunned as he frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Chief Commander Envoy, isn't it a bit too fast to push for the next item right away? The Eternal King might be able to withstand it, but the other trainees might need more time to improve themselves. There is a large gap between them and the Eternal King, and I'm afraid that if we move on to the next training too quickly, it will put too much pressure on them should we consider giving them more time to adapt and improve. The camp exists to work out the participants, and what may seem like a lot of pressure on the participants is actually all within manageable limits. Once Dongfang Wuji's decision was implemented, it was beyond Zhao Wuji's control. Da-da-da-da. Dongfang Wuji's fingers gently tapped on the desktop with a serious expression as he slowly said, there isn't that much time left. His voice was low and strong, containing a sense of urgency. Zhao Wuji's heart was startled. He could feel the urgency and tension in Dongfang Wuji's words. He knew that something important must be about to happen. That time was so short. He immediately straightened his body and his expression became grave. Yes, I understand, Chief Commanding Envoy. I will arrange a follow-up training program as soon as possible to ensure that everyone can complete it successfully. Wang Yu and Lin Zhu were walking on the road when a call came from behind them. Wang Yu turned around and saw Han Dong. Are you wanting me to spar with you right now? Wang Yu could not help but ask. He hadn't crossed paths with Han Dong much, only one engagement, and he wondered if Han Dong was here for that engagement. Of course not. Han Dong gently shook his head. Wang Yu was slightly stunned. Then you are? Congratulations. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Han Dong's cold and icy face, like a warm winter sun. This smile added a bit of softness to her otherwise cold face. Wang Yu looked at Han Dong with some surprise, not understanding why she would suddenly say such a thing. However, before he could open his mouth to inquire, Han Dong continued, "You are now the #1 person in the training camp that deserves it. Previously, I thought that our strengths were similar, but now I see that the gap between us is so great that it's really a sign of insouciance to consider you as an opponent." Han Dong gently shook his head as a trace of emotion and helplessness passed across his face. Han Dong looked at Wang Yu and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. She knew that Wang Yu had unlimited potential and possibilities, and his future achievements were unlimited. It was no longer on the same level of existence as himself. "Thanks," Wang Yu said sincerely. The two of them smiled at each other, understanding each other's thoughts. "I came to find you, or I wanted to tell you to be careful of someone." Han Dong suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Who?" Wang Yu frowned slightly as a trace of vigilance surged in his heart. "Long Tian Ao." Han Dong slowly spat out 3 words. "I don't know what your relationship is, and where you have provoked him, but I have gotten some private information that he is secretly investigating things and information about you, so you should be careful." Hearing this name, Wang Yu's face instantly became grave. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to settle Long Tian Ao and Gu Tian Yuan before he could do so. Chapter 64 Yushin. "I can't. I really can't." The next morning was bright and sunny. However, the training ground was a mess, and Han Dong was lying on the ground, panting heavily with a look of exhaustion on his face. Wang Yu, on the other hand, lifted his undead fusion state and stood not far away. His expression calm and his breathing steady. The fierce battle just now did not affect him in the slightest. As per their agreement, they came inside the training ground early in the morning to act as Han Dong's accompanying trainer. After a fierce battle, Han Dong finally couldn't hold on and collapsed on the ground. "Wang Yu, just now, when you fought against me, how many % of your strength did you use?" Han Dong asked expectantly. Wang Yu smiled faintly, "Around 30%. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yu decided to misrepresent the value of 1 layer so as not to deal too much of a blow to Han Dong. After all, people like Han Dong are stupid and rich, but there aren't many employers who are beautiful and good-hearted, and who are also resistant to being punched in the face. Wang Yu is afraid that Han Dong is too much of a blow to stop looking for his sparring. After all, Wu Lei nourishes the soul of the drug. He is still counting on Han Dong. However, when he said this, he realized that Han Dong's small mouth had opened slightly, and a look of surprise and disappointment appeared on his face. "Huh? Only 30% of your strength." Obviously, she was a little disappointed with the result. As a heavenly pride, she had her own pride in her heart. Is she still too little?" Wang Yu was stunned. "That's a lot." Wang Yu rolled his eyes without any good reason. He just said he used 30% of his strength. There's still a lot of water left. Isn't that enough? One should know that with his current strength, he could easily defeat a gold-level demon with only 30% of his strength. 30% of the force could kill Han Dong. Hearing this, Han Dong couldn't help but mutter, "Straight man." Obviously, she was not satisfied with Wang Yu's answer. Wang Yu laughed helplessly and rubbed his nose, not bothering to respond. At this time, Han Dong spoke again, his tone filled with curiosity. "Wang Yu, what level is your undead?" "Grade C." Wang Yu replied truthfully. However, Han Dong shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. "Impossible. If you're only C rank, then my S rank is too much water." Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Then it's up to you." Han Dong suddenly became serious and said earnestly, "I think your undead can definitely be rated S+. Hearing these words, a rare moment of trance appeared on Wang Yu's complexion. He could not help but think of Dongfang Wuji. At first, his outstanding performance had attracted the attention of that great man, but after meeting with that great man, he had not received any news. If he really has the potential to be rated S+, how can he not move at all? How powerful is an S+ ranked contractor? Wang Yu suddenly wanted to see it. Just as he was lost in thought, a call interrupted his thoughts. "Wang Yu, Han Dong, you're here." Wang Yu and Han Dong turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see Lin Zhu hurriedly running from the distance. "After such a big incident in the training camp, you guys are actually able to spar in peace. You deserve to be so powerful." Lin Zhu couldn't help but lament. Wang Yu was bewildered and asked suspiciously, "What happened at the training camp?" "I've heard that a genius has parachuted into the training camp and is now taking the entrance examination." Everyone is waiting to see just how many points that guy will get. Speaking of this matter, the fire of gossip blazed in Lin Zhu's eyes. Genius? Airborne? Wang Yu frowned slightly, realizing that things were unusual. How is it possible? This doesn't fit the rules of the training camp. Han Dong was even more extremely puzzled after hearing this. There are some people that say the same thing. But General Zhao himself showed up and said that if you want to talk to General Zhao about the rules, then you have to be bigger than his fist, otherwise he is the rules. Lin Zhu remembered the scene where Zhao Wuji showed up to speak, and still felt a bit scared as he shrunk his neck. From Lin Zhu's expression, Wang Yu could tell that General Zhao was definitely not just talking, and must have even displayed some of his big fists. I just don't know who is so unlucky. A genius who comes from the air is bound to be something big. Wang Yu, let's go take a look. Han Dong's eyes were filled with a leap of faith. In Han Dong City, no one in her age group could surpass her. But after coming to the training camp, she realized what it meant to have hidden tigers and dragons, and that a mountain was still higher than a mountain. She was eager to see the gap between her and the top heavenly prides and then surpass them. Understanding heaven's pride, becoming heaven's pride, and surpassing heaven's pride. These were the goals Han Dong had set for himself. Wang Yu nodded his head gently, then Lin Zhu led the way in front. When Wang Yu arrived outside the examination grounds, he found that almost everyone from the entire training camp had come, blocking the front to death. A lot of people were cursing in the background, saying that the people in front of them were blocking the view and they couldn't see anything. Yujin is coming. However, after Wang Yu arrived in the field, I don't know who shouted loudly. After a brief silence, a panic ensued. Come on. Get out of the way. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. People are running around like headless flies. The crowd, which had just surrounded the area, hardened and gave way. It was clear that he was letting Wang Yu pass. Wang Yu was a bit confused. I didn't expect to actually enjoy the supreme level of treatment. Hee Wang Yu. I didn't expect everyone to be very fearful of you. Behind Wang Yu, Han Dong laughed lightly. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. I, Wang Yu, have always liked to convince people with virtue. This time it was Han Dong's turn to roll his eyes along with Lin Zhu. Don't you listen to yourself? Can you believe your own words? In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that the reason why Wang Yu was treated like this had absolutely nothing to do with Wang Yu's virtues, and it was entirely based on the 16,300 points. It's a real fight with fists who wouldn't be convinced. While walking through the crowd, Wang Yu heard someone say, Yu Shen, you're the backbone of our training camp. You must hold up. Right? We mustn't let this alien genius ride on our heads. I believe in the Yu God. Whoever came airborne could have knocked him out. At this moment, the training camp trainees, who had been extremely out of place yesterday, had rarely let go of their preconceptions and were united. However, just the next moment the crowd shut up. When Wang Yu arrived in front of the people, the door to the examination opened at that moment. A figure walked in through the black iron door. Is he the airborne genius? It was a small, thin figure. From the size, Wang Yu felt like a 10 or 8-year-old child. Only that the other party's face was masked, and it was not known whether the other party was a man or a woman, and how big they were. Chapter 65 Eternal King Zhao Heng. Mad. After looking at this genius who had parachuted into the training camp, everyone was stunned for a moment. How does this body type look like a child? Could it be that this child is that legendary genius? A hint of doubt and curiosity couldn't help but rise in the hearts of the crowd. They wanted to see how much better a kid could be than them. Humph! Just then, the masked man also noticed the eyes of the crowd and let out a cold grunt of dissatisfaction. This cold snort was like thunder, causing the bodies of the crowd to involuntarily tremble. At the same time, the crowd realized that the masked man's eyes had become stern, like two sharp swords, piercing straight into the depths of their souls. Hiss! This guy's not easy. Many people were shocked by this scene. What's with the arrogance? Someone couldn't help but whisper. Do you really think airborne ones are invincible? Another chimed in. Which one of the people present is not a genius? Each of them is a leader in their own family, school, or even city. After arriving at the training camp, they were in awe of Wang Yu, but for the others, they were in awe of no one. What's more, this newcomer's airborne status itself gave them a feeling of repulsion. Silence! Suddenly, a clear voice rang out in the quiet. A simple sentence, but like a thunderbolt, broke the calm. Immediately afterward, a uniformed instructor walked in with a steady pace. His figure was tall and upright, giving off an invisible pressure. After seeing the serious, majestic face of the instructor, the originally noisy crowd instantly became silent, and everyone closed their mouths for fear of making a single sound. After the arrival of the instructor, he said in a loud voice, "Now I announce that Zhao Heng has passed the entrance examination of the battalion and has been rewarded with 1,000 points." "How much?" 1,000 points. The instructor's words rang out like thunder. People are confused. 1,000 points is a very impressive number. This meant that Zhao Heng's performance in this examination was extremely outstanding and had received an extremely high evaluation. It was important to realize that only Wang Yu had the number of points he had when he first entered the training camp. "Huh? Do you guys have anything to say now?" Zhao Heng smiled coldly. Everyone couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. They subconsciously took a few steps backward, not daring to easily approach Zhao Heng again. After all, being able to get such a high number of points meant that his strength should not be underestimated. Even the person who had just made a despicable sound had subconsciously dodged at the moment, with an embarrassed look on his face. Wang Yu's rawness was fresh in their minds. And now, this short-statured Zhao Heng actually managed to get 1,000 points as well, implying that he was also a ruthless person not weaker than Wang Yu. Can't afford to mess with it. They really can't afford to mess with it. We are all trainees, and we came here to improve ourselves. I hope you won't engage in any xenophobic shenanigans. The instructor's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, coldly scanning each person's face to see through their deepest secrets. Everyone else nodded subconsciously and smiled darkly. What's the point of having a row of hammers? At this moment, even if someone orders them to go for xenophobia, I am afraid they will not hesitate to refuse. I'm curious as to which one of you is the strongest? Just then, the masked man Zhao Heng finally spoke. Instead of sounding as boyish as his short stature and childish appearance, he seemed unusually mature. In this instant, everyone suddenly realized that although this masked man was short in stature, his age was comparable to theirs. "Is there not even a single one who can fight?" Zhao Heng once again asked, and this time, there were clearly a few more hints of contempt in his voice. "That's just out of sight." Everyone unconsciously turned their eyes towards Wang Yu. Without a doubt, if one were to ask who was the strongest in the training camp, then the answer would be none other than Wang Yu. "Oh, so that's you." Zhao Heng had a mask on his face and no one could see his expression at the moment. But from his eyes, everyone could sense a look of interest, as if Wang Yu was his long-awaited prey. Immediately after that, Zhao Heng was even more shocking. "I am now challenging you. Do you dare to answer?" Zhao Heng's words were full of provocation. What? He's actually going to challenge Wang Yu. This guy is too arrogant. It's not that this guy thinks there's no one in the camp, but he doesn't think of the people in the camp as people. When Zhao Heng said this, the crowd exploded in an uproar. And Wang Yu was also surprised. He did not expect Zhao Heng to harbor such strong hostility towards him. Wang Yu frowned slightly. "Why are you challenging me?" A cold smile spread across the corners of Zhao Heng's mouth. "I'm not going to challenge you. I'm going to challenge the number one in the training camp. Whoever is number one, I'll challenge them." "Wang Yu, do you dare to answer the challenge?" Wang Yu's face sank and he was about to respond. At this time, the instructor at the door suddenly spoke. "Zhao Heng, I must remind you that private fights are strictly forbidden in the training camp. If you really want to defeat Wang Yu, then surpass him through points." Zhao Heng's gaze turned to the instructor. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he still nodded. "Okay, since I've come to the training camp, I'll naturally abide by the rules here. It's just that, how do I get points?" The instructor looked at Zhao Heng expressionlessly and had no intention of answering his question. Although he hadn't had much contact with Zhao Heng, he had already sensed that the man was overly arrogant and conceited, which made him feel very disgusted. "Student Zhao Heng, I know how to get points. Shall I give you the details?" Someone in the crowd suddenly stretched out their hand before squeezing out of the crowd. Wang Yu frowned slightly. It was because this person was no other than Gu Tianyuan. A cold smile spread across the corner of Gu Tianyuan's mouth after he noticed Wang Yu's line of sight. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. He could see that Zhao Heng had a great deal of animosity towards Wang Yu and was inherently on the opposite side of Wang Yu. This is a good thing for him. Gu Tianyuan understood that it would be difficult to expect Long Tianao to defeat Wang Yu. So the newcomer Zhao Heng must not be weak if he was able to gain 1,000 points. Right? As long as the other party dealt with Wang Yu, that was his friend. "Do you recognize me?" Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but ask as he came in front of Zhao Heng. As Gu Tianyuan was a famous young man in the imperial capital, there were very few people who did not recognize him. If they know each other, things are better. Should I know you? A flash of impatience flashed in Zhao Heng's eyes. If you know how to get points, then say so. If not, then get someone else. I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Gu Tianyuan was a little upset in his heart. Chapter 66. Are you going to take on a bunch of us? As the eldest young man of the Gu family, it had always been the case that others treated him with respect. Who dared to disrespect him? Not to mention the fact that someone dared to berate him to his face. However, at this moment, in the face of Zhao Heng's rudeness, he chose to be patient, the corners of his mouth barely squeezing out a smile. If you want to gain points quickly, the most effective method is to challenge the levels. Let's talk while we walk. After saying that, Gu Tianyuan led the way ahead. Zhao Heng listened and nodded. Wang Yu, wait for me. Soon. I will surpass your points and prove that I am the strongest. And you can only look at my back until you can't see it at all. Before leaving, Zhao Heng glared fiercely at Wang Yu and said in an icy tone. Wang Yu frowned slightly, secretly wondering in his heart why this person was so inexplicable. Wang Yu, have you ever offended anyone? Why do I feel that Zhao Heng harbors great hostility towards you? After Zhao Heng left, Han Dong couldn't help but frown and asked Wang Yu. This Zhao Heng is really arrogant to the extreme, acting as if he's invincible. Lin Zhu pushed up his glasses, anger and disgust flashing in his eyes. She was mild-mannered, but this was the first time she'd ever seen a person with a revolting heart. That's right, not a big person, but not small in temper, simply wild without bounds. Han Dong said with an indignant face. The other trainees chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhao Heng. Everyone was more hopeful that Wang Yu would be able to win in this duel and deal a severe blow to Zhao Heng's arrogance. Wang Yu silently watched all this without too many waves in his heart, then slowly turned around and walked in the direction of the barrier. Although he didn't know exactly what Zhao Heng's origin was, since Zhao Heng was targeting him so much, then of course he had to find out about the other party's strength. Zhao Heng was as crazy as he was, and being able to gain 1,000 points proved that his strength was not bad. Oh, interesting, just interesting. Behind the crowd, a cold smile appeared on Long Tian Ao's face. He had been paying attention to the conflict between Wang Yu and Zhao Heng, and was secretly calculating how to utilize this opportunity. He knew that as long as Wang Yu and Zhao Heng consumed each other, then he would be able to reap the benefits and become the #1 in the training camp. And before that, he only needed to bide his time and let Wang Yu and Zhao Heng kill each other. The other side, inside the monitoring room, Zhao Wuji frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, "This eternal king, he really is a bit arrogant." Zhao Heng's every move was caught in their eyes, and Zhao Wuji only had 2 words for him: arrogant. Hesi, now you understand why I'm sharpening him. The corners of Chief Commander Ambassador Dongfang Wuji's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Once a young man has achieved something, how many of them are not complacent? Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that he's so flamboyant, I wouldn't have purposely arranged for him to come to the training camp and let Wang Yu hone him. As long as his sharpness can be curbed, Zhao Heng will definitely become an incredibly sharp long knife in the future, a sharp blade for the defense of the country. And if Wang Yu can successfully hone this blade, he will be considered to have fully utilized his value. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. However, I don't think this is appropriate. Without budging, Dongfang Wuji firmly replied, I don't need you to feel. I just need me to feel. However, if the Eternal King hadn't been parachuted in, Wang Yu would be the first-place winner of this training camp and would be able to obtain a lot of resources. Zhao Wuji felt a bit uneasy with his conscience. This time, Dongfang Wuji fell into silence. After a few moments, it was only then that Dongfang Wuji slowly opened his mouth. When the training camp is over, I will give him compensation, and I definitely won't let him gain less than the first place in the training camp. Look, the rankings have been updated. After Zhao Heng entered within the barrier, the crowd stared closely at the monitors outside the barrier. After 10 minutes, another update finally came. See only. Zhao Heng's ranking appeared at the bottom of the list. From 1,000 points, it went to 2,200 points. Deducting the 1,200,000 points for passing the test, that means he's gotten 1,200 points now, passing 3 levels in a row. Hiss, what a fast speed. It's close to catching up with you, Shun. It looks like Zhao Heng should still have some strength left, I just don't know how many levels he can ultimately break through. The way things are going, the gold level will be able to break through a few levels, right? After seeing the ranking update, the crowd was stunned. Hey, you guys are still too conservative. Wouldn't someone who could be parachuted in be mediocre? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Gu Tianyuan laughed coldly. Zhao Hong had absolutely no problem breaking through the 9 levels. If it wasn't for Wang Yu coming a bit earlier, the first position on the list would have nothing to do with Wang Yu. Even as he spoke, Gu Tianyuan's face revealed a look of arrogance. Che, what's so godly about it? Seeing this, Lin Zhu rolled her eyes greatly. This tone. I thought it was because you had the strength to beat the level and surpass Wang Yu. You! Being demolished by Lin Zhu, the smile on Gu Tianyuan's face instantly stiffened. His complexion was horribly gloomy and he just wanted to retort against Lin Zhu. But after Wang Yu's cold and icy eyes landed on him, a trace of reason was born in his heart and quickly took over the high ground to suppress his anger. I can't hide from you, can I? Thinking, he stepped to the other side of the room. Out of sight, out of mind. Lest you can't control your emotions when you see that sinful bastard Wang Yu. You're still so proud of being a dog's leg? The Gu family is at least a big clan in the imperial capital, yet it has produced a descendant with no backbone like this. If the Gu family's old ancestors knew about this, they'd have to crawl out of their coffin boards, right? Han Dong has an uncomplicated identity and knows a lot about the Gu family. However, Gu Tianyuan, completely treated it as if he hadn't heard it. As long as he could get Wang Yu killed, it was worth it anyway. 10 minutes later. Good. Worthy of being an airborne genius. He's actually beaten the 5th level already. Just watch. He'll definitely surpass Wang Yu and become the #1 person in the training camp. The big screen updated again as Gu Tianyuan excitedly waved his fist and shouted. In the next moment, dozens of pairs of eyes landed on him in unison. It's peaceful. No one said anything, they just kept looking at Gu Tianyuan. What do you guys mean by this? Gu Tianyuan awkwardly lowered his hand, puzzled. Zhao Hong is your father, you're so happy. This great filial son. Still, I can accept and can only accept that Yu Xin is the first person in the training camp. No one else old me will recognize. Someone was blunt and chided Gu Tianyuan in an offended tone. You guys, seeking death. A fierce light flashed in Gu Tianyuan's eyes. Looking for death? Someone smiled wistfully. Then I'll give you a chance. Will you take on a group of us alone? Or will a group of us take on you alone? Chapter 67. He's a bigger genius than me? What are you going to do? Looking at these aggressive people, Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a trace of panic rise in his heart. After all, he wasn't as perverted as Wang Yu, who could easily defeat any silver-level opponent even if he was at the bronze level. And in this training camp, everyone's talent was not to be underestimated. It was already very hard for him to deal with one on his own, let alone face a group of people swarming around him. This was simply killing him. Thus, Gu Tianyuan decided to go soft. I don't think there's a need for us to have unnecessary conflicts because of other people, right? Besides, it's clearly stated in the training camp that private fights are not allowed. Upon hearing this, the crowd glanced at each other, but didn't say anything more. Afterwards, they also turned their attention to the big screen and quietly waited for the result of Zhao Heng's breakthrough. 10 minutes later, the points were updated, and people knew based on the points that Zhao Heng had broken through the 5th level 20 minutes later. He had successfully passed through the 6th level 30 minutes later. The 7th level was also conquered by him. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Heng managed to break through the 8th level. An hour later, Zhao Heng walked out of the barrier. As the points were updated, it was also known that Zhao Heng had cleared all 9 levels, just like Wang Yu. At this point, on the leaderboard, the points he had earned were second only to Wang Yu. Boring, really boring. The demons in the 9th level are actually only at the level of gold 9 stars. They can't fight against me at all. Zhao Heng shook his head, full of concern. 9 stars of gold. Boring, you say? The crowd looked at Zhao Heng's pretense and muttered in their hearts. Just keep pretending. How come you weren't killed? Worthy of being a wizard who can parachute into the training camp, I've really grown to know. Among the people present, only Gu Tianyuan went to hold Zhao Heng's stinky feet. Even as he uttered these words, he deliberately spoke very loudly and gave Wang Yu a big meaningful look. Wang Yu, what do you have to say now? Zhao Heng asked provocatively. Wang Yu's brows were tightly furrowed. He did not understand why there were always some people in this world who liked to provoke others for no reason. He did not want to cause trouble, but he was definitely not afraid of it either. He replied coldly, What are you being condescending about? Hearing these words, Zhao Heng's eyes changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal as he said indifferently, "If it wasn't for the fact that I entered the training camp late and allowed you to gain a few hundred more points, the number 1 position in the training camp would have been mine." After passing the barrier, Zhao Heng became even more unconvinced. After experiencing the difficulty of the level, he thought that Wang Yu was nothing more than a waste of time. He, who gave you the confidence? Han Dong, who was on the side, couldn't help but sneer. It took you a total of over an hour to clear all the levels. Do you know how long it took Wang Yu? Is Wang Yu faster than me? Zhao Heng realized that he might have overlooked an important issue. His eyes became sharp. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that Wang Yu's speed through the gate is faster than mine? That's right. Han Dong smiled faintly. Wang Yu's time spent challenging all the levels combined totaled just over half an hour. While you spent an hour, so what are you raving about? After saying that, Han Dong didn't forget to snort coldly. His eyes filled with contempt. What? Half an hour? How can the gap be so wide? Zhao Heng was violently shocked, an incredulous expression on his face, his tone filled with surprise. His eyes widened as he focused his gaze on Gu Tianyuan, as if trying to find an explanation or answer from him. Gu Tianyuan nodded with a somewhat gloomy face. Indeed, many people witnessed it at the time. However, I don't think that's Wang Yu's true strength. After all, when he challenged the barrier, his soul power was only bronze 9 stars. He tried to belittle Wang Yu and elevate Zhao Heng. His words, shocked Zhao Heng even more. Gu Tianyuan, you said that when he challenged the barrier, he only had the strength of a bronze 9 star? Zhao Heng's pitch was noticeably higher, and even became shrill due to the accident. Yes, it's the bronze 9 stars. There's absolutely no mistake. Gu Tianyuan looked at Zhao Heng with some confusion, not understanding why he was so excited. Is there a problem? Gu Tianyuan asked cautiously, starting to worry in his heart about the appropriateness of his words. However, he didn't realize that his answer had deeply pierced Zhao Heng's heart. Is there a problem? Zhao Heng secretly asked in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but burst out. A big NG problem. It was important to realize that it took him a full hour to clear the level even as a gold 1-star powerhouse. The reason why it would be so long was because his soul power was not endless, and it also needed time to recover. And Wang Yu? The district's bronze 9 stars were surprisingly swifter than him. This is unbelievable. He once again turned his gaze to Wang Yu, his eyes filled with shock. How the hell did this guy do it? A bronze level, can soul power still be endless? Shock, doubt, dismay, and other emotions filled Zhao Heng's heart. He racked his brain and deduced it over and over again, and all agreed that it was an impossible thing to do. One must know that he was one of the few S+ grade geniuses in Granxia, and his insight was far beyond that of Gu Tianyuan and the others. However, even the several other S+ grade celestial pride could not be compared to Wang Yu. If this was all true, then Wang Yu's talent would be astonishing, far surpassing them, the S+ celestials. There's absolutely no mistake. He's the undead that was just contracted not too long ago during the entrance exam. Gu Tianyuan added in order to make these words sound more believable. I saw it with my own eyes. As soon as the words fell, a strong wind blew in front of Gu Tianyuan's body. It was Zhao Heng who arrived in front of Gu Tianyuan with astonishing speed. What did you say? Wang Yu is not an advanced contractor. Gu Tianyuan stretched out his hand and pointed his fingertips toward the sky. I swear, it's 1,000 times true. There's absolutely no half-truths. This. Zhao Heng already didn't know what to say. He was getting more and more bewildered. A person who had just been indentured not long ago had already reached the bronze 9 stars realm, which was really hard to comprehend. Even those talented disciples from big families and great lineages needed to use the power of drugs to reach the level of bronze 5 or 6 stars. No matter what means Wang Yu used, the growth rate could be described as perverse. What exactly is the origin of this Wang Yu? Why everything that happens to him is so out of the ordinary? It's really unbelievable. Zhao Heng's mindset changed quite a bit at this moment. He realized that it might not really be that simple for the chief commander to transfer him to this training camp. What is your strength now? He looked at Wang Yu and inquired in a low voice. Chapter 68. The Shogun Surprises the World. What is your strength now? When Zhao Heng asked these words, everyone was keenly aware that Zhao Heng's attitude had undergone a huge shift. Simply put, he became less flamboyant and arrogant. Heh, not arrogant anymore? Someone mocked in a low voice. Doing more than one thing will lead to death. Still not done in by the Yushin church. Another man chimed in. You can't be too Zhao Heng. Everyone must take this as a warning, or else you'll end up embarrassing yourself. Everyone witnessed this and began to whisper. And deep inside these people, there was a feeling of raised eyebrows. The gazes they looked at Wang Yu had a few more points of admiration and worship. In the face of Zhao Heng's question, Wang Yu only replied indifferently, no comment. He didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards people like Zhao Heng. Judging from his previous breakthrough results, Zhao Heng was clearly far from himself. All the more reason for him not to care too much. That's right. Wang Yu is so realistic as a human being. You! Zhao Heng was violently startled. A look of shock appeared on his face, but he quickly regained his composure, and his tone became cold and harsh. Wang Yu, you have to get the situation right. I'm not afraid of you. It's just that I think you're barely a match for me, and asking you what your strength is me looking up to you and giving you this chance. So I hope you don't waste it. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in the opportunity you've given me. Wang Yu did not show any weakness and directly retorted. If Zhao Heng does the first day, he will do the 15th. If Zhao Heng had acted courteously when he had just entered the camp, he wouldn't have treated him so indifferently. How powerful can he be? At best, he's just broken through to the silver level. It's not even worth mentioning in front of you. Gu Tianyuan looked at Wang Yu with a disdainful face and said contemptuously. Even though Wang Yu's combat strength exceeded his, he was filled with contempt for Wang Yu deep down, and it did not prevent him from looking down on Wang Yu and being hostile to him. It's like a rich kid who went to a junior college looking down on the schoolboys who got into 985 or 211 colleges. What's wrong with being gifted? I have a family background. I have money. Shut your mouth. There's no room for you to speak here. Zhao Heng's eyes were cold as he glared fiercely at Gu Tianyuan. Although he has a cocky and arrogant personality, he is not stupid and has a clear mind. He could naturally see that there was a conflict between Gu Tianyuan and Wang Yu, and the reason why Gu Tianyuan had befriended himself was simply because he wanted to use himself to deal with Wang Yu. However, how was he not trying to use Gu Tianyuan to quickly learn about the training camp? Gu Tianyuan was just a lapdog in his mind. Now that Gu Tianyuan had no more value, he didn't mind kicking it away. Gu Tianyuan had a look of embarrassment and anger on his face after being chided, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. He is well aware that he is in a difficult situation. There was an irreconcilable hatred with Wang Yu, and now there was a conflict with Zhao Heng, which made him feel difficult left and right. If he continued to confront Zhao Heng, it might cause him to lose his foothold within the training camp, so he had to succumb to reality and chose to retreat. However, Gu Tianyuan was not a simple character, and in his heart he also held a grudge against Zhao Heng. When you and Wang Yu are both defeated, I will definitely wash away today's shame. Gu Tianyuan silently swore in his heart. Good, very good. Wang Yu, since you're not willing to tell me, then I have no choice but to test your strength myself. Zhao Heng was determined to find out Wang Yu's strength. A powerful wave of soul power was suddenly released from his body, followed by a black light that wrapped him tightly. Between the flashes of light, Zhao Heng's figure disappeared and was replaced by a mysterious figure shrouded in a gray cloak. The figure looked like a wizard demon, but a closer look could reveal that he was holding a white bone scepter in a weird hand. The skin took on an illusory state, as if it would dissipate at any moment, while also emitting a bizarre aura. What kind of undead is this? It looks as if it's a witch demon, but it's not exactly like it. Someone asked suspiciously. Yeah, it gives off an unreal and insubstantial feeling. But no matter what, I think it's definitely not lower than a rank. Another person voiced his opinion. When Zhao Heng's undead appeared in front of the crowd, it immediately caused a considerable stir. This was because they had never been exposed to this type of undead, either in books or in school. Right at this moment, Han Dong beside Wang Yu frowned. Wang Yu, you have to be careful. I feel a very strong pressure. Wang Yu's brows also slightly furrowed. Han Dong's undead was an S-class existence, and even Han Dong felt pressure, so that meant that Zhao Heng's contracted undead was by no means an ordinary A-class, but an S-class, and it was highly likely that it was an even more powerful S rank than the Ice Banshee. It seems that this person also has redeeming qualities. Be careful. Wang Yu was secretly vigilant in his heart and put away his contemptuous confidence. Of course, this was not to say that his shogun's strength was not good. It was simply because the gap between his soul power and Zhao Heng's was just too great. If they were at the same level, then Wang Yu was confident that he could easily suppress Zhao Heng. Fuse your undead. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zhao Heng's low voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Wang Yu's thoughts. Wang Yu knew that he couldn't take it lightly, so he immediately took action. In the next moment, the power of his soul erupted, and he decisively fused the Shogun, preparing for the next challenge. Zombie undead? The moment he saw Shogun, a look of dismay immediately appeared on Zhao Heng's face. Shogun's several sharp fangs were just too striking, and no other undead besides zombies possessed them yet. Just, Wang Yu's zombie undead has a great face. Huh? He'd seen a lot of zombie undead, nothing else, at least stiff green dead faces. However, on Wang Yu's zombie undead, he did not see this feature at all. The fair face, long flowing hair, and fangs not only didn't give off a hideous feeling, but instead gave off a demonic and evil handsomeness. Is this the undead of Ushio? Handsome. No wonder it's so strong. Face value means strength. If I had this undead, I just wouldn't have the strength. The main doctor said I have a bad stomach. Many people had never seen Wang Yu's undead before, and when they saw it at this moment, they marveled. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be used as food? Zhao Heng retorted disdainfully. As the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The aura of a gold-level powerhouse forced the people around him back several steps and pressed towards Wang Yu like a mountain of mountains. And Wang Yu didn't sit back and wait for death as his soul power exploded. Gu Tianyuan, Zhao Heng, and the people around them revealed looks of dismay. Silver, 5 stars. Chapter 69, He's a Wimp. Silver 5 stars. Yushin's strength has actually increased so much from when he first joined the camp. My goodness, wasn't that only 2 days ago? That's too much. Worthy of being a Yu god. It's like a heifer on a plane. Yushin, please tell me how I cultivate. I really want to progress so badly. The moment Wang Yu displayed his true rank, everyone was stunned. Immediately after that, all kinds of envious and jealous gazes fell on Wang Yu's body. They couldn't believe that someone who had just joined the camp not long ago was actually able to raise his strength to such a terrifying level in just 2 days. However, just as the crowd was marveling, the figure whose entire body was shrouded under a gray cloak let out Zhao Heng's voice. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly break through to silver 5 star in such a short period of time? There must be something wrong. His voice was filled with incredulity, as if he had heard a pie in the sky. How can anyone raise 5 or 6 levels in 1 day? This is just beyond common sense and common knowledge. Even more, what an amazing achievement this is. If the truth was really as the crowd said, then Wang Yu's soul leveling speed could simply be called a miracle. Not only was this speed unprecedented, it was beyond the reach of even the best S+ undead contractors of their generation. Even the S+ undead contractors of the previous generations had never experienced such a perverse growth rate. The other side, the surveillance room. On one side of the large screen, the image of Wang Yu and Zhao Heng facing each other was being shown. The general commanding officer of the military ministry, Ambassador Dongfang Wuji, had his hands behind his back, his eyes staring at the screen with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Wuji, on the other hand, stood one shoulder back from Dongfang Wuji. Good, very good, Dongfang Wuji said with a smile. I really don't know where it's good. Zhao Wuji bristled. General Zhao, I think you have heavy personal emotions. Dongfang Wuji looked at Zhao Wuji with a smile. Look, when I said that I would let Wang Yu serve as a whetstone for Zhao Heng, was it clearly very effective? Didn't you realize that Zhao Heng has tightened up a lot more than when he just joined the camp? Zhao Wuji furrowed his brows and carefully observed Zhao Heng in the screen. Indeed, compared to the sightlessness when he first joined the camp, the current Zhao Heng had obviously tightened up a lot. His is no longer as flamboyant as before, no longer the attitude of the sky is the boss. I'm the oldest, but more of a calm and cautious. Zhao Wuji nodded. That's true. This is the result of honing. Dongfang Wuji said with satisfaction. It's not just his ability that we want to cultivate, but more importantly, their mentality and character. Only after real challenges and sharpening can they hold up Daxia. Wasn't my purpose of having Zhao Heng parachute into the training camp to sharpen his temperament? I didn't expect such an effect on just the first day. Wang Yu really hasn't let me down. Dongfang Wuji was very satisfied with the result. However, Zhao Wuji wasn't that satisfied and was even a bit unwilling. Chief Commander Ambassador, is there really no other way? You should have also seen the talent of that kid Wang Yu. In just 2 days he broke through from bronze 9 stars to silver 5 stars. This kind of improvement speed is simply beyond imagination. Even back in your day, you didn't have such an amazing growth rate. Zhao Wuji frowned, his tone filled with resignation and regret. That's right. This child's promotion speed is indeed very astonishing. Dongfang Wuji nodded, his eyes glittering. There are no outsiders here. So Old Me will also tell you the truth. Old Me's promotion speed back then compared to Wang Yu's. I don't even deserve to mention my shoes to him. But... His words suddenly paused, his tone becoming complex and heavy as he continued. But Old Me didn't fall under the Demon King's curse back then. After saying this, he sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness and sadness flashing in his eyes. After a pause, Dongfang Wuji added, General Zhao, I know that you have a guilty conscience towards Wang Yu, but I still hope that you don't act out of anger. And today Wang Yu is also considered to have established a bond with Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng's talent, you should also know, the King of Eternity is not just talk. His contracted undead is a rare witch demon of time, controlling the power of time. The talent is so high that few can compare. Becoming a king is just around the corner, and his future accomplishments should be no weaker than mine. There's even no chance that when Zhao Heng becomes a king in the future, he'll be able to kill the black-scaled Demon King to help Wang Yu break the curse on his body. Expecting Zhao Heng to help Wang Yu break the curse? Zhao Wuji didn't say anything with his mouth, but he couldn't help but bellyache in his heart. By the time that happens, the yellow flowers will be cold. Just then, Dongfang Wuji suddenly spoke up. They might be about to make a move, General Zhao. It's time for you to step in and stop the farce. After all, there are rules in the training camp that don't allow private fights. I'm on my way. Zhao Wuji nodded. Then his lanky figure disappeared into the surveillance room. Zhao Heng, know you're afraid? Ha ha ha, goon. But then again, who wouldn't be scared when facing an opponent as perverted as Yujin? I still like how untamed he is. Zhao Heng, I believe you're the strongest. You'll be able to take down Yushun with ease. Right, how could Zhao Heng be afraid? It's all an act. The words of the people around him flooded into Zhao Heng's ears like a tidal wave, awakening him from his contemplation. His gaze sharpened. I'm afraid. He sneered, his voice echoing through the air with a sense of determination and confidence. What a joke. I don't even know what it means to be afraid. Even if what you guys are saying is true, then I still admit that Wang Yu's soul power enhancement speed is amazing. However, the growth rate of soul power does not represent one's strength. Not to mention that he's a silver 5-star. Even if he's a silver 9-star doesn't mean that his battle power is comparable to mine. His eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked by his aura and muttered in their hearts. Could Zhao Heng really defeat the Yu God? Zhao Heng stretched out his translucent hand and pointed at Wang Yu. I'm gold level. He's only silver level. It's hard for me to lose even if I just want to. If I lose today, I don't need anyone to ask. I'll voluntarily withdraw from the training camp and make a detour when I see Wang Yu in the future. However, Wang Yu similarly did not think that he would lose. After controlling the spatial talent, he had yet to go all out. Enough! Just as the swords were drawn, a low voice rang out. The crowd subconsciously dispersed, followed by Zhao Wuji's figure lining up. General Zhao! General Zhao! The people around them spoke up. Are you two going to turn over a new leaf? Zhao Wuji swept his gaze over Wang Yu and Zhao Heng as he coldly questioned. Chapter 70, Advancement of the Practical Combat Examination. General Zhao, it's not that I want to make trouble. Wang Yu's face was serious, his eyes staring tightly at the undead that Zhao Heng had transformed into. Without a word, the white bone staff in Zhao Heng's hand suddenly shone brightly and shot directly at Wang Yu. This sudden attack surprised the crowd, while Wang Yu immediately reacted and prepared for the strike. Did you take my words as a whisper? Zhao Wuji's brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure showing on his face, and his voice was so icy cold that people couldn't help but shiver. Right at this moment, Wang Yu only felt a blur before his eyes as Zhao Wuji appeared in front of him like lightning. Only Zhao Wuji clenched his fist with one hand and smashed into the light without hesitation. Although Zhao Wuji hadn't fused the undead, at the moment, he displayed amazing strength and exuded a strong aura. However, when his fist collided with that light, something unexpected happened. The light unexpectedly seemed like it had a life, and instantly disappeared into Zhao Wuji's body. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't comprehend the strange phenomenon. Zhao Wuji's face also changed in an instant, as if he was surprised by the power of the light. How bizarre! Wang Yu's brows furrowed as a wary look appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that the mysterious power hadn't completely dissipated and still remained within Zhao Wuji's body, but he couldn't understand the reason for it. Just then, Zhao Wuji suddenly took a step and let out a crisp cracking sound. Only the stone slabs under his feet instantly shattered, and he quickly rushed towards Zhao Heng like lightning. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Zhao Heng and swung a punch without hesitation. This punch contained the power of thunder and lightning, with a majestic momentum, as if it was capable of destroying everything. But, strangely enough, even though the fist was close to Zhao Heng's body, it was slow to hit him. Time seemed to have become unusually slow at this moment, making it feel as if a long wait had passed. This illusion of being within arm's reach but as if separated by 100 or 1,000 meters made the entire scene seem particularly bizarre. Boo! With a loud bang, the undead that Zhao Heng had transformed into was finally sent flying by Zhao Wuji's punch, smashing down hard on the ground, only to see Zhao Wuji standing like a mountain in front of Zhao Heng, condescendingly looking down on him, his tone icy cold as he questioned, "Now what I said, did you hear it?" Due to the concealment of the gray cloak, Zhao Heng's face could not be seen clearly, but an extremely cold voice came out from under the cloak. "General Zhao, I will definitely remember today's gift. I will definitely ask General Zhao for advice again in the future." As the words fell, Zhao Heng struggled to get up from the ground, like a wounded beast, and slowly walked towards the field. "Blackmail?" Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly, a cold smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. "I'll be waiting for you. Hopefully it won't be too long." Like many others, he had long been dissatisfied with Zhao Heng, and this punch at this moment really made him feel free. But just in the next moment, Zhao Wuji's face changed violently. The strange power that entered his body was running amok, which caused his face to become cloudy. That force was exceptionally difficult to deal with, and even with his great strength, it was difficult to completely remove it, and he could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. However, in the meantime, his bodily functions will age at an accelerated rate. Damn it! I've lived at least 2 or 3 days less after being hit by this skill. This is the terror of the power of time? It is not a curse or dark magic, yet it exerts a power similar to curses and debilitating magic, and is extremely difficult to remove and dispel. Truly worthy of being a demon rated S+. This ability is truly bizarre to the extreme. Zhao Wuji secretly marveled in his heart. Only by experiencing it firsthand did he truly understand what a perverse ability it was to manipulate the power of time. And because Zhao Heng also possessed the power of time, his body was imprisoned by the power of time and was forever stuck on the day he contracted the undead. At that time, Zhao Heng was a 12-year-old boy. "General Zhao, are you all right?" Looking at Zhao Wuji's back, Wang Yu asked with concern. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Wuji stood firmly in front of him, which caused Wang Yu to develop a lot of favorable feelings towards Zhao Wuji in his heart. After all, there are not many people in this world who can genuinely help others. "Something? What can I have something to do?" Zhao Wuji smiled contemptuously, as if he hadn't taken the conflict just now to heart at all. "Let alone a gold 1 star. So what if it's a diamond 1 star or a platinum 1 star? I just can't hurt me even if I stand and don't let him output." Zhao Wuji told a little lie. Afterward, Zhao Wuji's expression became serious. "Everyone remember this. No private fights are allowed in the training camp. This is the first and last time. Next time anyone commits an offense, no matter who it is, pack up and get the hell out of here." Zhao Wuji looked around the room and said indifferently. His gaze was like electricity, sweeping over every single face. The crowd was shocked and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhao Wuji's eyes. They knew Zhao Wuji's character well, and if anyone dared to violate the rules, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aside from that, there is one more important thing to announce. You have been here for some time now, and it is time to test your strength. 3 days later, a practical test will be held, so I hope you are fully prepared. After saying that, Zhao Wuji turned around and left in large strides, never looking at the crowd again. The people looked at each other with different faces. They didn't expect to have to face a practical test so soon, and their mood became tense. When Zhao Wuji completely left, a cacophony of noise erupted from the crowd. Someone grumbled, "Geez, we're going to start the practical test so soon? Yeah, it's so sudden. That we've been here a long time? But we joined the camp less than 2 days ago." "That's right, you're going to be tested when you haven't even had a normal lesson since you joined the camp? Isn't that a joke?" If you want to eliminate us, we can't just read out the names directly. It's a waste of everyone's time and energy to conduct this test. For a while, the crowd was talking and emotional. Various voices of dissatisfaction rose and fell, and the emotions of the crowd resonated, and they all turned on their crazy trolling mode. Wang Yu noticed that Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and the others around him did not look very good either. I can see that they are also under pressure. The elimination rate of previous practical tests has been so high that few people feel no sense of crisis. There have been tests in the past, but those were only started after a period of training, and this one was really too sudden. Could it be that there is something else behind all this haste? A woman's intuition is still sharp. Han Dong and Lin Zhu exchanged a glance before their gazes fell on Wang Yu. Don't look at me. Wang Yu spread his hands. This matter has nothing to do with me. Lin Zhu pushed up his glasses, looking like Detective Conan. There is only one truth. It must be related to Zhao Heng. After all, he was parachuted in. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Chapter 71. City 023. That's right. The one who screwed us over is definitely that guy Zhao Heng. Lin Zhu's voice was not concealed, and after it spread, it was recognized by many people. Brothers, I suggest that we should jointly petition for Zhao Heng to quit the training camp. This statement was immediately echoed by the crowd, and everyone agreed. Thus, a group of people immediately chased after Zhao Wuji in the direction he had disappeared. Shortly after, Wang Yu saw the group of buddies walking back to each other, each with a bruised nose and swollen face, obviously suffering a severe beating. One of them gasped and said, "We went to negotiate with General Zhao, but he didn't agree." Another man continued, "However, General Zhao managed to convince us." At this point, the attitudes of these few people had completely changed, and there was a great transformation compared to before. Looking at their bruised and swollen appearance, someone around them couldn't help but laugh. Judging from your current state, we know the outcome. Don't misunderstand. The injuries on our bodies have nothing to do with General Zhao. It's entirely because we just chased General Zhao too fast while chasing after him and accidentally fell down. Yes, General Zhao is best at convincing people with virtue. A few people hastened to explain, but they looked a bit flustered. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this explanation of theirs seemed a bit redundant, and even gave the impression that there was no silver lining here. But from another perspective, it also showed that Zhao Wuji's determination was set and could not be changed anymore. Although some people might be dissatisfied with the result, they could only choose to accept it in the face of Zhao Wuji's strong attitude. Wang Yu, you must be more careful. Even though that bastard Zhao Heng hasn't been looking for trouble from you again in the last few days, I have a feeling that guy definitely won't let you off easily. 3 days had passed, and 90 trainees were neatly gathered in the square within the training camp. Lin Zhu came to Wang Yu's side and lowered his voice to remind him. Lin Zhu is right. I've also noticed over the past few days that Zhao Heng and Gu Tianyuan and Long Tianao are getting particularly close. One could say they are inseparable. At that moment, Han Dong on the other side spoke up and told everyone what he had observed. Don't worry, I'll be vigilant at all times. Wang Yu nodded slightly to show that he understood. At the moment, however, his gaze looked into the distance. Looking from afar, Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and Zhao Heng were walking side by side towards this direction, finally stopping not far away. Zhao Heng's eyes flickered with an icy cold light. Long Tianao had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, while Gu Tianyuan directly made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck with his hand. Wang Yu's expression was calm, but his heart was rippling. He pondered in his heart, why would he not want to bury Gu Tianyuan in the actual combat test? It's time to settle old grudges and new ones. The time was fast approaching 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Wuji slowly arrived in the middle of the field, surrounded by a group of instructors. He stood upright on a podium, looking down at the cadets below. Next, you are going to have your first practical test since you joined the camp. The location of this examination is an abandoned city occupied by demons. The quest requirement was simple: to get rid of evil. Only by beheading all the demons could this trial be considered over. Moreover, depending on the level of the demons you've killed, you can earn points accordingly. As Zhao Wuji spoke, a table appeared in his hand, which detailed the points that could be gained from killing demons of different star levels. Killing demons with 1 star of silver to 9 stars of silver will gain 100 to 200 points, while killing demons with 1 star of gold to 9 stars of gold will gain 1,000 to 2,000 points. Points are calculated through the demon's bloodline and rank, and the exact scoring criteria will be judged automatically by the smartwatches you wear. In addition, I need to remind everyone that there is a platinum-ranked demon in the land of assessment, and it is the lord of that abandoned city. If you can successfully kill it, you will receive 10,000 points. When these words came out, a gasp rang out from the stage. The teenagers' minds were running wild like runaway wild horses, and some were even already fantasizing about the scene where they defeated the platinum demon. 10,000 points. To be able to kill a platinum-level demon, wouldn't you be able to rank in the top few of the training camp in one step? A few dishes, drinking like that? If you had the strength to kill a platinum-level demon, you'd be in the top 3 of the training camp right now. Why wait until later? You'd better not be delusional. With our current strength, it's impossible to decapitate a platinum-level demon. There are those who fantasize and those who are sober. As we part, I urge you to keep your feet on the ground and never do anything beyond your ability, Zhao Wuji said with a serious expression. His gaze swept over every cadet, as if warning them not to try to take risks so easily. It's not that I look down on you. The vast majority of you would be advised to hide as far away as possible if you encountered a platinum demon. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, 3 military buses pulled into the training ground. With a complex mood of both nervousness and anticipation, Wang Yu, Lin Zhu, Han Dong, as well as the training camp's crowd slowly sat on a majestic military bus. With the roar of the engine, the bus began to drive towards the ruined city with its unknown challenges. Half a day later, Wang Yu looked through the car window and saw an endless line of debris, with abandoned buildings. This used to seem like a city? At this time, the instructor in the car's low and powerful voice rang out, slowly introduced. We are now in the place called Baishan City, was a prosperous land, under the jurisdiction of the 7 districts and 8 counties, is a large city with a population of 10 million people. The streets are crowded with cars, and people's laughter echoes in all corners of the city. The shopping malls are bustling with activity. The schools are filled with the sound of books, and the factories are filled with the roar of machines. However, all this beauty was completely shattered the moment the demon attacked. Those horrible demons were like teeth and claws, frantically attacking people. Elderly men, women, children, and warriors were mercilessly devoured by them. After that tragic attack, the big city of 10 million people is now less than 3 million. The prosperity that once existed has dissipated like a dream bubble, leaving behind only a broken wall. The instructor's voice paused and then said, and the city we are about to travel to, 023, was originally a vibrant county with a population of 500,000. The demonic attack turned the place into an instant hell on earth, and none of the 500,000 fresh lives survived. When we felt it, houses collapsed and the streets were filled with wrecked vehicles and broken limbs. The once bustling bazaar was now only dead. Chapter 72. The Land of the Bones. Instructor, you were in that battle? Lin Zhu subconsciously asked. There was a hint of awe and curiosity in her voice, wanting to hear more details about the battle from her instructor. The instructor was silent for a moment, as if recalling the painful past. Then, he slowly said, the city of Hakusen suffered destruction 20 years ago, when I was still a fresh recruit. Everyone stood in awe after hearing these words. This instructor in front of him was actually a veteran who had ridden the sands for 20 years. Regardless of the instructor's training, just this resume deserves people's respect. And at that moment, the instructor said slowly, by the time our support teams arrived, the battle was nearing its end. That battle was really too tragic. The city guards from all over Baishan City, the Demon Hunter Regiment, more than 100,000 warriors died in battle. General Bai Xiaorong burned his soul power to die with the 2 starburst-level demonic generals. The instructor's words were filled with grief and anger, his eyes glistening with tears. 100,000 warriors died in battle. What a heavy price to pay. That battle lasted 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, it was only after Lord Commander-in-Chief himself descended and killed a demon king that the demon army collapsed. But even though we won, Hakusen City suffered so much damage that it's no longer worth rebuilding. Most importantly, the people are all dead and rebuilt. It's still an empty city. The instructor's tone gradually became low, and his gaze revealed endless sorrow. This instructor's body trembled and his eyes reddened slightly as he recalled the events of the past. The whole more than 7 million lives were lost in that catastrophe. The corpses piled up like mountains, and the blood gathered into a river. That scene was tragic. It was just too tragic. If this instructor were to describe the scene, he could only summarize it in 2 words. Purgatory. Those damnable beasts. After listening to the instructor's account, all the people in the car felt heavy-hearted, as if there was 1,000 pounds of weight pressing on their chests. Their minds kept floating with those tragic images, those homes trampled by demons, those innocent people who lost their lives. Indignation blazed within, and each man's eyes glittered with fury. One day the demons will be driven out. A cadet clenched his fists and said through clenched teeth. His words were full of grief and anger, like surging waves. Even Wang Yu clenched his fists into a cackle. If it's not my kind, it's not my kind. Being in this chaotic world, as long as one is a human being, no one can be left alone. Chun-hai, you're at the drop-off point. Half an hour later, the instructor produced a list of names and called out in a loud voice. Me? The named cadet was a bit confused. He couldn't believe he'd been picked to get off so quickly. After all, this practical test was an important opportunity for every trainee, and if they performed well, they would be able to gain more resources and attention. So everyone wants to stay a little longer, maybe a few more minutes, and then someone will be eliminated and he'll be able to move up in the rankings. That's right, it's you. The instructor replied in the affirmative, his voice firm and strong without question. Hearing these words, Chun-hai's heart sank. He knew that the moment had finally arrived. Although he was prepared, he still felt a twinge of nervousness in the face of unknown danger. No, instructor. Am I the only one getting off? Chun-hai pointed to his nose and asked blankly. He looked around and realized that the other cadets were still on the bus and showed no signs of getting off. Yes, the practical test, which tests your ability to fight and survive, of course you can't travel in pairs. The instructor nodded affirmatively, his eyes serious. This is a real test that you need to face alone. Even more, I would like to remind you that you should never intentionally decapitate demons in groups once you are caught. Your grades will be cancelled and you will be kicked out of the training camp outright. The instructor continued. There was a hint of warning in his tone. Moreover, when the instructor uttered these words, his eyes swept over Wang Yu, Han Dong and Lin Ju intentionally or unintentionally. He had long noticed that the three of them were walking close to each other. Thus he purposely reminded them. However, in fact, in private, many of the cadets had already started to make friends with each other, and the instructor's words were not only addressed to the three of them, but were also a wake-up call to the other cadets. Understood. The trainees replied in unison, looking serious and earnest. Hearing this, Chun-hai's mood became even heavier. You're the first one to get off the bus. Everyone will get off at a different location next. The instructor looked at Chun-hai and urged in a serious tone. All right, don't hesitate. If you don't have the courage to get off the bus, you can directly choose to abstain. Only the price for abstaining is to be kicked out of the training camp directly. The instructor urged. After all, it was almost time to drive out of the drop-off location, leaving Chun-hai with little time. Okay, I'm getting off. Chun-hai made a major decision. He then looked at the people around him. Brothers, then we'll see you in the heart of 023 City. It's a deal. Good. That's a bit of a backbone. The instructor nodded his head while pressing the button, and the car door slowly opened. Chun-hai took a deep breath and stepped out of the car door. Tell General Zhao that I'm not a coward. The man was gone, but there were voices coming. Next, Lin Ju is ready. The instructor read the next name against the list in his hand. Upon hearing this name, Wang Yu first looked at Lin Ju and found that she was methodically organizing her equipment and supplies. Be careful, Wang Yu admonished with concern. Lin Ju raised his head and looked at Wang Yu with a slight smile, saying confidently, Don't worry, although my strength is not as perverted as yours, it is still more than enough to deal with those demons below the gold level. Lin Ju carried her own backpack and walked to the door of the car. She looked at Wang Yu and Han Dong with a hint of a smile on her face. I'll see you guys within the city of 023. You don't want to be eliminated at the periphery. Wang Yu and Han Dong nodded at the same time. Lin Ju smiled slightly, then withdrew his gaze and jumped directly from the car. Next, the instructor read out another name. Half an hour later, the carriages were nearly empty. As the last person, Wang Yu did not need the instructor to remind him, and very actively got up on his own accord and left his seat to come to the door. He'd been ready for this for a long time, and even had a little something to look forward to, because there were a large number of demons within the ruined city, enough to make his strength skyrocket. To others, this is a testing ground, a dangerous place, or even a place to bury bones. To me, this is a hunting ground. Wang Yu thought darkly. Chapter 73. If you're a vegetable, you should practice more. Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu was waiting for the instruction to get off, the instructor suddenly called out to him. Aha! Wang Yu looked at the instructor in confusion, not understanding why the other party called out to him at this time. General Zhao has a message for me to bring to you. The instructor looked at Wang Yu and said seriously. Wang Yu was stunned when he heard this. General Zhao brought a message to me? Wang Yu was a bit confused. It was important to know that although he had met Zhao Wuji a few times and said a few words, there was no more friendship. Why did you bring a message to yourself? The general told me to tell you that when you meet on a narrow road, the one with the most expensive life will give way first. Never get carried away. Ignoring Wang Yu's doubts, the instructor just conveys. If we meet on the narrow road, the one with the most expensive life will be the first to give way. Wang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhao Wuji to bring himself a message, much less one so inexplicable. I remember. However, Wang Yu still nodded his head, indicating that he had taken these words to heart. Good, you can get off now. The instructor's task has been completed, so he no longer detains Wang Yu. Take care. Wang Yu leaped and jumped out of the car. Rolling on the ground and dissolving the inertia, Wang Yu stood up and surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he was on top of the wilderness. The gusty wind whistled past, blowing the corners of his coat with a hunting sound. The yellowed weeds swayed in the wind, as if telling of the despondency. He looked away from the ruined city in the distance, filled with debris, and took a step toward it. As he got closer, the outline of the ruined city became clearer. What were once high-rise buildings are now nothing more than crumbling frames, and the streets are covered in debris and rubble, a dead silence. The moment Wang Yu stepped into the ruined city, an air of decay hit him. Wang Yu looked around vigilantly. He knew that danger could arise here at any time. Caution makes perfect. Only after fusing the shogun did Wang Yu move on. As he expected, he didn't get very far down the abandoned street before he was attacked by demons. A demon leapt from the abandoned residential building at the side of the road. A huge shadow enveloped Wang Yu. Swish! Wang Yu's foot stomped hard on the ground and his entire body fell backward. Boom! It was also at that moment that the demon landed on the ground with a bang. The ground shook and smoke rolled. Wang Yu also saw a crack appear where the demon fell. This shows how powerful this demon should be. Weak bugs with quick reflexes. As the voice rang out, Wang Yu saw the demon step out of the smoke. It was tall and lanky, more than 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging as if it was a hard stone. Its skin was dark red, emitting a pungent sulfurous scent, and its 2 eyes flickered with a red light, like burning flames. At that moment it was grinning hideously, revealing sharp teeth in its mouth. It was like a dagger, shining with a cold light. Fiery rock demon. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows and recognized the identity of this demon. Fiery rock demon specializes in power and fire elemental magic. It also has a high resistance to the fire element. Counts as a medium-blooded demon. And the size of the guy in front of him represented that its strength was around the gold level. Indeed, he was qualified to look down on Wang Yu, a silver 5-star weakling. You're not afraid of me? After a moment of confrontation, the blazing rock demon did not find the color of fear in Wang Yu's eyes anymore. Originally, he wanted to be enjoying the fear that Wang Yu was exuding. You are so weak. Why should I be afraid of you? Wang Yu said, do you have any other companions? Summon them all and save me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Wang Yu planned to pull more monsters and brush them together. You, seek death. The blazing rock demon roared in annoyance and suddenly rushed towards Wang Yu. The strength of the fiery rock demon was very huge. It waved its thick arms, all of which brought up a gust of wind, and in front of it was an armored car that could also be smashed flat. Watching the approaching attack, Wang Yu did not panic, only to see that he reached out in front of his body, and with a flash of silver light, he unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. Boom! The blazing rock demon's powerful punch just smashed hard into the ground, leaving a large crater about a meter in diameter on the ground. And there was an undisguised horror in the eyes of the flaming rock demon. How did that human disguised as an undead escape my attack? It completely failed to capture the trajectory of Wang Yu's run, its gold level. However, what it didn't realize was that Wang Yu was using the ability to manipulate space. And where on earth could it see through Wang Yu's trajectory as a demon that had mastered fire elemental magic? Swish! In the next moment, the fiery rock demon glanced his eyes to the side, and Wang Yu's figure appeared a dozen meters away at some unknown time. And with a smile on his lips, Not bad. The power of space can't be defended against. It's just that I'm still not skilled in controlling it, and what I wanted to teleport behind the flaming rock demon actually came to the side position. However, Wang Yu was already satisfied. It doesn't matter about the dishes. The dish is just more practice. Are you mocking me? The blazing rock demon was enraged in his heart when he saw that his attack was dodged by Wang Yu. It let out a roar and swung its arms towards Wang Yu once again. This time it was faster and more powerful. Wang Yu stopped dodging and directly swung his fist to meet the battle. Boom! A large and a small fist blasted together, and blazing rock demon's body flew out backwards, falling heavily onto the ground. How is that possible? The fiery rock demon felt as if his body had been hit by a huge mountain, and his arms were even more painful. Thicker skin than I thought. Wang Yu smacked his lips. Griffin, you dare to scorn me? The roar in the heart of the blazing rock demon was completely ignited. It let out a roar once again and rushed towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu calmly looked at the charging blazing rock devil, and when the blazing rock devil was about to approach him, he suddenly dodged sideways and kicked with a thunderous force at the blazing rock demon let out a miserable cry as it suffered pain. His body shook and almost fell to the ground. Wang Yu took the opportunity to attack again and continuously threw punches, smashing into the body of the fiery rock demon. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Yu punched his fists to the flesh, and every punch that landed on the body of the fiery rock demon made a dull ringing sound. The flaming rock demon also acted extremely strong, not even screaming when its bones were smashed, but instead, it became even more frantic. But it was ultimately futile. After Wang Yu's fist smashed the arm of the blazing rock demon, it could no longer stop Wang Yu's sudden advance and could only allow Wang Yu's fist to bombard its head. Finally, the blazing rock demon let out a mournful scream and its body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, only to see that its head was like a ripe watermelon, covered in cracks, with white liquid flowing down the cracks. You have slain the golden one-star fiery rock demon and gained 11,000 points of soul power. The beep sounded. Wang Yu's soul power grew once again and was not far from the silver 6 stars. Let's see how many points the golden one-star fiery rock demon can offer me again. Wang Yu's heart moved and he aimed the watch on his wrist that was used to record points at the blazing rock demon. Chapter 74 Siege of Wang Yu. Just in the next moment, Wang Yu realized that a set of numbers appeared on his watch. 1,200. That's 1,200 points. Not bad, a good start. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. It was a good sign that the level had increased and the points had risen considerably after killing a gold-level demon. Not to mention that this was just the beginning. He had only just entered the ruined city and there were still plenty of demons within the 023 city. However, Wang Yu was just about to leave when he heard a strange sound coming from the distance. There was a demonic hiss in the sound, heavy footsteps, and the sound of buildings collapsing. It looks like the battle just now still caught the attention of the other demons. Good coming, though. In the face of the impending crisis, Wang Yu acted easily without the slightest panic. Click. He bent down and broke off 2 of the sharpest teeth of the fiery rock devils and held them in his hands as battle knives. It was also at that moment that demons had already rushed out of the broken alleyways and crumbling buildings with a surprising amount of vigor. These demons come in many varieties and shapes. Some demons were short and dwarf-like, some were slender and snake-like, able to nimbly weave through the ruins, and others had wings and were able to fly through the air and launch attacks from the air. Boom! A dilapidated signal tower behind Wang Yu was suddenly set ablaze. The metal was burning, so one could imagine to what extent this flame was overbearing. When Wang Yu turned to look, he saw a figure made up of flames at the top of the signal tower, holding a big burning sword in his hand. It was none other than a powerful inferno demon. From the other party's aura, Wang Yu could tell that this was definitely a gold-level demon. However, in the next moment, Wang Yu felt another burst of coldness, and the sky was strangely drifting with snowflakes. The sizzling sensation brought about by the appearance of the inferno demon dissipated a lot. Click, click, click. Immediately after, a dilapidated residential building that Wang Yu was in was instantly frozen. A blue figure came to the roof of the building and looked down on Wang Yu from above. Frostbite. And it was also a gold-level frost demon. Wang Yu was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that they would actually startle 2 gold-level demons to descend together. Good. Wang Yu licked his lips excitedly. Slaying these 2 gold-rank demons would definitely lead to a level breakthrough. No! There's another gold level. Wang Yu steeply turned his gaze to a gloomy alley. It was empty there, but Wang Yu had just truly noticed a figure flickering away. It was definitely not an illusion. In other words, there's a gold-ranked shadow demon. The shadow demon, whose body is like a shadow, is able to blend into the darkness, making it hard to detect. The shadow demon's attacks were very bizarre. It could hide in the shadows and launch attacks, leaving people defenseless. Shoo shoo shoo. With the appearance of a few gold-level demons, the demons immediately launched a fierce attack towards Wang Yu. The flame demon ejected powerful flames. The frost demon summoned ice cones that roamed the sky, and Wang Yu also felt that there was a consciousness locking onto him, and everywhere he might unleash a thunderous attack. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was the shadow demon waiting in the shadows to launch an attack. On top of that, there were also a large number of ground spikes, poison mist, and weakening magic falling towards Wang Yu. The demons also seemed to know how difficult Wang Yu was to deal with, and they all launched their attacks from afar, not choosing to fight Wang Yu in close combat. Wang Yu did not have the slightest fear when facing the attacks of these demons. Wang Yu first rushed towards the flame demon. Shoot the man first, capture the thief first. This inferno demon was the most powerful and should be dealt with first. The other side. Not far from this place, there were many members of the training camp who had infiltrated the 023 city that had been startled. Such a wide range of attacks are the demons in a firefight for territory? The snipers may be able to pick a peach. It's not like someone's touched the demon's lair, is it? Go over there and see if you can pull one off. The crowd had different thoughts, then coincidentally ran towards the place where Wang Yu was. And at this point, Wang Yu nimbly dodged the flames sprayed out by the flame demon and finally arrived under the high tower. Seeing this, the inferno demon was not the least bit panicked. Did this human even dare to enter within the flame coverage? If one dares to enter, one is bound to burn it to a crisp. Even, it stopped attacking and looked at Wang Yu with a teasing look in its eyes, waiting for Wang Yu to climb up. So what if I just climb up there? Wang Yu coldly smiled as he suddenly rushed up to the flame-covered signal tower. As a result, the flames that could ignite steel did not hurt to cause a single bit of damage to Wang Yu. Not even strands of hair were burned. How? Inferno was confused. It's the gold-level human contractors who have to be injured within its flame field, and this silver-level person grossly uninjured? A distance of several dozen meters was just a matter of moments for Wang Yu. Swish! Wang Yu wielded blazing rock demon's devil's tooth and chopped at Inferno demon's body. The sharp teeth collided with the Inferno demon's body, making a crisp sound, sparks flying, scale armor cracking, and hot blood splashing like lava. The Inferno devil let out a miserable scream as it suffered pain. His body shook and it almost fell off the tower. Wang Yu took the opportunity to attack again as he continuously stabbed out the devil's teeth towards the vital parts of the Inferno. Ouch. The Inferno screamed continuously as it was stabbed one after another. Swish! In the next moment, it coalesced its flaming wings and flew down from the tower, landing on the crumbling residential building where the frost demon was located. However, before Inferno could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a stern aura coming from behind him. It and the frost demon turned around at the same time, and they saw Wang Yu appear behind them as if he was a ghost, and the two demon fangs stabbed at them respectively. What the hell? Did this human teleport here? But I've never heard of a zombie teleporting either. Ding ding ding. The devil's teeth collided with the bodies of the frost demon and Inferno demon with a crisp sound and sparks flying everywhere. The frost demon let out a miserable scream as it suffered pain. Its body retreated in a hurry. The same goes for Inferno. However, Wang Yu's attacks were extremely strong, and he did not lose out in the slightest 1-on-2, and it could even be said that he was completely suppressing the two demons. A moment later, Wang Yu violently threw two devil's teeth penetrating through the bodies of the two demons, causing them to be seriously injured. The two gold-level demons let out howls at the same time. They are asking for help. The voice was urgent, sometimes low, sometimes high. Wang Yu could not understand the language of the demons, but he knew that the frost demon and the Inferno demon were bound to be cursing dirty at this time. So much so, the shadow demon that was like a shadowy viper could no longer hold steady and chose to strike. In the next moment, Wang Yu felt a stern aura that attacked the back of his head. Shadow demon finally showed up. Chapter 75. I want you to help me cultivate. Look, it's Wang Yu fighting the demons. I said who's so awesome, pressing several gold-level demons to fight by himself. At this point in time, a lot of people have been sniffing around. They were lurking in the shadows, carefully observing what was happening in the arena, and they were all stunned at once. No, I have to go help. A bloodthirsty teenager was about to show up and help Wang Yu, but he was pulled back by someone on the side. You wait. Let go of me. I can't stand by and watch my countrymen die. You guys want to reap the benefits. I don't want to. The teenager said righteously. No, I wanted to remind you that with your silver-level strength stepping within the sea of fire of an inferno demon, you will be burnt to a crisp. Not to mention, there's the ice elemental magic released by the frost demon. At those words, the teenager scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I just spoke too loudly. The teenager came to his senses. A person of his class could not intervene in Wang Yu's battle with the gold-level demons, and for him to go up there would be nothing more than giving away his head. Pointless. Wang Yu's battle with the Inferno Demon and the Frost Demon was clearly not something he could intervene in at this level. Not good, Yushin is in danger. The teenager's pupils shrank and he exclaimed in a low voice. From his line of sight, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. The shadow behind Wang Yu even slowly stood up and turned into a hideous demon, and that demon also waved its ebony claws at Wang Yu. As if he was oblivious, Wang Yu continued to suppress the Inferno Demon and Frost Demon, as if he was oblivious to the impending danger. Shadow Demon. In addition to the Inferno Demon and the Frost Demon, there's actually a third gold-level demon lurking. With this lineup, even a true gold-level contractor would have to kneel. At this moment, people's hearts were in their throats, ruthlessly sweating for Wang Yu. Shadow demons have the ability to travel among shadows. Wherever there are shadows, they can instantly move or teleport. It's very bizarre. This is the main reason why shadow demons are natural assassins. At this point, the shadow demon was secretly pleased in its heart. It felt that its sneak attack had already succeeded by 90%. The next moment was the image of chopping off this human's head and blood spraying up. Swish! A black claw was like a long knife slashing at Wang Yu's neck. However, just as its attack landed on Wang Yu's body, something unexpected happened. Wang Yu was surprisingly unharmed, and that seemingly powerful attack seemed to have struck an impenetrable barrier. Even the force of the recoil caused the shadow demon to feel his arm go numb. Was his body forged with platinum-grade materials? The shadow demon was horrified in its heart, and it couldn't believe the scene in front of it at all. Its eyes widened as it looked at Wang Yu's back, a strong uneasiness welling up in its heart. Just then, it saw Wang Yu's slight sideways face, and the corner of its mouth lifted up in a weird smile. That smile was full of confidence and mockery, laughing at the shadow demon's insouciance. No? It was treacherous. It was that human who deliberately revealed a breach to me. The shadow demon felt at this moment that Wang Yu's smile was simply more evil than a demon. It realized it had been tricked. However, before it could react, a powerful force erupted from Wang Yu. Blue arcs of electricity jumped around Wang Yu's body with crackling sounds. In the next moment, Wang Yu waved his hands and countless streaks of thunder shot towards the three demons like sharp swords. It was a terrifying power of thunder that instantly illuminated the entire ruined city. The Inferno demon bore the brunt of the attack, and its blazing flames were instantly suppressed under the thunder's attack. The thunder struck the Inferno's body with a deafening explosion. The Inferno roared in agony as its body was penetrated by a powerful electric current and its flames dimmed. The Frost Demon tried to use its ice to resist the thunder's attack, but that ice was like fragile glass in front of the thunder, shattering instantly. The thunder struck the Frost Demon, splitting its icy body in half. The Frost Demon let out a desperate scream before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Thunder enveloped it like a dragnet, and its erratic figure had nowhere to hide under the thunder's attack. The powerful electric current instantly split the Shadow Demon into charcoal. 3 gold-level demons were thus split into charcoal under the terrifying power of the thunder. Crap, crap, crap. I don't know what to say except bull. Originally I thought Yushin was going to be caught in a passive situation, but it turned out to be a break that was deliberately sold to pull the 3 gold-level demons together and then give them a violent output. The people lurking in the dark were stunned by the scene of Wang Yu's great display of power. Now that I think about it, their previous worries were simply redundant. It's too redundant. The thunder light dissipated, and the 3 powerful demons fell. Their bodies now turned into a pile of lifeless charcoal. Kill the golden 2-star Inferno and gain 12,000 points of soul power. Kill a gold 3-star Frost Demon and gain 13,000 soul points. Slay the golden 2-star shadow demon and gain 12,000 soul points. And after Wang Yu had killed the 3 great golden demons, he also welcomed a change. In a matter of moments, he had broken through to the silver 5-star, and his soul power would be pushed to the peak of the silver 5-star realm again. Just one step away from silver 6 stars. Wang Yu licked his lips in excitement as he took another look at the silver and bronze level demons that were in the distance and not approaching. I want you to help me cultivate. Wang Yu leapt down from under the roof of the building. That human is coming at us for the kill. Damn human. Don't you come over here. The surrounding demons panicked when they saw that the leader had been decapitated. Even the alpha was killed. Aren't they just little plops? Their original arrogant aura instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless fear. The demons began to flee in all directions, and they scurried through the ruined city like headless flies. But would Wang Yu let them go? Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, he swiftly chased after these demons. Wang Yu once again released the power of thunder, and this time, the thunder was even denser and more ferocious. Blue arcs of electricity traveled through the ruins, each one taking the life of a demon. The demons let out miserable screams under the thunder's attack, but this could not stop Wang Yu's killing in any way. His eyes were filled with coldness, and he had no mercy for these demons. Kill silver 5-star imp, gain 500 points of soul power. Kill the silver 7-star brute force demon and gain. Chapter 76. Epilepsy. On the other side of the city, a large and imposing brute force demon stood silently. The monster was more than 5 meters tall. Its scales glittered with a dazzling light, and its muscles were as solid and powerful as hard granite. However, right at this moment, a mysterious gray light suddenly enveloped it. After the light cleared, something startling happened. The brute force demon's body began to change rapidly. Its originally smooth skin became dry and wrinkled. As if it had experienced the erosion of years, its hard scales lost their former luster and became dull. Just like the bark of an old tree that had dried up in the wind, its once robust muscles disappeared as well, leaving only loose skin and powerless sinews. In the blink of an eye, the gold-level brute force demon in the prime of its life had unexpectedly turned into an aging husk. As its body aged, its strength dissipated instantly, its knees weakened, and it fell to the ground involuntarily. Supporting itself on the ground with trembling paws, it lifted its head with difficulty and gazed incredulously at the figure not far away. That figure was shrouded under a long gray robe, and in his hand he clutched a white bone staff. He stood there, exuding a mysterious aura that made people feel an inexplicable fear. Who the hell are you, indentured servant? The brute force demon opened its mouth with difficulty, emitting a hoarse and weak voice, but it still could not hide the shock and disbelief in it. Undead contractors who could control the power of time, this was beyond imagination. It has come to the earth for decades, but it has never eaten such a powerful opponent. No, it has never even heard of it. The figure slowly spoke. Eternal King! The Eternal King? The brute force demon was stunned at first, then he was shocked. You're one of the human weapons, an S+ ranked contractor? There are many demons that specialize in mind control and other abilities that have long infiltrated human society and have gained access to a great deal of classified information. Some of the demons had also heard about the existence of S+ class contractors. To know about the S+ rank, it seems that your identity isn't simple either. A hint of vigilance flashed through Zhao Heng's heart. There's a golden thread on your back. You're actually a Demon King descendant. Zhao Heng looked at the other party in surprise, his eyes revealing greed. Only the bloodline is too impure. It doesn't even have the bloodline skill turned on. But it should also be worth quite a few points. With that, he raised the white bone staff in his hand, which shone with an eerie light. With a click, the head of the brute force demon, who possessed a trace of the Demon King's bloodline, was severed by a mysterious force and fell to the ground. As Zhao Heng watched this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. 1,200 points? Not bad. He opened his smartwatch and confirmed the increase in points. After recording the points, Zhao Heng glanced aside. It's time to come out after sneaking around for so long, isn't it? Or are you waiting for me to ask you to come out? He said indifferently, at the same time, raised the white bone staff in his hand, which immediately lit up with a grayish glow. Young Zhao, don't make a move. I'll be right out. As the voice rang out, a figure, like a ghost, quickly leapt down from an abandoned building. Gu Tianyuan. Zhao Heng frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. You followed me? No, no, no. Gu Tianyuan hurriedly waved his hands, a look of trepidation on his face. Young Zhao, you've misunderstood. I'm not stalking you. I just happened to pass by here and inadvertently realized that you were in the middle of a fierce battle with a demon, and wanted to come over to help, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful and kill that demon in the blink of an eye. As he said that, he looked towards the corpse of the brute force demon on the ground, and a flash of marvel and envy flashed in his eyes. Worthy of being a legendary S+ ranked genius, killing gold-ranked demons as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs, it's really an eye-opener. Gu Tianyuan didn't hide his admiration for Zhao Heng's strength. I guess this must be the first gold-grade demon to be decapitated. Young Zhao, you deserve to be the #1 person in our training camp. As he spoke, he kept on flattering Zhao Heng, with all kinds of praises pouring out like a tidal wave, as if he wanted to hold Zhao Heng up to the sky. You know that too? S+? Zhao Heng's voice was filled with surprise and doubt. Gu Tianyuan proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, to introduce myself, I come from the imperial capital Gu family, the future first successor of the Gu family. His tone revealed an innate sense of superiority and confidence. I see. Zhao Heng nodded in sudden realization. The Gu family was a renowned family in the whole of Daxia, possessing immense power and wealth, and as the first heir of the Gu family, he naturally knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know. However, Zhao Heng wasn't impressed by Gu Tianyuan's status as he said indifferently. If that's all you want to say, then you can leave. I'm going to continue killing demons to gain points. His unrelenting expulsion order. Gu Tianyuan's complexion moved slightly. He didn't expect Zhao Heng to treat him with such indifference, but he quickly regained his composure. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and slowly said, Young Zhao, if you want to deal with Wang Yu, I can help you? A sinister color flashed in Gu Tianyuan's eyes as he gently made a neck-wiping motion, hinting at his determination against Wang Yu. You help me? Zhao Heng's eyes flickered as he seemed to ask with some doubt and uncertainty. That's right. I'll help you. Gu Tianyuan replied with a firm gaze and a solemn tone. However, right at this moment, Zhao Heng suddenly let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just by virtue of you, you also want to help me? It's really ridiculous. His laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. Hearing these words, Gu Tianyuan's face instantly turned iron blue as he clenched his fists tightly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. He understood in his heart that Zhao Heng was belittling him, thinking that he was not qualified to help himself. I must win over Wang Yu, Zhao Heng said in a resolute tone. Then, he added, however, Wang Yu has the potential to become a pillar of Great Xia in the future. I will defeat him and definitely not kill him. After saying these words, Zhao Heng turned around and left without hesitation, leaving Gu Tianyuan standing alone, his heart filled with astonishment. How could he have never imagined that this seemingly arrogant and unruly eternal king had such a deep sense of righteousness hidden deep within his heart? Just very topsy-turvy. Ta-da-da-da. A sound of footsteps came from far away and a figure arrived beside Gu Tianyuan. Cousin, Zhao Heng refuses to cooperate, Gu Tianyuan said with a resentful face. It's okay. Long Tian'ao smiled faintly. But if we don't stop that bastard Wang Yu, he will become stronger and stronger, Gu Tianyuan said worriedly. Don't worry, cousin. As long as the two of them kill each other and lose, we will have the chance to reap the benefits, Long Tian'ao said confidently. Cousin, you? Gu Tianyuan was pleasantly surprised. Long Tian'ao smiled. That's right. I've broken through to the gold level. The current me already has enough strength to take control of the situation. When they fight to the point of losing, that's when we'll strike. On the other side, the battle had come to an end. Kill the silver 5-star dream demon and gain 500 points of soul power. As the beep sounded, Wang Yu looked delighted. Finally, another breakthrough. Chapter 77 Zhao Wuji's Worry. Commander-in-Chief, a signal has come back. Inside the camp of the elite genius training camp, Zhao Wuji quickly walked up to Dongfang Wuji and said with a grave expression on his face. Oh, how did they perform? How big is the gap between Wang Yu and Zhao Heng? Dongfang Wuji asked with interest. He was looking forward to the results of this assessment. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and slowly said, there is a difference of more than 5,000. What? The gap is surprisingly so great. When Dongfang Wuji heard this, his pupils contracted violently, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He never expected the gap between the two to be so wide. It was also the first time that Zhao Wuji had seen this general commanding envoy lose his temper like this, so he hurriedly explained, "Yes, when I just got this result, I was also very surprised. So I did some double-checking, but that's the way it is, the gap is really very big." Dongfang Wuji frowned and fell into deep thought. He originally thought that Wang Yu and Zhao Heng were both excellent trainees with equal strength, but now it seemed that he might have underestimated Zhao Heng's ability. This kid, Zhao Heng, actually managed to exceed Wang Yu by more than 5,000 points. This is really out of my expectation. Dongfang Wuji muttered, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. However, just in the next moment, the smile on Dongfang Wuji's face came to a screeching halt as he saw Zhao Wuji acting awkwardly, looking like he was about to say something. "Just say what you have to say. No need to stammer," Dongfang Wuji said. "That, Chief Commander Envoy, there is indeed a difference of more than 5,000 points, but it's not that Zhao Heng surpassed Wang Yu, but rather that Wang Yu surpassed Zhao Heng by more than 5,000 points." Zhao Wuji finally gathered the courage to confess. "What?" Dongfang Wuji was shocked at his words. This was the second time he lost his temper today. "How did Wang Yu gain so many points? Did you count the points from before?" Dongfang Wuji asked incredulously. "Of course not. The points gained within the camp and the points from the actual combat test will not be accumulated until after the actual combat test." Zhao Wuji hastened to explain. "The current scores are the scores from Wang Yu and Zhao Heng's actual combat test." Hearing this, Dongfang Wuji frowned, realizing that something was wrong. At this time, Zhao Wuji spoke cautiously, "Chief Commander, I'm very worried about one thing right now." Dongfang Wuji directly ordered, "If you have something to say, just say it straight. There's no need to stammer." Zhao Wuji hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his worries. "Do you think that Wang Yu, this whetstone, will nullify Zhao Heng's sword?" The other side. 023 ruined cities. Wang Yu had already cleaned up the battlefield, and also at that moment, the people hidden in the shadows came into the light. There were 7 or 8 of them. "You guys came long ago?" Wang Yu asked indifferently. There was a moment of embarrassment for the crowd. "Originally, I thought there was a commotion over here and wanted to come and fish in troubled waters. Then I realized that it was Yushin fighting a group of demons by himself, and then I wanted to help, but I realized that we couldn't intervene in the battle at all. Just while thinking of a countermeasure, the battle ended." "Well, thanks a lot." Wang Yu nodded. "So we're leaving? Go. Wait." Suddenly, Wang Yu called out to them again. "What's the matter, Yujin?" The crowd stopped, looking puzzled. Wang Yu, on the other hand, came directly in front of a slightly chubby teenager, pointing at the capybara plush toy on his backpack and asked, "Where did this come from?" "Yushin, you like it? I'll give it to you." The slightly chubby teenager directly picked it off. "I asked you where did this come from?" Wang Yu pressed again. Pick up, pick up." The slightly chubby teenager was about to cry. In this moment, he felt as if Wang Yu was trying to eat people. In the training camp, Wang Yu had seen this plush toy on Linju, and it was almost inseparable from Linju. As seen here, a strong uneasiness surged in Wang Yu's heart. He eagerly questioned the man about Linju's whereabouts. "I picked it up in front of an abandoned mall, and found it interesting, so I picked it up," the slightly chubby teenager hurriedly replied. "It's just that at the abandoned mall, I felt a chill down my spine, so I didn't explore and hurriedly left. However, there does seem to be some traces of battle around." The slightly chubby teenager struggled to recall. "Can you take me there?" The bad feeling in Wang Yu's heart grew stronger. "Sure." The slightly chubby teenager replied in the affirmative. "Good." Wang Yu carried the slightly chubby teenager without saying anything and directly left. Knowing Lin Zhu's whereabouts, Wang Yu decided to immediately head to that underground mall. "Ushin, cross the street and you'll see that mall. But you have to be careful. When I crossed this alley before, it felt like there was someone staring behind me." After a long time, a slightly chubby teenager alerted outside an alley. "I think your advice is good, you're free to go." After Wang Yu finished speaking, he directly rushed into the alley. It was fast and loud. "Slightly chubby teen, I thought you were going to take my advice." Just then, the dangerous situation described by the slightly chubby teenager suddenly descended. 2 dark figures leapt down from the buildings on both sides like ghosts. Surprisingly, they were 2 shadow demons that exuded an evil aura. Their eyes glittered with madness and hideousness as they stared at Wang Yu tightly, as if they regarded him as a delicious prey. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, Two dazzling purple electric lights cut through the void and instantly struck these two shadow demons with astonishing speed. The purple electric light was extremely deadly, mercilessly obliterating their lives. Without the slightest pause in his pace, Wang Yu crossed the entire street in the blink of an eye and reached the other end. At this moment, the two shadow demons that had been struck by the purple electric light had their bodies become charred and black, crashing lifelessly to the ground. Bull! The slightly chubby teenager looked at Wang Yu's dashing and floating back and silently gave a thumbs up. The mall is located deep in the city. Just as the slightly chubby teenager had said, Wang Yu realized that there were indeed traces of battle here. Wang Yu walked into the mall and was also alert. Once a shopper's paradise, it's now a den of demons. The mall had an eerie aura about it, with eerie glimmers on the walls, and all sorts of debris on the floor as well as some fresh blood. And some drag marks. The bad premonition in Wang Yu's heart intensified. Fizzle. Before Wang Yu could continue to go deeper, there were already demons that had sensed a human invasion. Thus, immediately demons appeared. These demons resembled giant spiders, their eyes flashing red as they crawled down the walls. There were also some hanging upside down through finger-thick spider silks. Wang Yu immediately recognized that these spiders were also a type of demon arachnid. This was a race that was not considered very strong amongst the demonic communities, but it was by no means something to be messed with. Chapter 78. The moment the demon appeared, Wang Yu understood in his heart that now was definitely not the time to hesitate. Especially being within the demon's lair, it was a crisis, time was short, and every second of hesitation could bring fatal consequences. Brush up. Wang Yu's figure was as fast as a meteor, moving continuously within this dimly lit space. Above his palm, there was a layer of silver light flickering, which was powerful spatial power. Fizzle. The arachnids weren't stupid, and immediately made a counterattack as well. The arachnids lunged at Wang Yu with their teeth and claws. Their bodies were huge, their faces were hideous, and the venom spat out from their mouths emitted a pungent odor. Humans were also the enemies of demons, so they attacked without mercy, striking out in a desperate attempt to put Wang Yu to death. If any other gold-level undead contractors were here, they would have already panicked in the face of such a ferocious attack. Because it's a 10-death situation. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Wang Yu's heart did not fluctuate. Swish! With a flash of silver light on his body, he even directly launched the power of space and instantly moved outside of the spider demon's blockade attack, nimbly avoiding the spider demon's attack while quickly striking out to give the spider demon a fatal blow. At this moment, Wang Yu's hands were like two indestructible blades that could easily tear through the void. Wherever they passed, the arachnids fell like dumplings. His palms danced as swiftly as lightning, mercilessly cutting into the bodies of the spider demons. Each and every one of them was instantly killed under Wang Yu's attack. Their bodies were neatly sliced into two halves, and green blood gushed out, splattering on the ground, creating a chilling sight. Whether it was a bronze level, silver level, or gold level arachnid, they all looked fragile in front of Wang Yu, as if they were papier-mâché. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so spider demons had all been cut down by Wang Yu, while Wang Yu's body was not stained with the slightest trace of blood, and remained in a spotless state. After killing these arachnids, Wang Yu did not stay in the same place for too long. It doesn't even keep track of the points. There was only one thought in his mind right now: saving people. He stared intently at the blood and drag marks on the ground and tracked them without hesitation. Along the way, although there were some demons that sensed Wang Yu's presence and tried to attack him, but these demons were weak and could not stop Wang Yu's progress at all, and Wang Yu easily swung to kill these demons one by one. As Wang Yu continued to go deeper and deeper, he gradually arrived at the 4th underground level. This mall must have been very luxurious when it was first built, and even with 4 underground floors, it's not at all overwhelming. The roof of the shed is 4 or 5 meters high, and the spaciousness makes it seem as if you have forgotten that you are underground. However, when Wang Yu stepped into this lair, the scene in front of him stunned him. Only a throne made of white bones came into view, and that throne exuded an eerie aura. On top of the throne sat a figure shrouded in ebony armor, unable to see its face or what kind of creature it was. However, Wang Yu could feel the powerful aura radiating from him. It's likely to surpass the gold level, Wang Yu secretly estimated in his heart. The line of sight moved, and Wang Yu saw that in front of the throne, there was an altar built by thousands of skulls, making people shiver. Above the altar, a dozen or so chained men were laid out, their faces showing expressions of pain and fear. Wang Yu saw Lin Zhu at a glance. She had a few bruises on her body. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with despair. It's really Lin Zhu. At this moment, the speculation in Wang Yu's heart was confirmed. He was thankful that it was not too late. After all, Lin Zhu was considered his only friend in the training camp. The others around Lin Zhu were also members of the training camp. Some of them were struggling painfully, trying to break free from their chains, but were unable to do so. Others were lying quietly on the altar, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate, with their eyes lifeless. And there were still others, lying motionless, their lives and deaths unknown. In front of the altar, there were also 4 hideous-looking figures kneeling, which were also a type of demon, but relatively small in size, only about 2 meters. They had 1 eye and 1 horn, and their mouths were full of sharp fangs, looking extremely terrifying. These demons seemed to be performing some kind of evil ritual. They were chanting under their breath and holding some strange spells made of white bones in their hands. Surprisingly, it's a soul-devouring demon. The soul-devouring demons were a powerful race with a demon king bloodline, specializes in controlling souls and manipulating them, sucking up souls and growing themselves. Evil to the core, so to speak. They are sacrificing themselves to an unknown ancient being. Wang Yu instantly understood what these beasts were doing. To demons, humans are just food like cattle and sheep, and Lin Zhu and the others were the tribute they offered to the unknown being. Wang Yu estimated that it was most likely related to the figure on the throne. But, whatever the reason, I won't let you get away with it. Wang Yu directly pinched the spell. Rumble. In the next moment, a purple thunderbolt steeply lit up within the space, like a hideous evil dragon pouncing towards the 4 gold-level demons with teeth and claws. With a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to be shaken. Roar! This sudden attack caused all 4 soul-devouring demons to be shocked. How dare anyone attack them? Who's got the nerve? However, just as they had flashed this thought, the companion beside them didn't even have time to react in any way before they were instantly struck by that purple thunderbolt. Their bodies blown to smithereens, killing them on the spot. The other 3 major gold-level demons all stared with wide eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. To be able to kill a gold-level demon with just 1 strike, what exactly was the origin of this incoming person? Their hearts were filled with doubt and fear. However, despite the doubts in their hearts, the 3 great demons didn't hesitate in the slightest and acted quickly. They spread out, each occupying a different position, watching the shadows warily. Just then, a zombie undead walked out. How dare you brutally murder my compatriots? How unforgivable! One of the soul-devouring demons stretched out its sharp claws and questioned angrily. Don't you also want to kill my countrymen? Guilty as charged. Wang Yu's voice was cold and heartless, coming from the 9 hells, filled with endless killing intent. His words were as piercing as the cold wind, causing the air around him to instantly become extremely cold. Guilty as charged? With you, a silver 6-star human who can only sneak attack. After a soul-devouring demon carefully sensed Wang Yu's soul power, it could not help but sneer and ask in return. Disdain and mockery flickered in its eyes, clearly not optimistic about Wang Yu's strength. Chapter 79. Resurrection. Wang Yu, run! Just then, Lin Zhu on the altar also recognized Wang Yu and anxiously shouted, Hurry up! They are all gold-level demons. At this moment, Lin Zhu's heart was filled with worry and fear. She knew that these gold-level demons were powerful and not something that ordinary people could deal with. And Wang Yu's sudden appearance and sneak attack to kill a gold-level demon had undoubtedly aroused the alertness of the other demons. Now, with 3 gold-level demons striking at the same time, would Wang Yu be able to deal with such a situation? Lin Zhu had no idea in her heart, but she was never willing to see Wang Yu in danger for saving them. Yujin, don't take any chances. I'm afraid to die, but I don't want anything bad to happen to you because of me, so go. There's no need to put your life on the line for us. I just hope when you get out there, you can tell everyone that we're not cowards. Others at the altar yelled at that moment. There was even a hint of crying in some people's voices, inwardly very fearful of death. But they still hoped that Wang Yu would not risk his life. It seems like you guys have an uncomplicated relationship. However, right at this moment, a soul-devouring demon suddenly had a hideous smile on its face as it coldly looked at Wang Yu with a teasing expression. Then, it extended its claws towards the altar from afar, and a terrifying energy surged out from its hands, instantly enveloping the entire altar. In the next moment, an invisible force quietly descended, sweeping in like a powerful whirlwind. This force instantly wrapped Lin Zhu tightly, as if an invisible hand was picking her up in the air. Lin Zhu's face twisted with pain as she desperately struggled, but her strength was too small compared to the soul-devouring demon. I don't suppose, indentured servant, that you would wish misfortune upon your companion? The soul-devouring demon let out an eerie laugh, with an evil gleam in its eyes. Undo the undead fusion state, then kneel. However, as soon as the words fell, the face of that soul-devouring demon suddenly changed drastically, and a strong sense of crisis surged through his heart. It instinctively moved its body in an attempt to avoid the impending danger. At the same time, a meter-long pitch-black spatial crack suddenly appeared where it had originally stood. Even though the soul-devouring demon reacted in time, it was still a step too late. That spatial crack mercilessly severed the arm it had raised, and blood spurted out, staining the ground. Ah! Only at this moment did the soul-devouring demon let out an agonizing scream that echoed throughout the space. Lin Zhu, on the other hand, was lucky enough to fall from midair and land heavily on top of the altar. Spatial power, it actually still controls spatial power. How is this possible? First thunder, now space, what kind of undead is he contracting? At this moment, those three soul-devouring demons were confused. They had seen many contractors, but such a powerful one with multiple abilities was unheard of. What was even more outrageous was that this contractor only had the strength of a mere silver 6-star, yet he was able to easily harm them gold-level existences. Join hands to exterminate him. Absolutely cannot let him live. The three soul-devouring demons realized that the situation was not right and immediately decided to take joint actions to destroy Wang Yu. They attacked at the same time, condensing their spiritual energy into a powerful storm that swept towards Wang Yu like a black whirlwind. Swish! Right at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed across Wang Yu's body, and he instantly disappeared in place. This was exactly the kind of spatial transfer he had mastered. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind a soul-devouring demon. One could only see silver light flashing on his palm, like a supreme divine weapon, and with an overpowering aura, he ruthlessly chopped down the soul-devouring demon's head. In an instant, ink-colored blood splattered in all directions, splashing up to great heights. Seeing this, the other demon opened its mouth and cursed, #@%. Wang Yu could not understand what the soul-devouring demon was cursing, but from the other party's hideous expression, he could tell that it must have been a very unpleasant expletive. Whoosh! Wang Yu suddenly extended his right hand and violently plunged it into the void in front of him. What kind of operation is this? In the distance, a stunned look appeared in the eyes of that soul-devouring demon. Then it slowly lowered its head to its chest, only to see that the half of Wang Yu's arm that had been inserted into the void had penetrated through the void and appeared in front of its chest and was deeply inserted into its chest. There are actually earthly space powers used. So obscene. The soul-devouring demon muttered with a face full of astonishment. Wang Yu ignored its taunts, clenched his fist tightly and squeezed it. Only a muffled sound was heard as the soul-devouring demon's heart was crushed alive by him. As Wang Yu withdrew his hand, the soul-devouring demon's body slowly knelt down. Hiss! The crowd present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening in front of them. Two gold-level demons were easily killed by Wang Yu just like that. Yushin's strength is so strong that it's a bit perverted. The crowd marveled. They, who were originally worried about Wang Yu, were shocked to see such a ferocious performance from Wang Yu at this moment. It's too strong. It's just too strong. The only remaining soul-devouring demon was filled with fear and panic when it saw its companion being cut down so easily.
他嘴里哇啦哇啦地骂着，同时不断向后退缩。
However, how could Wang Yu let this demon go? He instantly moved behind the soul-devouring demon and then easily killed it. That's awesome. One person against 3 gold-level demons, and still instantly killed in seconds. You God. From this day forward, I am your most loyal devotee. On the altar, people expressed their gratitude and worship to Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu could not help but frown, because he didn't receive the system's kill tone, which meant that none of the 4 soul-eater demons had actually died. Click here. Wang Yu pinched off the chains binding the people one by one, freeing them. Yu Shen, today's great favor is unforgettable. In the future, if you need me, just speak. I definitely won't frown. Wang Yu waved his hand. This is not the time to talk about this. Hurry. In his heart, he knew very well that although they were temporarily out of danger, this place was still in crisis. However, just then, a discordant voice rang out. Where can you go if you want to leave? This voice contained endless anger and killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately afterward, the entire ground began to shake slightly, and dust rustled down from the roof of the shed. Wang Yu's heart tightened as he instantly landed his sight on the armor-clad figure, only to see that the figure that was originally as motionless as a statue even slowly stood up, and at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping across the entire arena. This aura was like an invisible mountain pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 80: Exchanging Wounds for Life. The throne piled up by countless ghastly white bones exuded an eerie aura. Above the throne, a black figure slowly stood up, as if the figure was a demon god coming out of the endless darkness, emitting a chillingly powerful aura. This aura was like a raging tsunami, instantly spreading out in all directions. Under the shroud of this aura, the crowd only felt that they were like a lone boat floating on the vast ocean, with the possibility of capsizing at any time. It was an unspeakably oppressive feeling that made one's breath catch. Wang Yu stood in the middle of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the black figure on the throne. His eyes revealed a hint of gravity. A platinum-level demon? Wang Yu's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this silent space. When the black figure on the throne heard Wang Yu's words, he slightly turned his head sideways, revealing a pair of eyes that flashed with a strange light hidden under the black armor. Sort of. The figure's voice was low and hoarse, and with a disdainful tone he said, "If it was a few decades ago, this general's aura would have been enough to crush you all." Wang Yu frowned slightly, pondering the strength of this demon in his heart. From its words, it could be heard that this demon was once incomparably powerful, only that somehow its strength had diminished nowadays. Those 4 soul-devouring demons sacrificed their souls to awaken you. Are you the ancient ancestor they wanted to awaken? Wang Yu asked indifferently. Hearing Wang Yu's speculation, the faces of the people on the altar changed drastically. How dare I call myself an ancient ancestor? The black armored figure shook his head slowly, the black helmet glinting eerily in the dim light. However, those soul-devouring demons did use their souls to awaken me. Since you have come here, become my sacrifices. I can smell the fresh scent emanating from your soul. The black armored figure finished speaking and suddenly struck out. Only a black light shot out from the black armored figure's hand, coming at the crowd like lightning. Seeing this, Wang Yu immediately shouted, "Spread out." The crowd heard Wang Yu's shout and fled in all directions. Wang Yu slammed his fist onto the black on. The powerful impact caused Wang Yu's body to slightly shake, and he took several steps back continuously. Is this the power of the platinum level? Wang Yu was quite shaken in his heart as he fought with a platinum level for the first time. When the black armored figure saw that his attack was blocked by Wang Yu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A bit of skill, but this is just the beginning. The black armored figure finished speaking and struck out again. This time, the black armored figure danced with both hands, and a black light shot towards Wang Yu like a sharp arrow. Wang Yu's eyes stared, knowing that he could not be passive. His figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared behind the black armored figure, and in his hands, he condensed a powerful thunder force and smashed it towards the black armored figure's back. The black armored demon's armor had extremely strong defense, and the thunder attacks released by Wang Yu that landed on its armor could only emit a dull sound, but could not cause substantial damage to it. Wang Yu was secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect the defense of this black armored demon to be so strong. This was the first time he had lost his thunderbolt, and at this moment, the black armored demon turned around and waved his backhand, a black wave of energy coming towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu hurriedly instantly moved again and avoided the energy wave. If the power of thunder doesn't work, then space cutting. Wang Yu concentrated and mobilized the energy within his body, and a spatial rift with a mysterious glow appeared beside the black armored demon. Swish! The spatial rift suddenly appeared, catching the black armored demon off guard and instantly chopping through its armor. Through the gap, Wang Yu saw that underneath the armor, it was not flesh, but surging black mist. What kind of demon is this? Wang Yu had no relevant knowledge in his memory. You hurt me? Bloody hell! The black armored demon was shocked and furious in his heart. At the same time, it released its soul power to fill the entire space, making advanced predictions on Wang Yu's every move. Whenever Wang Yu was about to unleash the power of spatial cutting, the black armored demon could always sense it in advance and dodge it in time. How cunning! Wang Yu secretly gritted his teeth. The unknown breed of black armored demon in front of him was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. However, because of the ability of spatial instantaneous transfer, the black armored demon would not be able to injure Wang Yu. Yushin was actually able to fight a platinum-level demon? More than just passing through. Can't you see that the black armored demon is also very afraid of Yushin's attacks? The crowd was once again shocked by Wang Yu's strength. It wasn't that they didn't want to step in and help, it was just that they were all injured and their combat power was pitifully low. Secondly, the black armored demon's soul pressure was too strong, and it was fine for them to stay where they were, but if they tried to move, they had the feeling of being stuck in a deep quagmire. Not going up to add to the mess was the biggest help to Wang Yu. Griffin, is that all you can do is hide? The black armored demon was slow to attack Wang Yu and roared in anger. I'll believe that your soul power is endless and can outlast me. When you run out of soul power, that's when you'll die. Wang Yu's heart suddenly stirred. An idea surfaced. Injury for life. However, the soul power feedback that would be obtained from decapitating a platinum-level demon must be astonishing. Moreover, after decapitating this platinum-level demon, Wang Yu believed that he would definitely be able to pull off a huge score, and no one in the training camp would be able to surpass him. Rich and powerful, put up a fight. Wang Yu decided to take a chance. However, he didn't show weakness rashly, but gradually showed that his soul power was not good. After being bombarded by 2 or 3 black manies in succession, Wang Yu fell to the ground and struggled several times without getting up. The pain is real. A platinum-level attack was enough to cause damage to his body. Not jumping? Bugs. The black armored demon really took the bait as it rushed towards Wang Yu and kicked Wang Yu heavily in the waist. The black armored demon instinctively protected his hands at his waist when he saw Wang Yu. But, in the next moment, shock flashed in its pupils. Because instead of fending off the attack, Wang Yu took the initiative to grab its feet. You! The black armored demon exclaimed. Go to hell! Wang Yu's expression was hideous. In the next moment, a powerful soul power erupted from his body, as well as a piercing silver light. Tearing and tearing, space was shredded like cloth, and spatial cracks appeared at the front and back of the black armored demon as well as above it, cutting viciously at it. Click, click, click. The black armor that was able to withstand the bombardment of thunder power was like papier-mâché in front of the spatial cuts, and was instantly torn to shreds. In the blink of an eye, a pair of black armor was cut into a dozen parts, and a large amount of black mist escaped from the black armor. Damn! This general curses you to a horrible death. The black armored demon's voice echoed in the void. Chapter 81. Battle against the Eternal King. If the curse worked, I'd be dead already. As Wang Yu's indifferent voice rang out, more spatial cracks appeared, crisscrossing across, slicing the black armored demon's body into countless pieces, leaving only the head. Click. Wang Yu sliced the helmet, revealing his hideous head. It was also a soul-devouring demon. Wang Yu recognized the other party's race. That's right, less than the Demon King level. If one's body is destroyed and still survives, the power of the soul must be extremely powerful. I'm afraid that only a few races such as the soul-devouring demons can do it. Wang Yu thought to himself. Kill the platinum 2-star soul-devouring demon and gain 52,000 points of soul power. Boom! As the beep sounded, Wang Yu's soul power skyrocketed. In an instant, it broke through the silver 7-star mark. And it's still elevated. Coming! It's finally here. Wang Yu was elated in his heart. In order to decapitate the black armored demon, he had taken a few blasts, and it wasn't pleasant. But the rewards are now extremely lucrative as well. More than 50,000 soul power was enough for him to make consecutive breakthroughs. Click! Not long after, another crunch sounded from within his body, and his level once again increased by 1 level. Silver 8 stars. Not bad. A smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. The opportunity was rare, and he thought about raising his rank to silver 9 stars or directly breaking through to gold before this examination was over. Ding! Using his smartwatch, Wang Yu scanned the soul-devouring demon's head. Soon, the words, +10,000 points appeared on the display. Now Wang Yu's points had broken through the 20,000 points mark. Sure enough, This lingering demon general is the boss of 023 City. Wang Yu was even more convinced of his previous guess. Crisis averted? Just now I thought that I was going to be accounted for today. If it weren't for the UGIO, do you think you'd still be alive? Ashigami, I want to sing a song for you. Always asking for it without ever saying thank you. The training camp crowd also came back to their senses at that moment. The joy of the aftermath. Facing Wang Yu, they were even more grateful. Wang Yu, this lingering soul-devouring demon should be the lord of 023 City, and demons have a heavy sense of territory. I don't think any demons should appear here in a short period of time. Instead of risking going outside to evacuate, you guys should wait here. When I kill all the demons outside and the test is over, you can safely evacuate then. Wang Yu said to the crowd. We're staying here and not going anywhere. The crowd nodded. Wang Yu had a point. Just isn't it overbearing to kill all the demons out there? It was also Wang Yu, if another person said these words, they would all think that the other party was just blowing smoke. Wang Yu. Lin Zhu suddenly spoke out. What's wrong? Wang Yu asked. Be careful. Even though there were 1,000 words in his heart, Lin Zhu only uttered these 3 words. Wang Yu waved his hand at Lin Zhu and his figure gradually disappeared from the crowd's sight. The wind is howling and the dust is filling the sky. Wang Yu walked in the wind, his clothes hunting, his long black hair dancing in the wind, and a pair of black eyes that searched for the devil. Everyone else was hiding from the demons, ambushing them in secret, sneaking up on them and hunting them. Wang Yu, however, was afraid that the demon would not be able to discover himself. After leaving the mall, Wang Yu had already killed 5 gold-level demons and gained another 6,000 points, and now was looking for his next target. Wang Yu, I finally found you. However, instead of finding the demon, Wang Yu meets Zhao Heng, only to see that Zhao Heng, who had transformed into an undead spirit, was clad in a long gray robe, and under the hood, a pair of eyes that flickered with an eerie light revealed a powerful confidence. The mysterious power lingered around his body, giving Wang Yu an inauthentic feeling. Wang Yu, you will definitely lose today. His voice was low and powerful, echoing through the ruins with an unrivaled aura. Okay, you win. Wang Yu didn't bother with Zhao Heng and turned around. What he wanted to do most right now was to kill demons and level up. There was little point in fighting with Zhao Heng's intentions. Zhao Heng? Question mark. What the hell? He doesn't give a about me? What do you mean you turned around and left? Did you admit defeat? Zhao Heng had the meaning of a child arm wrestling with an adult, and the adult smiled and said no more arm wrestling, you win. Damn it, Wang Yu is taunting me. Zhao Heng felt insulted. No, you can't leave. Zhao Heng let out a shrill cry. Roaring, Zhao Heng was the first to attack as he waved his hands and light erupted from the white bone scepter. The power of time surged out like a tidal wave, and Wang Yu subconsciously chose to dodge. And that light brushed against Wang Yu and shot off into the distance. Only to see that wherever the light passed through, the grass and trees withered instantly, the walls instantly became mottled, and the stones weathered quickly, as if they had experienced 1,000 years of wind and frost. This is the power of time? Wang Yu looked at Zhao Heng in surprise. It was the first time he had encountered an undead that could manipulate time. It's never even mentioned in the books. Oh? You can actually tell that my powers are related to time. Zhao Heng laughed coldly. That's right. My ability is to control time. They all call me the King of Eternity. Why don't you still worship? Just you are worthy? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Hearing Zhao Heng say that, Wang Yu relaxed instead. Then I'll beat you to your knees. This time, you can't even escape. Time flood. As his voice fell, Zhao Heng attacked again. Above the white bone staff, a brilliant light erupted as if it was a tiny sun. The majestic power of time, like a torrent, swept in all directions. However, this time Wang Yu did not put up any resistance. Wang Yu stood there quietly, facing Zhao Heng's attack straight on. Because the shogun possessed the characteristic existence of not aging, not dying, and not perishing, he wasn't afraid of the aging of time at all. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The originally sturdy, cold luster of the metal street lamp, by the flood of time mercilessly washed, instantly covered with mottled rust. These rust stains like snakes crawling all over the street lamp. With the passage of time, these rusts continue to erode the body of the street lamp, making it become broken and shaky. And those once tall buildings, under the influence of this mysterious force, also appeared to be in a state of disrepair, permeated with an air of decay, and each building was turning into nothingness little by little, like a sand castle blown away by the wind. The power of time has the ability to change the sea. Even if Zhao Heng was only displaying a slight amount of might right now, it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! The torrent of time was rushing and raging, but Wang Yu was not moved in the slightest. When Zhao Heng saw that Wang Yu was no longer dodging, his heart could not help but be stunned. He did not expect Wang Yu to be so bold as to dare to face his power of time directly. Could he have fought the onslaught of the ages of time? Wang Yu, do you think you can resist my power of time? Delusional. Even a platinum-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to fight against me. Zhao Heng sneered. However, a few moments passed, but Wang Yu remained unharmed. It was as if his body was unaffected by time, still retaining its youthful appearance, his frame still standing upright. The confidence on Zhao Heng's face gradually disappeared. Chapter 82, New Vengeance and Old Hatred. How can you not have changed a little? Zhao Heng was surprised. Astonishment flickered in the pupils under the gray cloak. It's amazing. Wang Yu's performance was even more relaxed than the platinum-level powerhouses he had fought against. Wang Yu looked at Zhao Heng and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Zhao Heng, your power of time is ineffective against me. Now it's my turn to counterattack. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he raised his hands and the power of thunder instantly erupted. The sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. A thick streak of lightning like a silver snake traveled through the clouds, cheering for Wang Yu. On the contrary, Zhao Heng was already confused. Wang Yu's line, the power of time is ineffective against me, directly dry breaks his defense. How in the world can anyone ignore time's strength? One must know that it was the general commander of the military ministry, Dongfang Wuji, who had once asserted that it was he who was unable to ignore Zhao Heng's attack. At this moment, the self-confidence that Zhao Heng had generated from contracting the witch demon of time collapsed. Rumble! Wang Yu waved his hands and lightning rained down on Zhao Heng. Each bolt of lightning contained a powerful force, like a hideous dragon that was going to tear apart the enemy in front of it. Flashes of blinding electric light brought Zhao Heng's thoughts back to reality. Eternity at hand. Zhao Heng felt the destructive power contained in the thunder and didn't dare to take it lightly. So he hastily mobilized the power of time and formed a special field around him. A grayish glow came out of Zhao Heng's body through his body, covering the surrounding area of 1 meter. A normal person's step is close to a meter. Electricity can span an unknown number of meters in a flash. But when the thunder came to a 1 meter place around Zhao Heng's body, it was as if it had fallen into a quagmire and was slow. It seemed like a short distance of 1 meter, but in reality, it would take 1,000 or 10,000 years to run into Zhao Heng. Time deceleration? Wang Yu could see the clues. Wang Yu understood that it was too difficult to rely on Thunderblast to hit Zhao Heng. In the next moment, the spatial power surged around Wang Yu and the space was distorted. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Heng. The power of space. How is that possible? Zhao Heng's heart was filled with shock. Wang Yu showed another ability that surprised him. Time and space are powers far beyond the other elements. Time and space are also forces that can check and balance each other. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Wang Yu, but he did not expect Wang Yu's strength to be so terrifying. Wang Yu swung his fist without any fancy and smashed it at the head of the witch demon incarnated by Zhao Heng. With a loud bang, Zhao Heng was smashed out. Zhao Heng is the witch demon of time. But witch demons were after all witch demons, specializing in magical damage, with their own strength and defense being relatively weak. At this time, having received a solid punch from Wang Yu, there was a feeling of dizziness. Wang Yu was in hot pursuit and continued to launch attacks. Each of his punches and kicks contained a powerful force, making it difficult for Zhao Heng to fight. Wang Yu's attacks came like a raging storm, and Zhao Heng had been pressured by Wang Yu. Boo! Zhao Heng's undead fusion state was hardened by Wang Yu. Boom! Wang Yu threw another punch, once again sending Zhao Heng flying and crashing heavily into the wall a dozen meters away, then watched as Zhao Heng slid down the wall. You win. When Zhao Heng finished saying this, his head tilted and he unexpectedly fainted directly. He suffered a severe blow to his body and mind. Wang Yu gave Zhao Heng a deep look and shook his head. This person was wild, arrogant, unruly, and unseen, but Wang Yu had not felt any killing intent from his body. In other words, he just simply wants to beat himself. Put in a martial arts novel, Zhao Heng was a martial arts nerd who wanted to be #1 in the martial arts world. As for Zhao Heng, He had suffered a not-so-slightly severe injury and might not be able to fuse the undead for months. Just leave you here. Whether you live or die depends on your life. Wang Yu still didn't kill and turned around to leave. Cousin, he really is here. Suddenly, a surprise cheer came into the arena. Immediately after that, two behemoths leapt into the field. One end is a bone dragon, the other is also a bone dragon. Only, one of the bone dragons had a turquoise color all over its body, while the other had a golden body, as if it was cast in gold. Turquoise bone dragons. Golden bone dragon. 2S class undead. Wang Yu immediately recognized the level of the other undead and also recognized the identity of the two. Gu Tianyuan. Long Tianao. You guys finally. Cousin. Look at Zhao Heng falling unconscious on the ground. Gu Tianyuan suddenly exclaimed. That's all and you're still S+ ranked? Can't even handle a Wang Yu. It's a disgrace. Gu Tianyuan snorted disdainfully. The Eternal King is nothing more than that. Long Tianao was also contemptuous. However, Wang Yu's strength should not be underestimated. He said that he despised Zhao Heng, but in reality Zhao Heng's strength was still above his. Even Zhao Heng was defeated. He also had to be cautious, and at this point, Wang Yu glanced at Zhao Heng with some surprise. Turns out that Zhao Heng is the legendary and mysterious S+ rank Eternal King. Is that his title? The compulsion is quite high. Cousin, I think you're still being overly cautious. Although Zhao Heng lost, I believe that Wang Yu won't win that easily either, so now is a good time to strike. Gu Tianyuan proposed. I'll test the water for you first. Good. Long Tianao recognized Gu Tianyuan's proposal. Click. The turquoise bone dragon exerted its power, and with every step that fell, the concrete pavement under its feet was suddenly split in pieces, a crack that spread in all directions. The huge head was placed low, aiming at Wang Yu with the hardest cranial roof. Coming good. At this moment, images flashed before Wang Yu's eyes like walking lights, and a vicious sentence resounded in his mind. Bastard. Still trying to enter my house. Someone. Tie him to the kennel. How dare you grab dog food from a dog? Give me dogs that are starving. I'll break your legs. You remember, here my dogs are 100 times more noble than your status. What? Begging me to let you go? Haha. Don't dream. I won't let you go unless you die. A child treats a teenager viciously. In the end, it forced the teenager to take the plunge. Although all of this was the experience of Wang Yu's predecessor, Wang Yu had a feeling of empathetic anger at this moment. Kill. Destroy everything in sight. At this moment, Wang Yu's eyes reddened. He merged his palms like swords and slashed down with force. A silver-colored blade, several meters long, sliced through space and viciously chopped down. No good. Far away, the golden bone dragon incarnated by Long Tianao let out a terrified roar. But it was too late. It could only watch as Wang Yu chopped off the head of the turquoise bone dragon. With a bang, the soul fire in the pupils of the turquoise bone dragon stopped pulsing in an instant. And then, the skeleton composed of the dragon's body was split into pieces and scattered all over the place, and with a flash of light, it disappeared. In its place, Gu Tianyuan's figure appeared in front of Wang Yu's eyes. No, don't kill me. Chapter 83. Raising Eyebrows. Give me a reason not to kill you. Wang Yu looked at Gu Tianyuan indifferently. Don't not kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can fulfill any condition you want. Gu Tianyuan soldiered on, counting the things he could do. Money, beautiful women, potions, exotic treasures. You know, I'm the future heir of the Gu family. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I can find a way to pluck them for you. Gu Tianyuan tried his best to please Wang Yu. Ha! Wang Yu suddenly laughed. Do you think I need these things now? This. Gu Tianyuan's pupils shrunk. Wang Yu's words were like a pot of cold water poured down hard. Yeah. The Wang Yu standing in front of him was no longer the beggar who had nothing and was living on the streets. Instead, it was the rising star of the Daxia Empire. A terrifying genius whose talent could hang the Eternal King. Future. All of Daxia belongs to him. Wang Yu, I was wrong. I kowtow to you. Gu Tianyuan knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. His forehead broke and blood flowed, and he didn't stop. What's a flesh wound compared to a life? Have you ever experienced despair? Wang Yu suddenly asked quietly. What? Gu Tianyuan was stunned, somewhat unable to understand what Wang Yu meant by uttering these words. Desperate? I'm desperate right now, okay? I asked you a question. I'm desperate right now. Not enough. What? Far from it. Wang Yu frowned and directly struck out. He waved his hand and cut off Gu Tianyuan's hands and feet. Ah! Gu Tianyuan fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Wang Yu, you shall not die. Cousin killed him. Gu Tianyuan shouted frantically. Far away. Long Tianao's heart was twitching. Wang Yu is really too ruthless. Strong and strong. Makes him very afraid. Wang Yu had just still displayed a powerful strength that made him fearful. Long Tianao, what are you waiting for? Didn't you say that everything is under your control? Hurry up and do it. You, shut up.
Long Qian ang grili hebuket Gu Tianyuan.
You're already like this, so don't drag me down. Wang Yu, there is actually no hatred between us, right? We don't even have any interactions between us. Long Tianao tried to set aside his relationship with Gu Tianyuan. I can spare you if you kill Gu Tianyuan. Wang Yu didn't bother with Long Tianao's explanation. What? Long Tianao was shocked. Gu Tianyuan was even more confused. I didn't expect Wang Yu to make such a perverted request. Snap. Wang Yu lightly snapped his fingers. Boom click. Electricity flashed in the sky and struck down hard. Rumble. A building not far from Long Tianao's side was collapsed by a thunderbolt. Long Tianao's heart was shocked. The power of this thunder was extraordinary. Gold-level contractors would also be blasted to cinders. My patience is limited. I will only give you 10 seconds. Wang Yu said indifferently. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3. You. Long Tianao's heart was shocked. Didn't we agree on 10 seconds? How can you jump to 5 in one go? But the situation is stronger than the people. His fate was in Wang Yu's hands, and he did not dare to disobey him. Cousin. Gu Tianyuan already had a bad feeling in his heart. Tianyuan, I'm sorry. Long Tianao's voice rang out. Then the golden ancient dragon slowly approached Gu Tianyuan with heavy steps.
No.
Gu Tianyuan roared in despair as he was horrified. Defenseless in the face of his enemies, badly wounded, and betrayed by his loved ones. At this moment, Gu Tianyuan truly experienced what it meant to be desperate. The heart is cold. Boom! The golden ancient dragon's foot landed heavily, directly stomping Gu Tianyuan, leaving a deep, large pit in the ground. Snap! At that moment, a round of applause broke out. Long Tianao turned around and looked at Wang Yu, who clapped his hands. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Wang Yu nodded. Then can you let me go now? Long Tianao asked. Of course. Wang Yu nodded his head. I have always been true to my word and convinced people with virtue. However. But what? Long Tianao didn't wait to breathe a sigh of relief, but a heart lifted up at once. But before you leave, I'm going to burst your undead first. Wang Yu's voice became steeply cold. Didn't you say you would spare me? Long Tianao roared in horror. Unable to fuse the undead, it would be incredibly difficult for him to survive in this 023 city that was filled with undead. Sparing your life is already a great gift. What is it that you don't like? As the words fell, Wang Yu instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Long Tianao. Brush. With a flash of silver light, the S-ranked undead golden ancient dragon, which was known for its defense and strength, was beheaded by Wang Yu like a papier-mâché. Boo! The golden ancient dragon's body instantly collapsed. Immediately after that, Long Tianao's main body fell to the ground. He was pale and had lost all blood color. Well, you can go now. Wang Yu looked at Long Tianao in a condescending manner. Long Tianao gave Wang Yu a resentful look and climbed up from the ground. But, before he could get far, a dark shadow fell from the sky. A flying devil with 2 wings on its back swooped down, like a hawk hunting for food, and grabbed Long Tianao, and then lifted its wings to mid-air. Wang Yu watched as this flying devil used its 2 claws to harden and tear Long Tianao into 2 pieces. Wang Yu thought about it but still didn't blast at this understanding flying demon. 2 days later, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Wuji arrived in front of Dongfang Wuji. Now that the demons in City 023 have basically been decimated, the examination can end. What's the gap between Zhao Heng and Wang Yu right now? Dongfang Wuji asked in a low voice. Zhao Wuji spread out his palms. 50,000. A despondent smile appeared on Dongfang Wuji's face. I really never thought that someone would be able to surpass the Eternal King's 50,000 points. Wang Yu is really too surprising. Zhao Wuji nodded. Yes, this kid Wang Yu really doesn't understand the world. That eternal king came to our training camp to study. Theoretically, this is a guest. Where is there a bit of face not left for the guest? Zhao Wuji was calm on the surface, but his heart was cool. Dongfang Wuji belittled Wang Yu and wanted to make Wang Yu a whetstone. Wang Yu had already proved with practical actions who exactly was the millstone. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Dongfang Wuji blankly glanced at Zhao Wuji. Laugh if you want to, don't hold it in. Stifle your body again. Old me admits that this time it was old me who looked away. Dongfang Wuji, as the commander-in-chief of the Daxia military department, was also a man of great vigor. Wrong is wrong, and there's nothing he's afraid to admit. Since the commander-in-chief has said so, then I will have to follow my orders. Ha ha ha. This kid Wang Yu, what a ING contender. Chapter 84 first. Laugh enough and go. Dongfang Wuji coldly grunted. Zhao Wuji's smile tightened, and he didn't dare to continue laughing. If you keep laughing, Lord Commander-in-Chief will have to hit someone. The fist of a king-level powerhouse wasn't that tasty. Commander-in-Chief, this way please. Zhao Wuji was in front, guiding Dongfang Wuji to the open space within the training camp. A dozen helicopters are ready. When Zhao Wuji and Dongfang Wuji boarded the plane, they took off in unison and headed straight to 023 City. You have slain the golden one-star chill demon and gained 11,000 points of soul power. Inside the ruined city, the last gold-level demon fell, and the soul power within Wang Yu's body broke through the bottleneck once again. Strong soul power erupted from Wang Yu's body, directly pressing the several bronze-level demons that were spying from afar onto the ground so hard that they could not get up. Is this the power of the gold level? Wang Yu clenched his fists. In 3 days' time, it was already impossible to remember how many demons had been beheaded. He has reached as many as 80,000 points. His soul power also made consecutive breakthroughs from silver 8 stars to gold level. Breaking through to the gold level, Wang Yu's strength had also qualitatively improved. If it was a rushing river before, it is now the mighty Yangtze River. Strength has increased several times over. Maybe now I can have a go with a diamond-level powerhouse. Wang Yu's mind thought darkly. Da-da-da-da. A sound came into his ears, and Wang Yu looked up to see a group of armed helicopters gradually approaching from the distant sky and finally hovering over the city. All cadets are requested to gather here. A voluminous voice that spread throughout the city. Immediately after, Wang Yu saw several figures, leaping down from dozens of meters in mid-air, landing on the tallest building in the city, waiting quietly. When Wang Yu arrived at the roof of the building, he found that 40 to 50 people had already gathered. Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and the others are all here. And before the crowd, there stood Dongfang Wuji, Zhao Wuji, and some instructors within the training camp. Wang Yu, Yujin. Upon seeing Wang Yu, the crowd took the initiative to greet him. Especially those who had been saved by Wang Yu. A look of gratitude appeared on their faces. Wang Yu, we've heard about your deeds. One man saved a lot of training camp members. Well done. A smile also appeared on Zhao Wuji's cold face. The more he looked at Wang Yu, the better he looked at him. It was as if he saw his former self in Wang Yu. Being praised so much by Zhao Wuji, Wang Yu didn't take credit for it and just nodded with a smile before standing aside. An hour later, the rooftop crowd went from 50 or 60 to 80 or 90. General, we've recovered all the smartwatches. And there are 5 of them, left here forever. A uniformed instructor came to Zhao Wuji's body and took out some bloodied watches. Several of the watches were also in tatters, obviously having suffered damage during the battle. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji said, "This is war. War kills people." Zhao Wuji's low voice rang out. The hearts of those who survived were filled with celebration. Others shedding tears. It could be sadness for what happened to a fellow traveler, or it could be a touching aftermath of a robbery. I now declare that the examination is over. Next I will announce the results of the examination. Zhao Wuji received a tablet from the hands of an instructor. It's time to announce the scores. I wonder who's in first place? That goes without saying. It's bound to be a Yu god. Don't talk too much. Zhao Heng being able to parachute into the training camp also proves his strength. There's no chance he'll become a dark horse. A lot of people were looking forward to it. 93rd place, Chun Chi, 210 points. 92nd place, Lin Zhou, 230 points. 91st. Zhao Wuji came forward from the back and announced the scores. The moment his voice rang out, Many people's hanging hearts finally died. Third place, Han Dong, 10,110 points. Half an hour later, Zhao Wuji finally announced the top 3.
Han Dong.
Wang Yu subconsciously looked at the young girl beside him. After noticing Wang Yu's gaze, Han Dong proudly raised his chin. I'm not so bad, am I? Quite good. Wang Yu praised. Wang Yu, how many points do you have? On the other side, Lin Zhu asked curiously. You guess. Wang Yu blinked. Lin Zhu said, I guess Wang Yu has 30,000 points. Ah, Zhu. I think you are still too conservative. Han Dong said, I dare to guess that Wang Yu reached 40,000 points. 40,000? Wang Yu smiled. Wang Yu, am I right? Han Dong tilted his head and asked. Pretty much. Wang Yu made a perfunctory remark. Anyway, Zhao Wuji was about to make an announcement, so there was no need for him to say anything more, and everyone else perked up their ears for fear of missing a word. Second place, Zhao Heng, 31,230 points. Finally, Zhao Wuji announced Zhao Heng's score. How much? 30,000. How many demons did that behead? Such high points and still not number 1? How perverted should that Yushin be? The moment Zhao Heng's results were announced, there was an uproar in the arena. 30,000. That's a number a lot of people don't even think about. I did keep it conservative. Lin Zhu was staggered. Looks like I guessed right. Han Dong revealed a smile. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wuji finally announced the final result. First place, Wang Yu, with a total of points, 85,200. Towards the end, Zhao Wuji's voice raised a few times. It gives a deafening feeling. Hiss. 80,000. It's bull. The moment was filled with shocked voices, but no one could utter a complete sentence. 30,000 was already a number they didn't dare to imagine. 80,000, it directly left people speechless. Excluding Wang Yu, the scores of the remaining 90 or so of them combined were just over 80,000. In other words, Wang Yu alone had gained more points than all 90 of them, worthy of being called a man of God. I originally thought that 40,000 points was already a very bold guess, but I didn't realize that I was only half right. Han Dong shook his head for a moment. Conservative? I'm still too conservative. Wang Yu, you didn't kill all the demons in this city, did you? Lin Zhu really couldn't figure out how Wang Yu did it. No. Wang Yu shook his head. My main goal is to kill gold-ranked demons. Silver-ranked ones will also be decapitated when I see them. As for bronze-ranked ones, I usually won't make a move. Han Dong's eyes suddenly became sultry. I said why there wasn't a single silver-ranked one in the demon lair I found. It was full of bronze-ranked trash. It turns out that I picked up your dog leftovers. That strong person in the demon lair was done away with by someone else. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Yu hurriedly set aside his relationship. Chapter 85, Early Graduation, Moving into the Academy. I now declare that the examination is over. All board in an orderly fashion and leave the ruined city. After announcing the results, Zhao Wuji announced the end of this practical test. Then, under the arrangement of the instructors, the cadets began to board the helicopter gunships in an organized manner. Soon, with over 90 people, only Wang Yu was left without boarding. And no instructor arranged for him to board. What the hell? Wang Yu was puzzled and uncertain. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there's another arrangement. Wang Yu thought and continued to wait. Wang Yu, your performance really surprised me. Just as Wang Yu was waiting to board the plane, a voice rang out from behind him. He turned to look and was stunned. Commander-in-Chief, General Zhao. That's right. The ones walking towards Wang Yu were none other than Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji. The person who spoke was not Zhao Wuji, but Dongfang Wuji. In Dongfang Wuji's eyes, Wang Yu also saw an undisguised look of astonishment. Just lucky. Killed a few more demons. Wang Yu replied modestly. Ha ha ha. What a lucky one. Old me would like to know how lucky you are, outperforming others by tens of thousands of points. Zhao Wuji asked Wang Yu with a smile. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Wang Yu, don't be modest, strength is strength. There's nothing that can't be recognized. What is your strength now? Let the Lord Commander-in-Chief hear it. On the side, Zhao Wuji's words dissolved Wang Yu's embarrassment. Wang Yu replied seriously. Just now, I broke through to the golden 1-star. Oh, gold 1-star now. No wonder you were able to kill so many demons. Zhao Wuji replied subconsciously. But with that said, he couldn't go on. Where else would you want to be wrong? No. You said you broke through to the golden one star? He asked Wang Yu in surprise. Yes. Wang Yu nodded heavily. This? Zhao Wuji was horrified when he heard this. How is this possible? He had clearly probed Wang Yu's situation, and it was clear that he was entangled in a curse, and it was only right that it was extremely difficult to break through the realm. But it's only been a few days. Just from silver 5 stars, breaking through to gold level? Not to mention that Wang Yu was burdened with a curse. Even the good ones who were normal without a curse wrapped around them couldn't match Wang Yu's breakthrough speed. Right? He subconsciously turned his gaze to the Lord Commander-in-Chief beside him. However, surprisingly to Zhao Wuji, there was a hint of surprise in his gaze as well. Obviously, he was also shocked by Wang Yu's words. Wang Yu, can old me take another look at your condition? Dongfang Wuji asked Wang Yu. Yes. Wang Yu did not reject the other party's request. Good. Dongfang Wuji nodded. And in the next moment, a strong soul force erupted from his body. Wang Yu only felt a huge consciousness sweeping over his body before everything returned to normal again. Weird. Really strange. Dongfang Wuji frowned and shook his head. He had discovered something that even he could not understand. Chief Commander, Wang Yu, he. Before Zhao Wuji finished speaking, Dongfang Wuji knew what Zhao Wuji wanted to ask and took the initiative to speak. I know what you want to ask. There were no surprises in the results of our previous check. That curse in Wang Yu's body is still there, blocking the breakthrough of his soul power. However, Wang Yu has managed to break through. After a pause, Dongfang Wuji added, moreover, Wang Yu still broke through to the gold level so quickly. Now there's something happening to him that the old man can't explain. Ha ha ha. I told you that this kid is different. Zhao Wuji smiled and laughed instead. No matter what, this is a good thing. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Time will give us the answer. Dongfang Wuji also had no choice but to nod. Turn around. I'll find those old guys and study Wang Yu's situation. Return to the camp first. Zhao Wuji pointed at the instructor beside him. You go send Wang Yu to board the plane. Yes. The instructor came to Wang Yu. Please follow me. Without realizing it, the tone of the instructor's voice changed. Even used please, not you. In his mind, he clearly regarded Wang Yu as someone on the same level as himself. Commander-in-Chief, what are your plans next? When Wang Yu left, Zhao Wuji tentatively asked Dongfang Wuji. It's come to this. Wang Yu's future was no longer his to decide. Zhao Wuji, you're right. This time, I was really wrong. Originally, I was planning to use Wang Yu to sharpen a protectorate blade, but I didn't expect this whetstone to turn into a supreme divine weapon. This brat, he has ruthlessly slapped old man's face. Dongfang Wuji smiled helplessly. As a king-level superpower, he actually looked away from a teenager. That's a big shame. If those old guys found out, they'd be laughed out of the room. Chief Commander Envoy, you can't be blamed for this matter. I can only say that Wang Yu is too stunning. Even the curse of the Demon King's bloodline can't cover up his brilliance. Truly the heavens have blessed my Xia with such an exceptional talent. Zhao Wuji was thrilled. You're right, Dongfang Wuji said. It is the fortune of my great Xia to have this amazing talent. None of the S+ grade heavenly prides of the world can be outshone. This sun is an absolute pearl. No matter what, we can't let it get dusty. Dongfang Wuji's voice was loud and contained unrivaled firmness. At this moment, he had thoroughly recognized Wang Yu and placed him at a height that no one had ever reached before. My subordinate is foolish. I don't know what the chief commander will arrange next? Zhao Wuji asked tentatively. You are not foolish at all. Dongfang Wuji rolled his eyes and added. The next step is naturally to give Wang Yu the topmost resources in all of Xia to cultivate him. And what? When we return to the camp, let Wang Yu close out from the training camp early. That place can no longer give him any help, and all the resources of the training camp are at his disposal. Dongfang Wuji said. As for after that, what should he arrange? Let him study at the academy first, then I have arrangements. Yes. Zhao Wuji's heart shook. Shuyuan. That's a gathering place for the S+ pride. There, all sorts of hard-to-find resources are at your fingertips. As far as Zhao Wuji knew, those who could serve as teachers in the academy were all starburst-level powerhouses. There was even a king-level powerhouse that sat in the academy and would occasionally show up to answer the doubts of the academy's disciples for free. One must know that, not to mention the geniuses of Xia, even if he, the general, wanted to be instructed by a king-level powerhouse, he would have to spend military merits. And as a general of the Grand Xia Empire, not to mention entering the academy, he wasn't even qualified to know where the exact location of the academy was. Wang Yu, one step closer to heaven. Zhao Wuji secretly sighed. Chapter 86. Wang Yu has no strength. Identities are self-given. Wang Yu is qualified to enter the academy all on his own talent and strength. Dongfang Wuji faintly said. Zhao Wuji said. It seems that on the contrary, Zhao Heng has made Wang Yu whole. Without him, it would be impossible to see how outstanding Wang Yu really is. Mentioned Zhao Heng. Dongfang Wuji's face revealed a touch of helplessness. It's just that this child, Zhao Heng, is also a proud son of heaven, but he suffered such a great blow. I don't know how long it will take to stand up. Dongfang Wuji remembered the Zhao Heng he had seen earlier. Eyes as dull as the walking dead. It was a stark contrast to the wild, debauched look he had when he entered the training camp earlier. It's possible that the shadow Wang Yu left on him will take a lifetime to heal. Zhao Wuji also expressed his worry. After all, Zhao Heng was a good seedling, and it would really be quite a pity if he were to fall flat on his face. Dongfang Wuji said, if he can walk out from this, he will soar to the heavens. Even if he is not as good as Wang Yu, he will not be inferior to the Lord of Souls and the few of them, and will truly possess the qualifications to become a pillar of the prime of the great Xia. Commander-in-Chief, there is one more thing. The expression on Zhao Wuji's face suddenly became serious. Say, among the unfortunate victims this time, there are two people who are rather special. Zhao Wuji had already known who stayed here forever. What's so special? Dongfang Wuji asked. There are two sons of the imperial capital Gu family. One is Gu Yanran's son, and the other is Gu Yanran's nephew. Dongfang Wuji snorted coldly. What about the Gu family? They are the ones who sent the people, and they should know clearly what they have to go through. It's the Führer's children who may meet with misfortune in the training camp. Chief Commander, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Zhao Wuji slowly spoke out what he had learned. Wang Yu's identity, his relationship with Bai Yanlang, and more. After a long time, Dongfang Wuji said, So, you mean to say that Wang Yu killed Gu Tunyuan and Long Tianao? My subordinate is just guessing. Zhao Wuji said, Guessing doesn't work. You have to have proof. Dongfang Wuji shook his head. It's not just you. It's anyone who wants to accuse Wang Yu. They have to show evidence. Otherwise, it is slander. Even the imperial capital Gu family is not qualified to slander Wang Yu. Do you understand what the old man means? Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly. Understood. Dongfang Wuji's attitude couldn't be more obvious. Wang Yu, he bailed. 3 hours later, the helicopter landed inside the training camp. Everyone got off the plane with a sense of post-hoc joy. It's really good to be back alive. There were some people who couldn't help but burst into tears. Today, stop all training and everyone get some rest. An instructor stood in front of the crowd and announced in a loud voice. Yes, I just want to sleep now. I want meat, I want meat. Mr. Wang Yu, you come with me. Wang Yu was just about to leave when the instructor called out to Wang Yu. Wang Yu followed in silence. The other side, imperial capital, Gu's group. Didn't I tell you not to come to me in the office without business? Gu Yanran looked at Bai Yanlang, who had barged into the office, and a flash of huffiness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Bai Yanlang, you don't really think you're the man of the Gu family, do you? Gu Yanran, I didn't come here today to argue with you. What surprised Gu Yanyan was that Bai Yanlang, who had always known only to go against the grain, had a very rare tough attitude. For a while, Gu Yanran was actually a bit speechless. And Bai Yanlang's next words even made Gu Yanran feel like she was struck by lightning. Something happened to Tian Yuan. What? Gu Yanran stood up straight away in surprise. Where is the injury? Has the best doctor been arranged to treat Tian Yuan? Shiranuro shook his head slowly, then closed his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, a crystalline tear slipped. Bai Yanlang, you punk, do you need me to teach you about this? Gu Yanran said and took out her cell phone. No need to call, Tian Yuan is dead. It's too late for everything. What did you say? Gu Yanran was struck by lightning, and unbelief was written all over her face. I know you're emotional, but I'd like you to take it easy right now. Bai Yanlang didn't care if Gu Yanyan could listen to him or not, and spoke to himself. Tian Yuan died a horrible death, not even leaving his body behind. Tian Ao is also miserable. Gu Yenran was already sobbing uncontrollably. How could this be? Clearly I have dispatched Long Tian'ao to protect Tianyuan. With Long Tian'ao's strength, he can definitely protect Tianyuan unharmed. There must be something else going on here. Gu Yanyan dialed a phone number. I want the entire list of names regarding this session of the Genius Training Camp. Remember, it's all of them, instructors and trainees alike. Seeing this, Bai Yanlang couldn't help but persuade. Yan, this matter is an accident. Gu Yanran angrily rebuked. Shut up, useless thing. There's no place for you to talk here. Tianyuan is my son, not yours. How can you understand my feelings? Even, your heart feels happy, doesn't it? Bai Yanlang looked heartbroken. Yanin, how can you say that? Although Tianyuan is not my biological son, I can treat him even better than my own son. You know this? Gu Yanran sneered. Don't think that I don't know that the reason why you're nice to Tianyuan is just for the sake of the status, position, and resources that I've given you. Being exposed for what he is. Shiranuro lowered his head and stopped talking. In front of this woman, his dignity was trampled to the ground. A few moments later, Gu Yenran's cell phone rang and 2 lists were sent to her phone. Gu Yenran looked closely. Suddenly, her pupils snapped. Wang Yu. There's actually Wang Yu in this training camp. I know, Tianyuan and Long Tian'ao's deaths must have something to do with Wang Yu. What? Bai Yanlang sniffed, raised his head in shock, and looked at Gu Yenran. Which Wang Yu are you talking about? In fact, a figure had surfaced in his mind, he just wasn't sure. Bai Yanlang, don't you dare pretend to be confused with me here. Which other Wang Yu could it be? Of course, it's your son with that. Gu Yenran said spitefully. It was your son that killed my son. Bai Yanlang was immediately struck by lightning. How is it possible? How can you join a genius training camp? Taking a step back, even if Wang Yu had luckily joined the training camp with the help of Lu Changtian, he didn't have the strength to pose any threat to Tianyuan and Long Tian'ao. After all, it hasn't been long since he was indentured. No strength? Oh! Gu Yenran laughed in exasperation. Wang Yu got more than 80,000 points in the practical test organized by the training camp, currently totaling over 100,000 points, leaving everyone else far behind. And you're telling me he doesn't have the strength? Chapter 87, Crazy Women. What did you say? Wang Yu actually came out on top in a training camp full of geniuses and got 100,000 points? Gu Yanyan's words set off shockwaves in Bai Yanlong's heart. As one of the generals of Daxia, he still knew the genius training camp very well. Deeply aware of how difficult it was to obtain 100,000 points in the actual combat examination. Let's not talk about 100,000 points. It's just getting 30,000 points is very tough. Throughout all the history of the training camp since its inception, the most outstanding geniuses had only gained 50,000 points. However, that person had become an S+ level existence in Daxia. The future is bound to be king. 100,000 points, never. Did Wang Yu slaughter the city? Otherwise, Bai Yanlang couldn't imagine how Wang Yu had gotten so many points. Now, am I discussing with you how Wang Yu gained points? The question, do you think it's important? Gu Yenran said coldly. Her voice was like a basin of cold water, splashing down on Shiranaru's head, causing him to cool down quickly. Now is indeed not the time to study how Wang Yu obtained 100,000 points. A look of embarrassment flashed across Shiramuro's face. Then do you still doubt Wang Yu's strength now? Do you still think that he is unable to pose a threat to Tianyuan and Tian'ao? Gu Yenran looked at Bai Yanlang coldly.
No.
Bai Yanlang shook his head. I really didn't expect that this rebellious son would possess such strength. Still called a rebellious son? Gu Yanyan asked coldly and humorously. No, not the adversary. Bai Yanlang immediately changed his words. He's not my son anymore for a long time. He's an animal. Even more unforgivable is the fact that he could be Tianyuan's murderer. I'm very sorry now. If I had known this, I would have spared both of my losses with Lu Changtian in the first place and killed Wang Yu. A look of deep remorse appeared on Shiran Lang's face. You're wrong. Gu Yenran shook her head. When Wang Yu committed suicide, he should have been disassembled and fed to wild dogs. Gu Yenran's voice was filled with hatred. Right? Shiranuro nodded heavily. He then asked, Huma, so what do you want to do next? Murder pays for life, blood pays for blood. That little brute Wang Yu victimized Tianyuan. I want his life. But Wang Yu is in the elite genius training camp right now, it's hard to deal with. I'll give you 1 day to mobilize your men. Tomorrow morning, we'll ask for people from the genius training camp. It's fine if they hand over Wang Yu. If they don't, you'll have to blame me for being unsympathetic. Gu Yanyan slammed the table and gave orders to Bai Yanlang with a lofty attitude. What, you're going to attack the training camp? Shirogane was shocked. He didn't expect Gu Yanran to be so crazy. Do you know what it will cost you if you forcefully attack the training camp? It was important to realize that the training camp contained a large number of military warriors and generals, as well as many geniuses who would be pivotal to Xia in the future. Once the war started, the offense would be tantamount to betraying the Grand Xia. At that time, not to mention Gu Yanyan and Bai Yanlang, it's the Gu family that will go up in smoke. That's a really big price to pay. Don't talk to me about family justice. I'm just a mother who lost her son now, and whoever harms my son, I want him to be buried with me. Even if it's against the whole world, I don't mind. Gu Yanran looked frantic. Bai Yanlang, are you afraid? If you're afraid, get out now and get out of the Gu family. But you'll also have to return all that the Gu family has given you. If my Gu family can cultivate one Bai Yanlang, it can cultivate a second one. If the Gu family leaves you, the Gu family will still be the imperial capital's prestigious family, while if you leave the Gu family, you'll be knocked back to your original form, and will still be the same weak, humble indentured servant. Being so heckled. Instead, Shiroiwaro lapsed into silence. Without much thinking, Bai Yanlang said, I'll go prepare. After saying that, he left the Gu group. Gu Yanran vented and calmed down. She then dialed a phone number. Li Juanheng, our son, dead. Gu Tianyuan is not the son of Gu Yanyan and Bai Yanlang. Instead, he was the son of Gu Yanyan and Li Juanheng, the head of the imperial capital's powerful Li family. It's just that, because of the age-old feud between the Gu and Li families, both families don't agree to be with each other. Gu Yanran wanted to seek death in a fit of anger. Coincidentally, it was saved by Shirai Iwaburo. After dying once, Gu Yanyan decided to live differently, so she took Bai Yanlang back to the Gu family in the imperial capital, giving Bai Yanlang status, position, and strength. And Bai Yanlang became Gu Tianyuan's nominal father. In order to be a good father, in order to curry favor with Gu Yanran, Bai Yanlang left his wife and abandoned his son, and watched his own son give someone else's son as a pet, and even to the point of killing his own son. Knock knock. Inside the training camp, there was a knock on Wang Yu's room door. Who? Wang Yu looked through the cat's eye and saw an instructor in military uniform standing outside the door. Crunch. Door open. Wang Yu asked in confusion, Is there a temporary action? Outside the door. The instructor shook his head. Don't misunderstand. It's General Zhao and the chief commander who want to see you. Just a moment. Wang Yu returned to his room to change into clean clothes before following the instructor to Zhao Wuji's office. You go in. The instructor stood outside the door like a doorman. Lord Commander-in-Chief. General Zhao. Entering the office, Wang Yu saw Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji standing side by side by the window. It was only with the sound of his voice that the two men turned back around. Wang Yu, take it easy. Zhao Wuji's serious face squeezed out a smile. Calling you here is to inform you that you can graduate. Wang Yu? He had a question mark on his face. I'm like, graduating from this? Yes, congratulations. But I've only been here a few days. All the more reason for me to congratulate you then. You're the fastest student to ever graduate from our camp. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, a hesitant look appeared on Wang Yu's face. Say what you have to say straight away. Dongfang Wuji could see that Wang Yu was in a difficult situation. Can I not graduate? Why? I can't let go of the instructors, my classmates, the big elbows in the cafeteria, the flowers. As soon as Wang Yu opened his mouth, he made Zhao Wuji and Dongfang Wuji very dismayed. Zhao Wuji. He darkened his face. Speak human. Wang Yu scratched his head. I want to stay because I haven't gotten the soul returning grass yet. After all, it's only available to the top-ranked person in the training camp. Wang Yu does not forget his beginnings. It had never been forgotten that the purpose of this trip was for this elixir that could bring Qin Feng's undead back from the dead. Oh, so it's because you can't afford to give up your reward. Dongfang Wuji shook his head and lost his smile. Chapter 88, Soldiers at the City. Wang Yu scratched his head. Don't worry. The soul-returning herb is yours. I have it all ready for you. As Zhao Wuji said, with a wave of his hand, a black wooden box appeared on the table in front of Wang Yu. A fresh scent filled the room. Wang Yu took a deep breath and was refreshed for a while. Inside this box, Wang Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. The heart is thrilled. It had been a few days since he had come to training camp, and for the first time he was so close to what he wanted. Inside this box is the soul ring grass that your brat is pining for. Zhao Wuji laughed. Hurry up and put it away. Not so good, Wang Yu said with his mouth, but with a swiftness that covered his ears. He grabbed the box in his hand and clutched it tightly. Your mouth is dishonest, but your body is honest. Can't see that you kid is still a slippery person. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Dongfang Wuji smiled faintly. There's no need to be so nervous. What's yours is yours, and no one else can snatch it. After all, you're the one with over 100,000 points. Even as he said that, a look of emotion passed through his eyes. After living most of his life, it was the first time he had seen such a perverted genius. The reason why he chose to let Wang Yu graduate early was also because he considered that even if Wang Yu laid down every day for the rest of the year, the others wouldn't be able to catch up. Speaking of points, Wang Yu once again wanted to speak. Points you can also exchange for needed items in advance. Zhao Wuji said, General Zhao, do you think I can still get tens of thousands of points if I don't graduate early and continue to stay in the training camp? Wang Yu blinked his eyes and looked at Zhao Wuji with anticipation. Zhao Wuji was stunned. This kid is knocking it out of the park. He wants more points. He subconsciously looked at Dongfang Wuji beside him, only to see that this chief commanding envoy of the Grand Xia military ministry slowly nodded his head. Good, the commander-in-chief has nodded his head. That one is not me, Zhao Wuji, bending the law. Zhao Wuji waved his hand. I'll give you a few extra tens of thousands of points to make up 150,000 for me. So you should be satisfied, right? Satisfied. Wang Yu smiled. He knew it was okay to go overboard as a human being, but not too much. What's more, getting tens of thousands of points for nothing is already quite a lot. A lot of people don't get that many points for graduating from boot camp yet. So I'll go back and get ready now? With the benefits in hand, Wang Yu did not want to stay for a moment. Wait! Dongfang Wuji suddenly called out to Wang Yu. Wang Yu turned to look at Dongfang Wuji and waited quietly for the latter. What are your plans after you graduate from boot camp? That's it? Wang Yu did not expect Dongfang Wuji to ask such a question. He was just about to blurt out that he was back in the army hunting demons. However, when the words came to his mouth, Wang Yu was somewhat unable to speak. Can we go back? He asked himself this subconsciously. Can't go back. He had killed Gu Tianyuan and Long Tianao, and that woman from the Gu family could be considered to be very powerful. Sooner or later, she would find out about herself. He hadn't forgotten the disaster on Qin Feng and Wu Lei. If he rejoins the team, surrounded by people, there's a good chance that something bad will still happen to him. But if we don't return to the army, where should we go? Wang Yu was a bit confused for a while. If you haven't thought of a good place to go, I do have a place to recommend. I wonder if you're interested in hearing about it? Willing to listen to the guidance of the Lord Commander-in-Chief. Wang Yu understood that Dongfang Wuji was trying to show himself the way. I know of a place called the Great Summer Academy, where it will be able to give you room to grow, not to mention that no one will bother you. Dongfang Wuji said with deep meaning. Daxia Academy. Wang Yu's pupils shrank. Then he nodded without hesitation. I am willing to study at the Great Summer Academy. That's a yes. Dongfang Wuji was surprised. He didn't expect Wang Yu to even ask for detailed information. Wang Yu nodded solemnly. I believe that the recommendation of Lord Commander-in-Chief is bound to be no mistake. Dongfang Wuji smiled. Good. Now you go and exchange your rewards. Tomorrow morning you can leave the training camp and return to Qin City. A week later, I will arrange for someone to pick you up from Qin City. Zhao Wuji reminded. Don't forget to say goodbye to your friends before you leave. Crunch. The heavy iron door was opened. Wang Yu walked out of the training camp with the sunrise. Wang Yu, I'll walk you to the station. A driver came in front of Wang Yu. However, before Wang Yu could get on the car, a dozen black commercial vehicles stopped not far from them, blocking Wang Yu's way. 7 or 8 people got out of each car. They dress up and attire uniformly. Black suit, black sunglasses and inches. Walking with a tiger. Who are you? The driver in front of Wang Yu's body changed his expression abruptly. There's nothing for you here, step aside. The big man at the head waved his hand impatiently. Wang Yu, come with us. With that, the big man reached out and grabbed Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu's reaction was swift. He grabbed the big man's hand with his backhand and then pulled it with force. The big man felt an irresistible force erupted from Wang Yu's hand. His body stumbled and fell to the ground. Wang Yu stepped on his back with one foot. "Who are you?" An icy color flashed in his eyes. "These people are coming for a reason. Xiao Yu, don't be nervous. These people were sent by me to pick you up." Just then, a voice came from behind the crowd. Immediately after the crowd dispersed, a figure that Wang Yu was very familiar with appeared and came before the crowd. "White-eyed wolves." Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. That's right. The person in front of him was that white-eyed wolf, Shirogane. On the contrary, Bai Yanlong's face changed when he heard that. But it was soon back to business as usual. "Sayu, how do you talk to daddy?" Bai Yanlang said warmly. "I know you graduated from the training camp today, so I specially brought someone to pick you up. How's that for organization?" Saying that, Bai Yanlang beckoned at Wang Yu. "Xiao Yu, come here. I've already booked a banquet at the best hotel in the imperial capital to receive you." At this moment, Shiryamuro looked like an amiable father. However, Wang Yu, was unmoved. He looked at Shirogane with eyes like an idiot. "Shirogane, how many dishes do you eat in the morning? Drinking like this. And don't just drink. Take some more cephalosporin." Shirayan Lang's expression changed. Wang Yu pointed at himself. "You don't even look at who I am? What virtue and what ability can I labor to greet you personally? And giving me a reception? I'm afraid it's a Hongmen banquet." Wang Yu taunted the white-eyed wolf one by one. While Bai Yanlang stood in place, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and his expression became grim. "Originally, I didn't want to get rough. In the meantime, another cold-sounding female voice came from the distance. Humph, useless trash. I said for you to make a direct strike. But you're playing the emotional card. It's simply superfluous." Chapter 89, Lawlessness. The crowd dispersed and Wang Yu saw a woman in a black suit with a white flower on her chest walk out. Gu Yanyan. Wang Yu immediately recognized the woman's identity. At the same time, a flood of memories emerged. "Get out of here, dog-like thing. Don't scratch my clothes dirty. Little beast, if my son hadn't wanted to keep you as a pet, I would have disposed of you long ago." In the beginning, the original body was unable to bear the humiliation and had begged Gu Yanran. What he got in return was a severe beating. It nearly killed the predecessor. Being chided in public, Shiranaru's face wasn't very pretty either. "This place is outside the training camp, after all, and I'm only doing this in the hopes that you can avoid some trouble." "No need." Gu Yanyan shook her head. "Wang Yu has already walked out of the training camp, so what trouble could there be? It's not us who are in trouble, it's him." Gu Yanran reached out and pointed at Wang Yu. "Arrest him for me. I will use his head to honor my son's soul in heaven." Sure enough, it was for Gu Tianyuan. In fact, Wang Yu figured out the reason the moment he saw Bai Yanlang. By the moment Gu Yanran appeared, it completely confirmed his suspicions. "Gu Tianyuan's death, I know. But what does it have to do with me? And what proof do you have that I am the murderer?" Wang Yu said, "You guys can't assume I'm a murderer just because I was in the same training camp as him, right?" Wang Yu looked at the crowd with secret vigilance, calculating what to do to get out of his current predicament. Not to mention Shiryamuro, a starburst-level indentured servant. It was Gu Yanyan who also gave him a strong sense of crisis. And those big men in black, each of their auras were not weak either, they should all be very powerful. Forcing a breakthrough or going hard against these people would definitely have no good results. However, with the power of space, it was not impossible for Wang Yu to get away, as long as it is utilized properly. Evidence. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Gu Yanran was first stunned, then laughed out loud. Gu Yanran act, why do I need evidence? As long as I decide that you are the murderer, then you are the murderer. Gu Yanran acted maniacally. What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you step in and take Wang Yu down? Wang Yu secretly clenched his fist. Gu Yanran is too lawless. This is how powerful the Gu family is. Do it. Shiryamuro also gave the order in a deep voice. As he gave the order, the black-clad men moved in. Previously, Wang Yu had casually defeated their captain. So this time they were all extra cautious and fused their undead. White Bone Rider, Abomination, Stitching Giants, Witch Demon, White Bone Manticore, dozens of undead, appeared in front of Wang Yu at the same time, vaguely forming a closed circle. 20 golds, 5 platinums, 2 diamonds, and 1 starburst-level powerhouse pressed into action. Such a huge power, enough to support a medium-sized battle, yet it's used against me. How dare you look down on me? Wang Yu looked at the many strong enemies without any fear and instead talked and laughed. As the voice fell, a strong soul power also erupted from Wang Yu's body and fused with Shogun. He's actually reached the gold level. Upon sensing Wang Yu's aura, Bai Yanlong's pupils shrunk violently and he cried out in shock. Gold level? What kind of talent is this? Gu Yanran's face also put on a look of emotion. One must know that it had not been long since Wang Yu contracted the undead, yet he had grown to this point. That future. No, this son must not be kept. Gu Yanyan's killing intent towards Wang Yu reached the extreme at this moment. Whether it was for the sake of Gu Tianyuan's revenge or to eliminate a future powerful enemy for the Gu family, Wang Yu had to die. Hooray! Without the need for Gu Yanyan or Bai Yanlang to give another order, there were already people disguised as undead, rushing towards Wang Yu. Seeing the raging crowd, Wang Yu instantly made up his mind. We'll just have to retreat back to the camp for now. As long as one is not sick in the head, one would not choose to get tough with these people. Currently, the only place Wang Yu has room for is the training camp. As for whether or not he could really block that crazy woman Gu Yanran, a moment's worth of hiding was a moment's worth. In the next moment, a silver-colored glow had risen around Wang Yu. However, just as he was about to unleash an instantaneous movement, a voice rang out. In front of the training camp's gate, you dare to strike out at the training camp's trainees. Do you really think that there is no one in my training camp? Boom! This voice was like a heavenly punishment, and it was vast. As this voice fell, the figures that pounced on Wang Yu were unexpectedly blown away by a terrifying force. The strong force even set off rolling smoke and dust that swept out in all directions. Yuma, look out! Bai Yanlang took a step forward and blocked in front of Gu Yanran, fending off the storm for her. A few moments later, the smoke cleared. Only then did the crowd see that there was an additional figure in front of Wang Yu. He was dressed in a military uniform, his face was majestic. His gaze was sharp as a knife. One did not dare to look directly at him. Even more striking was the general's star on his shoulder that shone with golden light. General Zhao. Wang Yu looked at the figure in front of him. His heart was warmed and slightly moved. Kid, are you all right? Zhao Wuji slightly sidestepped his face. Luckily General Zhao came in time. Otherwise I still don't know what kind of things are going to happen. Wang Yu looked as if his heart was palpitating. Hee, don't give me a hat if I don't show up. You also have the ability to retreat in one piece. Zhao Wuji didn't eat Wang Yu's set. Zhao Wuji, you want to protect Wang Yu? Gu Yanran stepped out from behind Bai Yanlang and stared coldly at Zhao Wuji. Gu Yanyan, how dare you strike at my training camp's trainees? Do you really think that I, Zhao Wuji, am made of clay? Zhao Wuji reset his gaze on Gu Yanyan. There was a hint of huff in his voice. Gu Yanyan targeting Wang Yu at the entrance of the training camp was tantamount to someone having a big one at your doorstep. Zhao Wuji. The matter between us and Wang Yu is a private matter that has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. To the side, Shirogane also spoke in a deep voice. A private matter? Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. That's right. As a father, is there anything wrong with me coming to take my son home? Bai Yanlang looked at Wang Yu. It's just that this son of mine is very rebellious, so I can only forcefully bring him back and discipline him properly. Zhao Wuji, as a daxia general, you have a lot of work to do day in and day out. You wouldn't still have the energy to pay attention to your parents, would you? Zhao Wuji's expression shifted for a moment. General Zhao, don't listen to his nonsense. Bai Yanlang's son Bai Yu died a long time ago, and my name Wang Yu has nothing to do with Bai Yanlang. Wang Yu didn't eat Bai Yanlang's set of words at all. Bai Yanlang, I'm warning you, don't climb relatives with me. I can't afford to lose that person. You! Bai Yanlang's eyelids fluttered furiously. Ha ha ha! You hear that? Zhao Wuji smiled broadly at his words. Wang Yu doesn't recognize you guys at all. I'll give you 10 seconds to get the hell out of here. The next moment, Zhao Wuji's face turned cold. If you don't roll after 10 seconds you have to not leave. All of them will be punished for trespassing into the military restricted area. Chapter 90. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li Juanheng. Trespassing in a restricted military zone? The moment Zhao Wuji said this, everyone's faces changed. You know, this is a felony. The penalty is imprisonment or death. Zhao Wuji, do you really want to tear yourself apart from me and the Gu family for Wang Yu? Gu Yanran questioned in a cold voice. The Gu family? Zhao Wuji smiled coldly. I'm the general of Daxia. Behind me is the entire Daxia's 300 million people. Can the Gu family be stronger than the entire Xia no matter how big it is? No matter how strong the Gu family is, can it be an enemy of the Grand Xia? Zhao Wuji's voice threw out. 1987. Ignoring the gloomy expressions of Gu Yanyan, Bai Yanlang, and the others, Zhao Wuji directly started the countdown. Wait! Gu Yanran suddenly interrupted Zhao Wuji's countdown. What else do you have to say? Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. I advise you that there's no point in messing around. I warn you, my patience is limited. Zhao Wuji revealed a look of impatience. Originally, I wanted to talk to you nicely and solve the problem in a calm manner. But that seems impossible now. Gu Yanran shook her head for a while. Wang Yu's expression changed when he saw this. His heart, which had just relaxed because of Zhao Wuji's appearance, lifted up once again. He had a feeling that this Gu Yanran was definitely not holding back her good farts. There's a good chance I have something on Zhao Wuji or a check on Zhao Wuji. Don't play God with me. Zhao Wuji coldly frowned. I'm not pretending. Look at what this is. Gu Yanyan flipped her hand and a craft envelope appeared in her hand. Zhao Wuji's pupils shrunk. He noticed the envelope in the sunlight, with golden lines flickering across the surface. This means it's a classified document from the War Department, and it's the top of the line kind. Phew! In the next moment, Gu Yanyan flexed her fingers and directly flicked the letter towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji stretched out his large rough hand and grasped the letter in his hand. This is a personal letter from the Deputy Chief Commander of the Military Ministry, Lord Li Juanheng. He wants to summon Wang Yu, and we will be responsible for leading the way. Gu Yanran said faintly. She also listened to Bai Yanlang's words, so she found Li Juanheng and asked for a warrant. Could avoid conflict and take Wang Yu away at the same time. It was just that Gu Yanyan didn't want others to know about his relationship with Li Juanheng, so he didn't take out the warrant earlier. What? Hearing Gu Yanyan's words, Wang Yu's expression changed. He had thought that Gu Yanyan had the means, but he hadn't thought that Gu Yanyan had actually alarmed the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Ministry of War. One must know that that person is a heavenly figure to Wang Yu. Dealing with him was as simple as crushing an ant. Wang Yu also noticed that Zhao Wuji's body trembled imperceptibly. Obviously, this Daxia general, too, felt the pressure. I don't believe that the Deputy Commander-in-Chief would help you against a child. Zhao Wuji was incredulous. A smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face, as if to say, see, victory is mine after all. Zhao Wuji opened the letter and read it over and over again. Only a couple dozen words. Zhao Wuji, however, has read it a dozen times. Only after making sure that he had read the message on the letter and that there wouldn't be any deviations, did Zhao Wuji reassemble the letter. In this moment, his hanging heart finally died. I really didn't think that the Deputy Commander-in-Chief would really help you guys against a child. A strong look of disappointment appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. However, hatred exploded in Gu Yanran's heart. If Li Juanheng doesn't help me, will he help you? Gu Tianyuan was his own son. And now that he had died horribly at the hands of Wang Yu, as a father, Li Juanheng certainly wanted to avenge his son's death. It's his duty as a father. As I said before, no one can protect Wang Yu. Not even you, the general who has 300 million people of Daxia standing behind him. Because you are also standing behind Li Juanheng, ha ha ha. The more Gu Yanran said, the more pleased she became. Looking at Zhao Wuji's gloomy face, her heart felt indescribably pleased. Zhao Wuji, it was fine for you to be your general. Why do you have to be strong for people? Why are you against me? Just be good and hand Wang Yu over to me. This time, you can't keep your decades of fame, can you? Subsequently, Gu Yanyan landed her eyes on Wang Yu again. Wang Yu, you didn't expect it, did you? The talisman you once had has now become your death charm. As a soldier, you should know that obeying orders is your natural duty. Now that the military order is like a mountain, what else do you have to say? Saying that, Gu Yanran's voice turned cold and scolded Wang Yu fiercely. What are you still standing there for? Come over here. Wang Yu hesitated. You have to think clearly. This is a military order. Even Zhao Wuji cannot interfere. Bai Yanlang, Zhao Wuji, you are both generals of Daxia, pivotal figures in the military. Tell me, what price should I pay for disobeying a military order? Zhao Wuji sniffed and fell into silence. He looked at Wang Yu, and his expression was filled with powerlessness. Gu Yanran, the Gu family, he could still carry on hard. However, he could not ignore Li Juanheng's warrant. Anyone who disobeys a military order will be beheaded. Shiryamuro replied coldly. Very well. Gu Yanran nodded with satisfaction, then reached out and pointed at Wang Yu. General Bai, go chop off Wang Yu's head, and anyone who dares to obstruct will be beheaded as well. Yes. Bai Yanlang did not have any hesitation and walked towards Wang Yu in large strides. As he walked, he swung his backhand, and a battle sword that shone with a cold light appeared in his hand. The tiger's venom is not a factor. Shiryamuro, however, is more venomous than a tiger. There was nothing he couldn't give for power. Today he is going to kill his son to prove the truth. It was wonderful. The old man has lived for decades. The yellow soil is buried up to his neck. I never thought I could see such a good show before I closed my eyes. Suddenly, a cold, icy voice rang out. Who's sneaking around? Come out if you have the guts. I want to see which one is so ungrateful to stand up for Wang Yuqiang. Gu Yanran said in a deep voice. At a time like this, there are still people helping Wang Yu? You don't know how to spell death? The warrant of the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Military Department is not for show. It's a proof of murder. However, Gu Yanran didn't see Zhao Wuji, and Wang Yu's eyes instantly lowered when they heard this voice, fearing that others would see the color of surprise in their eyes. A good helmsman of the Gu family, quite the spirit of killing gods and devils in the way of gods and devils in the way of devils. Cut the crap. If you know you're scared, hide away. Fear? Old me has never been afraid of facing hundreds of thousands of demonic armies. I have never been afraid of facing a demon king. In my entire life, I really don't know how to write the word fear. Hearing those words, Bai Yanlong's expression changed slightly. The old man who spoke seemed to be of great importance, and Gu Yanyan had long since been overwhelmed by anger and was no longer able to think calmly. She only had one thought, to kill Wang Yu and avenge Gu Tianyuan. Whoever gets in Wang Yu's way will die. Don't know fear. That's because you didn't meet me. Meet me earlier and you'll know fear. Chapter 91, The Great Summer Army God. Good. Then I would like to see what you are capable of to make me afraid. Crunch. The closed door slowly opened. The crowd looked in unison. Only an old man in military uniform, head held high, walked out from within the gate. He's that one. Hiss. How could it be the one? The people who had followed Bai Yanlang and Gu Yanran over were all stunned. They don't recognize the old man. But the epaulette on the old man's shoulder that bore 5 general stars was just too blinding. 5-star general. In all of Daxia, there is only one. That was Dongfang Wuji, the chief commanding envoy of the Great Xia Military Department, a king-level powerhouse, known as the Great Xia Military God. Did I just call a spade with Oriental Wuji? Gu Yanyan and Bai Yanlang both went numb. In an instant, a coolness rose from the soles of their feet straight to the sky, causing their emotions to rapidly cool down. Reason overcame anger. IQ reclaims the high ground. Immediately afterward, doubts arose in their hearts at the same time. How could Dongfang Wuji, the Great Xia's defining pin, appear here when he wasn't sitting in the military department? Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief. As a military general, Shiryamuro immediately performed a military salute. Dongfang Wuji, however, left Bai Yanlang out in the cold as if he had not seen it. A look of embarrassment flashed across Shiryamuro's face. But there was no hint of resentment in his heart. He wouldn't dare. Little girl of the Gu family, why don't you say anything when the old man is here? Dongfang Wuji asked in a cold voice. I would like to see how you can make me afraid. General, Lord Commander-in-Chief. Gu Yanran swallowed. Just now she was overcome with anger. He also thought that he could do whatever he wanted with Li Junheng's warrant. But in any case, I didn't expect to kick the can down the road. Facing this powerful old man, she had to deal with him carefully. Lord Commander-in-Chief, just now it was Yenya who spoke nonsense. But I think Lord Commander-in-Chief can understand a mother's pain of losing her son and won't blame Yanyan. Right? Gu Yanran bowed deeply. Dongfang Wuji smiled coldly. Worthy of being at the helm of the Gu family, I'm really shrewd enough to open my mouth and put myself in the position of a weakling, trying to kidnap me. I advise you to be a little less small-minded in my presence. And it is your father who must be regular and honest in my presence. Without the slightest regard for Gu Yanran's face, Dongfang Wuji spoke out and gave a warning. Gu Yanran's body trembled, and cold sweat immediately oozed from her forehead. Dongfang Wuji had only said a few words, but it made her feel a massive pressure. At the same time, she also realized that this old man was not that easy to deal with. Humph! Dongfang Wuji hummed and stood in front of Wang Yu. No one can take him with me. What? After Dongfang Wuji made his stance clear, Gu Yenran was struck by lightning. Lord Commander-in-Chief. It is Lord Deputy Commander-in-Chief who is named Wang Yu. She moved out of the backing of Li Junheng.
Li Junheng.
Dongfang Wuji raised an eyebrow. Let him come and speak to me in person. This. Gu Yanyan was speechless. Did Li Junheng show up to confront Dongfang Wuji face to face? It's not going to happen. But, should we just let Wang Yu go? Gu Yanran was resigned. Just as she was thinking of a response, Dongfang Wuji spoke again. By the way, there's one more thing that Old Me needs your help with. The Chief Commander's direct command is just that. And Yanyan will endeavor to do so at all costs. Without any hesitation, Gu Yanran replied with conviction. In fact, her mind couldn't help but guess what drug was in Dongfang Wuji's gourd. Dongfang Wuji reached out and pointed at Wang Yu. Wang Yu is a student of the old man. If you find out who is going to target him, please help me tell them not to have crooked thoughts. If anyone doesn't listen to the advice, then the old man will speak to them personally. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Lord Commander-in-Chief has even accepted a teenager as a student. Every student of the Commander-in-Chief is a general of the Grand Xia, a starburst-level powerhouse. How can Wang Yu be so virtuous? Dongfang Wuji's decision greatly exceeded Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlong's expectations. In fact, even Zhao Wuji and Wang Yu were in a state of intense dismay. Dongfang Wuji's words were too amazing, and without prior notice to them. Lord Commander-in-Chief is trying to protect me. Wang Yu quickly realized that Dongfang Wuji must have seen that he was threatened by Gu Yanyan and Bai Yanlang and gave him the status of student. With this identity in place, whoever targeted him again would have to consider bearing the wrath of Dongfang Wuji. The wrath of the Supreme Commander of the Military Ministry. Even Gu Yanran, a crazy woman, felt chills just thinking about it. What? Didn't you hear the words of the Lord Commander-in-Chief? At that moment, Zhao Wuji stood out and questioned in a cold voice. Or are you only following the orders of the Deputy Chief Commander? Heard that. Gu Yanran returned to her senses and replied respectfully. In Xia, all military and civilians have the obligation and responsibility to fulfill the orders of Lord Commander-in-Chief. With that, she looked at Wang Yu. We will also definitely protect Lord Commander-in-Chief students. Dongfang Wuji nodded slightly and said blandly, since you've memorized it, you guys can leave. I would also like to ask Lord General Commander to visit our Gu family when he has some leisure time. My father often mentions to me the days when he followed the Chief Commander to fight against the demon hordes. Gu Yanran bowed once, then turned around and left. Lord Commander-in-Chief, Shiroi Iwaburo excuses himself. Bai Yanlang didn't forget to glance at Wang Yu before he left. His eyes contained so much deep meaning. There was shock, doubt, and a lingering color of gloom. Thank you, Lord Commander-in-Chief, for relieving me. When Gu Yanran and the others left, Wang Yu said gratefully, if Dongfang Wuji hadn't stepped in, we wouldn't know how it would have ended today. Even if he managed to escape, it would be difficult for the entire Grand Xia to have a place to stay in the future. After all, this matter had alarmed the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Daxia. His refusal would be insubordination and a crime punishable by death. Dongfang Wuji said, Old Me didn't expect this to happen either. However, you don't have to worry too much. Now that they all think you're a student of the old man, they should be much more restrained and won't harm you. After you enter the academy, no one will be able to harm you. Yes, Wang Yu nodded heavily. However, he understood in his heart that Dongfang Wuji and the academy could protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Only when one is strong enough can one be fearless of any threat. Even, you can just take care of the person who created the threat. Zhao Wuji, arrange for a special airplane to send Wang Yu back to Qin City. Dongfang Wuji commanded. Chapter 92 Wang Yu was eliminated? General, has any news come back from Wang Yu? Qin City Hospital. The moment Lu Changtian walked into the hospital room, immediately came Qin Feng's inquiring voice. I shouldn't have come. Lu Changtian was speechless for a while. During this period of time, every time he came, Qin Feng and Wu Lei would ask a whole bunch of things about Wang Yu. And a whole lot of whining. No news yet. Lu Changtian replied with an expressionless face. Hey, how come there's no news yet? I don't know how that Wang Yu kid is doing in the training camp, whether he's been bullied or not. Qin Feng and Wu Lei were lying on the hospital bed respectively. A long sigh. You guys should be glad you haven't heard from Wang Yu. Lu Changtian said. There's still some time before the end of the training camp, so if Wang Yu contacted us ahead of time, that would mean he's been eliminated. Elimination is elimination. Qin Feng looked indifferent. The training camp is so dangerous. It's not a good place. There's nothing wrong with coming back early. Wu Lei also nodded. That's right. The two of us are both a lot older, and we don't have much value left. Wang Yu is so young, so talented, and has infinite possibilities in the future. It's really not worth it to fight for us. Lu Changtian. The attitude of the two men left him speechless. Does it say? Was it wrong of me to recommend Wang Yu to the elite genius training camp in the first place? However, a precious sword is sharpened from sharpening. Wang Yu's talent is amazing. There is nothing left to sharpen him by staying in Qin City, only by going to the genius training camp, to see more people, to see a wider world, will he be able to grow. Lu Changtian was convinced that he hadn't done anything wrong. Knock knock. Just then there was a knock on the door of the hospital room. Is it time for a shot? Wu Lei said subconsciously. Of course not. When have you ever seen a nurse enter a hospital room and knock on the door? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. It's probably Han Yi and Zhou Yu visiting you guys. Lu Changtian said, then shouted at the door. Come in. The door is unlocked. Crunch.
Door open.
As the three watched, a familiar figure walked in. I'll go. Wang Yu. Wu Lei let out a gasp. It's really Wang Yu. Haha. Your brat is finally back. At this moment of seeing Wang Yu, Qin Feng burst out laughing. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. The training camp hadn't ended yet Wang Yu came back at this time, which meant that he had been eliminated. Lu Changtian realized the problem and wasn't as optimistic as Qin Feng and Wu Lei had shown. No missing arms or legs, and no scars on his handsome face. Not bad, not bad. After sizing up Wang Yu from top to bottom, left to right, back and forth several times, Wu Lei nodded his head in satisfaction. Wang Yu could see that Wu Lei and Qin Feng were really concerned about themselves, and he could not help but feel a little touched in his heart. In this world, there are not many people who are true to themselves. Captain and Lieutenant, how's your health these days? Wang Yu asked with concern. Without hesitation, Wu Lei replied, we're good enough to trot and jump. Lu Changtian blackened his face. You can pull back. So far, the doctor hasn't allowed you to get out of bed. Wu Lei was silent. What's the point of tearing us apart like this? Wang Yu, it's only a matter of time before we are discharged from the hospital, and we will have to retire to old age by then. Qin Feng looked at Wang Yu and said gratefully, I know you want us to become indentured servants again, but it's too difficult. You really don't need to run around for us. Luckily you came back safe and sound this time. In case something happens to you and there's a death, old Wu and I will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu said, Captain and Vice Captain, in fact, this time in the training camp. I know, are you eliminated? Before Wang Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wu Lei. Just now Lu Changtian was talking about it. It was still early for the end of the training camp, so if there was any news about Wang Yu, or if Wang Yu came back, he would be eliminated. I didn't expect that what I just said would be fulfilled so soon. Eliminated. Wang Yu was stunned, then helplessly shook his head. I didn't. Qin Feng cast Wang Yu a comforting look. Wang Yu, there's no need to say anything. We know that you didn't get first place and you didn't get the soul-restoring herb. But it doesn't matter. It's not your fault. Those guys in the genius training camp either have backgrounds or were contracted early. None of them are oil-saving lights. You've only been indentured for a short while and haven't gotten any resources to grow. It's normal that you're not their opponent. Before Wang Yu could speak, Lu Changtian on the side also spoke slowly. Qin Feng is right. It is indeed difficult to let you go to the training camp to take first place. Wang Yu, one failure is nothing. I'm sure you'll go to the top in the future and step on all those geniuses who beat you at the training camp. Lu Changtian's words were loud and full of encouragement. If I were truly a loser, this statement would indeed be a great encouragement to me. But I'm really number one. Wang Yu didn't want to explain. Straight away, he took out the backpack behind him and dumped it on Wu Lei's bed. This packet, which was filled with the supplies that Wang Yu had exchanged at the training camp, and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of soul-returning grass is among them. What is this? Wu Lei was curious. Needless to say, this must be the local specialty that Wang Yu brought back for us from the imperial capital. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Have a heart. Wang Yu. All right, a souvenir is a souvenir. After all, there are some things that can indeed be found in the empire, and there's nothing wrong with calling them souvenirs. Let me see what's in it? Curious, Wu Lei opened his backpack. Casually, he actually pulled a pill bottle out of it. Soul cultivation liquid? What is this? Wu Lei was at a loss. What? Soul cultivation liquid? Lu Changtian's voice was a bit surprised. General, you recognize? No some. The soul training liquid possesses the effect of stabilizing the soul, and can keep the soul fire of a heavily wounded undead from going out, nourishing the undead and causing them to awaken quickly. Also, I want to remind you to be careful not to spill it. 1 milliliter of soul cultivation liquid is worth 1 million. Lu Changtian reminded. How much? 1 million 1 milliliter? Wu Lei was shocked as he looked at the specifications on the bottle. 10 ml. That means this bottle. $10 million. Wu Lei clutched the bottle tightly. The body, however, trembled. After a lifetime of hard work, he's only worth a couple million. The potion in his hand was worth 10 lifetimes of effort. Don't dare to miss a beat. Well, it's like this. Wang Yu nodded. Wang Yu received a total of 150,000 points. Converted into daxia coins, it was equivalent to being able to exchange 15 million resources. Team Wu, this bottle of soul cultivation liquid is for you. There are also some potions in the bag that can be used in conjunction with the soul cultivation liquid for better results. Wang Yu walked up and pulled out 2 or 3 boxes from his bag, placing them in front of Wu Lei. Then he came to Qin Feng's bedside and took out the sandalwood box from. The moment the sandalwood box appeared, a fresh fragrance filled the air. It caused Wu Lei and Qin Feng to be mesmerized for a while. However, Lu Changtian's pupils shrank. In that box, shouldn't it be? Chapter 93, The Future Military God of Daxia. What's in this box? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Open it up. Wang Yu blinked. Click. Qin Feng touched the button on the box and the box was opened, revealing a small white grass. The grass gave off a faint white light, and the moment he saw this little plant, Qin Feng's eyes went straight. Soul-restoring grass. If you've never seen pork, you've never seen a pig run. He had searched the internet for information about the soul-restoring herb. Wang Yu, how on earth did you get these treasures? Wu Lei and Qin Feng all looked at Wang Yu with bated breath, expecting an explanation. Soul-cultivating liquid again, and soul-returning herb again. The value of the items that Wang Yu had taken out was just too high. It was that they could not earn this much money in 10 lifetimes. Not to mention, a treasure like the soul-restoring grass is something that can't be bought even with money. Actually, I wasn't expelled, but I graduated early from the training camp. And all these things in front of you are the rewards I brought back from the training camp. Wang Yu spread his hands. What? Early graduation? Can still be like that? Wu Lei and Qin Feng were all confused. What kind of strength does that have to be to fulfill the requirements for early graduation? You really stood out in that collection of geniuses? What Wang Yu said is true. Just then, Lu Changtian slowly spoke out. The crowd dropped their gazes on him, and they heard Lu Changtian say, Just now I received a message sent to me by Zhao Wuji, the head of the training camp, that Wang Yu had indeed managed to overwhelm the many heavenly prides and come out on top. Hiss. Bull. Kudos to you. Qin Feng and Wu Lei all gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. It's all right. I actually didn't feel anything. Captain and Vice Captain, you guys hurry up and use the potions and wonders. Wang Yu urged. Yes. Qin Feng stopped talking and directly stuffed the soul-restoring grass into his mouth. I never thought I'd have the chance to drink millions of potions in my life. Wu Lei also pulled the cork off the bottle and drank the soul cultivation liquid in one go. In the next moment, strong soul power fluctuations erupted from both Qin Feng and Wu Lei's bodies and emitted a bright light. Wang Yu looked at the two with anticipation. Lu Changtian narrowed his eyes. These two guys. There's no chance they'll be blessed by the disaster. The other side. Gu's group. Click, 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 click. Gu Yanyan kept slamming one antique worth millions of dollars onto the ground as a way to vent her anger. Wang Yu, you deserve to die. Zhao Wuji, Dongfang Wuji. You two should be equally damned for stopping me. One day, I'm going to kill all of you. Gu Yanyan took the antique in her hand and used it as a trio of people, frantically venting. Huma. Almost okay. Shiranuro, who was standing in the doorway, couldn't even look at him. Gu Yanran has caused tens of millions of dollars in damage in such a short while. All enough to support an army's expenses for a year. Bai Yanlang, you punk, you still have the face to talk? If you're so talkative, why didn't you say a single fart during training camp? Watch me get bullied. Gu Yanyan angrily scolded by Yanlang. Shiranuro shut his mouth at once. But a grim look flashed in his lowered eyes. Calling you a waste, you really are a waste. If you hadn't given birth to a sinful child, how would Tian Yuan have gotten into trouble? You get out of here now, I don't want to see you. Gu Yanran pointed at the door and cursed. Gu Yanran. Shiranui Lang looked up brightly. Snap. Gu Yanran slapped by Yanlong's face. What's your name? I'll roll with it. Shiraiwaro turned violently and left the office. Gu Yanyan suddenly felt somewhat puzzled by Yanlang. What do you mean? Gu Yanyan was filled with indifference to Bai Yanlong's departure. Dogs get hungry and come back on their own. Knock knock. Not much longer. The door to the office was suddenly knocked on. Spineless thing, back so soon? Gu Yanran snorted coldly. The next moment the door was pushed open. But it wasn't Shirayamaro who walked in, but a middle-aged man. He wore a well-tailored black suit, with an upright posture, one eyebrow like a sword, and a faint stubble around his mouth. The age looked to be a few years older than Gu Yanran, but exuded a mature charm. If one looked closely, one would realize that Gu Tianyuan bore a few resemblances to him. Juanheng. Looking at the other party, Gu Yanyan's face revealed a look of surprise. Even very flustered, he smoothed his loose hair and straightened his messy clothes. Make yourself look as presentable as possible. And the man in front of him was no one else. It was none other than Li Juanheng, the deputy chief commanding envoy of the Grand Xia military ministry, who was known as the future successor of the Grand Xia military god. At the same time, he was also a Herculean king-level powerhouse. It was even Gu Tianyuan's real father. Yanyan, are you okay? Li Juanheng asked softly. Gu Yanran's heart trembled. First he nodded, then he shook his head. It's really bitter for you. A flash of pain flashed in Li Juanheng's eyes. Gu Yanran said, Junheng, I wasn't able to kill Wang Yu and avenge Tianyuan. Towards the end, Gu Yanyan could hardly hide the hatred that filled her. At the mention of Wang Yu, she was already on the verge of storming out. Li Juanheng said, I already know about this matter. I really didn't expect Dongfang Wuji to appear within the training camp, not to mention that he would stand firmly in front of Wang Yu. Adopting Wang Yu as a disciple, what a great stroke. Anyone who wants to deal with Wang Yu in the future will have to weigh their status and whether they can call the shots with Dongfang Wuji. Li Juanheng's voice was flat, and he couldn't hear any joy or sorrow. Is there really no way to kill Wang Yu to avenge Tianyuan? Gu Yanyan was desperate. The Gu family, as a powerful family in the imperial capital, had cultivated several powerful armies, but they didn't have the courage to fight against Dongfang Wuji. Oriental Wuji has a saying that is very true. Behind him stood hundreds of millions of people. The Gu family's strength was just a few times higher, but they wouldn't dare to provoke Dongfang Wuji. However, Li Juanheng shook his head slightly. I came to find you to tell you that I will find a way to help avenge Tianyuan's revenge. It's even possible that we won't need to do it ourselves. And such a good thing? Gu Yanran was stunned, her face full of incredulity. Li Juanheng said, Do you know where Wang Yu will go next? Didn't he go back to Qin City? Gu Yanran still knew a lot about Wang Yu's whereabouts. Qin City is just a place for him to land, and his next true home is the Academy. The Academy, that ethereal place where S+ ranked prides gather, yet no one knows about it. Gu Yanran was stunned. Wang Yu is actually qualified to go there. The Academy is different from a normal university, but above all universities. Those who could study there must be the pillars of Great Xia in the future. But isn't that a bad thing? Chapter 94, The Origin of the Lord of Souls. The people in the Academy can be high-minded and proud. When a newcomer joins, it's a matter of getting their approval. If you don't have S+ level talent yourself, you'll have a miserable time in there. A cold color flashed in Li Juanheng's eyes. Dongfang Wuji thought that by stuffing Wang Yu into the Academy, he would be able to guarantee Wang Yu's safety, but in reality, he has instead sent Wang Yu into a desperate situation. Then is it possible that Wang Yu really has S+ talent? Gu Yanran said uncertainly. That old fox, Dongfang Wuji, has a tricky eye. Even if he once had S+ grade talent, he can't now. There is an old general of mine in the training camp who secretly told me that Wang Yu has been hit by the curse of the black-scaled Demon King's descendant, and his cultivation breakthrough will become incredibly difficult. Unless the black-scaled Demon King dies, Wang Yu's life is over. Li Juanheng reveals a secret. Good. Gu Yanyan's pale face finally revealed a smile. Even the strongest talent, without a way to break through the realm, is meaningless. Li Juanhing added, Yanyan, I have another secret to tell you today. What secret? There is another demon from my Li family in the academy, codenamed Lord of Souls. At the same time, he is also my son, Tian Yuan's brother. Lord of Souls. Gu Yanyan's heart was shaken, followed by great joy. Steady. Even if he entered the academy, Wang Yu would be dead either way. Qin Cheng. Inside the hospital ward. The soul force on Qin Feng and Wu Lei was getting stronger and stronger. In order not to attract others' attention, Lu Changtian used his strong cultivation to directly set up invisible barriers to firmly suppress the breath emitted by the two people within the room. So strong. Wang Yu's eyes glowed. Look out. Both Qin Feng and Wu Lei should have gotten a considerable amount of benefits. It was a full half-hour before the blinding light slowly dissipated. The figures of Qin Feng and Wu Lei also reappeared in Wang Yu's eyes. Unlike before, Qin Feng was no longer in a bedridden state, but was standing by the side of the bed. Well, everything's fine. I can trot and… Stop. Don't fool around if you happen to be just right. Wait until you're completely recovered before you make a big jump. Qin Feng ran 2 steps and wanted to engage in a more strenuous exercise, but he was pressed in place by Lu Changtian's large hand. I know, I couldn't help it. Qin Feng was as happy as a child. After a long while, he calmed down. Wang Yu, I really don't know how to thank you. Qin Feng looked at Wang Yu with gratitude in his eyes. Actually, I have a younger sister, a few years older than you. Team Qin. I'm not thinking about starting a family just yet. Wang Yu waved his hand vigorously. You can't give your body in marriage and you want your sister to give her body in marriage, don't you? How dare you think of that? Lu Changtian was also speechless. Qin Feng was embarrassed for a moment. Team Qin, you're undead? And your rank? Wang Yu duly digressed to ease Qin Feng's embarrassment. My undead have awakened and my soul power has broken through to the platinum level. In a month at most I will be able to return to the battlefield and send the demons back to hell. Qin Feng's voice was loud and clear. Words. Wang Yu also put down his heart. He looked at Wu Lei again. Lieutenant, why haven't you said anything? Wang Yu realized that Wu Lei had remained silent. I've kept quiet because I want to quietly watch old Qin play hard to get. Wang Yu, Qin Feng, Lu Changtian. Who could have imagined that someone who had fought on the battlefield for decades and had a wife and children could say that? Sure enough, men are teenagers until they die. Wu Lei got off the bed and wrapped his arm around Qin Feng's shoulders. My situation is similar to old Qin's as well. The undead have also awakened, and the level has broken through to gold. Phew, things are finally looking up. In this moment, Wang Yu was relieved. In the beginning, the love of Qin Feng and Wu Lei, who had spared their lives for him, had finally made a return. Team Qin, Lieutenant, after a while, you will also receive some potions, resources, and the like to help you with your subsequent recovery. Before Wang Yu left the training camp, he found Han Dong. Ask Han Dong to help send some resources. This was also the promise given by Han Dong when Wang Yu agreed to spar with him. Wang Yu, you've done enough. Yes, how can we still be good enough to accept favors from you? Qin Feng and Wu Lei were not good enough to shamelessly accept Wang Yu's benefits again. Wang Yu was about to say something when a figure pushed the door in. It was Han Yi. Behind Han Yi there was Zhou Yu. Wang Yu, you're back. Han Yi was pleasantly surprised and gave Wang Yu a direct hug. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Zhou Yu was also happy, repeating these words with her mouth. Wang Yu, you don't know, during this period of time when you went to some genius training camp, we were all old worried about you, especially Team Qin and Team Wu. OMG, you guys, you swindled. Han Yi subconsciously glanced in the direction of Qin Feng and Wu Lei, and was instantly horrified. He realized that Qin Feng and Wu Lei were standing hooked together, looking at him. Asshole, how do you talk? We're not dead yet. How is it considered a fraud? It's called rehabilitation, understand? Qin Feng and Wu Lei rolled their eyes in dismay. Yeah. Recovery. Han Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. I was also too excited just now and was incoherent for a while. Captain, how are you doing this? Zhou Yu was much more stable than Han Yi and asked in a smooth tone. He. This is thanks to Wang Yu. If not for him, we might have to bid farewell to the battlefield in this lifetime. Wu Lei smiled and explained what had just happened. Han Yi and Zhou Yu listened carefully, and the more they listened, the more alarmed they became. In the end, it was so much so that he could hardly even breathe, almost forgetting to breathe. So, Wang Yu didn't just pass the test of that whatever genius training camp, he also won the first place. Zhou Yu looked at Wang Yu, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. To know, that was a training camp that gathered the young heavenly pride of Xia, and Wang Yu suppressed all the heavenly pride to stand out, which was too high a gold content. What a well-deserved number one of the younger generation.
Wool.
Wang Yu, no, brother Yu, from now on you're my brother. Turn around and get me some autographs. I'll take them as heirlooms. Han Yi's eyes were filled with admiration. At this moment, he declared in his heart that his idol had changed from Lu Changtian to Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled. Okay, that's not even a problem. I'll write you 100 signatures sometime. Touché. Han Yi slapped his palm and said with great excitement again, Team Qin, Team Wu recovering from their injuries, and Wang Yu returning. Our squad has come together again. I'm really looking forward to the next mission. How about I suggest we target platinum-level demons for our next mission? Wu Lei grinned. No problem. I haven't killed a platinum-level demon yet. Qin Feng and Zhou Yu were relatively stable and didn't say anything, but there was also a leap of faith in their eyes. Guys, I'm afraid I can't team up with you anymore. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke slowly. For a moment, a dead silence fell over the ward. Chapter 95 Arrival at the Academy. Wang Yu, did I hear you right? You're saying you're quitting the demon hunting squad? Wu Lei looked at Wang Yu with a face full of shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. At the same time, Han Yi, Zhou Yu, as well as other people such as Qin Feng, also turned their gazes filled with doubt and surprise towards Wang Yu. Only Wang Yu took a deep breath, then slowly nodded his head and said in a firm tone, That's right. I have decided to quit the demon hunting squad. The moment these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in the crowd, and everyone was stunned. After a while, the crowd came back to their senses. Han Yi was even more puzzled as he asked, Why? Wang Yu, our squad has always gotten along quite well. Moreover, if you weren't hung up on everyone, how could you have gone out of your way to bring back those precious and incomparable exotic treasures for the captain, as well as Team Wu to heal their wounds? In the face of the crowd's questions, Wang Yu just silently shook his head. He had the amulet given by Shangguan Wuji, but Qin Feng and the others did not. Who knows what that crazy woman Gu Yanran will do? Wang Yu was afraid of bringing disaster to those around him. For a while, the scene fell into a silence, and the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing. All of you should stop pursuing this. I support Wang Yu to quit the squad. The one who spoke was none other than Lu Changtian, who had been standing by the side in silence. At this moment, he walked over to Wang Yu with a steady pace. General! The eyes of the crowd were filled with doubts and unwillingness, as if they would never rest until they found out the truth of the matter. But Lu Changtian's majestic gaze swept over each and every one of them, causing the words on their lips to be swallowed back hard. Don't ask. Lu Changtian let out a long sigh. Knowing too much won't do you guys any good. Some things are not something you guys can afford right now. You must remember that Wang Yu made this decision to preserve all of you as well. As soon as Lu Changtian's words fell, the faces of the crowd instantly turned white. Immediately afterward, their minds could not help but recall the frightening attack they had previously encountered. It's all because we're weak. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. It's me, the captain, who is useless. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his face filled with shame and sadness. As a captain, you are supposed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the lives of your team members. The reality was that Wang Yu had quit the squad to preserve them. Captain, this is not your fault. Wang Yu smiled faintly. The separation is only brief, trust me. When I am able to suppress all my enemies one day, that is when I will rejoin the team. However, in the face of Wang Yu's bold words, the crowd remained silent, because only they knew best in their own hearts how powerful those enemies Wang Yu had to face were. Trying to suppress them all was harder than climbing up to heaven. This time Wang Yu left the team. I'm afraid that the return date is really far away. Early in the morning 3 days later, the sun had just sprinkled the earth when a helicopter resembled a huge steel bird of prey that slowly landed on an empty square in Qin City. The wind whipped up by the propellers whistled and blew the grass and trees around them lowered their heads. Wang Yu stood not far away and quietly watched the helicopter. He did not inform Qin Feng and the others about his trip. I can't believe you boys didn't even tell me you were leaving. Just as Wang Yu was about to board the plane, Lu Chongtian came from a distance and said with a cold face, "General Lu, you can really joke. In Qin City, it's even dropping an alien fly, you would know about it in the first place, right?" Wang Yu replied smilingly, "Don't be poor." Lu Chongtian looked at Wang Yu seriously and said in a serious tone, "Wang Yu, I have also heard about the academy. That's not an ordinary place. Everyone inside is an elite amongst the elite. You must be more careful on this trip." Wang Yu nodded his head and replied with a firm expression, "Don't worry. I know what's in my heart." In fact, as early as the moment he decided to head to the academy, Wang Yu had already made sufficient mental preparations. After all, those who were able to become S+ class contractors were all exceptional geniuses that could not be found in a million. There were only a few people in the entire Great Xia country who could possess such talent and strength. When he recalled the brief contact he once had with Zhao Heng, Wang Yu could imagine the heart of those S+ ranked contractors. They are all bound to be high-minded and empty-sighted, perhaps even a little conceited. Getting along with such a group of people will undoubtedly be extremely difficult. However, it was good that Wang Yu never intended to coexist peacefully with these people. If reasoning couldn't solve the problem, then he wouldn't hesitate to choose to use his fists to make the other party see reason. Lu Chongtian heavily patted his shoulder. "You kid must come back alive." When Wang Yu heard this, a sprightly smile appeared on his face. "I have remembered the favor of generals many times of help. I haven't had the chance to repay you yet. How can I dare to die?" Lu Chongtian slowly shook his head and said with a light sigh, "When I first helped you, it was only because I thought that you, this kid, had a unique character that suited my temperament, and never thought that one day you would be able to come to the point where you are now." Saying that, Lu Chongtian's thoughts seemed to go back to the moment when they first met. At that time, when they first met, Wang Yu resolutely gave up the powerful Bone Dragon King and the intimidating undead knights, and instead chose an incredibly weak-looking zombie as his partner. At that time, Lu Chongtian only thought that Wang Yu was a capricious and rebellious child, and he seemed to see the shadow of his own youth in his body. However, as time passed, things developed far beyond Lu Chongtian's expectations. Later on, when Wang Yu's zombie surprisingly exploded with amazing combat power, Lu Chongtai was shocked to realize that he had completely looked away. Lu Chongtian thought that Wang Yu was a rare general talent. However, who would have thought that Wang Yu would be able to rely on his own outstanding talent into that legendary mysterious academy? Being able to come this far meant that Wang Yu would become someone he would even look up to in the future. "You can take a rest first. We are now departing from Qin City, and it will take us a whole day to reach the academy." The helicopter pulled up. At this moment, the soldier sitting opposite Wang Yu opened his mouth. The soldier was stout, with steely eyes, and exuded an air of having been in the field for a long time. He had come here on the orders of Shangguan Wuji, specifically to receive Wang Yu to the academy. "Good." Wang Yu briefly answered and then stopped talking, directly closing his eyes and began to quietly recuperate. The gaze of the soldier on the opposite side flickered slightly, and in his heart, he secretly pondered, "This young man is quite special." Time passed quietly, and a day later, when the sun was shining again, the helicopter finally landed slowly in the middle of a rolling mountain range. The academy, it would be in a place like this? Wang Yu opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. His face was filled with shock, only to see the surrounding mountains towering, clouds and mist, as if they were in a fairyland. And between these mountains and forests, an ancient building could be seen faintly looming, and it must be the destination of their trip. Shuyuan.
Chapter 96 Mountaineering Test, Lixingtsu.
This place has a long history, thousands of years long, and it's the only place worthy of the word academy. The soldier acted piously. "I see," Wang Yu realized. One must realize that after centuries of demonic infestation, not to mention Daxia, not many ancient ruins could be found in the whole world. It is indeed very appropriate that the academy was established here. "The rest of the way is up to you," the soldier added. Wang Yu was a bit surprised. "You're not going up? I don't deserve to go up there." The soldier shook his head. At this moment, Wang Yu found a touch of envy in his eyes. "I will wait for you here for half a day, and if you return within half a day, I will send you back to Qin City. If you don't show up after half a day, it's proven that you've entered the academy, and I'll return alone." Wang Yu nodded his head in understanding and then walked towards the building in the distance. The other side, in front of the mountain gate, Zhao Heng waited for the newcomer to arrive with a solemn expression on his face. According to the tradition of the academy, Every student who wants to enter the academy must be approved by at least one of the older students. As for how to recognize it, simple. Fight. If you play until you satisfy the older students, you are naturally considered to be recognized. That's how Zhao Heng came to be in the first place. He remembers, got beat up pretty bad by that Lord of Souls guy. But his resilient character and his combat prowess that far exceeded that of his peers also allowed him to be recognized by the Lord of Souls, and he successfully became a student of the academy. It's finally my turn to test someone else. Well, let's see how far the other person should go to satisfy me. Zhao Heng rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking about his assessment criteria. 1 minute later, Zhao Heng slapped his palm. As long as this newcomer can hold out under me for 10 minutes without being defeated, he will be considered to have passed my test. It's only 10 minutes. Not too much to ask anymore. Is it? Zhao Heng felt very understanding. Back then, the Eternal Lord had beaten him up for 15 minutes. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Just as Zhao Heng was waiting a bit impatiently, he saw a figure that slowly walked to the foot of the mountain. Finally, slow and easy and still in the mood to enjoy the scenery? Take a good look. I'll make you cry later. Looking at the blurry figure, Zhao Heng was a little angry. However, as that figure became clearer and clearer, Zhao Heng's expression shifted erratically as if he were walking on a horse. It went from anger to confusion and finally to shock. Wang Yu, why are you here? Zhao Heng subconsciously made a sound. His voice contained a very strong wave of emotions. Zhao Heng. Wang Yu was also a bit surprised. Of course I'm going to the academy to study. It's hard to walk the streets. Wang Yu gave Zhao Heng a blank look. Are you here to pick me up? What I'm carrying are some daily necessities. They're not heavy. I don't need you to carry them for me, you can just lead the way in front of me. And by the way, you can explain to me about the major and minor events of our academy. Wang Yu's attitude between words was like he was facing a hotel attendant. It's like saying, what's good at your restaurant? Tell me all about it. Okay. Our bookstore. Wait. Not right. Zhao Heng's expression changed violently. I'm not here to serve you, but to conduct an examination on you. Only by passing the examination can you enter the academy. Do you understand? So. Wang Yu drifted off. You said so earlier. Next I'll tell you the rules. There's no need to say it. I know all the rules. Wang Yu directly interrupted Zhao Heng. The only way to enter the academy is to defeat you, right? I'm ready, Wang Yu said while doing warm-up exercises. However, Zhao Heng's entire body felt bad. Who said that you have to defeat me to pass the test? Clearly my test condition is just to hold on under me for 10 minutes. Am I the one testing you? Or are you the one testing me? Zhao Heng felt something was very wrong. Doesn't matter. Whoever wins listens. Wang Yu was impatient. Are you fighting or not? If you don't fight, lead the way in front. Zhao Heng felt unprecedented suffocation at this moment. He was the Eternal King, proudly looking down on his peers and pushing all his enemies sideways. How spirited he was. Never been so defied. On the contrary, this person he still couldn't fight. You. Don't bully people too much. Zhao Heng clenched his teeth in anger. If he hadn't been unable to fight, he would have already made a move with Wang Yu. Zhao Heng, you really disappoint me. It's also a disgrace to the academy. Suddenly, an icy voice resounded through the mountains and forests. The voice, and a sense of ethereality, far and near, elusive. Wang Yu frowned slightly. The visitor is a bit evil. Even his perception could not capture the other party's figure. Li Xingzhou, stop pretending there and come out. Zhao Heng roared with a gloomy expression. In the next moment, only a figure strangely appeared beside Zhao Heng. It was a fair-faced youth around 180 in height, and even his hair was white. What a bizarre tactic! Wang Yu's pupils shrunk. In the youth's body, he sensed an aura of danger. Li Xingzhou, what are you doing here? Zhao Heng coldly grunted in dissatisfaction. I heard Elder Chun say that someone was going to climb the mountain to enter the academy today, so I came to take a look. At this glance, I've come to the right place. I didn't expect that the Eternal King of the Hall wouldn't dare to make a move against a newcomer. Even being yelled at by the other party, it really brings shame to our academy. Li Xingzhou said coldly. Being ranked at the same S+ level as you, I suddenly feel that it is a shame. Li Xingzhou, you've gone too far. Zhao Heng was like having his tail stepped on. To be so sarcastic in front of Wang Yu, Li Xingzhou is really not giving himself any face at all. What to do? Do you want to hit me? But can you beat me? Li Xingzhou ignored Zhao Heng's anger and instead showed even more disdain. You! Zhao Heng couldn't get a word out of his mouth. Li Xingzhou was 2 years older than him and had already broken through to the platinum level. He really wasn't a match. When he first entered the academy, it was also Li Xingzhou who tested him. That beating. He remembers it vividly. Now that he thinks about it, he doesn't have the certainty of winning against Li Xingzhou, and he really doesn't dare to start a conflict head-on. It seems that you still have some self-awareness. Step aside. This person I'll test. Li Xingzhou waved his hand, signaling Zhao Heng to step back. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Xingzhou seemed to target Zhao Heng at every turn, like he was going toe-to-toe with him. However, Wang Yu felt a trace of hostility and coldness in Li Xingzhou's body. And he was the first time he met with Li Xingzhou. There was no crossover before that. There was no reason to generate hatred. Wang Yu, you are at the gold level and he is at the platinum level, one large realm above you. According to the rules of the academy, you can choose to reject him and choose someone of the same level as you to test you. Zhao Heng's meaning was clear. Let Wang Yu choose him for the challenge. Chapter 97 Anger at S+ Grade Demons. Use you to talk too much here? Li Xingzhou's gaze suddenly turned cold. Believe it or not, I will beat you down first? He had to take a shot at Wang Yu. Because father's orders are hard to disobey. Li Juanheng had informed him a few days ago that if Wang Yu came to the academy, he must kill him. Otherwise, if they stayed until later, they would definitely be a great danger to their Li family, bringing unimaginable losses to the Li family. Li Xingzhou didn't ask why. However, he knew how terrifying an S+ ranked demon would be if he grew up. If the Li family had such an enemy, the future would be a disaster. So he had reasons why he had to step in. Just Zhao Heng, the unenlightened one, preferred to fight him. Zhao Heng's face changed, and in the next moment, a fierce look flashed in his eyes as well. Just fight. Even if I have to fight for this life, I will still destroy most of your spirit. Li Xingzhou's expression instantly turned ice cold. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. As the words fell, the soul power within his body instantly exploded. The strong aura set off a gust of wind. It really is platinum grade. Wang Yu felt a strong pressure from Li Xingzhou's body. Li Xingzhou was by far the strongest young man he had ever seen. Bam! Zhao Heng was forced back a few steps by Li Xingzhou's aura. Who's strong and who's weak? The highs and lows. Do you still want to fight me now? Li Xingzhou asked coldly. He thought Zhao Heng should know better. The results were unexpected. Zhao Heng roared, "Old man you!" Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura of death erupted from his body. In an instant, Zhao Heng's figure disappeared and was replaced by the witch demon of time, who was clad in gray robes and holding a white bone staff. Zhao Heng's injuries are recovering quickly. During the practical test, Zhao Heng was heavily injured by Wang Yu. By all rights, it should be impossible to summon undead for a very long time. But now that it was alive and well again, it was bound to have consumed some kind of strange treasure. Zhao Heng, are you playing with fire? When Li Xingzhou saw this, he became even angrier. You don't think that I'm just saying that casually, do you? Do you really think that I don't dare to suppress you? The words fell. Wang Yu saw Zhao Heng's figure gradually become illusory. At the same time, the aura of the undead permeated his body. Hissy flossy. Kill. 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 Charge. What surprised Wang Yu even more was, a shout of murder just appeared out of nowhere. It was as if there were 1,000 armies, just in a distant land, charging towards this place. Wang Yu realized that Li Xingzhou's undead was not something he was familiar with either. Li Xingzhou's undead seems to be quite out of the ordinary as well. What exactly is it? Doubts flooded Wang Yu's mind. At the same time, he was surprised, even a little weepy. I didn't expect that the two heavenly prides among the academies would actually have to fight over him. I'm not a pretty girl, either, but it was good. He could also use this opportunity to understand Li Xingzhou's strength. Enough! Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, directly suppressing Zhao Heng and Li Xingzhou, only to see that Zhao Heng and Li Xingzhou's faces changed at the same time. What? Old man's word is no good anymore. Do you want me to beg you before you'll stop? That old voice once again rang out. Even Wang Yu could hear the sulk contained in his voice. Don't dare! Li Xingzhou hurriedly put away the emitted soul power. Elder Chun, how dare I disobey you? Arrogant as Zhao Heng was, he also lifted his undead fusion state, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he looked in the direction of the mountaintop. The look was respectful. Mr. Chun? To be able to suppress 2 major S+ grade celestials with just 2 words was definitely not a simple character. Wang Yu was filled with curiosity about this unknown existence. He, too, ran his eyes down the steps, toward the top of the hill. 2 minutes later, only then did an old man slowly walk down the hill. However, the moment he saw the old man, Wang Yu stood in awe. Only the old man was seen wearing an old military uniform, a chest full of shining merit badges. There was no doubt that the old man was a veteran with extensive combat experience. No matter when or where, this kind of person deserves Wang Yu's respect. The old man's left leg pants were empty, and he had to rely on the cane in his left hand in order to walk on the trail. Dasha, you all look like you're all restless? What I usually teach you guys has been eaten by dogs? After the old man came before the crowd, he was splitting hairs at Li Xingzhou and Zhao Heng. I was counting on you to continue guarding Dasha. I think it's better to count on a pig. What a pissed-off old man. The more the old man cursed, the angrier he got, and finally directly raised the walking stick in his hand and smacked Li Xingzhou and Zhao Heng one by one. Both were surprisingly silent. Seeing the scene, Wang Yu's heart shook. A high-minded and proud person like Li Xingzhou and Zhao Heng were actually willing to endure such humiliation? Elder Chun, you've beaten and scolded, so don't get angry. It's not a good idea to get angry with us and break your body. After Zhao Heng was beaten up, not only did he not get angry, but he instead burst into a compensatory smile. Humph, if old me were to have a general understanding with you little Yakuza, I would have been pissed off long ago. Elder Chun hummed and looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's heart stirred. Elder Chun, I am. No need to say anything. I know your name is Wang Yu. That old piker Dongfang Wuji has already gotten through to me, but to put it in an ugly way, Dongfang Wuji doesn't have the right to interfere in the affairs of the academy either. Just because you can stand here doesn't mean that you are a student of the academy either. If you want to join the academy, you must pass an examination. Elder Chun said with a serious expression. I understand. Wang Yu nodded heavily. He could see that this Elder Chun, I'm afraid that he was also a strong person not weaker than Dongfang Wuji. Moreover, in terms of status, it wouldn't be lower than Dongfang Wuji. Otherwise, who dares to spit out the great Xia military god as an old piker in front of others? The rules are the ones they just talked about, so I won't go over them. Elder Chin pointed at Zhao Heng and Li Xingzhou with his walking stick. The two of them you can choose as you please. As long as you last 10 minutes under either of them, you will be considered to have passed the examination. Elder Chun. Li Xingzhou sniffed, wanting to speak. If he were to choose, Wang Yu would definitely choose Zhao Heng. Then wouldn't he have no chance to strike at Wang Yu? Once Wang Yu entered the academy, his chances would be even less. I choose. Wang Yu's gaze moved back and forth between Zhao Heng and Li Xingzhou. It finally settled on Zhao Heng's body. Zhao Heng was secretly delighted. There was a victorious smile on his face. Although it is said, he still didn't have the confidence to defeat Wang Yu. But it's no problem to last 10 minutes under Wang Yu's attack, right? However, just then, mission release. Defeat Li Xingzhou. Reward. Body metamorphosis once. Chapter 98, The Terrifying Strength of the Lord of Souls. Physical metamorphosis. Brother Unicorn finally has another arrangement. Wang Yu was delighted in his heart. The last body metamorphosis had given him platinum-level defense and gold-level strength, directly towering over players of the same level. But, along the way, Wang Yu's enemies had gotten stronger. Especially in front of the training camp gate, he had a deep sense of powerlessness when facing Bai Yan Langshi and Gu Yanran. At that moment, Wang Yu craved for power like never before. If I am a king, who in the world would dare to bully me? Gu Yanyan and Bai Yan Lang all kneel down and sing their conquests for me. I choose.
Li Xingzhou.
Without letting the crowd wait long, Wang Yu spoke out the results. What? You chose Li Xingzhou? Zhao Heng was stunned. Then you see what I'm saying. Li Xingzhou was also stunned at his words. Things are still turning around? Wang Yu actually chose me as his opponent? It's so uninformed. Li Xingzhou sneered in his heart. Since you chose me, I will not let you down. Within 10 minutes, send you to reincarnation. Oh, the little guy is a bit of fun. A flash of surprise also flashed through Elder Chen's vicissitudes of eyes. He had thought that Wang Yu would choose Zhao Heng, but it turned out that he chose Li Xingzhou. It's a brave thing to do, to show your sword to a strong man. Da-da-da-da. Li Xingzhou walked down a few steps and came face to face with Wang Yu. Fuse your undead. Boom! Wang Yu took a step forward. When a step fell, he had transformed into a general. With his upright posture, demonic face and long hair dancing in the wind, he was like a demon god descending into the world. Huh? This aura is not weak. No wonder you have the courage to challenge Li Xingzhou. Zhao Heng. It's not unfair for you to lose to him. Elder Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice. Zhao Heng scratched his head awkwardly. I was careless last time, but not this time. Chun Lao said, if Wang Yu can pass the examination to join the academy, I will arrange for you to fight him later. Zhao Heng's hand froze in mid-air. I don't think that's necessary anymore. Kill! Li Xingzhou let out a low gulp and his body began to change as well. His whole body emanated a blue glow. The glow was like a ghostly cold flame, wavering in the air and emanating a mysterious aura. In an instant, Li Xingzhou had already changed his appearance greatly. He was clad in battle armor, the surface of which was engraved with ancient runes that were like living creatures, constantly flowing and emitting a powerful aura. Li Xingzhou's helmet was even more imposing, shrouding his face in a mysterious shadow. The helmet is shaped like an eagle with spreading wings, with sharp feathers stretched out on both sides. The helmet was inlaid with a huge blue gemstone, in which a deep light shone as brightly as the stars in the night sky. Is this Li Xingzhou's contracted undead? So weird and powerful. Wang Yu looked at Li Xingzhou vigilantly. At this moment, Li Xingzhou was like a general who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Here's the knife. Li Xingzhou reached out and held a huge war knife in his hand. The blade of the war knife was blood red. The blood on the war knife was not yet dry and kept dripping down the blade. When Li Xingzhou gripped his battle sword, a strong killing aura emanated from his body that sent shivers down one's spine. Fizzle. Kill. The moment Li Xingzhou gripped his battle sword, behind Li Xingzhou was a shocking sight. Countless spirits emerged like a tidal wave, some of them riding war horses, some clad in tattered battle armor, and others holding swords in their hands. The sound of weapons clashing and the neighing of war horses constantly echoed in the air. So the sound I heard before wasn't an illusion. His undead, he can still summon so many of them. The aura of those undead knights isn't any weaker than gold level. The S+ class really has no saving grace. Even Wang Yu felt his scalp go numb. See only. The number of spirits summoned by Li Xingzhou was so dense and spread out over the mountains that one could not see the end of it at a glance. It's a real 1,000 soldiers. But, unlike Li Xingzhou, the Yingling that was summoned by Li Xingzhou appeared somewhat illusory. It seems to be a soul body. Li Xingzhou is summoning all the spirits, right? Zhao Heng looked at the densely packed Yingling and couldn't help but say, Elder Chun, Li Xingzhou is a bit excessive, isn't he? It's not like he's testing, but rather like he's trying to put people to death. Elder Chun didn't say anything, but a pair of snow-white eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Kill! There was no time given to Wang Yu to think too much. Li Xingzhou swung the battle sword in his hand, and it cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Under Li Xingzhou's command, the Yinglings attacked Wang Yu in unison. They came in like a tidal wave so powerful that it was chilling. Some of the spirits charged forward on their war horses, their hooves breaking through the void and bringing up a gust of wind. The speed of the war horse was extremely fast, and it rushed to Wang Yu in an instant. The Yingling on the horse waved the lance in his hand and stabbed at Wang Yu. A cold light flashed on the lance, and the powerful force could easily break through the alloy defense. Wang Yu did not hesitate for a second in the face of this sudden attack and immediately threw out a punch. However, his fist went through an engine's body and hit the air. Ignoring my attacks? Wang Yu was flabbergasted in his heart, instantly realizing that Yingling was oblivious to physical attacks. His fist did not do any damage to the Yingling, but the attack launched by the Yingling landed solidly on his body. The long spear poked at Wang Yu's body, and the tremendous force caused his body to involuntarily take a few steps backward. Wicked! Wang Yu frowned. He can't hurt the engines, but the engines can do damage to him? The other Yingling rushed from the side, the lance in his hand stabbing at Wang Yu like a viper. Wang Yu hurriedly raised his hand to fend it off, and the lance collided with his arm, emitting a loud sound like a metal collision, rubbing out a series of sparks. Far away. When Li Xingzhou saw this, his heart also jerked hard. Evil. The attack of a gold-level Yingling Knight only rubbed a string of sparks on Wang Yu's body? What level of ING defense is this? Li Xingzhou swung his battle sword again, and more spirits were instructed to attack. The attacks from the spirits came like a raging storm, leaving Wang Yu overwhelmed. Their attacks varied from melee fighting to long-range attacks, leaving one defenseless. Wang Yu was annoyed by the attacks of the Yinglings. Being passive is not an option. Water dripping on stone. Sooner or later I'll get hurt too. Wang Yu realized how difficult his opponent was. He took a deep breath and mobilized the power in his body to use the power of thunder. Aren't you guys immune to physical attacks? Show me the power of thunder by immunizing me as well. Chapter 99. If the Soul Master doesn't fall, the heroic spirit doesn't perish. Wang Yu raised his hands and thick dark clouds instantly condensed in the sky. Boom click. Soon, a thunderbolt flashed in the dark clouds, emitting a roaring sound. He actually possesses the ability to summon thunder. Underneath the helmet, Li Xingzhou's eyes flashed with a color of disbelief. It wasn't a hallucination. He was sure that thunder contained an aura of supreme rigidity and yang. What Wang Yu summoned was a real heavenly thunder. Sure, he also suffered from condescension. When Li Juanheng wanted to explain Wang Yu's ability to Li Xingzhou, he expressed his laziness. In his opinion, Wang Yu was only gold level even if he was powerful. Could he still turn over the sky in front of him? The Platinum 2-star soul power gave Li Xingzhou a great deal of confidence. But now he realizes he was wrong. Execute the evil. Wang Yu shouted and swung his hands forward. All of a sudden, a sky full of thunder fell from the sky. The streaks of thunder were like hideous evil dragons, wreaking havoc amongst the army of the undead. The power of the thunder was extremely powerful, and wherever it went, the air was ionized, emitting a nuisance sound. Many Yinglings instantly went up in smoke under the thunder's attack. Their bodies were transformed into a blue glow after being struck by lightning, and then disappeared. However, there were some other spirits who were lucky enough to be hit by the sputtering arcs of electricity and have their bodies blown up and mutilated. The soulfire was saved, but it also lost its combat power. A third of the Yingling that roamed the mountains was instantly wiped out, and Wang Yu's circumference within 100 meters was covered by countless thunder, as if it was a thunder pool. All the spirits, they were blown to pieces. However, there were still Yinglings pouring into the thunder pool, but none of them were able to go beyond the thunder pool. Hey, is Li Xingzhou still condescending this time? Bronze, silver, gold, no matter what level the Yingling is, it can only be killed in seconds. Wang Yu is awesome. Far away, Zhao Heng was excited. Li Xingzhou had defeated him. Wang Yu had also defeated him. However, Zhao Heng was even more displeased with Li Xingzhou's arrogant, domineering manner. Although he was a student of the same academy as Li Xingzhou, Zhao Heng instead preferred Wang Yu to win. The lesser of two evils. If Wang Yu could make Li Xingzhou suffer, Zhao Heng would be very happy to see it. The old man has said more than once, don't show the expression of a victor until the last moment of the battle. The enemy will often show their true fangs when you think you are victorious, giving you a fatal blow and accomplishing a counter-killing. Aside, Elder Chen's words were like a basin of cold water that poured down on his head. Zhao Heng was stunned. Elder Chen, you mean to say that Li Xingzhou still has means? Chun Lao said, there's no harm in telling you, you'll see it later anyway. Do you know why Li Xingzhou's title is Lord of Souls? Zhao Heng subconsciously replied, because Li Xingzhou is the master of this mountainous Yingling, right? Chun Lao said, it's because he is the master of these Ying spirits. He has absolute control over these Ying spirits. He wants these Ying spirits to die. These Ying spirits will die. If he wants these Yinglings to live, these Yinglings will live. Words. Zhao Heng's pupils shrunk violently. From Elder Chen's words, he realized how terrifying Li Xingzhou was. Are you saying that those spirits that were crushed by the thunder are not dead, and that they can return to the battlefield as long as Li Xingzhou gives the order? Zhao Heng was stunned. If this is true, how horrible would it be? Wouldn't it mean that Li Xingzhou by himself was as good as a large army? Elder Chen only said, if the Soul Master doesn't fall, the spirit will not be extinguished. And at this point, Wang Yu, who was in the center of the thunder pool, was frowning. Something's not right. I killed these undead. Why is there no hint of soul force feedback? The looting talent is failing? Or is it that the engines aren't dead? Souls of the past, do not slumber, awaken. I need your shields to guard me. I need the weapons in your hands to put to death the enemies before me. Li Xingzhou once again waved the battle sword in his hand and mouthed the words. As his incantation sounded, more engines emerged from the void. Wang Yu noticed that the infernal knights that he had previously killed with his thunderbolt had also reappeared on the mountain field. The aura was as powerful as ever. It's as good as not being dead. Fizzle. The warhorse neighs. The newly summoned spirits immediately joined the battle and continued to attack Wang Yu. Is the engine immortal? Wang Yu looked at the steady stream of Yingling. He knew that if he couldn't find a solution soon, he would sooner or later be drained of his power by the infernals. Shoot the man first. Tackle the thief. Since these undead were summoned by Li Xingzhou, then destroy Li Xingzhou. Wang Yu once again mobilized the power of thunder within his body as he pushed his hands forward, and an even thicker thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted towards Li Xingzhou. This thunderbolt was extremely powerful. However, there was no need for Li Xingzhou to give orders, and immediately dozens of Yingling took the initiative to meet the thunder. Boom click. The terrifying thunder instantly blasted dozens of Yingling into pieces. Li Xingzhou is safe and sound. Moreover, there were simply too many spirits summoned by Li Xingzhou. A few dozen dead or wounded didn't matter to the undead roaming the mountains. With Li Xingzhou around, he would soon be resummoned. This is Li Xingzhou's true strength so perverted? Zhao Heng was stunned. As long as it is impossible to execute decapitation on Li Xingzhou and kill him with a single blow, anyone facing Li Xingzhou's situation will be piled up by a sea of people. Chen Lao said, in terms of the marvelousness of the ability, Li Xingzhou is far inferior to the power of time controlled by your witch demon of time. The main reason why Li Xingzhou is rated S+ is because he has taken summoning to the extreme. Truly, one person can stand up to 1,000, 10,000, and even hopefully 1,000,000 in the future. After a pause, Elder Chen added, but Wang Yu's performance was also very good. He actually summoned the power of thunder, and with a single move he extinguished dozens and hundreds of Yingling. If it were any other summoned undead, such as the witch demon, or even the witch demon king would only have been defeated by the undead. Zhao Heng could hear it. Elder Chen was still satisfied with Wang Yu's performance. However, he could also hear that between Li Xingzhou and Wang Yu, Elder Chen seemed to favor Li Xingzhou more. Elder Chen, do you think Wang Yu will lose? Zhao Heng asked weakly. Elder Chen nodded without hesitation. Defeat is inevitable. I just don't know where Wang Yu's potential lies and whether he can last for 10 minutes. Zhao Heng bristled. You little Yakuza. Don't think that I can't see if you make small moves behind my back. Elder Chen turned his back to Zhao Heng and snorted coldly. I know that you and Li Xingzhou don't deal with each other, but it's true that Wang Yu can't win, and it's hard to even last 10 minutes. I don't believe it, I just think Wang Yu can win. Li Xingzhou must lose. The truth is in front of you, believe it or not. Elder Chen, how about we make a bet? Zhao Heng's heart stirred. What's the bet? If Wang Yu wins, I won't pay back the soul-restoring herb I owe you. If Li Xingzhou wins, I will sell my life for the academy for 10 more years. How about that? Elder Chen smiled. Since you're willing to sign the contract of sale for an additional 10 years, I'll give you this opportunity. Chapter 100 Beat up Li Xingzhou. Elder Chen, you're a man of your word, so don't regret it. Zhao Heng hastened to take a precautionary shot. I've lived for decades, but I don't know how to write the word regret. Elder Chen's words were decisive. It was clear that Wang Yu had reached a predicament, and he didn't know what other means he had to turn the tables. Wang Yu has reached a predicament. There shouldn't be any possibility of flipping, right? Li Xingzhou looked at Wang Yu, who was surrounded by the undead, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yu's methods were indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. If he had not been cautious enough, there was a real possibility that he would have been struck by Wang Yu's thunder. He was also an infernal body and could ignore physical attacks. But the heavenly thunder, which was the most rigid and masculine, was also his nemesis. Luckily, it was blocked. Wang Yu had also run out of ideas. Next, we will wait for the opportunity to find a chance to get rid of Wang Yu. It's just that Elder Chen is watching from the sidelines, and it's not very easy for me to make a move. However, just as Li Xingzhou was secretly thinking about how to fulfill his father's order, a starry silver light suddenly lit up around him. What is this? Li Xingzhou's first reaction was surprise. He was certain that this silver glow was not emanating from himself versus the spirits he had summoned. Then it has something to do with Wang Yu. Li Xingzhou suddenly dropped his sight on Wang Yu's body, only to see that the thunder that Wang Yu was in also lit up with a silver color. What power? Li Xingzhou was puzzled. He tried to dispel the silver spots of light around him, but was unsuccessful. He moved away from his previous position again, the silver point of light following him like a shadow. Brush! In the next moment, a large hand appeared out of thin air in front of Li Xingzhou and grabbed the collar of the armor on Li Xingzhou with a death grip. What the hell? Li Xingzhou was in a panic. How could he not have imagined such a bizarre scene? After a brief moment of stunned silence, he tried to resist. However, before he could give an action, a strong force came from that big hand, and Li Xingzhou could not resist, but could only let that hand drag him into the unknown space.
Li Xingzhou disappeared.
The undead around them were confused. Their monarch, where did he go? The scent of the power of space. Wang Yu, he actually possesses the ability to manipulate space. The moment Li Xingzhou disappeared, Elder Chen's pupils shrunk violently, and he couldn't help but let out a horrified sound. As a veteran powerhouse, a king-level existence, he could be said to have seen a lot. Instantly, he recognized what kind of tactics Wang Yu had unleashed. Just, a contractor actually possesses the most rigid and masculine power of thunder and the mysterious and incomparable power of space in his body. What kind of undead did he contract? Why does it possess such a terrifying talent? Chun Lao murmured in a low voice, thunder, space, all very powerful abilities, and if an undead had such an ability, it would be enough to be king. Especially the power of thunder, which Elder Chun had not seen any undead could manipulate. Now these two forces are surprisingly present in the same person. He had seen a lot and experienced countless great storms, and rarely would he be so dismayed. More than that, it was the first time he had been so dismayed by a young man. It's a zombie he contracted. At that moment, Zhao Heng, who was behind Elder Chun, weakly vocalized, "Zombies?" Chun Lao is puzzled. How can there be such an outrageous and unreasonable zombie? Ah, you little Yakuza, did you already know that Wang Yu possesses the talent of thunder and space? Chun Lao suddenly realized that Zhao Heng was premeditated. I know. Zhao Heng was frank. Then why didn't you say so? And no one asked. Zhao Heng spread his hands innocently. After I lost the battle at the training camp, I was sent back to the academy, and no one asked me how I lost. After you came back, you were even less concerned about what happened to me. Chun Lao sniffed and was furious. Little Yakuzi, wasn't Lao Fu trying to defend your poor self-esteem? Now it's Lao Fu's fault. See, you owe a beating. Elder Chun said, about to raise the cane in his hand. Wait, Elder Chun, look. Li Xingzhou was pulled out. Zhao Heng exclaimed as he pointed to the place where Wang Yu was. Elder Chun sniffed and looked in the direction Zhao Heng pointed. Vaguely visible, in the middle of the thunder pool, Wang Yu was painstakingly pulling back half of his arm that was caught in the void, while pumping back away. And the engine, clad in battle armor, was yanked out a little bit. The hills and mountains of the engines also boiled over. They finally saw their vanished monarch again. Wang Yu, having performed a space travel, Li Xingzhou's entire body was confused. This feeling of being dragged through space was unpleasant. It was clearly a matter of seconds, and he felt like centuries had passed. However, before he could finish his sentence, thunder struck his body. After all, he was in the middle of a thunder pool. It's impossible to not get struck by lightning. After one course, it is a myriad of paths. Click, 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 click. Thunder continued to strike down from high above, like the whip of divine punishment, flooding a series of sparks on top of Li Xingzhou's battle armor, leaving deep imprints. Soon, the armor on Li Xingzhou's body was torn apart by the thunderbolt, revealing his translucent spirit body. It was also his undead essence, a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. In the next moment, a thunderbolt struck the Yingling's body, instantly splitting it apart and turning it into stars that disappeared into Li Xingzhou's body. Li Xingzhou fell to the ground, trembling unceasingly. His eyes flashed with fear as he looked at Wang Yu. It's too strong. He never dreamed that Wang Yu would be so strong. He actually possessed the two major abilities of space and thunder. Isn't it bullying to fight with only having the ability to summon yourself? The moment Li Xingzhou's undead spirit collapsed, the army of spirits roaming the mountains also disappeared. Boom! Within the thunderclouds, electric snakes churned. Wang Yu had no intention of stopping at all. Wang Yu, it's okay. You blew away his undead. He's just testing you? You're not going to kill him, are you? Far away. Chen Lao stopped the fight. As his voice rang out, strong soul power erupted from Elder Chun, forming a milky white pillar of light that shot straight up into the sky. instantly dispersing all of the gloomy clouds and thunder in the sky. What a terrifying strength! Wang Yu's heart pounded. One must know that Elder Chun had not summoned his own undead, and had done so with only his own strength, and he had managed to charge the stars with his chi. This strength, even if I don't fuse the undead, I'm definitely not a match for Elder Chun. Is this the strength of Elder Chun? Wang Yu's heart moved. Wang Yu knew. With Elder Chun around, he couldn't do anything to Li Xingzhou anymore. Young man, I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to cross the line and defeat Li Xingzhou. There really is a generation of talent in the river and mountain. I'm very pleased. There have always been upstarts like you born. It's hard for my great Xia not to prosper, Elder Chun said with emotion. Listening to it, Wang Yu did not take it to heart at all. In the next moment, Elder Chun straightened his clothes, squared his hat, and said in a loud voice, "Now I announce that Wang Yu passed the Academy's entrance examination and officially become a student of the Academy." Chapter 101 Body Metamorphosis Power of Time. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with 1 metamorphosis. Issued quest, Soul Power to Platinum level. Reward, unlock the Time talent. The gift of time? Wang Yu was stunned. Although his Shogun's ability to possess immortality was also a type of time force effect, it could only be considered his passive ability. He can't actively control it. Having fought against Zhao Heng before, he was envious of Zhao Heng's ability to control the flow of time. If one could take control, one's strength would certainly increase drastically. Reward issued. The beep sounded. Wang Yu felt a wave of exhaustion surging through his heart. His eyes went black and he fell down softly. Wang Yu. Zhao Heng let out a cry of surprise. And with a wave of Elder Chen's subsequent wave, a strong soul force held Wang Yu in place, allowing him to levitate in mid-air. Elder Chen? Wang Yu's situation? Zhao Heng asked. It's fine. Wang Yu might have fallen into a coma due to excessive consumption. Elder Chen guessed. Zhao Heng nodded. That makes sense. Wang Yu's previous battle against Li Xingzhou, summoning thunder and catching with the power of space, and ultimately defeating the platinum level Li Xingzhou by crossing the level. The consumption was definitely not small. It's normal to be weak and unconscious now. But this kid's strength is impressive to me, Elder Chun exclaimed. It's not uncommon for a gold level to cross over and take on a platinum level, or at least, it's an uncommon thing in our academy. However, he crossed the level to defeat an S+ ranked demon. And looking at the creation of the academy until now, there has never been any heavenly pride that has made it this far. Zhao Heng was shaken. Throughout history, no? Elder Chun was silent for a moment and said, that was in the past. Today this kid has made history. Making history. TSK. Tisk. Zhao Heng was staggered for a moment. Wang Yu is so gold. I'm afraid that anyone who enters the training camp in the future won't be able to get around Wang Yu. In that case, it wasn't wrong for me to lose to Wang Yu before. Zhao Heng was in a good mood. Even Li Xingzhou, a platinum-level demon, lost. It's no big deal if he loses at gold level. Humph. Can't you compare yourself to a good one? Elder Chen snorted coldly. He was a bit of a hater. Zhao Heng instantly shrunk his neck. Go. Take Wang Yu back to rest first. When he wakes up, bring him to meet me at the academy. Elder Chen commanded. Zhao Heng nodded and carried Wang Yu on his back, heading towards the mountain. This guy, so heavy. While walking, Zhao Heng muttered. What? Still upset? After Zhao Heng left, Zhao Lao looked at Li Xingzhou, who was lying on the ground, his eyes lifeless. Li Xingzhou was silent, still staring blankly into midair with a confused expression. Chun Lao said, if you can't even stand the setback, you should go down the mountain. Words. Some gleam appeared in Li Xingzhou's eyes. There was still some pain in his body, but he stood up anyway. Elder Chun, I'm not going down the mountain. I will challenge Wang Yu again. His voice grew firm. I don't care how you guys toss and turn, but there is one thing to remember. Only victory and defeat, not life and death. Violator. No matter what background you have, I will kill you. Elder Chen warned in a deep voice. Li Xingzhou's expression changed and he hurriedly bowed his head. I understand all the rules of the academy. Don't worry, I'll never break it. Chun Lao looked deeply at Li Xingzhou, then limped towards the mountain on his crutches. Wang Yu didn't know how long he had been unconscious. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in a simply decorated room, lying on a wooden bed. Is this inside the academy? Wang Yu thought. All he felt was a little dryness in his throat. Getting up and out of bed, he went to get a glass of water from the table. Click. The glass of water was instantly crushed. Wang Yu was slightly stunned. It seems that this metamorphosis has raised my power quite a bit more, and I need to adapt to it. Wang Yu carefully picked up the water bottle this time. Finish your water. Wang Yu's expression moved and he steeply looked at the position of the doorway. The next moment the door was pushed open. A man poked his head in. Zhao Heng. Wang Yu frowned. Wang Yu, you're awake? Zhao Heng showed a look of surprise. How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable? Zhao Heng acted concerned. Are we familiar? Wang Yu frowned and kept his distance from Zhao Heng. He felt that this guy, Zhao Heng, was a bit strange. Before, they were at the elite genius training camp, and they were still fighting to the death. We know each other. Haven't you ever heard the saying? It's called no fighting. Zhao Heng said with a serious face. We're considered old acquaintances now. Wang Yu, can it still be like this? But you're a ing self-made man. Besides, you did me such a great favor. I am very grateful to you. From today onwards, you are my brother. Zhao Heng collected his smile and said seriously. Wang Yu, moving up from acquaintance to brother so quickly? It's going too fast, isn't it? But how have I helped you? In detail. Wang Yu keenly noticed a message in Zhao Heng's words. This matter, to put it mildly, is still because of you. Zhao Heng gave Wang Yu a grudging look. Wang Yu instantly got goosebumps. You don't know. I'm not a disciple of a big and powerful family like Li Xingzhou, who has the support of a huge power and all kinds of top resources at his fingertips. The last time I fought against you in the practical test at the genius training camp, I was injured quite badly. After returning to the academy, I looked for Elder Chun and borrowed a soul returning grass to heal my wounds. But during the battle between you and Li Xingzhou just now, I made a bet with Elder Chun and I won. So this soul restoring grass doesn't need to be returned. Zhao Heng answered Wang Yu's doubts. Aren't resources distributed in the academy? Wang Yu was surprised. Udi. Huh. Wang Yu's eyes crossed. Zhao Heng smiled sarcastically and said instead, Brother Yu. Just call me Wang Yu. Then I'd better call you Brother Yu, after all, we're familiar with each other. Zhao Heng insisted. Wang Yu. Forget it. Let him be. Go on. All right. Zhao Heng continued. There is no free lunch in the world, and it's the same in the academy. If you want to obtain resources in the academy, you need to pay a corresponding price. You can exchange the resources you need by completing the tasks of the academy to get contribution points. One can also sign a contract with the academy to directly exchange for the desired resources. After a pause, Zhao Heng said seriously, however, after signing the contract, you will lose your freedom, and you will have to do whatever the academy arranges. There is no choice, so be sure to choose carefully. Wang Yu said, what happens if, after signing the contract, you don't fulfill it? Zhao Heng was silent for a moment before slowly answering, you will regret not honoring the contract. Wang Yu nodded in understanding. Be sure to make your choice carefully. Do not sign a contract with a bookstore until you have to. By the way, you just said that Li Xingzhou came from a big mansion. Which mansion is it? Wang Yu asked again. Chapter 102. Establishing a life for the people, enlightening peace for the great Xia. The Li family of the imperial capital. Zhao Heng replied without hesitation. The imperial capital, Li family. Wang Yu was stunned. Immediately a person came to his mind. Deputy General Commander of the Daxia Military Department, Li Juanheng. It's the same Li family that Li Juanheng, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Daxia Military Ministry, is a member of. Moreover, Li Xingzhou is the son of that great man. Just as Wang Yu was secretly thinking, Zhao Heng revealed Li Xingzhou's identity. Surprisingly, he was the son of Li Juanheng. Wang Yu's heart shook. Now he understands. Li Xingzhou targeting himself that much must have been authorized by Li Juanheng. After all, it was with Li Juanheng's warrant that Gu Yanyan had come to the training camp in the first place to take him away by force. This showed that Li Juanheng and Gu Yanran had already been working together for a long time. And Gu Yanyan was bound to be unsatisfied after failing to win the last time. Only, what Wang Yu did not expect was that Li Juanheng was able to extend his hand to the academy. Also, the Li family is a powerful family with amazing heritage. It's not impossible to produce an S+ grade demon. Wang Yu said darkly. Brother Yu, after you fell unconscious, Elder Chun explained to me that when you wake up, I will take you to the academy to meet him. Zhao Heng asked, do you think we can go over there now? What is the academy? Wang Yu wondered. Zhao Heng explained. Anyone who joins the academy has to go to the academy to burn incense before they can be considered to have completed the enrollment ceremony, formally becoming a disciple of the academy. So it is. Wang Yu nodded. The other side. Gu's group. Juanheng, you're here. Gu Yanyan looked at the handsome man who walked into the office and a smile appeared on her icy face. Yanyan, don't be sad about Tianyuan anymore. I'm sure he doesn't want to see you sad and haggard either. After a pause, Li Juanheng added, I also don't want to see you sad and haggard. Words. The smile on Gu Yanran's face tightened again. The culprit who killed my son is still at large. How can you make me happy? If you want to truly walk out, unless Wang Yu dies. Gu Yanran's voice was filled with hatred. Li Juanheng sighed and said, Yesterday, I got the news that Wang Yu had already left Qin City under the arrangement of Dongfang Wuji and headed to the academy. He has already arrived at the academy today. A cold light flashed in Gu Yanran's eyes. Then has Wang Yu been accepted into the academy? She was very concerned about that. Li Juanheng said, It doesn't matter. Xingzhou will make a move. Obviously, Li Juanheng had an early arrangement. Is it really foolproof? Gu Yanran was still worried. Repeatedly, there were accidents and she was really scared. That sinful bastard Wang Yu is really too hard to kill. What accidents can there be? Li Juanheng laughed lightly. Xingzhou has long since reached the platinum level and is another S+ level demon. And Wang Yu is only gold level. Xingzhou had a record of fighting against the diamond level, and if he was given enough time, it was a diamond level contractor that could be killed by him. Yan, remember, S+ level demons will be defeated, but they will never be defeated by someone weaker than themselves. Phew. After hearing Li Juanheng's words, Gu Yanran was finally relieved. I'm relieved with your words. Worthy of being known as the man of the future military god, it just gives people a sense of security. Doing things is just reassuring, much better than that guy Shiranuro who only knows how to eat soft food. However, just in the next moment, Gu Yanran noticed a flash of color in Li Juanheng's eyes. What's wrong, Juanheng? Gu Yanran asked in disbelief. Li Juanheng took out his cell phone and a smile appeared on his face. It's Xingzhou calling. Counting the time, it should be that the matter is done. So keep quiet for now and let's listen to what he has to say together. Li Juanheng's voice was filled with confidence. Aha! Gu Yanran nodded heavily. Her eyes filled with anticipation. She wanted to hear how Wang Yu died. Xingzhou, did you accomplish what I asked you to do? Li Juanheng picked up the phone. Li Xingzhou's voice came from the other end. Dad, I'm sorry I failed. What? Li Juanheng was shaken. Wang Yu not dead? On the side, Gu Yanyan even exclaimed. Dad? Who's with you? It's not my mom either. On the other end of the phone, Li Xingzhou asked. The academy is situated in a quiet place, surrounded by greenery, ancient buildings with gray tiles and white walls, high arches of the eaves, such as the wings of the birds, in the blue sky and white clouds, appear particularly solemn and elegant. The gate of the academy is a heavy wooden structure. The vermilion paint is a little mottled, but it adds to the flavor of the years. Above the main door hung a plaque with the word, Academy, written in a strong and vigorous script, the large golden letters glittering under the sunlight. Wang Yu followed Zhao Heng as he meandered forward along a verdant path to the main hall of the academy. Tall columns support the roof, and the columns are carved with poems and couplets. Rows of tables and chairs are neatly arranged. A portrait hangs on the wall of the hall. To Wang Yu's surprise, these portraits were not ancient. All are recent characters. In the lower right corner of each portrait, a brief biography is written. Wang Yu looked towards a man in a military uniform with a valiant appearance. Lin guards the city. He has experienced 214 battles in his life and once led 10,000 men to defeat an army of 100,000 demons. He died at the age of 48 with the two great demonic generals at Mount Falling Leaves. This was a hero. Wang Yu silently dropped his eyes on another portrait. It was a woman in a long white dress. Lu Enren, 412 battles in his life. In the defense battle of Danyun City, he fought for 3 days and 3 nights, killing tens of thousands of demons, and died of exhaustion. At the age of 39. Gulin Peak. Wang Yu was in awe as he looked at one of the portraits. Finally, a deep bow. All of these people, who had died generously for the fate of the human race, deserved to be honored. They are the forefathers of the academy. Just then, Elder Chun leaned on his crutches and came within the academy. Wang Yu looked at Elder Chun but did not speak, because Elder Chun hadn't finished his words. In the academy, there is no dean, no sir, just me, the guide with some of the muckrakers, because only these sages, the seniors, are considered true gentlemen. They are teaching us the truth by their actions and deeds. Chun Lao's voice was not loud, but Wang Yu, however, felt deafening. The heart was in awe. Elder Chun looked at Wang Yu and asked softly, "Do you know what the philosophy of our academy is?" Late generation does not dare to make a wild guess. Wang Yu replied seriously. Chun Lao said, "Establish a life for the people and a peace for the great summer. To establish a life for the people and a peace for the Daxia." Wang Yu repeated it in his mind. Silently, I took the words to heart. Chun Lao turned his gaze to the portraits. Our forefathers, practicing what they preached by doing. I hope you can do the same, without waiting for Wang Yu to answer. Or maybe there was no need for Wang Yu to answer. Elder Chun continued, "Offer incense." As the words fell, Zhao Heng walked over with a handful of lit incense. Wang Yu gave each portrait and lit 3 incense sticks. "Good. Now you are officially a student of the academy." Elder Chun nodded in satisfaction before asking, "What do you think I should teach you?" Wang Yu, for a moment. "Shouldn't I be asking you that question?" Chapter 103 King of the Black Hell, Death Chantaire, Battle King. Don't look at me with suspicion. You are not ordinary indentured servants, and unusual methods of education don't always work on you. Elder Chun explained earnestly, every S+ rank demon grows in a different way, so if you were to be nurtured in a rigid, set way, it would be counterproductive and even limit your talent. Wang Yu listened and unconsciously nodded his head. That makes sense. For example, he possessed the gift of plunder, which could be enhanced by killing undead and demonic soul power. If you let Wang Yu meditate in his room and hammer his soul power, that would definitely be inappropriate. ID. You have people who are good at meditating to cut down demons to grow their soul power, and that's not realistic either. Sure, that's just one example. In fact, it's much more onerous than that. Seeing Wang Yu's silence, Chun Lao said, "It seems that you have listened to what I said. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about what you should do on your own to quickly increase your strength." However, Wang Yu replied without thinking, "Elder Chun, there is no need to think. I know how to raise my strength. Tell me about it." Chun Lao asked with interest. Wang Yu's decisiveness was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Fight," Wang Yu said solemnly. "As long as I can kill the demons, my strength will increase rapidly. Boosting your strength in battle. No wonder your growth rate is so perverse. So, you're following the path of a battle king." On the side, Zhao Heng was first shocked, then shook his head in admiration. "Who is the war king?" Wang Yu asked curiously. Zhao Heng didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at Elder Chun. "Elder Chun, is this something that can be said casually?" "What? You still want Wang Yu to open a membership for you?" Elder Chun raised an eyebrow. "That's not true." Zhao Heng scratched his head in embarrassment. Chun Lao said, "There's nothing that can't be said. Wang Yu is already a student of the academy. The information about those guys is not considered a secret to him." "Then I'll say it." Zhao Heng looked at Wang Yu and said, "You've just arrived and don't know much about the academy yet. In our generation, there are 3 others of similar age, besides Li Xingzhou and me." Wang Yu understood. "That means there are still 3S+ grade demons in the academy?" "That's right." Zhao Heng nodded his head affirmatively. "You've met and crossed swords with both Li Xingzhou and me. And besides us, there is also the king of the Black Prison who specializes in dark magic, the Death Chantaire who specializes in soul magic, and the Battle King who specializes in close combat with unbelievable attack power." King of the Black Hell, Death Chantaire, and Battle King. Wang Yu silently memorized these 3 titles in his heart. Zhao Heng added, "It's just that the 3 of them are on a mission and aren't in the academy. You'll be able to see them in a couple months, when the academy will take the exam. And among the 3, the Battle King is the pervert who feeds on battle and gets stronger the more he fights. You 2 have similar abilities." Wang Yu slightly nodded his head in understanding. He was rather interested in this Battle King. "Well, if you have any questions, you can take your time to learn about them later at your leisure. An inch of time is an ounce of gold. Seize the time to improve your strength." Chun Lao said, "I will take you to a place that will fulfill your need to fight." Having said that, Chun Lao walked ahead on his crutches. Wang Yu and Zhao Heng followed closely behind. The other side, Gu's group. Li Xingzhou had already recounted his experience for Li Juanheng and Gu Yanran across the phone. See only. Li Juanheng, a great man who had seen great scenes and read countless heavenly pride, was also flashing with shock in his eyes after listening to Li Xingzhou's description of Wang Yu. In addition to his strong physical defense, great strength, and the ability to use the power of thunder, Wang Yu can even manipulate the power of space. 1,000 times true. I was the one who was caught in the area covered by thunder by his spatial power. Otherwise, how could I have lost to someone weaker than myself? As you know, my ability is to specialize in defeating the weak with the strong. When it comes to this matter, Li Xingzhou is still very aggrieved. If it wasn't for Elder Chun stopping me, I would have already been blown to pieces. Xingzhou, you have done a good job in this matter. Even if we didn't kill Wang Yu, we know his strength, and it will be easier to deal with him afterward.
Li Junheng comforta.
What? You still want to target Wang Yu? There are some things that, having begun, there is no way to stop. But Wang Yu has already entered the academy and become a student of the academy. So what? Li Juanheng asked rhetorically. Elder Chen explicitly forbade that cutting and fighting is fine. Yet it is not allowed to injure lives. He's a king-level powerhouse. There's no good outcome for disobeying him. That's if he's alive. What if he's dead? Li Juanheng said indifferently. His voice was incredibly cold. What? You are going to turn your back on a king-level powerhouse in order to kill Wang Yu? Moreover, it's still the guide of the academy. Li Xingzhou was confused. Dad, what did Wang Yu do then? Did he dig up our Li family's ancestral grave? To make you so determined to strike him down? Li Xingzhou couldn't understand what kind of hatred it was that made Li Juanheng hate Wang Yu to the bone. Elder Chun was a king-level terrifying existence. He believed that even if Wang Yu really dug up the Li family's ancestral grave, the old ancestor would not blame Wang Yu. Li Juanheng glanced at the teary-eyed, pitiful Gu Yanran and said firmly, "No one can stop my determination to kill Wang Yu. But I won't go to fight Chen Jinyu either. He's too old and doesn't have much time left." This? Li Xingzhou was speechless, completely at a loss for words. Just then, he heard Li Juanheng say in a serious tone, "Xingzhou, I hope you won't be discouraged and cultivate harder in the future. One loss is nothing, just win it back. I'll send you some top-notch resources later to help you improve your strength. The next time you strike again, you will definitely be able to chop Wang Yu under your sword and wash away today's shame." "Yes," Li Xingzhou answered and hung up the phone. "Juanheng, are you telling the truth?" Gu Yanran asked. Li Juanheng nodded. "Of course it's true. And this day won't be long. Wang Yu, there are many more resources in our academy, enhancing the power of the soul, boosting the strength and power of the body, strengthening the undead, and so on, as long as you can think of basically all of them." Elder Chun was in front, talking as he walked. The corner of Zhao Heng's mouth twitched. Chun Lao is trying to fool people into signing a contract of sale again. Although I'm tempted, I don't have contribution points right now. Wang Yu was distressed. Elder Chun smiled. Contribution points can be earned later. The academy can provide you with these resources free of charge. It's just that you have to pay a little bit of freedom. Chapter 104, Howling Valley, Demon King's Heart. What Elder Chun said makes sense, so when I go back and ponder over what exactly I need, then I'll come back to you. King responded. Right at this moment, Zhao Heng, who was on the side, coldly gave a thumbs up to Wang Yu with a hint of admiration on his face. In his heart, he secretly sighed. Wang Yu doesn't only know how to fight and kill, he also knows how to deal with people. If only I had realized these truths earlier. Wouldn't have punched so many punches. Good. Then I will wait for you to come to me. Hearing Wang Yu's reply, Elder Chen nodded in satisfaction. About 10 minutes later, under Elder Chen's guidance, Wang Yu arrived in a quiet and deep valley. This valley is very different from the rest, and its center is even more peculiar. Only to see that there was actually a large platform with a rather vast area, and the ground was covered with a stone slab made of an unknown material. These stone slabs present a deep and mysterious dark red tone, giving a sense of solemnity. After approaching, a strong, pungent, disgusting bloody flavor, surging waves in general, pounced towards Wang Yu from all over the world. Not only that, Wang Yu was shocked to find that the ground he was standing on was densely engraved with huge and weirdly shaped runes one after another. These runes were intricately intertwined, with twisted and entwined lines, as if they contained some kind of mysterious and unpredictable power, causing Wang Yu to be completely puzzled. Of course, if at this time Wang Yu was able to fly high above the sky and observe this area from an overlooking perspective, then he would definitely be surprised to find out that the combination of these seemingly haphazard runes on the ground was actually an extremely grand-scale formation. The size of its footprint is beyond imagination. Just then, Elder Chan spoke up. Isn't it very curious about this place? Hearing this, Wang Yu nodded without hesitation and said frankly, Indeed, I have never seen such a scene before. Seeing Wang Yu being so forthright, Elder Chan smiled slightly and continued, This place has a special name. It is called the Wailing Valley, and it will be your place of cultivation for the next period of time. Wailing Valley? Why would it take such a strange name? Wang Yu could not help but stare. Because underneath your feet, there exists a huge spell formation. Once this formation is activated, those demons imprisoned in the mountains surrounding the academy will be instantly transported to this place through a spatial teleportation array. And when you succeed in decapitating them, the mournful wailing sounds they make before they die will resonate throughout the valley. Said here, Chun Lao paused a little. But well, if your strength is not good, cannot defeat these demons, then at that time the person who wailed can be you. After saying that, Elder Chun gave Wang Yu a meaningful look. Instead, a chill surged in Wang Yu's heart. He gazed at the dark red stone slabs on the ground with a heavy gaze, finally understanding why they took on such a strange color as well as exuding such a strong scent of blood. It turned out to be dyed by countless blood. However, to maintain the operation of a spell formation of such a grand scale, the energy consumption it requires must be extremely astonishing, right? Wang Yu's brows furrowed as he continued to observe the surroundings while he spoke out his mind's doubts to Elder Chun beside him, only to see Chun Lao faintly smile and lightly reply, Oh, not a penny of cost is needed. Hearing this, Wang Yu could not help but widen his eyes. How is that possible? Didn't you just say that this formation possesses the powerful function of spatial teleportation? As far as I know, but any formation that involves spatial teleportation or the like, the resources and energy it requires can be quite huge. Elder Chan explained unhurriedly. The reason is simple. The one that constantly provides the source of power for this formation is the heart of a demon king. What? Wang Yu's body trembled violently when he heard this. Surprisingly, it's the demon king's heart. The information shows that the demon king only needs to gently wave his arm, can make tens of miles of land instantly turned into a barren land of nothingness, and its combat strength is simply beyond imagination. But now, the heart of such a powerful person would be taken out and used to power a formation? This is just mind-boggling. But he also believed that Chen Lao would not lie. Awesome! After a long period of silence, Wang Yu finally couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. However, in the face of Wang Yu's undisguised praise, Elder Chun only gently shook his head. It doesn't work either. He raised his hand to slowly point at the empty pants and said with a grim expression, This leg of the old man is the heavy price paid for beheading the demon king back then. Just a leg for the life of the demon king. Wang Yu secretly pondered in his heart. Where is this not working? It's just an unbelievably brilliant record. All right, let's not talk about idle talk. Let's seize the time to start cultivating. Elder Chun looked solemn and solemnly said to Wang Yu, Wang Yu, you first move to the center of the formation. Later, when I activate the formation, there will be a steady stream of demons being transported here, and your cultivation will then begin. Remember, if you can't kill the demons fast enough, you'll end up miserable. He did not understand why Elder Chan said so, but Wang Yu still kept Elder Chen's words in mind. He took a deep breath and took a pace towards the center of the formation. Zhao Hong, on the other hand, stared unblinkingly at Wang Yu's fading back, muttering under his breath. I really don't know just how many waves of demonic attacks Wang Yu's strength will be able to withstand in one breath. Old Taoist Chun recalled with a deep gaze. I think that back then, after the Battle King managed to break through to the gold level, he came here without stopping to launch a challenge. That scene really surprised the old man. He passed through all the way, his momentum was like a rainbow, and in one breath, he killed a whole 9 waves of demons. Especially in the 9th wave, facing that strongest demon, its strength has already reached the Platinum 9-star realm. Hearing this, Zhao Hong couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, subconsciously shrinking his neck and marveling. I'm afraid that killing a Platinum 9-star is only something that a crazy battle maniac like the Battle King can do. There was no pressure on Zhao Hong to kill 2 or 3 stars of Platinum, but as for 9 stars of Platinum, if you really want to encounter it, you'd better run as far away as you can. One must know that among the students of the academy of their generation, in terms of attacking power, the Battle King was undoubtedly the most powerful person recognized by all. Yeah, there's only one Battle King, and I don't expect that much from Wang Yu. If he can withstand the 6th wave of demonic attacks, I'll already be satisfied. Elder Chen finished speaking and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Attention all sectors. Open the phalanx and release the demons. Chapter 105. Battle against Platinum Level. Swish, swish, swish. As Elder Chen's words fell, the magic array activated and several pillars of light shot up into the sky, emitting a dazzling light. They shot straight up into the clouds, as if they were going to pierce the sky. It's about to start. Under Wang Yu's gaze, these pillars of light began to converge together, forming a huge light shield. The light shield slowly fell, enveloping the entire venue, as if it were a large inverted bowl. The moment the light shield fell, Wang Yu within the formation acted gravely. He knew that the devil was coming. Rip, rip, rip. Within the formation, one pitch-black crack after another suddenly appeared, and then appeared within the magic formation. Some appeared at the edge of the field, and some were right next to Wang Yu. At the same time, an eerie aura suddenly filled the air. It's the smell of the devil. Wang Yu took a cursory look and got the exact number. 10 cracks. In other words, in this wave, 10 demons will appear. No sooner had the thought fallen than the dark crack evolved into a portal. Wang Yu saw that a hideous figure squeezed out from the portal. As Wang Yu had guessed, there were 10 demons in total. It's a human scent. I haven't tasted a human soul in a long time. These demons laughed hideously. Think of Wang Yu as a delicacy. However, Wang Yu took them as prey as well. The 3 demons directly in front of Wang Yu were from the same race. Their size was not huge, only about 2 meters, but they were well proportioned and smooth, and all of their bodies were covered with a layer of hard scales, which reflected a golden light under the illumination of the formation. These demons had sharp bone spurs growing from their joints, as if they were sharp blades. A sharp blade demon specializing in melee combat, controlling the golden element with sharp attacks. Information related to it immediately surfaced in Wang Yu's mind. And strength can be discerned from the colors on such demons. Bronze level is the color cyan, silver represents the silver level, and gold reaches the gold level. 3 heads of gold level. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt a burning breath approaching. When Wang Yu looked, he saw 2 inferno demons whose entire body was burning with blazing fire, riding the flame domain to attack. Surprisingly, they were also 2 gold-level inferno demons. Swoosh! Before Wang Yu could respond, he felt a cracking sound. Without needing to look, Wang Yu's body had already made an instinctive dodge. Several spears condensed from cold ice flew past Wang Yu's body. When Wang Yu turned around, he saw 3 frost demons covered in frost, attacking from afar. It was also 3 gold-ranked frost demons. However, these demons only attracted Wang Yu's attention for a split second, because these demons are all gold level. Before his second metamorphosis, Wang Yu already didn't care much about gold-level demons, let alone now. So his mind was more on the figure at the far end. This demon's body was immense, as if it was a small mountain. Its skin took on a black color and was covered in mysterious runes. A pair of eyes, like red lanterns, emitted an evil light. Between breaths, its mouth continuously spewed out black mist with an extremely strong corrosive aura. Platinum-level black mist demon. Wang Yu recognized the other party's origin. Black mist demons are born with extremely strong dark magic and corrosive power. Moreover, as could be seen from its massive size, the black mist demon's power was also extremely strong. However, Wang Yu did not feel fear in the face of the platinum-level black mist demon. Instead, he licked his lips in excitement. A platinum-level demon. I wonder how much soul power it can provide me with. Wang Yu estimated that how could it be comparable to 10 or 8 gold-level demons. Kill. After completing the fusion, Wang Yu felt that his entire body was filled with explosive power. Makes him want to release. Bang. He stomped hard on the ground as if he was an arrow off the string, and a terrifying sonic boom unexpectedly erupted. As if he was a bolt of lightning, he instantly arrived in front of Yen Demon. Before the Inferno Demon could react, Wang Yu had already thrown a punch at its body. This punch contained a powerful force that directly sent Yen Demon flying. Inferno's body arced through the air before falling heavily to the ground. It struggled a few times to get to its feet, but was unsuccessful, because a huge hole had been added to its chest and its heart burst into pieces. The flames that burned gradually died out. The Inferno's life vanished with it. You have slain the gold 3-star Inferno and gained 13,000 soul points. The beep sounded. Wang Yu, however, didn't care. At that moment, he charged another Frost Demon. With the Inferno Demon's previous experience, the Frost Demon's heart immediately grew wary. When the Frost Demon saw Wang Yu rushing over, it hastily sprayed out a cold breath. This aura instantly froze the surrounding air, forming a wall of ice. However, Wang Yu was not stopped by this ice wall. He directly blasted his fist onto the ice wall, shattering it to pieces. He then proceeded to charge at the Frost Demon and blasted it away with a single punch. Afterwards, he didn't care about the death of this Frost Demon at all and turned to attack several other Frost Demons. For a while, wailing sounds kept resounding. Wang Yu's attacks were like a raging storm, leaving those demons with no power to fight back. His speed and strength had reached an astonishing level, and every punch and kick contained a powerful force. Inferno demons, Frost demons, Sharpshooter demons, those gold-level demons were blown away under his attacks. Some demons were even directly blown to pieces, with their corpses scattered all over the place. The 9 gold-level demons were blown away by Wang Yu in an instant. You killed the Ice Demon. You killed the Blade Demon. It doesn't work and it beeps. Wang Yu turned his gaze towards the Platinum-level Black Mist Demon. And at that moment, the Black Mist Demons were confused. What's the situation? I haven't even posed yet, and you've killed all my boys? Abominable human beings. This demon saw that Wang Yu was so powerful, but some fear was born in his heart. It continuously spewed out black mist in an attempt to block Wang Yu's attack. However, the black mist that was able to corrode the alloy into scrap metal in a matter of moments was not affected by these mists for Wang Yu. He charged straight into the mist and attacked the Black Mist Demon. When the Black Mist Demon saw Wang Yu rushing over, it hastily swung its huge claws at him. This claw contained such a powerful force that a small mountain in front of it could be smashed. However, Wang Yu did not dodge. He directly stretched out a hand and surprisingly hardened it against the claws of the Black Mist Demon. The Black Mist Demon froze. Was this the kind of power and defense that a gold-level contractor could have?
I'm Platinum.
Hiss, I knew that Wang Yu could fight with platinum-level demons, such as the power of thunder and the power of space, but I didn't think he would use this way anyway. Off-site, Zhao Heng sucked in cool air. Elder Chun was also shocked beyond belief in his heart. Old me, I didn't expect that kid. So raw. Chapter 106 Golden 2 Stars. I feel like he's gotten stronger again than when he took the test today, Zhao Heng said with some uncertainty. It's not a feeling, it did get stronger. Elder Chun replied affirmatively from the side. When he fought against Li Xingzhou before, Wang Yu's body had a clear tendency to retreat after receiving the charge of a gold-level Yingling Hard. But now, directly facing the sharp claws of the Black Mist Demon without even shaking a bit, this proved that his power had increased tremendously. It was enough to fight against the platinum level. There is also his body defense. It is also very amazing. Actually, even a skin is not broken. Hiss. If you didn't say it, I didn't even notice so many details. Zhao Heng once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air before exclaiming, Elder Chun, you are really too detailed. Chun Lao frowned. Little Beavis, why does that sound strange to you? No way. Zhao Heng thumped in his heart, then hurriedly pointed at the field and exclaimed, Elder Chun, look at Wang Yu's counterattack. Elder Chun also looked over, only to see that Wang Yu grabbed the claws of the Black Mist Demon. No, one of the Black Mist Demon's claws was bigger than a pot lid, and Wang Yu just grabbed one of the Black Mist Demon's fingers. Then, with a forceful fling, he surprisingly threw the ranked demon away. The Black Mist Demon tumbled through the air a few times before falling heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground shook. It was dropped hard, but it still stood up with great speed, ready to launch a counterattack. However, Wang Yu did not give it any chance, and with his vertical strength, he had already arrived in front of the Black Mist Demon. The Black Mist Demon's heart was shocked. It knew that once it was approached by Wang Yu, there would definitely be no benefit, so it rushed with both hands to swat Wang Yu like a fly. But it underestimated Wang Yu's speed. Or rather, it simply could not keep up with Wang Yu's speed. Wang Yu leapt through the air and had arrived at the same height as the Black Mist Demon, kicking the Black Mist Demon in the head. Click! A bone-breaking sound that felt toothsome rang out. This kick contained an extremely powerful force, only to see the mouth full of fangs of the Black Mist Demon being shattered mostly by Wang Yu's kick. Ink-colored blood sword. some of it spilling onto the ground. Some of it spilled onto the bodies of the dead demons, hissing and hissing as a puff of smoke rose. There was also some blood that spilled on Wang Yu's body, and he was unharmed. "What undead are you fusing?" the black mist demon asked vaguely. "Undead that can kill you." Between the words, Wang Yu's fists and feet came out. He used the black mist demon's massive body as a landing point and continuously launched attacks. Each strike contained a powerful force. 2 or 3 breaths later, the huge body of the black mist demon crumpled to its knees before collapsing with a loud thud. At this point, its head was damaged beyond recognition. So much for Wave 1. The moment the black mist demon fell, Zhao Heng was stunned. The old man was surprised too. Elder Chen's voice was a bit complicated. He also did not anticipate that Wang Yu actually ended the battle in this way. "It's outrageous. Elder Chen, what do you say now? Shouldn't the evaluation of Wang Yu be changed?" Zhao Heng asked. Elder Chen nodded. "It should indeed be changed. I've seen countless geniuses in my life, but I've never seen a genius like Wang Yu. The power of space, the power of thunder, and now a powerful power of flesh. There are a lot of pros, and so far, I haven't found any cons about him." Zhao Heng's gaze flickered at his words. It was important to realize that they were all S+ celestials, but each of them had some weaknesses or shortcomings. Even the king of the Black Hell, the Death Chantayer, and the Battle King who were above him in terms of strength also had the same problem of one kind or another. However, Elder Chen's evaluation of Wang Yu was actually without flaws. This has surpassed them all. Perhaps, it won't be long before Wang Yu's rank will leave you far behind, surpassing Li Xingzhou and catching up with the War King and the others. Just at this time, Elder Chen spoke again. Zhao Heng was shocked at his words. He believed that Elder Chen definitely wasn't saying this in an empty voice. He subconsciously landed his eyes on Wang Yu's body. Only the soul power that erupted from Wang Yu's body was seen to form a vortex. He, broke through again? It's true that he possesses the ability to devour just like the Battle King. It's amazing. The previously mentioned talent is going to increase the same again. You have slain the Platinum 1-star Black Mist Demon and gained 110,000 points of soul power. 110,000. Wang Yu was first stunned, followed by surprise welling up in his heart. It's just as I imagined. Killing a Platinum 1-star demon is equivalent to 10 gold 1-star demons. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Wang Yu was convinced that his choice was not wrong. Slaying demons was the proper way for him to level up. Congratulations on successfully killing the first wave of demons. Now you have 10 minutes of rest time. After 10 minutes, the next wave will open. Just then, Elder Chen's voice came in from outside the arena. "Take a 10-minute break?" Wang Yu shook his head. "I feel like I'm in a good place right now. I don't need a break. I can just start," he said to Chen Lao. Indeed it does. To kill those few demons, he had only utilized the power of his physical body, and his soul's power had increased drastically without depletion. At the same time, he has a clear perception of his behavior. Platinum strength, diamond defense. For his current gold 2-star soul power level, it was a perversion. "Have you thought this through?" Chen Lao inquired again. "Well, it's ready to go." Wang Yu replied affirmatively. "Yes." Chen Lao nodded and pulled out his walkie-talkie once again. "Attention all departments, release the demons. Brush up." As his words fell, a single spatial door, once again, appeared within the formation. Still 10. Wang Yu swept a glance and got the exact number. Immediately afterward, a hideous-looking demon drilled out of the door of space. In the same way, there are several types of demons. Brute force demon, shadow demon, black scale devil, etc. The difference is that the strength of these demons has increased greatly. 8 heads of gold. Those 2 brute force demons, one is a Platinum 1-star and the other is a Platinum 2-star? Wang Yu licked his lips excitedly. Not bad. Kill this wave of demons and maybe level up another level. Elder Chan, what means do you think Wang Yu will use to kill these demons? Outside the field, Zhao Heng couldn't help but say, "I don't know." Chen Lao shook his head and sighed. "I thought that when I understood Wang Yu's strength, he would always bring me some surprises. Even I have to take back what I say. ID before." Zhao Heng's pupils shrank. Could it be that Elder Chen thinks that Wang Yu has hopes of reaching the record of the original Battle King and killing 9 waves of demons in one breath? Elder Chen shook his head. That's unlikely. You have to realize that to achieve that step, high talent is not enough. You also need rich combat experience. Not anyone's battle experience can be compared to the Battle King. He has experienced hundreds of battles, from the dead people think climbed out of. After a pause, Chun Lao said, I think Wang Yu's talent should allow him to kill the demons in Wave 7. Wave 8 is somewhat hopeful, and Wave 9 is by no means possible. Chapter 107 Return of the War King. Where I fall, I will rise. I lost to Wang Yu. I can only say that I'm still not strong enough. Inside the bookstore, Li Xingzhou finally got over the pain of failure. And fighting is the only way to improve your strength. Thinking so, Li Xingzhou walked out of the room. He was going to the Wailing Valley to practice against demons and grow his combat experience.
Li Xingzhou.
Walking through the mountains, Li Xingzhou suddenly heard a call from behind him. He stiffened and subconsciously looked back, only to see a young man about 2 meters tall and bald walked in large strides from the distance. Battle King.
Li Xingzhou's pupils shrunk.
That bald youth was none other than the Battle King of the 5S+ grade demons of the Academy. The horrible man who claimed to have the strongest attack. Sure, due to the addition of Wang Yu, the 5 great prides of heaven should now be changed to 6 great prides of heaven. Didn't you go on a mission? How come you're back so soon? When the War King approached, Li Xingzhou was surprised and asked. Forget it, the mission failed. The War King waved his hand helplessly. What? A stunned look appeared on Li Xingzhou's face. A task that even you can't accomplish. Just how harsh is it? It was important to know that the strength of a Battle King was extraordinary, with a rank as high as Diamond 9 stars, and a battle power that could be comparable to that of a Starburst-level powerhouse. How hard should a mission be that even he failed? Could it be that you were told to go and behead the Demon King? Li Xingzhou subconsciously asked. Haha. Decapitating the Demon King? Thanks for thinking of it. I should say you don't say you think too highly of me. The War King laughed out loud. Li Xingzhou deflated his mouth. Also, overthinking myself. Although the Battle King was powerful, having him go against the Demon King was no different from sending him to his death. So your mission is? Don't guess. The Battle King said, there is a city threatened by an army of demons, and the strongest being amongst the demons is a Starburst-level demon general. My mission was to help the city to assist in defense for 7 days waiting for reinforcements. But I ended up accidentally decapitating that demon and the city's crisis was lifted. So in less than 7 days, I returned. The Battle King sighed. Who knew that Starburst-level demon general was so unresistant?
Li Xingzhou.
You call that a mission failure? What the kind of mortal words are these? Obviously you're overqualified, okay. There now is the intention to go to the Wailing Valley and grow in strength? Li Xingzhou knew that the War King was special. War on war. Yes. The Battle King's expression became serious. This mission has made me realize the inadequacy of my strength. If that demon general was 10 times stronger, I would be the one to die. I've decided that I need to raise my strength to the Starburst level as soon as possible. That way, even if I'm facing a demon king, I'll have the courage to fight. The War King spoke in a serious manner. Li Xingzhou also listened in a serious manner. But as he listened, he felt that the more the War King spoke, the more wrong he felt. Listen to this. Is this human language? 10 times stronger to be a threat to you. Brother, you're being overly cautious, aren't you? Li Xingzhou felt that the War King was invisibly pretending again. He didn't like talking to pretenders. Closing his mouth, Li Xingzhou turned around and walked towards the Wailing Valley. However, the War King did not want to let Li Xingzhou go. Li Xingzhou, I heard that a newcomer came to the academy, and you conducted the examination only to be defeated by that newcomer? The War King asked absently. Li Xingzhou's body stiffened. Didn't you just return to the academy? Who did you hear that from? He asked, clenching his fists. What age are we in? You think we still have to fly pigeons to send letters? The warlord pulled out his cell phone from his coat pocket and opened the green bubble. You opened the group and sent it all out, along with a picture of you. When Li Xingzhou looked at it, there was indeed a picture of him falling to the ground. Li Xingzhou recalled the unpleasant memories of his loss to Wang Yu. Taking another look at the person who sent the message, Li Xingzhou became even angrier. Zhao Heng. His teeth were chattering. Good things don't go unnoticed, and bad things are publicized for you. Li Xingzhou guessed that the king of the Black Prison and the Death Choir had also received the news of his defeat. Li Xingzhou knew that from today, he could not raise his head in the academy. After all, he was the first S+ ranked demon ever to be defeated by someone over the level in the academy. Doomed to be nailed to the pillar of shame. The War King gently patted Li Xingzhou's shoulder. It's no big deal. Li Xingzhou nodded. I know. Just win it back next time. He was impressed. It was the first time anyone had comforted him since the defeat. However, the War King's next words, made him want to vomit blood in depression. Lose a lot? Get used to it, you won't care.
Li Xingzhou.
I thank you for comforting me. After saying that, he angrily walked forward, no longer paying attention to the Battle King. No matter how much the War King called out, he ignored it. Someone's actually fighting. When the Battle King arrived at the peaks on the outskirts of the valley, he was stunned. At this moment, he could clearly see that the formation had been opened. A man is fighting a demon within the spell. Wang Yu, he actually came here. On the side, Li Xingzhou also saw the situation and his pupils shrunk violently. Wang Yu, he's the one who defeated you, right? Humph. Li Xingzhou didn't bother to answer this question. Wang Yu has something. No, something very much. Surprise flashed in the War King's eyes. What is his undead? Stiffly resisting a Platinum 2-star demon's attack. Humph. A punch directly broke through the defense of a Platinum 2-star demon and blew out its heart. At this point, the valley. Wang Yu calmly drew his hand from the chest of the Platinum 2-star demon and rushed towards another Platinum 1-star demon. Wang Yu's movements were clean and without any delay. As if it had just been as simple as crushing an ant. His face was calm, without any fluctuations. I don't think you're wrong to lose to someone like that. After a moment, the War King suddenly sympathized somewhat with Li Xingzhou. Killing a platinum level like slaughtering a dog was indeed a strong enemy. Ask yourself. He was no better than that when he was a gold 2-star. He wasn't this strong before. It's gotten stronger again after entering the academy.
Li Xingzhou subconsciously exclaimed.
He secretly compared Wang Yu to before. To be sure, Wang Yu has made a lot of progress. Nothing else. If Wang Yu's defense could easily withstand a platinum-level attack before, then Wang Yu did not need to use the power of space to directly push across to him. What? Has his strength increased so quickly? The War King was a bit stunned. However, just as the two of them were conversing, the several gold-level demons in the field had all been killed by Wang Yu. In the next moment, a soul power vortex appeared with Wang Yu at the center. After plundering the soul power of the second wave of demons, his level broke through. This is a breakthrough to 3 stars of gold? Li Xingzhou was stunned. Chapter 108 Wang Yu's Request. What a surprise! Actually meeting a kindred spirit. The Battle King marveled from the sidelines. War King, what do you mean by this? Li Xingzhou was puzzled. The Battle King's gaze locked onto Wang Yu. If I'm not wrong, there should be another growth class talent in Wang Yu's body. Growth type. Li Xingzhou's pupils contracted violently. His heart shocked. You mean, devouring talent? The Battle King nodded and shook his head again. Yes, not all of them. It could be devouring, or it could be the other kind. But there are similarities. It's scary enough too. Li Xingzhou was shaken as if he had been struck by lightning. The devouring class has a strong talent. It was an ability that was no less impressive than his spirit summoning. Moreover, there was another characteristic of the devouring class ability, and that was rapid growth. That is to say, if no one suppressed Wang Yu and let him grow, he would rise to power in a very short period of time. Space, thunder, a perverted physical body, plus a devouring type talent. Wang Yu's undead are too perverted. Li Xingzhou felt a wave of powerlessness. His resolve wavered. Does effort really work? Is there any hope of defeating Wang Yu in this life? They say you should get up where you fall, but after you get up, I'm afraid you'll have to keep falling.
Li Xingzhou.
The War King's expression suddenly became serious. I know that you are high-minded and proud, but, seeing as we've also known each other for 2 years, listen to my advice. Don't think about seeking revenge on Wang Yu. That's asking for trouble. This time, the War King was serious. There was no hint of a jokey attitude. Li Xingzhou's body jolted. Even you don't think highly of me? The Battle King said. I wouldn't have said that if there was a tiny bit of hope. There are some people, once they surpass you, you won't be able to catch up no matter how hard you try, and will only gradually lose sight of his back. Moreover, I advise you not to try to use your background to target Wang Yu either. He's already a student of the academy. Elder Chun won't allow it. I've also heard that the general commander of the military ministry, the god of the army, Lord Dongfang Wuwei, has already announced to the public that Wang Yu is his student. It's your Li family that wants to move him, you'll have to weigh it. Words. Li Xingzhou was struck by lightning. What? Wang Yu is actually still a student of the military god. Then Li Junheng still wants Wang Yu to die. Is he crazy? Good lord. Wang Yu's speed in challenging the second wave is even faster than the first wave? Zhao Heng glanced at the time on his cell phone and couldn't help but be staggered. More importantly, Wang Yu had also broken through a level. A few minutes of work topped his months of effort. No wonder Wang Yu has the courage to reject Elder Chen's invitation to sell his body. Zhao Heng understood. This little guy is getting interesting. A smile appeared on Elder Chen's face once again. Zhao Heng could not help but be stunned. Elder Chen revealed more smiles today than in the past year. And it was all because of Wang Yu. Do you want to take a break? Or just challenge? When Wang Yu's breakthrough was complete, Elder Chen's voice came. Direct challenge. Wang Yu replied affirmatively. Good. Elder Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly arranged for people to release the demons. This time it was still 10 demons. But the gold level demons became 7, and the platinum level became 3. Among them, the strongest demon was the platinum 3-star brute force demon, covered in sturdy scales and with muscles bulging like rocks. This time, can I advance to the golden 4 stars? With a flash of thought, Wang Yu's figure disappeared in place. Still using the power of the flesh against the enemy? Interesting. I'm curious as to where Wang Yu's limits are. Hilltop. The Battle King clasped his arms to his chest and watched the battle with interest. Li Xingzhou, on the other hand, was a bit distracted. He was now filled with disbelief. How did Wang Yu offend Li Junheng and the Li family? Still the same. In terms of Wang Yu's talent in relation to his background, even if he had dug up the Li family's ancestral tomb, it wouldn't be unforgivable, would it? How are the dead more important than the living? Wang Yu's attack was not the slightest bit superfluous. Even if it was a platinum 3-star demon, he could still manage to kill it in seconds. So the fight still ended at a very fast pace. However, this time Wang Yu failed to level up. He was aware that the higher the level, the more demons he needed to kill. Soul power has also reached the peak of the 3-star gold star. So if we chop up another wave, we'll definitely break through. Wang Yu estimated. Go on. This time, there was no need for Elder Chan to ask, as Wang Yu took the initiative to request to continue fighting. In the next moment, 10 demons appeared in the field. The strength of this wave of demon land has risen once again. 6 heads of gold and 4 heads of platinum. The strongest of these is the platinum 4-star. Other platinum-level demons range from 1 to 3 stars. Speed brush it. Wang Yu indifferently swept over the 10 demons and gently snapped his fingers. Snap. A silver-colored light was instantly released from Wang Yu's body. The power of space erupted, instantly destroying a large number of spatial nodes. Rip, rip, rip. Space was torn apart like cloth, and 10 spatial cracks instantly appeared around the 10 demons. Some of the cracks cut the demon in two. Some of the cracks engulfed the demons. Even platinum-level demons were not spared. 10 demons, all of them fell in an instant. All seconds. Zhao Heng's eyes widened steeply. Wang Yu's control over space has become even more domineering. Chun Lao pondered and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, I was wrong. Where did you go wrong, Elder Chan? Before, when Wang Yu passed out and fainted, it wasn't a failure of power, but rather, when he fought against Li Xingzhou, more of his potential was released, thus evolving or metamorphosing. Once again awake, all aspects of his abilities have greatly improved, not just his physical body, but also his control of space, and his control of the power of thunder. Elder Chun stared at Wang Yu, a divine light flashing in his eyes. You have slain the platinum 4-star shadow demon and gained 14,000 points of soul power. You have killed the platinum 3-star dream demon and gained 13,000 points of soul power. You kill the platinum. The beep sounded. A large amount of soul power, nourished within Wang Yu's body, instantly pushing his rank to a high level once again. Gold 4 stars. Reached. Elder Chun, I have a request. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yu did not ask to continue. Is he giving up? Li Xingzhou was surprised when he heard this voice. I thought he was capable of a lot, exterminating 9 waves of demons in one breath just like I did back then. But this? The War King also acted stunned. Disappointment. What a disappointment. Zhao Heng was also at a loss. Is Wang Yu going to quit? Elder Chun, however, gave Zhao Heng a meaningful look. How's that? I've been told by the old man, haven't I? He then asked Wang Yu in a high, deep voice, "Do you want to quit and rest?" "Doesn't require rest." Wang Yu shook his head. "I just think that there is still room for more. Can we release a few more waves of demons in one breath?" Chapter 109. I'm gonna play 60. More waves of demons in one breath. Zhao Heng couldn't believe his ears. Wang Yu is not exhausted or tired. Rather, it's ing tiresome.
No.
Brother, do you know how hard it was for me to fight the third wave? Now you still think it's not difficult enough to get a speed brush. After being stunned, Zhao Heng couldn't help but make a mental slander in his heart. Wang Yu was simply inhuman. Haha. Interesting, really interesting. I thought he was going to give up on the challenge, but I didn't realize that he was finding the difficulty low and boring, and now he wants to add some difficulty for himself. Several waves of demons fighting together. It's a good thing he thought of it. Hilltop. The Battle King couldn't help but TSK after hearing this. Why didn't I think of the pretentious playstyle of just swiping several waves of demons together in the first place? And now that Wang Yu was allowed to be the first one, it belonged to imitation for him to do so later. It's really a shame to miss an opportunity to manifest in front of people for nothing. The War King's heart was sorry. Aside, Li Xingzhou looks calm. However, if someone observed him carefully, they would find that the corners of Li Xingzhou's eyes kept twitching and his fists were clenched to death. In fact, Li Xingzhou's heart was very unsettled. Wang Yu is actually going to challenge several waves of demons together. It was important to know that almost everyone in the academy had challenged the Wailing Valley. When he first came to challenge at the gold level, he was walking on thin ice, showed vigilance in the face of each wave of demons. All felt grateful after successfully decimating the demon. Eventually, it also stops at just the fifth wave. Woe to man's madness. He's bound to pay the price for his bravado. Li Xingzhou thought darkly. And at this point, Elder Chun spoke slowly. Are you sure you want to choose to challenge several waves of demons together? I want to remind you that the strength of the demons in each wave is stronger than the ones in the previous wave. And the number of platinum levels will also increase by 1 compared to the previous wave, and the difficulty is all greatly increased. Elder Chen's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He admired Wang Yu's youthful arrogance. After all, what's a young man if he's not wild? But, again, he hoped that the young man would curb his own frivolity a little. Because many young people have paid a terrible price for it. I'm sure. Elder Chen's reminder was heard by Wang Yu, and he didn't change his decision. Well, in that case, get ready. Elder Chun said no more. Young people, you can only grow up if you take some losses. You won't turn back until you hit the wall. Attention all departments. Release the demons. Chun Lao took out his walkie-talkie and gave orders. In the next moment, a spatial crack appeared within the formation where Wang Yu was. Count carefully exactly 10 cracks. However, without waiting for the demon to climb out of the spatial rift, Chun Lao continued to bark orders at the intercom. Release the demon. Elder Chun, we've already released it. Don't you see? Over the intercom, a puzzled voice came. Chun Lao replied indifferently. See, it's not enough. Keep putting it on. Yes. Over the intercom came a firm reply. Rip, 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 rip. The next moment, once again, 10 cracks opened. Wang Yu, you will be facing a joint attack from 2 sets of demons, with 9 heads of platinum-level demons, and the strongest being platinum 5 stars. Satisfied now? Elder Chun asked in a deep voice. Almost there. 20 demons, 10 of them platinum level. This kind of battle power is something even a diamond-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to cope with. Zhao Heng muttered in a small voice. 20 demons, platinum grade is close to half. I'm afraid Wang Yu has played a big game this time. Hilltop. Li Xingzhou said in a deep voice. Ask yourself. Such a huge number of demons, even if he wanted to deal with them now, he would need enough ground with a lot of time to consume before he could hope to kill these demons. Instead, he was now a platinum 2-star. If he was a golden 4-star like Wang Yu, then he would definitely not be able to fight against so many demons. Hee. I'm now looking forward to how Wang Yu will deal with so many demons. If I were at the same level as him, it would be a struggle to kill so many demons, and I would even be injured badly. The War King said with interest as he clasped his arms to his chest. When Li Xingzhou heard this, he glanced at the War King in surprise. Worthy of being the #1 attacker in the younger generation of the academy. As for what the War King said, he didn't doubt it. Though the War King usually loves a bit of mortal learning, he never falsely advertises. If he says he can do it, he can do it. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't say so. However, just in the next moment, Wang Yu's reply caused a wave of dismay and shock. Only to see, Wang Yu shook his head and said calmly, "I'm going to play 60. 60? Then it's not a ing 6 waves left to brush together." In other words, Wang Yu would be facing 39 platinum level demons, with the strongest of them being as high as platinum 9 stars. On top of that, there are a ton of platinum 8, 7, and 6-star demons. Such horrific numbers and power. Not to mention the gold level, even the platinum level, or even the unusual diamond level would have to be corpses. I really don't know if he's fearless or ignorant. Or maybe life isn't as good as it should be, and he wants to kill himself and get it over with. The War King shook his head. He could not understand where Wang Yu got the courage to make such a decision. Even when I first stepped into the platinum level, I had to take a detour when facing such a number and strength of demons. The War King was already powerless to spit. Previously, he had thought Wang Yu was interesting. Now it felt as if Wang Yu was an arrogant and brainless idiot. Aside, Zhao Heng calmed down in this moment instead. Good decision by Wang Yu. If he sought death himself, there would be no need for him and the Li family to take action. Saved untold hours of trouble. Right now, I only pray that Elder Chun will grant Wang Yu's request and grant him death. He looked at Elder Chun with anticipation. And at this point, Chen Lao was also confused. Elder Chun, did you hear Wang Yu's words? Zhao Heng asked carefully. Heard it, but not really sure. Then you ask again. Elder Chen nodded, then asked Wang Yu in a grave tone. Wang Yu, how many demons did you say you want to challenge? 60 heads. Wang Yu replied seriously. Or the platinum segment and below the platinum level. I can challenge them together. Wang Yu stood proudly in the middle of the formation, his eyes glowing as he acted very confident. He's serious, no kidding. Zhao Heng felt his throat go dry. But it's damn near more outrageous than a joke. Elder Chun, you have to be cautious. You can't just let Wang Yu fool around. Zhao Heng looked at Elder Chen. In the entire academy, only Elder Chun could stop Wang Yu's crazy move. However, instead, Chun Lao picked up the walkie-talkie. Release the demons, release the demons, release the demons. As his voice fell, densely packed space doors were opened. Elder Chun. Zhao Heng's eyes widened, and he was even a bit terrified. Isn't this to put Wang Yu to death? Chun Lao said in a deep voice. You don't need to persuade me. I have to teach him a lesson today. Chapter 110 Platinum 9 Stars. Demon King Bloodline. Elder Chun is angry. Li Xingzhou noticed how Chun Lao behaved. The consequences are dire. The Battle King's face was grave. In the entire academy, he was only afraid of Elder Chun alone. And judging from Chun Lao's behavior now, Chun Lao was angry. And, ow! Demon after demon came out like a tidal wave. These demons were of various forms and races, and each of them exuded a chillingly evil aura. The first thing that came into view was a group of infernals. Their bodies flickered with a bizarre fiery light and a scorching aura that instantly filled the formation. Moo! Next to the inferno, there was a group of demons with bull heads. 2 huge curved horns rushed up to the sky. Black flames wrapped around them. Their eyes were like 2 burning balls of fire, emitting a fiery glow that made people dare not look directly at them. Boom! Their limbs were thick and powerful, and every step they took on the ground caused a slight vibration. They're all Minotaur demons. The power is amazing. Wang Yu also noticed that something was surging in the shadows of these demons. It was actually a shadow demon. The shadow demon's body was as ethereal as a shadow, almost blending in with the surrounding darkness. They are like cold, poisonous snakes that may rush out of the shadows at any moment to deliver a fatal blow. On top of that, frost demons, brute demons, and other demons were among them. Fully 60 heads. Among the group of demons, there were a few whose auras were extraordinarily powerful. Wang Yu locked his gaze on a huge, 5-meter-tall demon. Its skin took on a deep purple color and was covered in sharp bone spikes. A hideous dragon's head grew, with 2 huge horns curved back, which glinted with a cold light. It held a huge black battle axe that was almost as tall as it was, and Wang Yu had no doubt about the attack power of this demon. I'm afraid that even a diamond-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to carry its attack hard. Spectral Dragon Demon. There are even such demons. Wang Yu's pupils shrunk. There was no doubt that this demon was of the Demon King bloodline. The source of its bloodline was the ferociously renowned Demon King of the underworld. Roar! The spectral dragon demon let out a roar, and invisible sound waves spread out, and the surrounding gold-level demons were all sent flying. But as it roared, two other figures came to its side. Those were two huge demonic dragons. Each head was more than 10 meters tall, with pitch-black scales larger than a faceplate, and a pair of fleshy wings flashing behind them, whipping up a gust of wind. Wang Yu also smelled a fishy odor. These were two platinum 8-star dark demon dragons. Immediately after that, Wang Yu felt a stern aura erupt behind him as well. He gave a slight sideways glance. Several 3-meter-tall werewolves with black fur were seen. Berserk demon wolf. Its body was covered in black fur, muscular, and its mouth showed sharp teeth. Its eyes were two red glows that gave off a berserk aura. The berserk werewolf's attack skills are mainly melee attacks, and it can use its sharp claws and teeth on its enemies, as well as unleash berserk-type skills to enhance its battle power for a short period of time. Although these berserk demon wolves were only platinum 7 stars, after turning on berserk magic, they were enough to rival a platinum 8-star powerhouse. Nice! Facing so many strong enemies, he wasn't afraid. Instead, there was an excited glint in his eyes. To him, these demons were not just enemies, but a rich source of experience. He longed to improve his strength by fighting these demons. And the demons acted just as excited as Wang Yu. They hadn't eaten anyone for a long time, and the Wang Yu in front of them was like a delicious meal that made them salivate. I wonder if that kid has any regrets now, the Battle King said with an expressionless face. It's too late for regrets, Li Xingzhou secretly said. In this situation, Wang Yu should be in dire straits. That's so nice. Elder Chan, this? Zhao Heng opened his mouth to speak. Chun Lao said, it doesn't matter. If he is really in danger, I will step in. I just want to teach him a lesson. Woohoo! The formation. A single demon rushed towards Wang Yu with open teeth and claws, a terrifying roar emanating from its mouth. Without hesitation, Wang Yu struck out, his own terrifying thunder power erupting. Only blue arcs of electricity flickered on his body, as if he had transformed into the god of thunder and lightning. With a wave of his hand, electric snakes danced wildly. Like a hideous evil dragon, it wreaked havoc in all directions. Everywhere it went, the air was ionized and crackled. It soon spread throughout the space. Thunder! Damn! I hate thunder and lightning. How can he, an undead contractor, control the power of thunder? A large number of demons, their hearts shook. They no longer saw Wang Yu as prey, but wanted to dodge and desperately stay away. Even the platinum-level demons had launched their defenses. Boom click. A large number of gold-level demons didn't have the slightest resistance under this terrifying thunder power, and were instantly blasted to death. Their bodies were struck by lightning and instantly became charred black before they fell to the ground, never to move again. After awakening again, Wang Yu's thunder power had increased by more than 1 level. Against the gold level, that's a messy kill. The remaining platinum-level demons weren't killed in a single blow, but some were injured as a result. Only the platinum 2-star level or above had completely resisted Wang Yu's thunder attack. But they have also become cautious, being too scared to come forward. You have slain the golden 2-star demon and gained 12,000 points of soul power. You have slain the golden 9-star demon and gained 19,000 points of soul power. You have slain the golden 8-star demon and gained 18,000 points of soul power. Looting talent unleashed. Wang Yu felt that his soul power was increasing by leaps and bounds. Don't be afraid. I can sense that his soul fluctuations are only at the gold level. With his energy, bursting out an attack like that once should have used up all his soul power. There was an eerie gleam in the eyes of the underworld dragon demon. Go together and exterminate him. However, right at this moment, a stronger soul force abruptly erupted from Wang Yu's body. After killing dozens of gold-level demons in one fell swoop, his cultivation grew again. It's close to a gold 5-star. Well, what about now? The demons looked to the spectral dragon demon. There's something evil about this human. Not only is it not depleted, it's strengthened. The underworld dragon demon realized that Wang Yu was extraordinary. But, afraid of what? The underworld dragon demon violently opened its mouth and spat out a black light at Wang Yu. With the spectral dragon demon taking the lead, the other demons also attacked in unison. The two dark demon dragons, with a flap of their wings, dozens of pitch-black wind blades chopped at Wang Yu. It's a combination of dark magic and black magic that is incredibly lethal. The Inferno demon wielded his flaming sword and rushed towards Wang Yu. The flames on the flame sword blazed as if it was going to burn Wang Yu to ashes. The frost demon unleashed a frost storm in an attempt to freeze Wang Yu in place. The many demons believed that with such a furious attack, even a diamond-level contractor would have to be blasted to death, not to mention Wang Yu's tiny gold level. And in the face of the demon's attack, Wang Yu's actions were even more puzzling. Instead, he stood his ground with no intention of dodging. Chapter 111. If you're good, go ahead. Wang Yu gave up resisting. It can't be. After seeing Wang Yu kill numerous demons in seconds with a single thunderous move, they had a new perception of Wang Yu's battle power. Not to mention, the soul power Wang Yu had consumed was still recovering after killing the demon. It's safe to say, Wang Yu is still at the top of his game. Even stronger. The more you fight, the stronger you get. It's just sick. Zhao Heng, Li Xingzhou, and the others all had such thoughts pop up in their hearts. This kid, what's in his gourd? Elder Chun frowned darkly. Secretly, he had already made preparations. No matter what Wang Yu's intentions were, when Wang Yu encountered danger, he would immediately break the formation and save Wang Yu. Snap! Finally, Wang Yu responded. He snapped his fingers. With a flash of silver light, the spatial nodes around him were destroyed one after another. A black spatial crack appeared around him. The spatial rift was like a huge mouth, sucking in all of the demon's attacks. Once the flame sword, dark energy wave, frost storm, and other attacks entered the spatial rift, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Spatial cracks used for defense, that's okay? Zhao Heng was staggered for a moment. Wang Yu's control over space seemed to have become even more comfortable. No, it's not that simple. The Battle King's expression changed abruptly. Li Xingzhou saw a look of shock in the War King's eyes. One must know that the Battle King had seen a great deal, and it was rare for his face to show such an expression anymore. What's wrong? Pity. Li Xingzhou failed to see the end. Previously I thought that Wang Yu was trying to show himself as a saint in front of people and put on a show, but now it seems that I am the one who is shallow. He's setting up, or rather, he's using himself as bait in order to wipe out the demons in one fell swoop. And when all the demons are attacking Wang Yu wholeheartedly, they've already fallen into Wang Yu's trap. The War King said in a deep voice. Trap? Li Xingzhou was even more confused. Watch. Here comes the excitement. Now it's time for Wang Yu to close the net. As the War King's words fell, Li Xingzhou hurriedly looked over, only to see Wang Yu snapping his fingers again. A spatial rift appeared, wordlessly, around the many demons, like a hideous beast opening its bloody mouth. It left the demons defenseless. Ah! Ouch! Woohoo! Some platinum-level demons couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the spatial rift, instantly sliced in half. Bodies crashed to the ground, blood of various colors infesting the ground. Others with quick and sharp reflexes paid some injuries as a price for escaping. Only a few super-strong demons managed to escape, such as the Spectral Dragon Demon, Dark Demon Dragon, Berserker Demon Wolf, and other multitude of Platinum 7-star and above demons could only manage to remain intact. You kill the Platinum 6-star Inferno Demon and gain 160,000 points of soul power. You have slain the Platinum 5-star Frost Fiend and gained 150,000 points of soul power. You have slain the Platinum 3-star Shadow Demon and gained 130,000 points of soul power. You killed. The beep sounded. This time, more than half of the 30 or so Platinum-level demons were killed again, and some were injured. A large amount of soul power appeared within Wang Yu's body. In an instant, just let Wang Yu's level break through the bottleneck. Golden 5 stars. Reached. But that was not all. Wang Yu's soul power had no intention of stopping and was still growing crazily. Gold 5-star pinnacle. Gold 6 stars. It was close enough to the peak of the golden 6 stars before it stopped. Yes, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. There is nothing to control when life is good and you can laugh if you want to. And he does have the luxury of complacency. Gollum. It wasn't until Wang Yu's laughter spread that Zhao Heng came back to his senses and couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy! Killing more than 20 platinum-level demons in one go, Wang Yu is also too fierce. No, it's simply perverted. I thought I already knew Wang Yu, but he always does unexpected things. Even I suspect that this is not his limit. Zhao Heng realized that after Wang Yu killed more than 20 platinum-level demons in seconds, those berserk demons in the formation did not open their teeth and claws anymore, and they dared not attack rashly, and they pulled away from Wang Yu full of caution and prudence. Eyes one clearer than the other, same as a college student. This was the case even for the underworld dragon demon that was more than 10 levels higher than Wang Yu. It was like a bird of prey, very panicked. It's Hilltop. After seeing Wang Yu's great display of power, Li Xingzhou felt chills all over his body. He began to unconsciously brainstorm what would happen if he faced Wang Yu. The answer is, either he dies or Wang Yu lives. Killing 20 platinum-level demons in one fell swoop, this combat power, it already hangs up against many diamond-level contractors. And although I don't want to admit it, I wasn't as strong as Wang Yu when I was in the golden 5 or 6 stars. Just as Li Xingzhou had mixed feelings in his heart, the words of the War King shocked him even more. It was important to realize that the attack power of the War King was very impressive. The gold level is comparable to the diamond level. At platinum level, it's comparable to Starburst. Now that it was diamond level, although it couldn't cross the huge barrier of the king level, it had also decimated a Starburst level demon general. So the War King was also very proud. Rarely puts people in their place. It would be a great honor for others to compare themselves to him. And at this moment, the Battle King admitted that he was inferior to Wang Yu. It simply overturned Li Xingzhou's perception. However, what Li Xingzhou did not expect was that this was not the end. The War King continued to speak out. Moreover, Wang Yu's ability to grow is quite a bit stronger than mine. Stronger than you? Li Xingzhou couldn't believe his ears. The Battle King nodded. Back when I was at the Golden 5-star to Golden 6-star promotion, I killed a full 50 or so platinum-level demons. And Wang Yu did it by killing more than 20 heads. What's even more outrageous is that it was still directly from the peak of Gold 4 stars to around the peak of Gold 6 stars. So Little Demon actually made Wang Yu's soul power grow close to 2 levels. Such a growth rate, it was the Battle King who was also shocked. Li Xingzhou, you need to work hard, or it won't be long before Wang Yu catches up with you or even surpasses you. Li Xingzhou smiled bitterly and shook his head. You really look down on me. I don't want to be surpassed by Wang Yu either. But I'm afraid I can't do that. At this moment, Li Xingzhou had unconsciously lost the courage to compete with Wang Yu.
No.
The formation. A platinum 7-star berserk demon wolf had its head chopped off by Wang Yu with the power of space. The blood was like a fountain, splashing high. The spectral dragon demon's teeth were all clenched. We can't just leave him to it. There's still a chance of survival if you resist. But if you don't, you'll only be broken by him one by one, and become the sustenance for his strength increase. The spectral dragon demon, however, saw the other demons looking at it. That means, you're on. Chapter 112 Shogun Strike, Spatial Great Cut. I'm on. The underworld dragon demon also understood that at this moment, he could not retreat. In the next moment, it wielded its black battle axe and rushed towards Wang Yu. Every step it took on the ground caused a violent tremor. Seeing this, the other demons also shouted out demonic languages that Wang Yu could not understand and attacked Wang Yu. Fireball, Flame Wall, Frost Storm, Ice Spike, Dark Assault, all sorts of magic, like no money, slammed into Wang Yu. The shadow demon was hidden in the darkness, looking for an opportunity to attack. The berserk demon wolf attempted to thrust its sharp claws into Wang Yu's heart. With the lessons learned from before, these demons have gotten smart. While attacking, they moved, not giving Wang Yu a chance to destroy the space around them. To this, a flash of disdain flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. If these demons had attacked in this way at first, he would have found it a bit tricky. At the very least, there was no way he could take out all the demons in just 2 moves. But now, late. At this time, his soul power had reached the golden 6 stars, which was enough to unleash stronger attacks. The Great Space Cut. Wang Yu clasped his hands together and then violently pushed outward. The power of space erupted. Boom, boom, boom. See only. With him at the center, a dazzling light flashed, and it was as if space had been sliced into countless pieces by a huge, sharp blade. It was as if a shattered mirror was covered with dense cracks. All the demons were stunned by this sudden attack, and they didn't have time to react before they were sliced into pieces. Whether it was the dark demon dragon, the shadow demon hiding in the shadows, or the strongest, the spectral dragon demon wielding a huge battle axe, all had the same result. Even on the battle axe in the hands of the underworld dragon demon, a black mark appeared. After a few moments, the space returned to normal. The freeze frame finally changed. A head of demons that began to crumble, all turned into countless broken pieces. Wang Yu stood right where he was, his expression calm. Even from the beginning, he didn't move. You have slain the platinum 9-star spectral dragon demon and gained 190,000 soul points. You have slain the Platinum 8-star Spectral Dragon Demon and gained 180,000 soul points. You have killed the Platinum 7-star Berserk Demon Wolf and gained 170,000 points of soul power. You have slain the Platinum 6-star Shadow Demon and gained 160,000 points of soul power. The beep sounded. The soul power obtained after slaying the demon was immediately integrated into Wang Yu's body. His depleted soul power was instantly filled up and was still increasing. 10 seconds later, Wang Yu's rank then broke through to the golden 7 stars. However, this wasn't even his limit. A minute later, Wang Yu's level broke through to gold 8 star. 2 minutes later, Wang Yu reached the peak of the golden 8 stars. The speed was unbelievable. All in seconds. Hilltop, Li Xingzhou had mixed feelings. Wang Yu once again proved what it meant to be a strength that even a battle king would be ashamed of himself. It's just horrible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a demonic genius had come out of Xia. I can feel that this is not Wang Yu's limit. His battle record can be even more glorious. Should I say no? This kid is indeed even more awesome than I was back then. The Battle King's eyes were glowing with excitement. However, in the next moment, the Battle King's expression suddenly changed. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the Academy, Wang Yu cannot continue the challenge.
Li Xingzhou.
That's about right. Just Wang Yu's current performance was already a big blow to him. If he continued any further, he wouldn't even have the courage to face Wang Yu. Chun Lao should be a gold 8-star contractor now, right? Zhao Heng's entire body went numb. Yeah, gold 8 stars now. Elder Chun was also someone who had seen a great deal, but his emotions were complicated at this time. What kind of demon is Wang Yu? Not even an hour before or after, and you broke through to the golden 8 stars? When the Battle King killed the 9 waves of demons, he had only reached the rank of gold 6 stars, right? And the Battle King isn't as perverted as Wang Yu. Even in the history of the Academy, there has never been a person who challenged multiple waves of demons in one breath. Elder Chun had seen many heavenly prides with perverted talent in his life. However, he had never seen a heavenly pride as perverted as Wang Yu. I was originally thinking of giving Wang Yu a good lesson to fix his temper. I didn't expect to let that kid teach me a lesson instead. Really? Elder Chun sighed slightly in his heart. I have to admit that this wave was loaded by Wang Yu. Elder Chun, I want to continue the challenge. Just then, Wang Yu's voice came and interrupted the crowd's thoughts. When Elder Chun looked over, he saw Wang Yu looking at him with an expectant face. Elder Chun, am I going to challenge a diamond-level demon next? And a challenge? Chun Lao grunted without a good breath. You challenge a hammer? Wang Yu was stunned. Did the demons kill all of them? Of course not, you just want to challenge the demon generals. Old man can get them for you. Chun Lao said. Then why? Wang Yu didn't understand. Elder Chun said, according to the rules of the Academy, you can only challenge up to the 9th wave. If you want to continue the challenge, you will have to spend contribution points. To put it simply, you can understand that the first 9 waves are free content, and the later ones will have to be paid for. Wang Yu was stunned. So real. The old man plays true. Wang Yu. Elder Chun suddenly smiled. Of course, the old man isn't here to have a contract. If you sign it, you can continue the challenge as well. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. A contract of sale? With your strength, you should also be able to decimate diamond-level demons when challenged. And with your devouring type talent, your strength will continue to soar after decimating diamond-level demons. Elder Chen's voice, full of temptation. Zhao Heng winked at Wang Yu one by one. The implication is obvious. Zhao Heng, if you have any problems with your eyes, you must treat them before it's too late. Elder Chun said indifferently. Zhao Heng's expression changed and he obediently stood aside, not daring to make any more small moves. Wang Yu thought briefly and shook his head categorically. I give up on continuing the challenge. Good. Without much ado, Elder Chun pulled out his walkie-talkie. Attention all departments. Close the formation. Shoo shoo shoo. In the next moment, the energy beams converged and the energy shields disappeared. Without the shackles of the shroud, a sickening, fishy odor permeated the air. However, Wang Yu acted as if he didn't smell it as he arrived in front of Elder Chun with a calm expression. Elder Chun, how should I obtain contribution points? Wang Yu asked directly. There are many quests in the Academy every day, but these quests are not set up to test you. They are real requests for help and real battles. so be sure to deal with them carefully, and you'll earn contribution points for completing the quests. But there is one thing you must remember. Wang Yu saw that Elder Chen's expression became serious all of a sudden. What is it? Chapter 113. Dad. Stop. Don't mention the name of the academy when you're out and about, let alone that you're a student of the academy. It's best to not even show your real face, name, identity, etc. Anonymity is a protection for you. Elder Chen explained in a deep voice. Wang Yu nodded slowly. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. Not to mention the fact that there are many alien races amongst the human race that are controlled by demons. Once they discovered a pride of the human race that was about to rise, they would definitely destroy it at all costs and nip the danger in the bud. Same thing. If the human race found a demon that had the potential to grow into a demon king, they would also do whatever it took to kill them. Don't worry, Elder Chen. I'll be careful, Wang Yu said solemnly. Go on. After finishing, the old man looked at Zhao Heng. The latter instantly understood. Brother Yu, I'll take you to the mission hall. There's no rush. Let's take Wang Yu to eat something first, Chen Lao explained. Okay. Zhao Heng nodded. Brother Yu, let's go this way. Looking at the two men's distant figures, Elder Chen's eyes flashed with unrivaled splendor, as well as rare excitement. Ardashia will finally rise. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't see that day. Ta-da-da. Just then, a footstep approached. Elder Chen turned his gaze over and saw the lanky figure of the Battle King walking from the distance. When did you get back? Was the mission completed so quickly? Ugh. Don't mention the mission, you old man. I failed. Speak human. If you can organize some new work. If you don't have work, don't organize. I'm telling you, don't mess with me about those things that are left over from the old man's days. As soon as the War King opened his mouth, Chun Lao knew what he wanted to say, and didn't have the good sense to dislike him back. It's still your old man who knows me. The War King scratched his head in some embarrassment. The reason why I was able to come back quickly this time is because I killed that demon general level demon. The city's crisis was lifted. Not bad. Elder Chen nodded with some satisfaction. How come you're the only one who came by yourself? Where's that Li Xingzhou kid? Chun Lao asked again. As a king-level powerhouse, the power of his soul, as vast as the sea, had long since taken in the wind and grass around him. Two more large living people appeared on the mountaintop, and Elder Chen was naturally aware of this. The Battle King replied. After watching Wang Yu slay 9 waves of demons in a row, Li Xingzhou said that he was a little unwell and went back to rest first. He still remembers that pale look on Li Xingzhou's face when he left, as if he had lost his soul. I'm afraid that he thought he had no hope of surpassing Wang Yu and felt desperate. That fight against Wang Yu was a blow to Li Xingzhou, but it was also an opportunity. If he can't come out of the shadows, he'll have a hard time becoming a great man in this life. But if he can break through, he'll be 1,000 miles a day. Elder Chan said in a deep voice. That's right. The War King nodded deeply. But that Wang Yu is really perverted. I would have thought that I was, at first, already brave and fierce, but this guy's performance is even more raw than me. The Battle King mentioned Wang Yu again with a burst of admiration. Even a pervert like you says he's perverted. So he is indeed perverted. A smile appeared on Elder Chen's face. At this rate of elevation, I'm afraid that it won't take long for Wang Yu to catch up with me. And there's no chance that he'll become the #1 strongest person in the Great Xia in the future. The Battle King was not jealous because of Wang Yu's talent and strength. He was sincerely happy. Yeah, but I won't see that day. The smile on Chun Lao's face quickly tightened. Elder Chun, don't be so serious. I'm a bit scared, the Battle King said. There's no use being afraid of some things. You can't hide from them. After a pause, Chun Lao said, You know, I'm going to die. The War King's lips trembled and his eyes reddened. Your old man will live another 200 years. Okay, you don't need to comfort me. I know my own situation. Not to mention 200 years, even 2 years left is a struggle. Back then, in the battle with the Demon King, I was already seriously injured, and if I hadn't gotten the reincarnation grass by chance, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. Having lived for a few more decades, it's not a loss. Elder Chan acted very spontaneous. The only thing I can't worry about is the academy and you guys. The War King no longer mourns. A look of determination came out of his eyes. Don't worry. I will definitely guard every student in the Shuyuan. I'll be here when the academy is here. Elder Chen sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It just so happens that you're back. So help me with something. The War King replied firmly. Up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. That is, if you want me to take this life, I won't even frown. You little punk. What does the old man need your life for? Chen Lao was very speechless. You're so strong. I want you to help me hone someone. Who? Wang Yu. Chen Lao said. He has too many enemies and is very powerful. I want him to be able to defend himself before I die. The Battle King frowned. If Wang Yu has entered the door of the academy, then we are family. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll fight with whoever I can. Chen Lao said leisurely. What if it's the Gu family? The other side. Li Xingzhou returned to the residence. A look of struggle flashed in his dull eyes. Hesitate for a moment. Li Xingzhou took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Doodle doodle. Hey rowboat. Li Juanheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xingzhou's lips trembled a little and hesitated to make a sound. His emotions were mixed and torn as well. Why don't you say something? Is something happening? Li Juanheng had a bad feeling in his heart and hurriedly asked urgently. Dad, let's call it quits. After a short silence, Li Xingzhou spoke in a low voice. Close your hand? Close what? Li Juanheng was puzzled. What I mean is, don't target Wang Yu anymore. I don't know what kind of enmity he has with you, but I think that I shouldn't make an enemy of him anymore. Today, Li Xingzhou had seen Wang Yu's true strength and potential. He had only 2 words to describe it. Horror. Wang Yu was destined to be the one to become the king. It was not a wise choice for the Li family to make enemies with such a person. What the hell are you talking about? On the other end of the phone, Li Juanheng was also silent for a moment and chortled. It is impossible to dissolve the hatred between Wang Yu and I. There is only one way he will end up, and that is dead. What? Isn't there any room for a little bit of defusing? Li Xingzhou was shaken. And I'm disappointed in you right now. I didn't expect a single failure to scare you like this. Li Juanheng's son is not someone who should be unable to lose. Where he falls down from where he gets up is. You remember that today's failures are just building blocks on your way to future success. And you thank everyone who brought you failure. They are the ones who made you grow. Li Juanheng's voice was loud and soul-stirring. But Li Xingzhou was not listening to a single word. Dad, I'm getting up. And then fell again. And for once, there's no use pushing. Li Juanheng. ? He heard what Li Xingzhou said, but did not understand it. Chapter 114 Li Juanheng's unwillingness. Li Xingzhou, what the hell are you talking about? Li Juanheng's anger intensified. Dad, do you know about Wang Yu's talent? Of course I know. His talent is S+, just like yours. The great summer military god himself tested it. There can't be any lies in that regard. Same level as Wang Yu? The image of Wang Yu killing many platinum-level demons in a single move instantly appeared in Li Xingzhou's mind. The strongest of them, then, was a platinum 9-star. One must know that with his current strength, he couldn't even kill a platinum 9-star demon in seconds. Even with his platinum 2-star strength, he couldn't fight against so many powerful platinum-level demons. From that moment, he recognized that the gap between himself and Wang Yu was unimaginably large. On the surface, I am of the same rank as Wang Yu, but in reality, there may be several me between me and Wang Yu. Li Xingzhou was bitter in his heart. Dad, please also don't compare me to Wang Yu. I'm not worthy. You. I know you want to say that I'm spineless, but you don't know how terrifying Wang Yu is. Li Xingzhou did not wait for Li Juanheng to ask questions before he began to recount what he had seen earlier. What? You are saying that Wang Yu killed dozens of platinum-level demons in one move, and his strength has also soared from gold 1-star to gold 8-star? After listening to Li Xingzhou's narration, Li Juanheng couldn't help but softly exclaim. He was really shocked. Space, thunder, devouring, and a perverted physique. To take out any of these abilities and place them on someone else's body would be enough to stand proud. But so many abilities were actually gathered in one person. Wang Yu is simply inappropriate, outrageous to the core. It's no wonder that Li Xingzhou said that he stood up and fell down again. Who on earth would still have the courage to fight in the face of such a heavenly gifted demon? But Wang Yu is so perverted now, continuing to let it grow, and good? And at this point, Li Xingzhou could brainstorm that, on the other end of the phone, Li Juanheng must have looked like he was on fire to see a ghost. Indeed, It is indeed hard to believe that such an outrageous thing could happen if you didn't see it with your own eyes. If it wasn't for what he, Li Xingzhou, had sworn to say, Li Juanheng would never have believed that Wang Yu could be so, change the sky. 1,000 times over. The Battle King was next to me at that time and saw that battle with me. Even the Battle King appreciated Wang Yu, saying one after another that he was inferior to Wang Yu. Previously, Li Xingzhou still had the ambition to revitalize and fight with Wang Yu. Now it's completely gone. Even the Battle King said so. On the other end of the phone, Li Juanheng's voice gradually trailed off. Seems to be thinking, Dad, stop. And Wang Yu is no longer alone. There is still the military god behind him. And the academy, such a person is destined to rise, and it won't take long. Li Xingzhou patiently persuaded. I believe that in this world, it is not the hatred of taking a wife and killing a son that can be forgiven. Since he couldn't set Wang Yu straight, then he didn't. If you can't beat them, join them. However, these comforting words, however, pierced Li Juanheng's heart fiercely. Right? There is no revenge for the killing of a son. This revenge can't just be forgotten. Xingzhou, I've been thinking about it for half a day and I still think you're right. Hearing Li Juanheng say this, Li Xingzhou's eyes lit up. From today onwards, you should not consider Wang Yu as an enemy. Li Juanheng didn't want Li Xingzhou to suffer another blow. Li Xingzhou's face showed joy. Okay, I'll go find him to reconcile. Dad, I'll contact you again when I've finished the matter, said. Li Xingzhou was about to hang up. Wait, Li Juanheng stopped Li Xingzhou. What I mean is that I don't need you to deal with Wang Yu anymore. Not that I'm going to spare Wang Yu. Next, I'm going to personally strike. What? Li Xingzhou was struck by lightning. But when he woke up, he realized that the phone had been hung up. He dialed again, only to hear that the other party was on the line. The other side. Li Juanheng's words kept ringing in his ears after he hung up on Li Xingzhou. Avenge the killing of your son. Wang Yu, it looks like I can only do it myself. After pondering for a moment, Li Juanheng dialed a phone. I'm the Deputy Chief Commanding Envoy of the Military Ministry, Li Juanheng. Now I'm going to issue some missions based on the military situation. Be quick. Based on the current national war situation, Li Juanheng selected a few places and reported them. Then he called Gu Yanran's phone again.
Yan, I'm sorry.
Something has changed with Wang Yu. I really don't understand. What can Wang Yu, a small gold-level contractor, do to make you, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Military Ministry, suffer defeat in a row? Gu Yanran was annoyed. Didn't you kill 2 major demon generals all by yourself back then? Did you once lead an army of 100,000 to crush an army of 200,000 demons? You're telling me that you can't kill Wang Yu. Being sneered at by Gu Yanran, Li Juanheng's expression was also ugly. You wouldn't say that if you knew how perverted Wang Yu really is. 5 minutes later, Gu Yanran's voice sounded again. Junheng, I was wrong. It turns out that Wang Yu's bastard is already so powerful. I'm sorry. People do whatever you say. Li Juanheng said, I released some quests and have asked for help from the academy. Wang Yu's heart was high and proud. He had not signed a contract with the academy, and to exchange for resources he had to have contribution points, so he would definitely take on a mission. You arrange for people to keep an eye on those battlefields. And if any suspicious characters appear, make sure to kill them. Wonderful, Gu Yanran replied. I'll have that deadbeat Bai Yanlang arrange for people. This time make sure to kill that Wang Yu. Can Bai Yanlang really be relied upon? After all, Wang Yu is his son. Gu Yanran laughed coldly. Oh, Bai Yanlang is a white-eyed wolf. Killing his son will give him more power and he will still feel blood money. Li Juanheng said, such a person is truly a father in vain. He will do anything to avenge his son's death. Shiryamuro is willing to throw away his wife and kill his son in order to get to the top. Gu Yanran said, Juanheng, although Bai Yanlang is not a good father, he is definitely a good dog. Brother Yu, the mission hall is just ahead. After the meal, Zhao Heng pointed to a 3-story attic that was situated in the academy and said, this 3-story attic, the first floor is the place to receive quests, and the main source of our quests are the battlefields around the world, and requests for help from the major cities. As for the upper 2 floors, they are where resources are stored, the soul-returning grass, and the spirit-cultivating liquid are all there as well. Oh. Wang Yu said, soul-restoring grass? Can it be exchanged at any time? Of course. Zhao Heng said, I wouldn't dare to say more. It's no problem to take out 10 or 8 at a time. Wang Yu staggered. This is a scarce resource, It has a price outside. Zhao Heng laughed. But we are even more scarce, so whatever resources are available will definitely satisfy us first. Treasures that are rare for others are just within reach for us. Chapter 115, putting some pressure on Wang Yu. Is this what genius prioritizes? After a moment of silence, Wang Yu said, "It can't be helped. Who made our talent awesome?" Zhao Heng grinned. "However, this is also an investment, focusing our resources on cultivation now, and when we are strong later, we will naturally give back to Daxia. Let's go. It's better to enter the mission hall." Aha! Zhao Heng walked in front. Inside the mission hall, the furnishings were simple. There is only a scrolling LCD screen. Quest. The mines outside of Mo City have been attacked by demons and are now in a state of defenselessness, requesting for backup. Quest requirement. Kill the demon leader. Doubtful diamond level. Task reward. 1,000 contribution points. Mission. A large number of demons have appeared outside of Lin City. The situation is critical, requesting support. Mission requirement. Assist Lin Chang in surviving the crisis. Task reward. 2,000 contribution points. Mission. The big screen kept scrolling. Wang Yu realized that almost all of them were messages asking for help. It follows from this. This is the real Daxia with constant war and smoke. How much contribution value do I need to continue challenging Wailing Valley? Wang Yu asked. Brother Yu, challenging the 10th wave within the Wailing Valley requires 100 points of contribution value. Zhao Heng replied. So little? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. Zhao Heng smiled helplessly. Brother Yu, it's quite a lot. Take the mission to support the mines in Mo City. You'll only get 1,000 points for beheading a diamond-level demon. Moreover, on the battlefield, a diamond-level demon is at least in command of hundreds, if not thousands of demons, and is incredibly cunning, so wanting to kill it is not an easy task. Wang Yu sniffed and slowly nodded his head. Zhao Heng had a point. There is also the most important point. Zhao Heng glanced at Wang Yu, wanting to speak. If you have something to say, just say it straight, don't stammer. Wang Yu said. Zhao Heng replied, Brother Yu, what you think is simple can be difficult for others. Among this others is me. He was also an S+ grade heavenly pride of Daxia. However, in terms of strength, it was too inferior to Wang Yu. It was okay to let him challenge the platinum level, but to challenge the diamond level, it was a no-brainer. So that's why this 1,000 points is really not something that an average person can earn. Wang Yu nodded indifferently while continuing to look at the big screen, debating what mission to take. Brother Yu, if you can't decide, I suggest you take the mission to support the mines in Mo City. Zhao Heng suddenly said. Why? It's because Mo City is close by, and the quest is to kill the demons that are overrunning the mines. Don't look at the contribution points for this quest. It's not as much as the other quests, but this quest is much easier to complete, unlike the other city guarding quests, which are time-consuming. Zhao Heng explained for Wang Yu. You do have a point. Wang Yu said, then I will take the first mission. That's accepted? Or what? Wang Yu came to the big screen. How does it work? No need to operate. Zhao Heng said, you can just go directly. After all, there are very few of us in the academy, and the difference in levels are all very large, so basically we won't crash. More importantly, by doing so, apart from the people of the academy, they will hardly know our whereabouts, and it is a safeguard for our own safety as well. After thinking about it, Zhao Heng added, however, you have to remember to get back the proof vouchers after killing the target. Understood. Wang Yu nodded his head and then walked towards the outside of the hall. You're leaving already? Zhao Heng chased after him. Well, go early and come back early. Wang Yu's reply was flat. Zhao Heng didn't know what to say. Wang Yu's tone was just like he was going to the market to buy food. Forget it. Who made people powerful? Da-da-da-da. However, before Wang Yu could walk out of the hall, a sudden sound of footsteps entered the hall. Immediately afterward, a figure walked in. Wang Yu stopped in his tracks. He looked up and there was a large, bald man. And at the sight of this figure, a memory surfaced in Wang Yu's mind. This person had stood side by side with Li Xingzhou on the peaks on the outskirts of the Wailing Valley and watched as he made his challenge. He did not know the relationship between the bald man and Li Xingzhou, so his heart was still filled with a sense of caution. He's the War King. To the side, Zhao Heng reminded Wang Yu in a low voice. King of War? He's the one who claims to be #1 in attacks. I've heard that the Battle King wasn't once bald, but had less hair as his strength increased. Nowadays, he's a diamond-level powerhouse. Yet his battle power is more terrifying than many starburst-level powerhouses. And he's only in his 20s now. Zhao Heng said some more news about the Battle King. Wang Yu? Question mark. Bald and strong? Zhao Heng, is it really good for you to talk about me in front of me? You think I'm deaf? The Battle King steeply dropped his gaze on Zhao Heng and hummed in an unkind manner. Where? Zhao Heng scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't this my way of introducing the older students to our newcomer? Use as many short words as possible to make him remember you. The Battle King no longer paid attention to Zhao Heng, but instead landed his gaze on Wang Yu. I know you, name is Wang Yu, right? I also know that when you came to the academy, you not only passed the examination but also defeated Li Xingzhou. I also saw you go straight through the 9 levels in the Wailing Valley and still killed 9 waves of demons in one breath, so it can be said that you made a name for yourself. The War King spoke in a deep voice. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Zhao Heng's expression changed slightly, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. The Battle King's temper is not good. If you offend him, thinking about it made Zhao Heng a little scared. And then, Wang Yu asked calmly. The Battle King said in a deep voice, maybe when you become diamond ranked, you might be qualified to be my opponent, but you have to work hard to improve your strength, or else I'm going to break through to Starburst rank. Oh, Wang Yu said and brushed past the Battle King, taking a step out of the great hall beyond. Warlord? Question mark. That's it? Shouldn't we say, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't fool the young? Are you polite? The warlord didn't turn around, but he could hear the footsteps getting farther and farther away. Is he really gone? The War King asked Zhao Heng without turning around. It's already far away. I can't even see him anymore. Zhao Heng replied. Battle King, why are you acting strange today? Zhao Heng asked in disbelief. Although the War King was a bit overbearing, he was kind to the students of the academy. He's never going to try to force his way through anyone. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. There is gossip. Zhao Heng's heart fluttered, and he replied with a straight face. You know, inside the academy, I have the strictest mouth. The Battle King said. Actually, it was Elder Chun who asked me to put a little pressure on Wang Yu. Do you think I've given the pressure? Zhao Heng thought seriously before answering. He seems to have ignored it. War King. Chapter 116 Wang Yu. Finding a big brother to take me flying. The city of Mo is smaller than the city of Qin. Before the disaster, Murray City was only a prefecture-level city. And Mo City wasn't as strong as Qin City, which had a powerful Starburst-ranked powerhouse like Lu Changtian sitting in the town. There weren't even a lot of diamond-level powerhouses in the city, and they also had to shoulder the task of guarding the city, so after the mines were taken over by the demons, they immediately called for help, hoping that some powerful people could help take back the mines. There were also many responses to the plea for help after it was sent out. After Wang Yu arrived at Mo City's government hall, he found that it was surprisingly overcrowded. Soldiers in uniform, and free contractors from all over the country. As required, any person who participates in a battle is registered and then assigned to a combat sequence, where military experts customize the battle plan and unify the command of the battle. Individual heroism in the midst of a large-scale battle is best avoided, or you'll die a horrible death. Sure, individuals who are so powerful that they crush the whole situation are another story. And Wang Yu also remembered Elder Chen's teachings and found a window to queue in a very low profile. Wang Yu expected that, in another half an hour, it could be his turn, right? Nothing to do. He took out his cell phone and swiped it. To update, Yunhai City has suffered a demonic attack, resulting in 1,283 unfortunate deaths, 32,121 injuries, and an estimated $320 million in property damage. Global news. An extremely strong demonic aura has appeared in the Mali Sea. It is likely that a new Hellgate has opened, and Daxia has already dispatched powerful people to investigate. After looking at it for half a day, Wang Yu frowned. Every day that passes, the world seems to become more dangerous. Make way, make way. Let your grandma have a leg up. We've been waiting in line here for 20 minutes. Why should we let you? That's right. You saved time by giving up your spot, but you stole our time. A cacophony of voices rang out. When Wang Yu sniffed and looked, he realized that a scene of queue jumping was being staged in the queue next to him. 3 men wearing black combat uniforms and a gold eagle on their chests stood in front of the window and tried to squeeze in, causing a lot of displeasure. What's the point of screaming? Just let it be. Just let it be. Delay us and you'll all cry. A hawk-nosed man in the group said in a deep voice. Cutting in line and being so tough, you guys have a license to cut in line? Hey, the old man still got it. The hawk-nosed man sneered and took out a piece of paper. The special appointment letter. The man he was arguing with stopped talking at once. See? Our Golden Eagle Hunter Squad is a specially recruited decapitation squad, tasked with decapitating the demon leader of the mines outside of the city, and is here to defuse the crisis. Do you think we have the qualifications to cut in? The hawk-nosed man asked in a deep voice. This time, no one spoke. Only 3 people could be allowed to cut in. One must know that those who could shoulder the decapitation mission were all at least platinum-level contractors, and there was no chance that there were diamond-level powerhouses sitting in the team. They can't afford to mess with it. Hunter Squad. Beheading mission. Wang Yu sniffed and had some new ideas in his mind. The Hunter Squad is similar to the Demon Hunter Squad. Only one is an individual organization and the other is an official one. Hello, sir. Which combat sequence do you want to be in? After another 20 minutes, it was finally Wang Yu's turn. Inside the window, the lady conducting business asked. Frontline. Okay. Then your rank, please. Golden 8 stars. Due to the fact that Wang Yu had plastered a beard on his face to hide his looks and 2 scars on the corners of his eyes, he looked like he was in his 30s. There were few Golden 8 stars in their 30s, but there were always some. Okay. This side is for your query, please wait. The staff began to inquire. As for whether Wang Yu had lied about his strength, she didn't give it much thought. First of all, signing up here is a battlefield. Lying about your strength is a dead end. Secondly, when you get to the team, there will be a test. If someone really wants to spam the site, they will be found out. Of course, no one should be that stupid. If you really want to go straight to the outside of the city and die in minutes. Sir, the current 5th Battalion and 8th Battalion have combat sequences that match yours. Do you accept them? Wang Yu, however, frowned. I want to go to Chopper Squad. Is there room? Wang Yu remembers that the Golden Eagle Hunter Squad just now was the Decapitation Squad, and being able to directly face the demon leader at the forefront suited his purpose. Chopper Squad. The staff was stunned. I'm sorry, sir. Your strength doesn't meet the standards of the Chopper Squad at the moment. Come back when you break through the platinum level. Platinum? Wang Yu reckoned that it would be possible if he decapitated the diamond level leader. In an instant, a thought occurred to Wang Yu. That was to wait for the official start of the war, tail the large army, go deep into the demon lair, and take the opportunity to kill the diamond level demon leader. But that's a pain in the ass. It's likely to be taken as a ploy. To think that I killed Platinum like a dog, yet I was deemed unqualified to be in the decapitation squad. Wang Yu was a bit depressed. If you can't, talk to the city's top commander? Or you can join a squad created by a platinum-level powerhouse and come back to register. Just then, the staff gave a new offer. That's not a bad choice. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. Then I'm not signing up for a while. Wang Yu left the group and came outside the hall, took out paper and pen from the package he was carrying and wrote, Gold 8 stars. Begging for a group of hunter squads qualified to participate in the decapitation. There were also crowds of people outside the hall, and Wang Yu's action immediately attracted the attention of many people. Gold 8 star is not bad, but if you want to enter the Chopper Squad, isn't this looking for death? Decapitation Squad if the decapitation success credit is big, but the danger is also the highest. Deep behind the enemy, platinum level powerhouse may not be able to come back alive. Gold level purely send head. No, what platinum bigot would take him? Don't you think you're in enough trouble? Dude, what are you thinking about? For people who are suspicious. Wang Yu didn't even bother. Seeing that no one took care of himself for half a day, Wang Yu added a few more words to the paper. Paid 100,000. Good lord. It's getting outrageous. Spending money on a death wish. First time I've seen it. No one's going to want to bring a drag queen gold level for $100,000. Did you think you're playing a game to sit on a gold regiment? Not for 100,000, but if it's $500,000, I'll consider giving you a position. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. He was dark-skinned and of medium build. You are willing to take me? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. We just happen to have an open position in our squad. If you offer $500,000, I can take you. After a pause, the middle-aged man said, but let's say the ugly words in front. After going deep into the hinterland, you can only be responsible for your own safety. We don't have the energy to take care of you. Chapter 117 Joining the Flying Fish Squad. Fateful Wang Yu. I don't need you guys to take care of me. I just need a spot. Wang Yu said. The place where the demon leader is located is only known to the personnel of the decapitation squad. It would be too much of a waste of time for him to fumble around on his own. This was the main reason why he would rather spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to join the chopper squad. And a couple $100,000 is really nothing to him right now. The middle-aged man nodded. I understand. You want to gild the lily, don't you? You don't have to keep quiet. I can already tell who you are. That's what you guys like to do. Pretend to come out on an adventure so you can go back and brag to people. Wang Yu was first stunned, then realized that he was being treated as the son of one of those big families or groups. Okay. Big brother, you're a good judge of character. Transfer money into this account and then you'll follow me to the window to register. The middle-aged man directly took out his cell phone. Wang Yu didn't dawdle and directly transferred money. This is where the chopper squad guys are resting camped. Our flying fish squad is over there. An hour later, under the middle-aged man's leadership, Wang Yu arrived at a military camp. At this time, Wang Yu also had a certain understanding of this middle-aged man. His name was Nyo Dashin, a platinum 2-star indentured servant with a peculiar undead indentured called the White Bone Giant, a powerful undead that specializes in physical attacks. And their flying fish squad, like the other squads, originally had 3 people. However, because of some accidents that happened when they came here, one of the team members had a recurrence of an old illness and was bedridden, and that is why there is a vacant slot. Speaking of which, we're still quite faded. I couldn't find a suitable replacement teammate even after skulking around the government hall for half a day. So it seems fate has allowed us to cross paths this time, Nyo Dashin said as he walked. Wang Yu skimmed his lips and couldn't help but think to himself, are we destined for each other? It's more like replacing the karma of karma with the dollars and cents of dollars and cents. The $500,000 score. When we get to that tent up ahead, that's where we'll be. A few moments later, Nyo Dashin pointed to the tent in the distance and said, the captain and another member of our team are in the tent right now, so remember to talk less later and leave everything to me. They will admit you. Wang Yu nodded. It didn't matter how the process went, he only cared about the outcome. Nyo Dashin, don't tell me he's your newfound teammate? Just at that moment, a voice came from the side. Wang Yu looked like his gaze was fixed. This man he's seen before, has a hawkish nose and sharp eyes. He had seen this man lead the queue at the government hall when he was in line. I heard him say in person that he was from the Golden Eagle Hunter Squad, one of the decapitation teams. Jin Feng, does it matter to you who our squad chooses? Nyo Dashin replied with a frown and a displeased expression. Nothing to do with me personally, but a lot to do with this mission. Jin Feng said in a deep voice. Realizing that the decapitation mission is also accomplished by multiple squads working together, you guys are also crucial. I saw this kid outside the government hall before. He's only a gold 8-star. There's a big gap from the Platinum Bureau. With him joining your squad, the combat power is greatly reduced. That's not for you to worry about. Our captain is a diamond-level powerhouse. Not to mention that he's a gold 8-star. Even a silver 8-star can take him flying. So it's the same for our squad with or without him. Nyo Dashin rolled his eyes. You'd better care more about yourselves when you have time, arranging tactics so that you don't drop the ball when the time comes. After all, it's not the first time you guys have dropped the ball. Jin Feng was poked to the sore spot. We'll see. This time we'll definitely decapitate the demon commander and gain the top prize. Putting down a sentence, Jin Feng turned around and left. Lieutenant Nyo, does this person know you guys? After Jin Feng left, Wang Yu asked. It's not an enemy that doesn't get together. We're all old rivals, and back in the day, during a mission, there was quite a friction between the two sides, and in the end, they suffered quite a loss, and this enmity has always been remembered by the Golden Eagle Squad. The Nyo Dashin looked at Jin Feng's distant back and snorted coldly. Wang Yu nodded. No wonder the meeting with each other reeked of tit for tat. Let's go. Don't pay any attention to them. With the captain here, they can't turn any waves. Nyo Dashin finished speaking and took the lead within the tent. Wang Yu followed into it. The tent was very simply furnished. There were a couple beds, a computer, a phone, a couple chairs, and 2 people. A middle-aged man lay on the bed with his eyes closed tightly and his face pale. Wang Yu guessed that this person should be the injured teammate of the Flying Fish Squad. On the chair next to the middle-aged man sat a white-haired old man in a gray combat uniform. Back. The old man turned his gaze to the duo of Nyo Dashin and Wang Yu. Is Kobayashi still awake? Not yet. His condition is too serious, and I don't know if he can get through this. Sighed the old man. It's definitely possible. When we finish this mission and kill the demon commander, we'll be able to gather enough money to buy medicine to cure Xiao Lin's poison. Niu Dashan said firmly. How can it be that easy? This mission is very dangerous, not to mention 9 deaths. I am only 40% sure that I will return in one piece. After the old man finished speaking, he landed his gaze on Wang Yu. Is he the new team member you found? Well, his name is Wang Yu, Gold 8-star, good strength. Niu Dashan introduced. Wang Yu, this is Uncle Lin, a Diamond 3-star powerhouse, the leader of our flying fish squad. Hello, Uncle Lin. Wang Yu greeted. However, instead, he saw Uncle Lin and slowly frowned. Golden 8-star strength is not bad, but our mission is to go deep into the hinterland where demons are entrenched, and the dangers are numerous. Young people shouldn't be trying to dissuade me, right? Wang Yu subconsciously looked at Niu Dashan beside him. On the side, Niu Dashan lightly coughed. Ahem, Uncle Lin. Wang Yu is willing to spend 500,000 to go with us for a long time, and there are regulations above that the decapitation squad must be 3 people, and we can't make a team without Wang Yu. Besides that, Wang Yu just wants to follow us for a long time. He is responsible for his own safety and doesn't need our guarantee. Most importantly, the mission is accomplished and he is not involved in splitting the money. Uncle Lin suddenly became pleasant. Young man, you were right to choose us. As soon as I saw you, I felt that we were destined for each other. Welcome aboard. With that, Uncle Lin stood up and walked over to Wang Yu and extended his hand. Wang Yu, it should be very meta, right? He now knew why Niu Dashan was like that. It turned out to be a trace. It's true what they say, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. It's my pleasure. Wang Yu slightly smiled and extended his hand as well. Lowering their hands to each other, Wang Yu asked, Uncle Lin, I wonder when we'll start moving? Chapter 118. Discovered by the devil? Then kill it. According to the projections from above, it will probably take about 2 days of preparation. Uncle Lin thought for a moment and replied, 2 days. Wang Yu nodded. Uncle Lin said, of course this is only an estimate. It also depends on the movement of the demons. Jingle bells. Just then, the phone in the big tent suddenly rang. Uncle Lin took a step forward, exploding with a speed far beyond his age to the phone and picked it up. What? Good. I'll get ready. Uncle Lin answered briefly and hung up. However, the look of gravity on Uncle Lin's face did not disappear. Uncle Lin, what happened? Niu Dashan asked with the same seriousness. Uncle Lin said, there's been a change of plans, so we're moving ahead. How far in advance? The military has monitored that several powerful demonic forces are running here, most likely trying to join up with the demons in the mines, and it will be even less easy for us to retake the mines then. That's why we need to retake the mine before the rest of the demon reinforcements arrive. Exactly. Uncle Lin nodded gruffly. The military notification told us to prepare now and act at night. But Uncle Lin's words were in a flurry. However, Niu Dashan already knew what he wanted to say. But we're not fully prepared right now. There are a lot of combat sequences that aren't ready yet, so our chances of winning this battle aren't very high, right? Niu Dashan asked. You're right. Uncle Lin said. Originally, I was 40% sure that I would get out in one piece, but now I'm only 20% sure. With that, he landed his eyes on Wang Yu. Young man, you should have heard our words. The situation has become more critical and your danger will increase exponentially. It is not too late for you to withdraw now. What about you guys? Wang Yu asked rhetorically. If you quit, we'll go find another teammate, or do what you did and pay to hire one. Uncle Lin already had a plan. I'm not quitting, Wang Yu said firmly. You're really not afraid of death? Uncle Lin was puzzled. Now that the danger factor had risen dramatically, Wang Yu was still not retreating. If we are to live and die for the sake of our country, will we not avoid it because of the blessings and disasters? As an indentured servant of Daxia, it is incumbent upon my generation to guard Daxia. Wang Yu's original mission was also to defuse this crisis. There was no way he could back out. When Uncle Lin and Niu Dashan heard this, their faces showed a look of emotion. Even Wang Yu also saw a strange light in Uncle Lin's eyes. Good, good, good. In you, it's as if I see what I was like back in my day, in that group of us. Uncle Lin's eyes dimmed again as he spoke. It's a pity that I'm the only one left in that group. Oi. Uncle Lin sighed. Dason, Uncle Lin, give him his money back. Huh. Niu Dashan was stunned. Uncle Lin's eyes crossed. Ah, what ah? This kid is full of passion and redemption. I can't take his money. Good. Nyo Dashin took out his cell phone and was about to give Wang Yu a refund. However, it was stopped by Wang Yu. Take this money, you guys need it more than I do. Wang Yu glanced at Xiao Lin on the bed. A platinum and a diamond of such strength, yet so downtrodden, should have something to do with the bed. 9 o'clock at night. A sharp siren sounded over the city of Murray. It's time to move. Uncle Lin stood up. Before saying goodbye, he glanced at the figure on the bed. A flash of reluctance in his eyes, but in an instant it turned into determination. On this mission, he's not just in it for the money. Or for guarding. Wang Yu and Nyo Dashin also all got up with serious expressions and picked up their accompanying equipment. 10 o'clock at night. Wang Yu, Uncle Lin, and Nyo Dashin left Mo City in a military jeep and arrived at the fringe of the mine. Further on, it's a highly dangerous area, and a locomotive pulling into it is bound to be spotted by demons. The previous battle plan was for the regular combat sequence to make a feint, and for us to take the opportunity to infiltrate the hinterlands of the mine and slay the demons. But due to the arrival of multiple demonic reinforcements, the regular combat sequences have been dispatched to snipe the reinforcements, and now there is no one to draw the demons' attention for us, so it's even more dangerous for us to act, and time is running out. The regular combat sequence is expected to last until dawn, so the decapitation team will have to complete their mission before dawn, and if they can't, we'll be caught in a back-and-forth situation. After getting off the bus, Uncle Lin recounted their current situation for Wang Yu and Nyo Dashin. Before dawn, Wang Yu felt that there was enough time. This mission, it's really tough. Nyo Dashin, however, had a grave look on his face. There's no time for nonsense. I'll lead the way for you up ahead. You stay close to me. Uncle Lin said, walking ahead. Wang Yu, you're in the center. I'll break the back. You remember, there are a lot of platinum-level demons within the range of the mines. If you encounter a danger that you can't cope with, run when you should. A small life is important. There is no shame. Nyo Dashin barked at Wang Yu in a deep voice. Wang Yu said, Team Nyo, don't worry. I can still deal with platinum-level demons. You and Team Lin don't need to worry about me either. You kid on bragging when I was gold level also clamored to challenge the platinum-level demons. The results really encountered a minute by the platinum evil demons taught to do people, if not Uncle Lin Gravegrass are 2 meters high. Nyo Dashin rolled his eyes. Uncle Lin gave a rare smile. It's good to be young and foolish. Uncle Lin, Team Ox. I wonder how many decapitation squads there are in total? Wang Yu asked curiously. Uncle Lin replied, originally, I wanted to recruit 10, but because of the rush, I only managed to put together 5 squads. The 3 of them were not advancing too fast out of caution. It took more than half an hour to advance more than a dozen miles. Watch out! There's movement! Uncle Lin steeply rushed towards the ancient tree not far away and stretched out his hand. Wang Yu saw Uncle Lin's hand instantly turn into white bone. This was an ability mastered by diamond-level powerhouses who had reached an extremely high level of attunement with the undead, localized fusion. Although it was not as powerful as a full fusion, it was better at being stealthy and swift. Brush. In the next moment, a spear condensed from white bones took shape in Uncle Lin's hand and was hurled out. Click. A large tree as thick as 3 people's arms snapped in 2, and a pitch-black figure, nailed to the ground by a bone spear through its heart. It was a shadow demon. This is supposed to be a demonic outpost. Uncle Lin barked in a deep voice. You guys have to be careful. But, as soon as his words fell, a burst of hissing and roaring sounds suddenly resounded around him. Not good, we've been discovered. Nyo Dashin's face changed abruptly. Uncle Lin frowned. These beasts are so cunning. They must have used an ability like soul connection. As long as one demon dies, the others will immediately notice. It seems like trying to sneak in is impossible. We can only kill our way in. Wang Yu, you have to be careful. Wang Yu, what are you doing standing so far ahead? Uncle Lin realized that Wang Yu had actually stood in front of him. Wang Yu said, Didn't you say to kill your way in, Uncle Lin? Chapter 119 Is Shogun strong? Then what are you rushing so forward for? Uncle Lin exclaimed, Hurry back. I sense several powerful auras. There are at least 4 or 5 platinum-level demons. I'm afraid there are more than a dozen of gold-level ones. Uncle Lin stared. He was a diamond-level powerhouse, but he would feel overwhelmed when facing so many demons. Not to mention Wang Yu, a gold-level contractor. Me what me? This is no time for heroics. Uncle Lin took one step and stood in front of Wang Yu. It was during this process that his body changed. Starting from his legs, he turned into a ghastly white bone, and when he came to Wang Yu's body, Uncle Lin's whole body was already white and bony, as if he was a skeleton warrior. But Uncle Lin was a diamond-level contractor. How could the undead he contracted be low-level skeleton warriors? Click, click, click. A set of crystalline white bone battle armor covered Uncle Lin's body. Even his face was covered. Wow. A blood-colored cape that flapped in the wind. Uncle Lin clenched his hands and a white bone spear appeared as a powerful aura erupted from Uncle Lin's body. Handsome. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. Among the undead he had seen, Uncle Lin's undead definitely ranked among the best in terms of face value. Not just handsome, Uncle Lin's desperate samurai's battle power is also very high. Second to none amongst A-ranked undead. Very close to S-ranked undead. Nyo Dashin's voice sounded behind Wang Yu. At this time, Nyo Dashin was no longer the same as before. He had transformed into a 3-meter-tall white bone giant. In his hand, he carried a 2-meter-long bone rod. At first glance, the power is terrifying. Uncle Lin stared at the enemy in front of him as he kept a wary eye on the area behind him. Fuse the undead and prepare for battle, Nyo Dashin said in a deep voice. In the next moment, Shuang-chan appeared in the middle of Uncle Lin and Nyo Dashin. Is this your undead? I think it's a zombie if I'm not mistaken. Nyo Dashin was stunned. He felt that there was something strange about Wang Yu's undead, and finally recognized the type of Wang Yu's undead from those fangs. Well, yes, you're not wrong. Zombie undead can reach the golden 8 stars. You are truly a talent, Nyo Dashin said with a complicated voice. He'd seen and known a few people with zombie undead, and most of them had stopped before the silver level. Only a few can reach the silver 9 stars. Sloppy. Wang Yu didn't know what to say. Don't get distracted. They're coming. Suddenly, Uncle Lin's voice interrupted the two, and as Uncle Lin's voice fell, 3 figures swooped down from the night sky. They had fleshy wings, were covered in fine black scales, and had fierce faces with fangs that grew beyond their mouths, and an ebony unicorn horn on their foreheads. It's the Flying Devil. Wang Yu recognized that these demons belonged to the same race. But the strength of these demons wasn't very strong, only gold level. Against such demons, Wang Yu punched one. However, before Wang Yu could throw a punch, a white light flashed. A bone spear ran through the 3 flying demons. Uncle Lin reached out and recalled his lance. Be careful, these flying demons are not under a lot of pressure for you. Next time you encounter them, dodge first. Don't fight them hard. Don't worry. No one will laugh at you. You remember, on the battlefield, only the ones who survive are the best. Uncle Lin admonished Wang Yu in a deep voice. I know. Wang Yu nodded. This feeling of being taken care of was something he remembered from the last time. Immediately after that, one after another, several more demons attacked the 3 of them one after another. But these demons were only at the gold level and should have been used as pioneers to test their strength. Roar! Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. A ball of fire the size of a pot lid, dense as rain, fell from the sky. And in the midst of the fireball, there was also a chilling ice prong. A truly strong enemy has appeared. Everyone must be careful. Uncle Lin finished speaking and suddenly charged forward. There were also a few black figures that appeared and disappeared in the darkness, unleashing a blazing attack on Uncle Lin. Surprisingly, they were 3 platinum-level shadow demons. They surprisingly fought with Uncle Lin for a while. Stay here and don't move. At that moment, Nyo Dashin explained in a deep voice, and his figure leapt up, unexpectedly rushing into the darkness as well. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu was left alone in the field. But there's more than one demon. Swish, swish, swish. A black shadow descended steeply from the sky, so fast that it broke the sound barrier. Only after it arrived in front of Wang Yu did the sonic boom sound behind it. A platinum-level flying demon. Wang Yu recognized the other race. However, it was a bit larger than the previous flying demon, and the sharp horns on its forehead had turned silver. It was a symbol of the flying demon's strength. No good. Uncle Lin's face changed, intending to return to help Wang Yu through the crisis. Phew! The white bone spear in his hand was thrown, but before it could fly out far, it was grabbed by a platinum-level shadow demon. And because Uncle Lin had lost his weapon, he instead became passive and suffered several attacks. But Uncle Lin didn't care much. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was that Wang Yu was going to finish. Damn! These beasts are too cunning. Nyo Dashin also noticed Wang Yu's crisis. Uncle Lin dealt with 3 heads. He dealt with 1 head by himself, not realizing that there was another one ambushed to attack Wang Yu. He didn't expect 5 platinum-level demons to actually attack their squad. Marred. It's not as if the entire mine of platinum-level demons have come, right? Nyo Dashin swung the white bone rod in his hand and smashed it against the platinum-level brute force demon in front of him. Get lost. As the rod fell, the scale armor on the brute force demon's body shattered and blood splattered. To one's surprise, that brute force demon even took this blow hard and held onto the hand of Nyo Dashin's incarnation as a white bone giant with a death grip, preventing him from supporting Wang Yu. Grass. Nyo Dashin's face suddenly changed, suddenly landing his eyes on Wang Yu. Done. It's too late. Only to see. The platinum-grade flying demon with a fierce expression stretched out its claws comparable to sharp blades and stabbed Wang Yu's chest. Then, a series of sparks were rubbed. The flying demon's pupils shrunk. Crap. Nyo Dashin was confused. What the hell? The flying demon's claws were sharper than an alloy, but it didn't actually cause any damage to Wang Yu? Hallucinate it. What maybe? Uncle Lin was also keeping an eye on Wang Yu, equally stunned by the scene. Wang Yu's defense was simply terrifying as hell. Just then, Wang Yu moved. With a calm expression, he used both hands to break the claws of the flying demon. Then a fist smashed into the flying demon's head. His movements simple but incredibly fast. The flying demon, who was known for its speed, was simply too late to dodge. Boo! The flying demon's head was blown out like a watermelon. And then, its body knelt helplessly in front of Wang Yu. In this moment, both man and demon were confused. Chapter 120 Breaking Through the 9 Stars, Thrilling Thunder Squad. Wang Yu killed the platinum-level flying demon, and a punch to the head. It's outrageous. Nyo Dashin was shocked beyond belief. He couldn't even do it in seconds to kill a flying demon. A little old brother that he had treated as gold level had actually accomplished such an amazing feat. Practically, it's outrageous. The demons were confused too. They had previously sent a few waves of gold-level demons to test the strength of the trio. The conclusion reached was that Uncle Lin was the strongest, Nyo Dashin was the second strongest, and Wang Yu was the weakest. So their plan was to kill the weakest Wang Yu first, disturbing Uncle Lin and Nyo Dashin's hearts, and then break them down individually. Outcome. The weakest of the humans cracked the kill they had prepared. Gold kills platinum in seconds. That makes it hard for the demons. Like I said, I really do possess the power to defend myself. Wang Yu spread his hands. Now you guys believe it, right? Ha ha ha, yes. After a brief moment of dismay, Uncle Lin laughed freely. We're the ones sitting on the fence. Wang Yu really brought him a big surprise. Wang Yu, come and give old brother a hand. Nyo Dashin felt a bit overwhelmed by dealing with the brute force demon. Yes. Wang Yu nodded his head and lightly clapped his palms. I asked you to help, not to cheer me up. Nyo Dashin was slightly speechless. But, in the very next moment, a silver-colored glow lit up in multiple places in the void. What is this ability? Nyo Dashin sensed a mysterious power rippling through the field. Rip, rip, rip. In the next moment, space was torn apart like cloth, and a spatial crack appeared around, or on, a demon. In an instant, there were screams. Some demons had their heads chopped off by the spatial rift, while others were cut off at the waist. In the blink of an eye, the demons fighting against Uncle Lin and Nyo Dashin all died. Crap! Wang Yu killed all the demons in one move. Nyo Dashin froze. It's too strong. Uncle Lin was also staggered for a while, and after landing his eyes on Wang Yu's body, Uncle Lin could not help but say, after living for decades, I have had my eyes open today. The gold clap killed numerous platinum levels in seconds. The combat power is simply pervertida. Other than that, the demons that just fought against Uncle Lin were very difficult to deal with. The 3 heads combined their efforts to join forces, making him a diamond-level powerhouse. Feel tricky, and there was no way to rescue or help Wang Yu and Nyo Dashin. However, Wang Yu clapped his hands and killed him in seconds. What is this if not strength? Uncle Lin even felt that Wang Yu was stronger than even him. Wang Yu, Uncle Lin, are you complimenting me? Uncle Lin nodded affirmatively. Of course, it's just that Uncle doesn't have much culture and can't yank words. Ha ha ha. It looks like we've really picked up a treasure. With Wang Yu around, I suddenly feel like our mission has no difficulty. Nyo Dashin carried his white bone stick and walked over. Earlier, when I brought Wang Yu back to the camp, that guy Jin Feng still looked down on Wang Yu. Hey! Now I'm suddenly looking forward to what Jin Feng's expression will be when he realizes that the person he despises can kill him at will with a single strike. Nyo Dashin already felt good in his heart just thinking about his old rival's defeat. Don't be too complacent. I always feel that the situation inside the mine is a bit weird right now. We should still be careful, Uncle Lin said seriously. The smile on Nyo Dashin's face also narrowed, and he nodded his head deeply. Uncle Lin, which direction should we go next? Wang Yu asked. In the entire team, only Uncle Lin, who was the captain, knew the battle plan laid out by his superiors. Uncle Lin discerned the direction, then reached out and pointed. Go straight in from that direction, and you'll reach the hinterland where the target is. Then let's go now, Nyo Dashin said urgently, because the commotion of their previous battle wasn't exactly small. It also alarmed a lot of demons. By now, there was already the sound of growling coming faintly from the distance. The number should be quite large. Wang Yu suddenly said, Wait for me for a few seconds. Do you want to make it easier? Other than that, Nyo Dashin didn't know what else to do with a few seconds of his time. No, I'll make a sudden break first. What? You're going to break through? Both Nyo Dashin and Uncle Lin's faces showed a stunned expression. Other people had to be careful with their breakthroughs and closed-door cultivation. After all, the souls involved couldn't afford to have too many slip-ups. But why did Wang Yu say that it was as easy as eating and drinking? However, Wang Yu did not answer. He closed his eyes and silently channeled the power of his soul to work. 10 seconds later, Wang Yu steeply opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. It stirred up a cloud of dust and blew the fallen leaves from the trees with a rustling sound. That's a breakthrough? Of course, Nyo Dashin knew what had happened. The powerful aura emanating from Wang Yu's body at this moment was definitely a golden 9 stars. But he couldn't help but be surprised. Level breakthroughs are really as simple as eating and drinking, bull. Uncle Lin couldn't help but let out a sound of admiration as well. Well, I've kept everyone waiting. We can go now. Wang Yu smiled embarrassedly. I'll make way for everyone in the front. A large number of demons had already revealed themselves in the distance. Wang Yu walked idly, a pitch-black spatial crack living and dying around him, executing one demon after another. You have killed the silver 3-star wind demon and gained 130 points of soul power. You kill the golden 2-star scale demon and gain 12,000 points of soul power. You have slain the golden 1-star shadow demon and gained 11,000 points of soul power. A mosquito is still meat. Wang Yu did not miss every opportunity to improve his strength. Uncle Lin and Nyo Dashin, on the other hand, followed behind Wang Yu and did not need to make a move at all, and for a while they actually had a feeling of having nothing to do. This is definitely the most idle mission I've ever been on. What's even more outrageous is that it was actually taken flying by a gold-ranked contractor. While walking Nyo Dashin's side, Uncle Lin, however, is not as big-headed as he is, still looking around vigilantly, wary of any surprises. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang in the distance, and the ground shook beneath the crowd's feet. Immediately afterward, a flare rose high into the sky, as if a small sun had illuminated the night sky. The place of the incident was only 10 or 20 kilometers away from Wang Yu and the others. It's a distress signal. Uncle Lin backhandedly took out a battle map from his backpack and quickly unfolded it, which recorded the traveling routes of several teams. Uncle Lin's hand suddenly stopped. That's right, there should be a decapitation squad in that direction as well, and the team's name is Thunder. According to the previous plan, the Thrilling Thunder Squad was the main force of this operation. It's also the strongest of our 5 decapitation squads, with 2 diamond-level contractors. Saying that, Uncle Lin suddenly remembered something and glanced at Wang Yu. Before, Shocking Thunder was indeed the strongest. Not so much now. Uncle Lin, should we go over then? Wang Yu asked. Chapter 121, The Devil's Trap, in Peril. It's over. We've been tricked. The demon has already set up a trap long ago, waiting for us to take the bait. It's not scary to die here. What's important is to deliver the message and inform the others to retreat. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Damn it. All the communication devices in the mine are out of order. There's no way to get the message out. I hope anyone who sees the distress signal doesn't come over. Ever. Inside the mountain stream, the hearts of the 2 indentured servants sank to the bottom. There were hundreds of demons gathered around them. Shadow demon, inferno demon, cold demon, etc. These demons came from various races and took different forms, but the weakest of these demons had reached the silver level. All elite, so to speak. And among these demons, there were as many as 10 platinum-level existences. It was the two dark red figures that were the most deadly. Their skin was a dark red color, and their muscles seemed like rocks that had been scorched by the heat. Their hair, on the other hand, is in the shape of dancing tongues of fire. His body was covered with mysterious runes, which would emit a dazzling light from time to time. Their auras had all reached the diamond level, coming from the Inferno Prison Demon Clan. The Inferno Prison Demon Clan was very similar to the Inferno Demon Clan, controlling the power of flames, but their bodies were much more powerful. The clan possesses the bloodline of a superior demon, and the Inferno Demon Clan is merely an Inferno Prison Demon appendage. Like at this point, among the hundreds of demons, there was the Inferno Demon. However, none of these Inferno Demons dared to turn on their flames in front of the Inferno Demons for fear that the Inferno Demons would think that they were showing off and provoking them. At the feet of an Inferno Prison Demon, there was another burning corpse. It was the other member of the Thrilling Thunder Squad. And the distress signal just now was also released by the Inferno Prison Demon. The goal is to attract more people to come. Humans, I can give you a way out. Sign a contract with us and submit to me. I can let you return to the human world again. Just then, an Inferno Prison Demon spat out human words. Become your lackey and betray the entire human race? An indentured servant disguised as an undead knight sneered. A 3-year-old child knows that you can't make a contract with a demon no matter what. Otherwise, it will be worse than death. Do you think we're worse than 3-year-olds? The other side of the Pactors, in the guise of abominations, mocked coldly. Great! I hope you will keep that same mindset when you face death. The Inferno Prison Demon revealed an icy smile. Haha! Ridiculous! You destroyed my home and killed my loved ones? Will I submit to you? We wouldn't be standing here if we were afraid of death. I've become a contractor for 32 years and killed thousands of demons. I've already had enough. Come on. One more kill and I'll earn it. The abominable contractor let out a laugh. Laughter echoed through the valley. I guess the ones who are really scared are you beasts? Fear of more casualties? The undead knight swung the white bone longsword in his hand, and the white bone warhorse at his hip let out a neighing neigh. I dare not say anything else. At least half of you cubs will stay here. He was also cut off from the idea of living, just to kill more enemies. Words. The eyes of the 2 diamond-level Inferno Prison Demons also flashed with a strange color. As Abomination said, they are indeed afraid. One must know that a diamond-rank contractor would be quite terrifying if he was reckless. Get it wrong and they are at risk of falling. Thunder Squad. Kill! The undead knight raised the white bone longsword in his hand and charged his horse. The Abomination followed suit with heavy steps. The two of them faced hundreds of demons, going forward with a sense of sadness. Seek death. Strike them down at all costs. The 2 Inferno Prison Demons swung their sharp claws. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, ice cones, fireballs, wind blades, and other kinds of magic smashed into the undead knights and abominations as if they were all over the place. The attacks are too intense. There was no way for either to dodge, but both never even thought about dodging. Fire and smoke are in the air. The undead knight leapt out of the blockade on his warhorse. Abomination was a close second. Only that some injuries had already appeared on the bodies of both. It looks like a mess. However, the two never wavered in their will. Just because you're not afraid to die doesn't mean you won't die. The 2 Inferno Prison Demons glanced at each other, stopped watching, and pounced on the 2 at the same time. Moving together, there were hundreds of demons around. Soon, the 2 sides then battled, with a steady stream of demons falling. And the 2 indentured servants added a wound to their bodies. 5 minutes later, the 2 indentured servants had piled up tall demon corpses at their feet. However, the undead knight's white bone warhorse had shattered. The abomination's body, riddled with wounds, had one arm hanging down, and his figure staggered. The 2 Inferno Prison Demons, on the other hand, were in good shape, and it was just a bit of a drain for them. As it turns out, you're the ones who end up dead. An Inferno Prison Demon coldly mocked. The 2 were silent. It's a real shame we didn't take out an Inferno Demon. Kill them. The Inferno Prison Demon gave an order, and a dozen or so demons moved stupidly. Carefully approached the 2 indentured servants. The undead knight struggled to raise his long sword in his hand as the abomination made to charge, taking one step but falling first. They were badly injured and their soul power was exhausted, truly reaching the point of running out of gas. At the sight of this, the demons screamed with excitement and grew bolder. Like a vicious dog pouncing, he rushed towards the two. Shoo shoo shoo. In the next moment, several white cold lights flashed by, and several crystalline bone spears nailed several of the foremost demons to the ground. Not good. There was an ambush. The demons were startled and fled to the side like startled birds. Oh, and humans to save you? I'm really impressed. The two Inferno prison demons cracked open their bloody mouths, sticking out their scarlet tongues and licking the tips of their noses, with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. Crap! Someone still saw the distress signal and rushed in for support. The two of them from the surprise Thunder Squad, who were temporarily out of the crisis, did not show any color of joy in their eyes, but instead, they were filled with worry. They both looked to their sides at the same time and saw three figures. A mighty warrior clad in a red cloak and covered in white bone battle armor. A white bone giant carrying a white bone rod and standing over 3 meters tall. And, zombie? Where did this come from? But, this is not the time to consider why zombies are running amok. Flying Fish Squad, don't come over here, you guys, go! Go straight back to the city. Tell your superiors that the mines are traps. They are all powerful demons, and cancel this mission. You are not to come to your deaths. The two men yelled anxiously. They were well aware of the strength of the Flying Fish Squad. There was only Uncle Lin, a diamond level, whose strength was far inferior to their shocking Thunder Squad. It was simply impossible to be a match for the two Inferno prison demons. Can't save them. Chapter 122. Killing the Inferno Demon Chapter 3. The surprising Thunder Squad has actually suffered such a heavy blow, and at this point, Wang Yu, Uncle Lin, and Nyo Dashin also saw the situation within the mountain stream and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. The thrilling Thunder Squad, as the strongest squad in this operation, actually had 1 death and 2 serious injuries. It's too tragic. Uncle Lin, shall we retreat? Nyo Dashin subconsciously looked at Uncle Lin. He still knew very well how much he weighed. It's a struggle against all the Platinum 4-5 stars. Challenging diamonds, that's a giveaway. And Uncle Lin looked at Wang Yu. If the conditions permitted, they would definitely have no choice but to help the shocking Thunder Squad. But he would never put his own squad in danger just to save the thrilling Thunder Squad. I don't think it's necessary, just 2 diamonds. Wang Yu also saw the Inferno prison demons and could sense that they were all diamond grade. But Wang Yu didn't feel too much pressure or an aura of danger. I'm guessing it's only like 3 or 4 stars per diamond. Just 2 diamond levels. Nyo Dashin didn't know what to say. Are diamonds so card less now? Uncle Lin, if he hadn't seen Wang Yu strike, he would have thought that Wang Yu was mouthing off. Not far. The abomination and the undead knight were stunned at the same time. They were all powerful diamond-level contractors with incredibly strong hearing. Although they were 200 meters away from each other, they all heard Wang Yu's words. If I'm not mistaken, that zombie contractor is gold. 9 stars, right? Is that a big mouth? Don't be impulsive. You guys get out of here while you can. The 2 men shouted. They are really in a hurry, fearing that the Flying Fish Squad would rush over in a fit of hot-headedness. It's not Hulkbuster saving Grandpa. Suddenly, the Inferno prison demon let out a hiss that was unintelligible to the crowd. In the next moment, the demons unexpectedly abandoned the Death Knights and Abominations and hissed as they rushed towards Wang Yu, Uncle Lin, and Nyo Dashin. But it wasn't these demons in front of them that surprised the crowd. Rather, they are behind them. Surprisingly, 5 or 6 platinum demons appeared. It's over. It's going to be hard to leave this time. Seeing several platinum-level demons cutting off the Flying Fish Squad's rear path, both the Death Knights and the Abominations despaired. Despair for the Flying Fish Squad crowd. This time, I'm afraid the Flying Fish Squad won't be able to leave even if they want to. Kill! Uncle Lin roared, his body erupting with a stern aura as he charged forward with a white bone spear. With a flash of cold, chilling light from the bone spears, the heads of 2 gold-level demons flew up from their bodies. With another stab, 3 gold-level demons were skewered in one. Uncle Lin killed in a big way, and in one breath, he rushed to the undead knight and the abomination. Are you guys okay? Uncle Lin looked at the 2 Inferno prison demons warily, turning his back to the thrilling Thunder Squad's indentured servants and asked, It's okay. But something might be wrong with your teammates. Old Lin, I really didn't expect that after we've only met on one side, you're actually willing to make such a great sacrifice for us, even regardless of your teammates, come to guard us as well. Both the Abomination and the Death Knight were impressed. It's okay. They're safe and don't need me to worry about them. Uncle Lin turned his back to the two and replied calmly. It's safe? The two indentured servants were once again stunned. And at the same time, they glanced again at the place where Wang Yu and Yo Dashin were. That's right. Those 4 or 5 platinum-level demons were approaching them. A gold and a platinum. Facing so many powerful demons, they couldn't think of any other possibility but death. Old Lin, do you want to see what you're talking about? No need. I have faith in them. Uncle Lin still didn't turn around. He had a premonition that the Inferno prison demon might attack at any time. He had to be vigilant. Hey, forget it. Everyone's situation is pretty much the same. It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. Not right. What happened? The voices of the two men from the Thundering Thunder Squad became steeply shrill due to their shock. Surprisingly, they saw that several huge spatial cracks appeared as if they were mysterious behemoths, and they actually sucked all of those 4 or 5 platinum-level demons within the pitch-black space. No doubt about it. It was Wang Yu who struck out. Despicable humans. You still have experts ambushing you in the dark. Where? Get out here. The 2 Inferno prison demons were also startled at the sight and looked around vigilantly. To be able to summon so many spatial rifts at once and decimate numerous platinum-level demons proved that the other party was a terrifying threat. They have to be vigilant. Ha ha ha, yes. No wonder you guys are emboldened. So there are still such experts. Demon race brat. Today is the day you die. The 2 men of the Thunder Squad were in free spirits. Nowadays, the situation is really reversed. The 2 Inferno prison demons looked at each other and instantly made a decision. Retreat. The situation of 2 bloodied diamonds, a full-blooded diamond, and a diamond ambushed in the shadows, panicked them. But, can you leave when you say so? Wang Yu's hand behind his back gently hooked. The void tore and several spatial cracks appeared out of nowhere. And a diamond-level demon's perception and mobility are amazing. Wang Yu did not reveal his identity in order to surprise him and was secretly looking for a space node to instantly detonate. Yet he was still dodged by the 2 Inferno prison demons. But Wang Yu still had a backhand. Only to see that those spatial cracks instantly grew larger, and some of them were even connected to each other, surprisingly acting like a cage to bind the 2 Inferno prison demons within. If they rush, they are going to be cut through space. Uncle Lin, Wang Yu called out. Even without the need for Wang Yu to call out, Uncle Lin also realized the opportunity for battle. Shoo shoo shoo. He kept throwing one white bone spear after another, passing through the narrow gaps where the spatial cracks weren't connected and heading straight for the 2 Inferno prison demons. Don't look at the attack as simple, but this is indeed Uncle Lin's strongest skill. It looks simple and brutal, but it's actually quite powerful. Possessing an extremely strong penetrating power, even a diamond-level Inferno prison demon would have to be killed. Ah! Ow! The miserable screams of the 2 Inferno prison demons kept ringing out. Damned humans! Is this the only despicable tactic you can use? If we were in a wide open field, this kind of crude attack wouldn't even be able to hurt me. The 2 Inferno prison demons also kept cursing. But Uncle Lin was as if he had never heard of it. Swearing is just a sign of incompetence. Adhering to the principle of don't argue if you can do it, Uncle Lin continued to throw his bone spear. After a minute, Uncle Lin's soul power and physical exertion had reached their limits, and there were dozens of bone spears thrown by Uncle Lin, zapping the 2 Inferno prison demons like hedgehogs. I never thought that diamond-level demons were so easy to kill. Yes, Uncle Lin looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. Despicable human. I curse you all. It had to be said that the demon was extremely vital and had not yet died from its severe injuries. Click. Not waiting for their curses to stand, a spatial rift simultaneously decapitated the heads of the 2 demons. Without a doubt, this was exactly Wang Yu's masterpiece. You have slain the Diamond 2-star Inferno prison demon and gained 1,200,000 soul power points. You have slain the Diamond 3-star Inferno prison demon and gained 1,300,000 points of soul power. Chapter 123. You call this gold? Worthy of being a diamond-level demon? It's really powerful. After killing the 2 Inferno prison demons, Wang Yu felt his soul power rubbing off on him. With 2 more decapitations, it was estimated that they would be promoted to the platinum level. Thinking about the time talent that would soon be unlocked, Wang Yu's heart was on fire. At that time, his strength would surely take a qualitative leap. Bai Yanlang, Li Juanheng, Gu Yanran, and the others would be much less of a threat to him. Shoo shoo shoo. Uncle Lin struck again in quick succession, the white-bone spears running through the few remaining golden demons and nailing them to the ground. Hiss, 2 Inferno prison demons died just like that? Too sudden. The undead knight and the abomination looked at each other with shock in their hearts. We're saved? In the next moment, the two of them were filled with the joy of the aftermath. They're not afraid to die, but they also want to live. Undead fusion lifted. The undead knight turned into an old man with white hair, and the abomination was a large, lanky man with disheveled hair. Both of their faces were filled with exhaustion at this time. Old Lin, I really thank you so much for this time, the big, burly man said in a deep voice. The white-haired old man also had a grateful face. Uncle Lin also lifted his undead fusion and smiled faintly. It wasn't just me who was able to save you guys. The old man nodded. Yes, and what about the other diamond friend? Let him come out to meet you as well. Yeah, I don't know which friend is secretly helping. TSK. Actually possessing the ability to manipulate space. I'm pulling my ass with a small knife and opening my eyes today. The big black-haired man was excited. Friend? Don't hide. Come out and let me admire it. His eyes kept sweeping over the possible hiding places around him, but he didn't find any silhouettes. Wang Yu and Dashin, come over here. Uncle Lin waved at the two Wang Yu. After Wang Yu and Nyo Dashin approached, Uncle Lin said, Nyo Dashin, you should have all met him before, so I won't introduce more. As for this one, Uncle Nyo looked at Wang Yu. He is Wang Yu, a temporary member of our squad, with a golden 9-star cultivation. The white-haired old man and the black-haired big man, however, looked around carelessly. They were all diamond-level powerhouses and could tell Wang Yu's true rank with a single glance. Golden 9 stars. It's not bad in other places, but it really doesn't look good enough here. The two of them were more concerned about the savior, who was hiding in the shadows. Uncle Lin grunted. You guys stop looking. The person who just cooperated with me to create a spatial rift to kill the Inferno prison demon and save you guys is also none other than Wang Yu. This statement was made, like thunder exploding in the ears of the white-haired old man and the black-haired big man. What did you say? Wang Yu is that space manipulator. The two of them looked at Uncle Lin unbelievably and then at Wang Yu. Their hearts shocked beyond belief. They would never have imagined, no matter what, that it wasn't a diamond-level powerhouse that saved them, but a tiny gold level that they didn't see in their eyes. Uncle Lin rolled his eyes. What time is it now? Would we joke about such things? I am not afraid of you thinking too much. If I didn't believe in Wang Yu's strength, how could I abandon my team members and protect you? This Wang Yu is a golden 9-star who can kill diamonds? Hearing Uncle Lin say this, the white-haired old man and the black-haired man all subconsciously looked at Wang Yu. And at this point, Wang Yu also stretched out his finger in front of his body and gently slashed it. A 10-centimeter long spatial crack disappeared in an instant. Hiss! It's true. What a terrifying ability. At this moment, the suspicions in the hearts of the white-haired old man and the black-haired big man completely disappeared. Little brother, it was the two of us who had no eyes just now. Please don't blame little brother. The white-haired old man quickly calmed down and compensated Wang Yu. Little brother, this favor will definitely be remembered by our Thrilling Thunder Squad. And if we need help in the future, our Thrilling Thunder Squad will be there. The black-haired big man said in a deep voice. Both sounded sincere. The two of you are polite. Wang Yu smiled and shook his head. I wonder how you two encountered these demons? Wang Yu did not expect the two to return the favor, but only wanted to know some information about the mine. The white-haired old man and the black-haired big man exchanged glances and said, It's better for me to say it. We, the Thrilling Thunder Squad, have successfully entered the hinterland of the mine and reached the designated location according to the plan. But it was full of demons. There were at least 1,000 demons, crowding the mine. It's way off from the intel. The white-haired old man's mind floated to the images within the mines, and his eyes flashed with horror. There are a dozen or so diamond-level demons. Platinum-grade ones are at least in the hundreds. I made a snap decision and immediately chose to retreat, but I was still caught up by 2 Inferno prison demons leading a large number of demons, and one of my team members was unfortunately killed. If we hadn't met you, I'm afraid the two of us would be dead by now. The old man's eyes flashed with a complicated light. saddened by the tragic loss of a teammate. Be thankful that you were saved. Worried about the turn of events at the mine. How could so many demons have gathered? Uncle Lin also had a grave look on his face. Such a huge number of demons could pose a threat to Mo City. Didn't we say that the demon army is on its way for support? We also sent a lot of combat sequences to snipe the demons. Nyo Dashin gritted his teeth. The black-haired big man swung his fist in anger. Demons have also played with the art of war, and these brutes also know how to openly cultivate a secret path. It's just to exterminate the elites in our Mo City. If I guess correctly, they are going to launch an attack on Mo City next. Now is not the time to talk so much. We should retreat now, leave the mines and bring the news back, so that Mo City can make preparations in advance, and gather forces to defend with all our might in preparation for a bigger battle. The white-haired old man calmly analyzed. Uncle Lin, Nyo Dashin, and the black-haired man all nodded with deep concern, feeling that the white-haired old man had a point. Good. Since everyone is fine with it, we'll return to Mo City now. The white-haired old man made the final tap. Wait. I have a question. What do you have in mind, little brother? The white-haired old man looked at Wang Yu and asked in confusion. Show me your battle maps to show me the location of the demons and then you will leave. Wang Yu said. The white-haired old man was first stunned, then asked with some uncertainty. Little brother, you don't intend to leave? Wang Yu nodded. You're crazy. Do you know what's going on in that mine? The big black-haired man let out a cry of alarm. Even if 2 Inferno prison demons died, there are still 8 diamond rank demons. And I can sense that there are a few other demons with a strong aura, most likely reaching gold 5 stars or above. There are even such powerful demons? Wang Yu was surprised. You know how scary they are, don't you? The big black-haired man said. Wang Yu shook his head. All the more reason for me to go. Crowd. Chapter 124. What the Flying Fish Squad can do, the Golden Eagle can do as well. Crazy. This kid is out of his mind. The 2 of the Thundering Thunder Squad frowned in unison. Wang Yu, I know you are very strong, but it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and with the large number of demons, this mission can't be accomplished at all. After a moment of silence, Uncle Lin said slowly, I know your worries, but you also trust me. I won't risk my life. Wang Yu was also firm. Okay then. Uncle Lin turned to look at the 2 of the Shocking Thunder Squad. I'd also like to ask the 2 of you to take out your battle maps for a look. You're going crazy with him? The white-haired old man frowned. I believe Wang Yu will not seek death. Uncle Lin said. Good. The white-haired old man took out the map from the package he was carrying. After Uncle Lin took it, he handed it to Wang Yu. Thanks a lot. Wang Yu spread out the map and memorized the location in his mind. Uncle Lin took the map back in his hands, then made some markings on the map and returned it back to the white-haired old man. This is the route we came by before. All the demons along the way have been cleared by us. You guys should be safe to leave the mine by following the route I marked. What do you mean by that? Aren't you going to leave with us too? As the captain, I won't give up on every member of the team. Uncle Lin said indifferently. The voice was not loud, but it was loud. And at that moment, Nyo Dashin also took a step and stood behind Wang Yu and Uncle Lin. He didn't say anything, but he proved, with his actions, his decision. Uncle Lin, Team Ox. Wang Yu moved slightly. Uncle Lin said, I know that your kid is strong and powerful, but fear not. We can help a little if something really goes wrong. Having said that, Wang Yu could also feel Uncle Lin's heartfelt sincerity. Good. Then we'll move together. They really went to the mines? Looking at the disappearing backs of the 3 people from the Flying Feather Squad, the 2 people from the Shocking Thunder Squad looked at each other in dismay. Old Lin has rich combat experience, and Wang Yu still has that weird spatial power. Even if he can't defeat the many demons, there's still a possibility that he can retreat in one piece. The white-haired old man could only think of things in a good direction. Unfortunately, the big black-haired man shook his head helplessly. We're in a situation where we can't protect ourselves. All we can do is pray. Suddenly, the white-haired old man's complexion changed. Something is approaching? The trees rustled in the distance, and birds flew about in a panic. Grass! Fight them! The black-haired big man spat, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. But, the next moment, the 2 couldn't help but be stunned. Only 3 figures were seen leaping out of the bushes in a single bound. Golden Eagle Squad? The 2 of them from the Thundering Thunder Squad recognized the identity of the visitor. Brothers of Thunder Squad, how are you doing? Jin Feng asked with concern. With that, his eyes swept behind the duo. Only the corpses of demons were seen all over the place. The corpses of the 2 disembodied inferno demons were even more eye-catching. "We're lucky to have survived," the white-haired old man said indifferently. "The 2 of you are able to kill so many powerful demons. Your strength is truly amazing. This is also your surprising Thunder Squad. If it was our Golden Eagle Squad that encountered so many demons, I'm afraid we would have been completely wiped out." Jin Feng slapped a horse's ass without a trace. Words. There was also some embarrassment in the hearts of the duo from the Thunderstorm Squad. Misunderstood. Actually, we weren't the only ones who killed these demons. There was also the Flying Fish Squad. Moreover, the 2 of us are now heavily injured and are no longer capable of fighting. So we plan to retreat. The white-haired old man sighed. "Oh, and help from the Flying Fish Squad?" Jin Feng was stunned. The strength of the Flying Fish Squad was clear to him, and at best, he would be playing the assist, and then the thrilling Thunder Squad would complete the decimation, right? So now the Flying Fish Squad heads for the mines? Suddenly, a member behind Jin Feng asked. "Yes." The white-haired old man nodded. "Go!" Jin Feng turned around and exchanged a look with the team members around him, instantly reaching a unified opinion. Definitely can't let the Flying Fish Squad take the lead. Wait, you guys can't go. It's dangerous there." When the black-haired man saw this, he yelled in a hurry. "If Flying Fish Squad can go, so can we." "That's right. If they're not afraid, what are we afraid of?" Between words, the 3 members of the Golden Eagle Squad had already disappeared. White-haired old man, dark-haired hunk. They went looking for death too? Halfway through the day, the white-haired old man sighed softly. "Given the strength of the Golden Eagle Squad, I'm afraid this time it's up in the air. Unfortunately, no communication gear is working right now, and they're running so fast that we can't even tell them what's going on inside the mine. So what can be done? They are looking for death themselves. We can't even stop them." The black-haired big man was helpless. "I now finally understand what it means to be in a hurry to reincarnate." Ow! 10 minutes later, a 2-headed hell demon wolf with a shoulder height of more than 5 meters and a whole body burning with green flames blocked the way of Wang Yu and the others. A platinum-level hell demon wolf? Wang Yu frowned and was just about to strike. "Wang Yu, brother has an unkind request. Can this demon be left to me to deal with? I feel like my body is going to rust after picking up heads behind you guys all the time." Behind Wang Yu, Nyo Dashin volunteered to fight. "Don't worry, within 10 moves, I'm bound to hammer this beast into pulp, and I won't delay the trip." "Sure." Wang Yu took a step back and let Nyo Dashin step out. And after, Ox Dashin transformed into a white bone giant and swung his white bone rod to smash the hell demon wolf. "Captain, there's a battle ahead. That white bone giant is Ox Dashin. We've caught up with the Flying Fish Squad." Not far, Jin Feng could vaguely see Nyo Dashin in the guise of a white bone giant fighting the hell demon wolf. "After going so far ahead of us and still being caught up by us, the strength of the Flying Fish Squad is just like that." The captain of the Golden Eagle Squad was likewise an old man. At this moment, a flash of disdain flashed across his eyes. "Hey, their strength wasn't good to begin with, and now they've got a gold-level drag queen. It's only strange if they can be fast." Jin Feng sneered. Nyo Dashin was still very unconvinced when I said earlier that they shouldn't have gotten a gold-level drag queen. The captain waved his hand. "Forget it. No need to pay attention to them. Let's take this opportunity to overtake the Flying Fish Squad and get to the demon leader's mine before them, and take the credit." Having said that, he then led Jin Feng and another member straight to the mine. Boom! Under Nyo Dashin's 11th attack, the hell demon wolf's head was smashed. Said 10 hammers but actually used 11 hammers. Nyo Dashin's face was embarrassed. Grass. Overturned. Wang Yu smiled at his words. "The extra hammer will be a gift for it." Wang Yu Dashin. At that moment, Uncle Lin, who was in charge of vigilance, came over. "Just now, I seem to have seen a small group of people, surpassing us and heading to the mine." Chapter 125, Making a Pact with a Demon. Chapter 3. Up ahead is the mine where the demon leader is. The Golden Eagle looked at a sign that read, "Abandoned mining cave. Dangerous. Do not approach." A smile appeared on the face of the warning sign. Why aren't there any demons around to watch over them? A member of the Golden Eagle squad was puzzled. Demon leaders have a strong sense of territory, and without permission, ordinary demons won't easily approach. Jin Feng said, "I don't think there's any need to make a fuss about this, right?" Captain Golden Eagle said, "I think Jin Feng has a point. but we should still be careful. Old strategy. I'll be in front, you in the center, and Jin Feng in the back. Saying that, the Golden Eagle captain walked at the front and rushed towards the mine at an extremely fast speed. The other two members followed close behind. The mine is wide open. It was 4 or 5 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters high. It's just dimly lit. The three of them walked carefully through the passage. 2 minutes later, the three finally saw a flash of light, along with a fishy, putrid smell filling the air. It makes you feel like vomiting. Up ahead should be where the demon leader is inhabiting. You all need to be careful and remember not to make any noise. The Golden Eagle squad leader reminded his teammates behind him in a weak voice. Jin Feng and another member nodded slightly. A few moments later, the three finally arrived at the edge of the passage. It was a shock. There's no road ahead. Instead, it's a huge deep pit. Depths may reach dozens of meters. The diameter was exaggerated to hundreds of meters. This mine was abandoned because the entire mountain was hollowed out. And in the midst of this deep pit, the rocky walls were densely covered with demons. The sheer number of them is mind-numbing. At the bottom, a few demons stood out. The wind demon with green scales and wings on its back, the blade demon with sharp thorns all over its body, and the inferno demon with dark red skin and hair that burns like a flame. Each head was a diamond-level terrifying existence, and there were as many as 7 or 8 heads. Brush. The hairs of sweat on the 3 golden eagles' bodies all stood up in an instant. For, as they saw the demons below, thousands of eyes fell upon them as well, flashing with greed. "Run!" The Golden Eagle captain yelled, turned around, and ran outside the mine with his teammates. And behind them, the demons rushed out. Even a few diamond-level demons leapt up and participated in the chase. Up ahead is the mine where the demon leader is. Uncle Lin, Tmox, be careful. Approaching the mine, Wang Yu droned in a deep voice. Both Uncle Lin and Yo Dashin were in a somewhat strange mood. A diamond and a platinum were actually so dinged by a gold level. But, again, they think it makes sense. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the distance, followed by rolling smoke and dust rushing into the sky. There might be a battle between a squad and a demon. I wonder which of the other squads it is. Uncle Lin and Yo Dashin's faces changed at the same time. Go over and take a look. Wang Yu directly put it into action. 5 minutes later, Wang Yu, Uncle Lin, and Yo Dashin could already see the situation in the field. By this time, the battle was over. There were at least hundreds of demons surrounding the three. And of the three, 2 had fallen in a pool of blood, motionless. A man dropped to his knees and allowed a demon to press its claws to his head in a submissive gesture. It's the Golden Eagle squad's people who are having a fight with the demons. Uncle Lin's pupils shrank. He could tell at a glance that it was the Golden Eagle squad, an old foe, that had met an untimely end. Yo Dashin even recognized the kneeling figure. The person kneeling is Jin Feng. He is signing a contract with the demon. He actually submitted to the demon and became the demon's slave. Damn it! Yo Dashin sucked in a breath of cool air, shocked and angry. Wang Yu was also frowning with a gloomy expression. Betrayal is frowned upon at all times. Shame on the forefathers and warriors who fought the demons and gave their lives. Shoo! Suddenly, Wang Yu felt a stern aura coming from behind. Wang Yu did not turn around. The power of space was released, and a burst of silver light instantly wrapped the three of them. In the next moment, the three of them had disappeared and appeared a dozen meters away. It was also at this moment that a golden light blasted onto the ground where the three of them had just been hiding, blasting a deep pit about 10 meters in diameter into the ground. Hiss! Almost hung up. Looking at the deep pit, Yo Dashin had a moment of fear. It's a diamond-grade gold armored demon bear. Uncle Lin, on the other hand, was the first to find the figure that had sneaked up on them. A few dozen meters away behind them was a giant bear covered in golden-scaled armor, 10 meters tall with reddish eyes like 2 lanterns. At this moment, a large amount of white smoke was still coming out of its mouth, and the traces of the attack it had just made were still there. Golden armored demon bear. What breed of demon is it? Wang Yu was slightly surprised. Uncle Lin said gruffly, strictly speaking, golden armored demon bears aren't true demons. They are a type of combat weapon cultivated by demons, but they are fierce and fearless, and their combat power is even stronger than that of a medium bloodline demon of the same level. Demon-raised war soldiers. Wang Yu also had a grave expression on his face. Ouch! Woohoo! The battle on this side also attracted the attention of other demons. A large number of demons came from all directions in an encircling position, surrounding the three in the center. Even amongst these demons, there were a few diamond-level demons mixed in. Crap! Nyo Dashin's face changed. It was too late. From the time they dodged the attack, to the time the demons surrounded them, it actually only took a few seconds. We still underestimated the resourcefulness of these beasts. Uncle Lin sighed slightly. That golden-armored demonic bear lurked and he didn't even notice it. Don't worry. We're not in a desperate situation yet. Wang Yu's voice rang in the ears of the two. Give them peace of mind. Lin Fei, Nyo Dashin, you guys. Finally. Just then, the demon army made way and Jin Feng stepped out from it. He looked at the three with a complicated look. You know each other? A demon with a pair of black horns and a goat's head asked in a deep voice. Wang Yu noticed that this demon's aura was the strongest, making it feel the pressure. Moreover, when the surrounding demons were looking at it, their eyes were always dodging, and it was obvious that they were fearful of this black-horned goat-headed demon. Master, they are considered my cohorts among the humans. Jin Feng glanced at Uncle Lin and the others and whispered, Master, please don't rush out to kill them. If they are willing to serve you, they will also be of great use to you. Jin Feng suddenly proposed. Oh! A flash of playfulness suddenly flashed through the vertical pupils of the black-horned goat-headed demon. It looked out. In human terms, Jin Feng was trying to nab a pitch. Normally, it doesn't see humans. But thinking about the upcoming plan to attack the city, it would have been a lot easier to have a couple of human two-legged sheep fight their way into the human community to steer the ship. The black-horned goat-headed demon said, I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if they don't submit, D. Chapter 126 Fusing Demons, Strength Soars. Lin Fei, did you hear my master's words? Jin Feng walked towards Uncle Lin and asked in a deep voice. Jin Feng, turn around now, you still have a chance. Uncle Lin looked gloomy. No chance. Jin Feng shook his head. I killed the captain, killed my brothers in arms. That's sick. Wang Yu's pupils shrunk violently. What Jin Feng did really surprised him. Jin Feng shook his head. I'm helpless too. I want to live too much. Jin Feng, you beast. Nyo Dashin angrily rebuked. You are betraying. It's seeking skin with a tiger. Fart. Jin Feng cursed angrily. What I'm on is the right path now. As the voice fell, Jin Feng's body began to expand, just like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, his body reached over 3 meters. Rip, rip, rip. The combat uniform on his body was torn, and a hideous bone spur, growing out of his joints, was like a sharp dagger. Pitch black fur, 1/2 meter long, covered his entire body. Nyo Dashin was stunned. At this moment, where does he look like a human being? He has fused the demons. Uncle Lin's face was covered in gravity, because the aura that Jin Feng was emitting at this moment was not weaker than him in the slightest. See? Whoever said that making a contract with the undead is the way out. Submitting to demons is the strongest. Jin Feng clenched his hands into fists, feeling the immense power flowing through his body, a look of obsession on his face. I was just a platinum 7-star before, and now I've reached a diamond 2-star. So I'd say that's the right way to go. Now you too have the opportunity to walk the same path of righteousness as I did. Delusional. Uncle Lin clenched his teeth, veins rippling on his forehead. Boom! In the next moment, strong soul power erupted from him, and he had fused with the undead, transforming into a warrior holding a white bone spear and wearing a blood-colored cloak. A strong battle intent was released from Uncle Lin. Jin Feng held out a finger. I'll give you one last chance. Submit. Surrounded by our demon clan's army, you'll only die if you resist. Jin Feng looked at Uncle Lin, Wang Yu, and Nyo Dashin contemptuously. It is better to die standing than to live on my knees. If I surrender, I will be sorry for my dead comrades, my loved ones who were brutalized by demons, and even more sorry for myself. Kill. Uncle Lin stabbed out the white bone spear in his hand. The blow had decades of his anger. Seek death. Jin Feng violently swung his palm that had turned into a sharp claw and fiercely slapped it on top of the bone spear, rubbing out a series of sparks, and the sound of metal clashing quickly spread. Uncle Lin's face changed slightly. Haha, see? That's real power. Jin Feng then laughed openly, and then he took the initiative to attack Uncle Lin. Looks like your negotiations failed? Then kill them all. The icy cold voice of the black-horned goat-headed demon spread out, and a large number of demons also surged as if it was a tidal wave, hissing as they rushed towards Wang Yu and Nyo Dashin. "I'll and break you bastards!" Ox Dashin roared as he transformed into a white bone giant and swung the bone rod in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of demons were smashed away, but more came forward. There's no end to the killing. There's no end to the killing at all. See? Lin Fei, because of your single-mindedness, your teammates are going to be buried with you. If you are willing to submit, I can plead with my master to give them a way out. Otherwise, they can only give you a burial. No, I guarantee they'll die even worse than you. Uncle Lin hadn't wanted to respond to Jin Feng. However, Jin Feng's words again really made him feel ridiculous. "Then you're dreaming," Uncle Lin said disdainfully. "I'll show you if it's a dream or not." Jin Feng roared, "Master, these people have a deep hatred for our demon clan. There is no possibility of submitting. Please also go all out and kill them." Words. The black-horned goat-headed demon spoke a demonic language. The few diamond-level demons that stood in place moved. Obviously, just now he was only putting pressure on Wang Yu and the others, but now he was really moving to kill the Flying Fish Squad crowd. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, 2 diamond-grade flying devils swooped down from the air, their sharp claws aimed at Wang Yu and Nyo Dashin. The speed was like thunder. Yes, when Jin Feng saw this, a quick look flashed in his eyes. With 2 diamond-level demons striking, he didn't think that Nyo Dashin, his old rival, would still be able to survive. As for Wang Yu, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Golden 9 stars, not even qualified to be his enemy. 2 diamond-level demons would be able to slap Wang Yu to death with a casual flap of their wings after killing Nyo Dashin, right? However, in the very next moment, the complacency in Jin Feng's heart turned into shock. He saw a silver light flash by, followed by several spatial cracks appearing around Nyo Dashin and Wang Yu. The 2 flying devils that swooped down at full speed couldn't break in time and ruthlessly crashed on top of the spatial rift, being split into 2 halves. You have killed the Diamond 2-star flying demon and gained 1,200,000 soul power points. You have slain the Diamond 1-star flying demon and gained 1,100,000 points of soul power. Wang Yu was satisfied as his soul power skyrocketed. Ha ha ha, this is a breed of demon Why don't you have a brain? Seeing a spatial rift and still crashing into it? Nyo Dashin laughed out loud and mocked nonchalantly. For 2 powerful diamond-level demons to fall like this was something no one expected. That gold-level trash is actually controlling the power of space. Jin Feng was confused when he saw this scene. 2 diamond-level demons were instantly killed in seconds by the man he had never put in his eyes. With such combat power, he was much stronger than Lin Fei, who he regarded as a strong enemy. Damn it! Kill him! At that moment, the black-horned goat-headed demon roared furiously. At the same time, a black mist was released from its body. The mist transformed into a hideous face and pounced on Wang Yu. It's a curse. Those who are neutralized will have their powers decayed and be mentally confused, and they may even become a madman outright. The other demons, too, were ferocious and unleashed various skills. Click! Just then, a ghastly white bolt of electricity flashed, illuminating the dark night. The electric light was more than 10 miles long, like a winding thunder dragon hidden in the darkness of the night. All the demons were stunned for a moment, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. When did such thick black clouds gather in the sky? Thunder is most rigid and masculine, the nemesis of demons. They innately feel intimidated. What are you afraid of? It's not like there's anyone who can manipulate the thunder to split you. In the natural world, the chance of being struck by thunder is no less than the success rate of breaking through a demon general. Keep attacking. The huge face of the black-horned goat-headed demon unleashed a hushed command. Boom, boom, boom. A shining thunder, accompanied by rolling thunder, accurately blasted on top of that black fog face, instantly shattering it. Ah! The black-horned goat-headed demon let out a miserable scream, and dark red blood flowed out of its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Just then, a voice sounded quietly. "Excuse me, have you broken through to Demon General?" Chapter 127, Intercepting Wang Yu. It was you who manipulated the thunder. Jin Feng looked at the speaking Wang Yu in shock. How is it possible for a human contractor to manipulate thunder? It was merely a coincidence just now. Quick, exterminate him. The black-horned goat-headed demon didn't believe it, enduring the stabbing pain coming from the depths of his soul and roaring loudly. With clear instructions, the demon army once again attacked Wang Yu. Click, click, click. Wang Yu just calmly stretched out his hand, and the raging thunder was like a torrential downpour that covered the mountains and fields. A large number of demons, without even uttering a scream, were split into charcoal. There were also some elemental-type demons with slightly weaker body strengths that were turned into flying dust. Several breaths later, the thunder dissipated. After the baptism of thunder, the field was a mess. There are very few demons still alive. There were only 8 diamond-level demons and 5 or 6 platinum-level demons that were known for their defense. The human renegade Jin Feng was in no better condition, having re-transformed into human form at this point, with only half of his body left, lying on the ground, dying. It's too much. Niu Dashan and Uncle Lin looked around in shock. Hundreds of demons were killed in a single move by the thunder summoned by Wang Yu? Is this the kind of attack power a gold level can explode? Simply, it's horrible. I'm afraid that this level of destructive power is enough to compare to a starburst level powerhouse. Immediately afterward, both of them were in a state of afterthought. If it wasn't for Wang Yu's use of the power of space to bring the two to his side at the critical moment, I'm afraid that at this point, they would have been blasted to dregs as well. And what was even more outrageous was that Wang Yu's soul power had not weakened in the slightest after using such a terrifying move, and was even stronger than before. Even at this moment, Wang Yu's aura was unprecedentedly strong. Both Uncle Lin and Niu Dashan were all too familiar with this situation. Wang Yu, breaking through to the platinum level. You! What a monster you really are! Jin Feng was about to cry. How can there be a gold level that's so perverted? He felt like he'd done a demon. But how can I not wake up? However, as the originator of the matter, Wang Yu was different from the others who were surprised, scared, and shocked. Used for either sex when the sex is unknown or unimportant. Instead, he shook his head in displeasure. The attacks are still too spread out, so it resulted in the power not being concentrated enough. Thus, the diamond-level demons weren't killed in seconds at one end. Preparing for so long and causing such a battle. Sloppy, work on it next time. Wang Yu seems to be doing a post-battle summary. However, in this moment, both man and demon were silent. Listen, is this human language? What mortal words? If one really wanted to kill several diamond-level demons in a single breath, I'm afraid that only a starburst-level powerhouse would be able to do so. However, there weren't many existences of this level in Desya in total. Each of them is holding down a side of the town and has a huge task ahead of them. Suddenly, the black-horned goat-headed demon roared out something unknown and turned around with the rest of the demons and fled. In this moment, they all hated not having more legs. It's over. Jin Feng was desperate at this moment. It's amazing that none of those fleeing demons were willing to take him. He's been treated like a complete pariah. Can you walk? A cold light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. His fingers tapped in the air, and immediately afterward, a silver-colored light blossomed from each demon's body, and it unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, numerous demons appeared out of thin air in the open space in front of Wang Yu. What's the situation? Didn't I run hundreds of meters? Why am I back here? The demons were confused. Damn the power of space! The black-horned goat-headed demon cursed viciously. Destroy it! Wang Yu once again reached out and pointed. Thunder once again fell from the sky. This time it was densely concentrated, like a brilliant pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. When the electric light dissipated, the bodies of the incomparable 8 diamond-level demons had already become blackened. Not bad, this attack is much more powerful than the last one. Having broken through to the platinum level, my strength has improved greatly. This time Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction, then took out his cell phone to make a group shot of himself with the remnants of those demons. According to the requirements of the academy, there is some proof to be produced for the completion of the task. He thought that would be considered good proof, right? All dead. To the side, Niu Dashan froze out of his mind. That's 7 or 8 diamond-class demons. Not a single one of them got out? Well. Uncle Lin, however, acted excited. He felt that Wang Yu would become the top pillar of Desya before long. This is a welcome thing. As for Jin Feng, he died a long time ago. Uncle Lin, Timox, you two take a look at this to see if there are any valuable items. Then return to Murray City before it's too late, lest anything change. Wang Yu tucked away his cell phone and said to Uncle Lin and Niu Dashan, Uncle Lin's expression changed, hearing the deep meaning hidden in Wang Yun's words. Aren't you going back with us? No, I have other things to take care of. Wang Yu looked into the distance. It was as if he saw Merching. Dude, don't go. Niu Dashin tried to retain Wang Yu. You have done such a great thing. When you return to Mo City, you will be the hero of heroes. Not to mention how many men will revere you. And surely there will be many more beautiful women who will throw themselves at you, said he with a look of envy in his eyes. The reverence of men he did not care. A beautiful woman throws herself at him, he is really greedy. Oh, Team Bull. Then you can enjoy it more for your brother. Wang Yu replied smilingly. But it is also a euphemism. He still remembered Elder Chen's advice not to be too conspicuous or he would be in danger. He had destroyed so many demons by himself, and once word got out, he was bound to be pushed into the limelight. He won't be able to hide his identity by then. Thinking about Gu Yenran, that crazy woman, and by Yenlang, that white-eyed wolf, he had to take cautious precautions. In that case, I won't keep you much longer. But before you have to leave, why don't you leave me an account? And I'll call you when the reward for this mission comes down. Uncle Lin said. Wang Yu smiled faintly. No need, my share of the money. Consider it my gift to Shaolin. I'll see you after the mountains are high. After saying that, Wang Yu turned around and left, only leaving Uncle Lin and Niu Dashin with a back shadow. The reward for this mission should be quite a lot for Uncle Lin and the others. But it wasn't worth it to Wang Yu. Without tens of millions of dollars, he can't even look at it. Uncle Lin, do you think we'll ever see Wang Yu again in our lives? Looking at Wang Yu's distant back, Niu Dashin couldn't help himself. Of course. Uncle Lin smiled faintly. I believe that before long, we'll be able to see Wang Yu on TV, in the streets, and in the news headlines. Half a day later, Wang Yu walked into an abandoned town. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, and he also looked at them a few corpses. Finally, he stopped in the center of town, because there are 5 figures in front of him, blocking the path he must take to return to the academy. Did Bai Yenlang and Gu Yenran send you? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows and faintly asked. Chapter 128. 1v5 Shutout. Tiger Chasing Man. The 5 people on the opposite side of the street were all clad in black cloaks, giving them an eerie feeling. Wang Yu could feel the powerful energy contained within all 5 of them. There are 3 platinum level ones among the 5 people, and the remaining ones are diamond level. Wang Yu can roughly guess the strength of these 5 people. This force is no longer to be underestimated. This kid actually recognized us. Haha. He actually recognized us. Boss can confirm it, he is Wang Yu. After killing several waves, we finally found the main guy. This kid is cunning enough to know how to disguise his original appearance. If someone hadn't told us ahead of time that we were waiting here, that is, we wouldn't be able to recognize him even if we met him somewhere else. Just then, someone among the 5 made a delighted sound. A cold light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he heard this. Original. The few people who died horizontally in the town were also the work of these people. It's really better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Wang Yu's voice was icy cold. Humph. Being able to kill one of you is more profitable than killing 1,000 people. They can only be blamed for being unlucky enough to pass by here at this time of the year and become scapegoats for nothing. In the middle position of the 5 people, a man with a medium stature said with a cold snort of disdain. Brothers, do it. After this job, we can all retire. Another diamond-level powerhouse among the 5 said. Brush up. In the next moment, among the 5 people, only the black-robed man with a medium stature stood in place without moving. The others spread out in a ring shape, vaguely surrounding Wang Yu. Immediately after that, powerful soul power was released from all 5 of them at the same time, instantly completing the undead fusion. Only the figures of the 5 people disappeared and were replaced by 5 undead with strong auras. The strongest was a white-bone giant wolf with 3 hideous heads growing from his shoulders and a pair of white-bone wings on his back. 3 bone-winged wolves. Wang Yu recognized this race of undead. Among the A-class undead, it was considered very powerful. And the other few were not weak either. An undead knight on a white-bone warhorse and 2 grim-faced abominations. The last one turned into a ghost with a somewhat illusory figure. Holding a pitch-black codex in his hand, Wang Yu wondered what race he was. But, just do it and be done with it. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Yu took a step forward. The power of the soul was also released with a bang. The descending ministers came down to earth. Black hair danced wildly, and a strong aura, like wolf smoke, shot up into the sky. Surprisingly, it shook the 5 people, backing up in unison. How is he so strong? It's not that gold level, whose gold level can force back diamond level. This is clearly platinum level. Even I, a diamond level powerhouse, feel pressured. This has to add up. Cut the crap. I'll be careful. Do him first. Then we'll go to our employer for more money. The 5 were first shocked, and then a consensus was quickly reached and an attack was launched on Wang Yu almost simultaneously. And instead of standing still and waiting for death, Wang Yu rushed towards the strongest diamond-ranked powerhouse among the 5. It was also the giant white-boned wolf with 3 heads. Wang Yu estimated that his rank should be Diamond 2-star. He's really an idiot. They say that persimmons pick the soft ones, and he actually took the initiative to attack me? Isn't this sending death? Don't you even struggle a little? The 3-headed white-boned giant wolf contractors sneered in their hearts. Alas, this head is the boss's again. What a shame.
I'm envious.
The others saw this and had mixed feelings, even felt sorry for it, because according to their rules, whoever takes the head gets paid 10% more. In their opinion, Wang Yu is a lucky star, and whoever he finds can get 10% more money. Haha. Good luck can't be stopped when it comes. The 3 heads bit at Wang Yu in unison. Boom, click. Suddenly, Wang Yu's body steeply erupted with intense electric light, and that arc of electricity was dozens of meters long. It was like a hideous and furious electric snake. Ah! No! The 3 giant wolves weren't smug anymore, but instead cried out in fear, because he felt power enough to kill in the thunder. However, at this time it was too late for him to back up. Amidst the mournful screams, the 3 white-boned giant wolves were instantly blasted into countless bone fragments by the thunder. Gulp! Crap, 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 crap. The boss was killed in seconds. It's so nifty. Too sudden. Witness the scene. The remaining 4 swallowed their saliva frantically. One had to know that the 3 white-boned giant wolves were the strongest in terms of battle power among the 5 of them. But they were all killed in seconds, if Wang Yu attacked himself. Hiss! They shuddered to think about it. Where is the still lucky star? It's obviously the Death Star, isn't it? It's bad luck to find anyone. At this moment none of them envied it, instead they were incredibly grateful. Thankfully it was the boss now, carrying it all for them. And at this point, Wang Yu dropped his gaze on the next victim. That's an abomination. You, don't come over here. The abomination was flustered. Even a diamond-level powerhouse had been killed in seconds, so he definitely wouldn't survive. He started to turn and run. Wang Yu took a step and transformed into a ray of electricity, instantly arriving behind the abomination. Another simple punch blast. Boom! The earth trembled, and a large pit was hardened by the terrifying thunder. He chased, he fled, he winged it. Platinum 5-star abomination. Meteor. Damn this money I don't earn. There's no life to earn and no life to spend. Brothers split up and flee. Whoever runs lives. 2 teammates were decimated in an instant. The remaining 3, with no will to fight, turned and ran. The undead rider spurred his horse into a frenzy. Each stride the abomination took was tens of meters. Only the psionic-type indentured servant was slightly slower. Isn't the Cyan going to be ate up? Anyone who falls behind at a time like this knows that they are going to be killed. Brush up. That psionic-type indentured servant kept turning over the black book in his hand. Magic after magic was released. However, surprisingly, the magic did not attack Wang Yu. Nor did it fall on the Psi contractor himself, enchanting himself. Instead, it landed on the undead knight and abomination in front of him. Weakened, confused, stunned, petrified, all sorts of negative effects erupted on the undead knight and the abomination's bodies. It made the duo miserable. In an instant, the abomination and the undead knight's speed decayed greatly. And while the Psi contractor's speed didn't increase, he still easily outpaced the 2 who had lost a great deal of speed. Crap! Old 5, you're clueless. Unleashing some kind of negative magic on me. The undead knights were confused. Holy! Wang Yu is catching up. The abomination looked back, only to see Wang Yu drawing a purple thunderbolt that was rapidly approaching them. Then he looked at the spectral contractors running ahead of him, and instantly came to a realization. Old 5, you're unkind. To actually undermine us.
Ganrir Yua.
You're playing Tiger Chaser with us, aren't you?